a rebirth, which means everything is a brand new world. And therefore, when you are reborn each and every day, there is a decision one has to make. How much effort am I going to expend to maximize the day? This is a new unit of life, not a continuation of what was before. Something totally new. Allah has come of a come when that new morning also is on a Rosh Chodesh. And Allah has come when that new morning is on a Rosh Chodesh, is on an Erev of Shabbos. So much newness, so much haschala. And the Rebbe says us is one simple mantra for success in this month. Rav Ya'avod Sayur. Every single morning when you start the day, make a promise to work hard. Make this a month of hard working mornings. Then in Hashem, there is no telling what we can accomplish. There is no telling the light that we could generate. And there is no telling the nisim and the flows the Zohar Hashem to receive during this holy month of Kislev, a good Shabbos. So yeah, this is the part I didn't get to it. I'm sorry, but yes, same thing. All right, have on Zoom. Sorry. Have a good Shabbos, everyone. Shabbos, Chodesh, Chodesh Tov. Yes, a lot to do. So we are thinking of the son of Kessis. Hey, Shamat. So it's 2, 4, 6 lines. I'm going to be explained. Shamati Stein. So Risa says, I heard 2 halachos. So he works Achas Zazar, Achas Malika Zazar. So I learned 2 halachos. One of those was about mitzvah. The other one you don't have to take it down. And what happens? Although you down it, but he says I don't remember which is which. So I know I know I learned 2 halachos. One is that both regard both done by a non-Kohen, one so one malika, one the halacha is neither you should offer up. One of them, if you did offer up, you don't have to take it down from his back, and the other one, if you did offer up, you do have to take it down from his back. I can't remember which one is which. I'm going to discuss what this case says. I think I know this one. The Stabra commits to carry Malika Lotte. It would appear that the halacha is almost like that commits to offer up non-Kohen by his zar. Even if put on his back, has to be taken to his back. Malika Lotte. The halacha of accept the foot and let the zar take Malika and put it on his back. Need not be taken on his back. A nice memory. This is why this is done by his zar. This is really done by his zar. Which the Gemara answers, not big bummer. So ultimately again, because there's a consequence of the by a bummer. So because again by a bummer,
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, be careful. That's on Chinese rapper. Yeah, Chin. They call him Chin Chin, and I'm super racist. I can't do that. I call him Chin Chin all the time. Yeah, well, you're racist. Chin Chin. So Chin Chin wasn't racist. No, Chin Chin. Especially as a Chin Chin. Chin Chin. Chin. I fucked up. Chin? Yeah, when I became a national citizen, a chin is a man, a supernatural man, a kind of a demon who leads wayward men astray. Yeah, it's a cool name. Everyone kept calling me that. They call me Chin. Oh my god, they kept calling me Chin Chin, so I changed it to Chin. Chin is Chinese, and you guys call them. Her mother was like, you can't. Oh, and all the karate, how about triplets? So your name absolutely do it as you think. Fuck yeah, that'd be cool, man. That's so sick. My name is Ghost. I went has to be a fighter. That has to train a girl. You know, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, karate? No, sure, no. My name is Karate. Dad was really into karate. Karate Kelly. First day at school, I was like, what are you jobbing here? My name is Karate. Parents were assholes. Dad says karate. It's karate. You should call it karate. Spell it K-A-A. They're either Excel or there's a comic chasing approval. Jason, ready, take it. Let's watch your faces. The hikers are coming. It's Karate Callan. Yeah, 78-year-old Brian Callan at the San Jose Improv this weekend, Friday, Saturday. Hey, are you a fan of Karate Callan? Yeah, just do a spinning back kick and hit you with her. He's told her dad needs help sell tickets this weekend. San Jose. Shake money. She does take money and can't sell tickets. She'll take your money. But then also help her dad out. He's in the corner over there. Yeah, his Hollywood dreams never really came to fruition. $3,000 collect $3,700 and I told me go ahead and give it up for karate. Yeah. No. Give him hey, you guys like Karate Cal? Yeah, she's fantastic. Gives the best hand job. Hey, listen, are you some help? Maybe you've seen Hangover, guys. 70 years old, still flying coach. Here's the thing, everybody. He still posts videos, funny videos on it. He's still asking Brendan testosterone yet because he can only still high. Karate's Callan. Karate Callan. He is or she is related to Brian Callan, the comic. I sat here and, well, we're going to play some of his Hangover clips. Her dance. What a fun fact about Karate Callan. Yeah, it's not just those big tits that are awesome. Her dance. Was in the Hangover. Give it up for Karate. Are about as saggy as his nuts. She can't afford fame. That music stops. She's here. She's here. She falls. This point, you're not even a guest, dude. You're just the third. You're looking a lot smaller. Lifting. Worst thing to say, you want to fuck? I know you're joking, but I still feel it. I feel because I was about to, like, kind of ask her, it's the shit my girl's got on this shirt. It's not as tight, it's a little loose. I'm going to be careful of that. You seem to be a lot of duck hunting. It seems like there's a lot of camo going on there. Yeah, camo in a while. I guess when cam hates that on Monday. Yeah. Well, obviously, because I don't what, but that looks like first light shirt or something. That's a archery country. No, this is my like studs. That's a brand. Are you guys full? No, it's like camo. I'm sure my phone will make twice. That's class, yeah. I just don't have time. Yeah. So what's going on? Got it too. I'm going on in February, but also, if I miss, I miss. It's all good, baby. You're not holding your. That's the first day I went to the village. I need to get on it. And then I just didn't go back for like 2 months. I just got on the line. I love it. And I'm still doing hunting. It's like shooting a gun. Like every time you do, we go out and shoot guns. It's fun. Like I need to get a gun. See, I don't get that from guns. I got that from guns. No matter what gun. I was with some soldiers yesterday. Yeah. I was with soldiers yesterday who were like elite guys. They said, dude, pistols. It's about I suck now. Practicing all the time. And I was like, well, I will always suck at pistols. Like, oh, yeah. What city we're in? Where we got with some Seattle? That Delta guy wasn't about time at the time. I've never seen someone shoot a sniper rifle. Brian shot AKs on the road. And Brian did not realize the kick that was going to happen. Sliced the that was a silence they kept. No, that was a sniper rifle that shot back and hit me. I remember it slid the whole time. He went on stage, still bleeding hours later. Yeah. I shot the sniper rifle and the kick went. Was that the sniper? No, it's just a regular sniper rifle. When you shoot with the scope, you gotta lean forward and you have to have your eye back. I had my guy from Boston. My dad did sniper in the Marines. We go to, he had a 37. Like, it's so fucking loud. We didn't know. And you shoot like an M1 or an M16. It's just not as loud. Even though it's not those 370. The movies is big. When they say the numbers, I'm like, he lies down and shoot it, and he didn't know he was going to have to see never. He also didn't know how loud he shoots that gun, dude, and it was outside. I was like, Jesus Christ! He comes out with a round. He walked around Alaska with hilarious. That's why the first time he took me shooting, I remember hearing the guns, and I'm like, movies don't make sense at all. When they fucking shoot people inside of a house, silence, and everyone just hanging around inside. We were using headphones, and even then I was like, my dad was law enforcement, so he had guns. Nowhere to go shoot. I told you once, he told me all like that. Take safety stuff. Stuff like that. I don't know. You know more than we did. No, I shot I bought an AR from Terrence. I got my AR 60 grand. I think I spent amount of had ear plugs in just ear side, and it was so loud that if I had, I was like, I can't shoot this. He goes, no, you need this. I can't shoot this in my house. I looked at him. He goes, yeah, you have to have it. I don't want it, and I gave it to my friend.
Well,
Yeah, that's what the most unrealistic thing about like a John Wick movie is that you someone who's going fucking ow. You guys also bitches because I have the same gun and I've it's also you can't shoot it. It's not even that. I thought sometimes you like to get a shotgun spraying yourself out gun is just a different noise. Now if you shoot a pistol, that's what I use when I'm silencer. So you can AR, but you need blackout. And 3.6 Mega is a subsonic round. It doesn't break the sound barrier. That's what makes noise. And you have a suppressor. And those are so quiet you just hear the slide. That's what those elite guys really, yeah, because they'll use it. They're expensive. That's what I think those Delta guys are really quiet. Yeah. But it's those are you have a suppressor around the subsonic, so it goes slower than 750 miles. We have a suppressor. Now you know. Now I know. I guess. See how. I want to get but it's just like it just seems enough where you can defend yourself. I think as a dude, you should be able to shoot a gun and change it out. Problems. By the way, when those guys train so much, I learned on YouTube University. Those guys train so much. The thing is, they train so much that lead poison's a major problem. And they would put their shells in their hat, and they collect their shells. And then they dump shells in their hat back on their head. And a lot of those guys are getting brain cancer and stuff, yeah. So if you want to be good, if you want to be like a Delta guy, and they also practice shooting live rounds inside. That's super good for your body. Yeah, so many things we have to think. So many things. The people we have met, the stories that they've told us, if the three of us had to go into a house and do CQB, recorded combat, and clear a house, you know what would happen? We'd end up shooting each other. That's what happens. You're like, what the fuck? You sweep a guy's head, you hit him, you hit him. Yeah, you need to. And I was a lot on the HBO, right? I use throwing stars. I'm a no joke star guy. He's a bow staff. Remember when Dana did that thing with Gary Braga and showed his actual physical age? Remember that? Can we believe that stuff? Because the reason I bring it up because Ways to Well has this app, right? And so I was there doing all my shit, right? I bring him. And then it goes, it shows your age, 42. His actual age is like 34. I don't know. That makes any sense to me. I guess you're just going based on your blood panel, right? Like I don't know. No, even that guy, Brian Johnson, who dedicated his life to it, has that guy's dedicated his science and even he has de-aged a handful of years. And that guy dedicated. So, like all the time. So going to like they have Ways to Well sent me they have taken human skins cells and reversed somehow figured out a way to
engineered.
So what Gary Michael's probably looking at was Dana's, cardiovascular health, his high blood pressure, and you can compare that to metadata and say, look, people with your blood pressure, your profile, a lot of times don't live past 63 or have heart attacks. But there has to be something to it, like 40 or shit. I'm looking at pictures of people in the 90s and 40s. Oh, yeah. There's something to it. Well, you know what it is? There's something to it. This is going to sound fucking crazy. You know, that sounds, but people weren't sleeping right. They were smoking cigarettes and they weren't drinking water. Drinking water, people underestimate drinking water. So, Dana had sleep apnea. That's a huge problem. Like, yeah, if you have sleep apnea, that's one of the years since I've now. Back to your. Thank you. You like this, the Gary Griffin guy? Let's take a little break from chatting with the boys. You don't need to over your life to start investing. Just automate it with Stash, your new year-round where you focus on everything else. Stash isn't just another investing app. No registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with expert personal guidance. You don't have to worry about gambling or figuring it out on your own. Gotcha. Stash simple, smart, and stress-less investments. Let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. Or pick a combo role. Stash is there to guide you every step of the way. With Stash, go to getstash.com/lighter. For stock purchase, important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/lighter. Get.stash.com/lighter. Pay9 client endorsement, not representative service offered by Stash Investments, LLC, SEC, terms and conditions. Stash. It's just, some of the things he says are just like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't really fuck with any of it.
Hey girl, D&D, if you're watching this ever, you're so nice. And this made part of my day, bro. You're zero fucks as courageous. Fuck yeah, baby. Why? Because she's right. I have to walk all the way over there.
I understand the case of that I will say that is that what that slaughtered inside as a Elakotchim EDB in the case of Kutch, I understand from who speak on a bird, then by definition it's no matter what. I will say it's possible that I'm doing it with him or Buffy. Shkita's grace, it was ultimately again, if Shkita's puts ultimately goes ahead and is enough of the occurrence of solar load and how is it not enough ultimately again to go ahead and also take away the trust of the Ashki Konkuts, so say now I understand that case as it applies to outside of this question. I don't know if this applies ultimately to second case as well. However, shuttle performance is ultimately again because we see that status inside the basement is not the status outside. T-Hucky, if that's the case, was it Malak Hutch was not low. If that's the case, give him a week on the sacrificial bird outside, those should not be the comment. Why not? To the shuttle different as we'll say. The status of it does not on the same question. Alright, so actually, Donin Gaber Shalo Bechero, davar shalom action. We'll say that. But Sim actually says it's wrong. That the halacha is a case where the shita is not the item. Being bifnim and being mibachutz. Then once you see that ultimately again the item is in one location, then ultimately
Look at this. This is some folks. Folks,
That's what it means. Learning davar shalom action.
I've seen athleticism. I'm telling you.
So again, if we see that a particular sheet does not match the item,
This motherfucker is the most ever. Really?
that same designation to the other location. Something left. And then we came back in and was put on the say that we don't take it back down again. Which says, how do you know that there's something left? Therefore, should not be offered. But it came back in, and indeed you put it on Wednesday after, that you don't have to take it back down. Which the Gemara says, Shari say, Kasher Baba. If you learn by Baba, the Allah is by Baba. But even if something you don't see, but kind of the contract, even though Baba doesn't have this confines, nevertheless, it shouldn't have gone up and let it stay on. We're not asking Russia, because that Russia ultimately again was learned from what? That Russia was learned from the concept of Zos Molas. So I said, let's just close out this particular suit. So again, halacha was here as follows. So this is and just to close out from the Mishnah, so that Eric Zion, halacha aleph and halacha chas. In general, and who is possible for avodah, if you keep malika, the malika is possible. Even though again the bird itself possible, any can avail of time to even though the malika officially invalid, nevertheless, what the bird is not an avail. What does it mean if the bird is not? Therefore, what? Therefore, what? It doesn't convey tumah. Therefore, within malak balayla, osha shachat, in the kachim. So, Allah is that if you did these type of items which are essentially valid malika, although it is sacrificially valid, the halacha is that it does not become an availus. There must have are exceptions. Malak kodesh is manor. We'll say, let's say malika on turtle doves. We're not the right age. Or b'nei yonah sha'avers or on pigeons, right? Or doves, I should say, that got too old, they out, or b'shilish kapah, or had dried out, or the leg. These animals Then what? Then the halacha is in a day. So here's the part that I want you to remember. Here's the principle. Koshi Sula Bakodesh Sula Be'inon Avela. Sula Bakodesh Harezun Avela. So here we go. What we learned from this very good part is whenever ultimately again Karban Bahol detail regarding the Malika. In other words, the animal is totally fine. I just messed up the Malika. Then I was like, even though it is sacrificial,
your body like a cold plunge, and you go, he's selling cold. Yeah, exactly.
However, where the problem is not with the problem is like
projects for their heat and all.
animal is self. The animal is self.
There's a lot of when you're
totally status of and I do my leap with my left hand.
It's hard to keep up
I
with
am
that.
not
I disagree. You think so? So it's easier. It's easier. You have the resources out. Everything you have a chef.
What? That's inverted simply what?
You have every resource possible. I just find flying around these concepts going on. It's like hard to keep up with sleep.
And I
sleep. You know, it's like you're not getting sleep. You're not gonna fucking get up. It's tough. Cortisol is your ghrelin raises all that shit. But he probably stressed.
And not only that, the animal
He's never gonna put this fucking UFC. He's not gonna fucking do it. You see, it looks like you're like
good. What's the that
could just be a fun. Just when you're older, you're that good. Yeah, but he really does. He is real life king. That's why I just
look.
Well, I think I always say this, like people say, "Oh, I gotta start working out, start eating properly." Just try to be inspired by that. It's also really easy to get in shape once. No matter how many people have you ever seen that I'm gonna get in shape, they get in shape, then they just go. Oh, it's easy, but keeping in shape, quite hard. I just try to get it in every day. It's 20
says bird does not quite like I'm really here for a reason, but I'll tell you why I'm not.
My joke is I have a Christ-like Christian. Don't say that. I think about that all the time. I look at it's distracting. It's distracting. When he's in jail, like him and his wife are staring at the sunset, like.
Ladies and gentlemen, public service we present now. Ladies and gentlemen,
He's great. You can't show us her at all. I think that show would be I'm not saying Tony's See that? No one wants that. Because you were the one, you're like, I think this is going to be 100% sure. And I'm like, yes, I'm like, there's an 11 on the clock. It was like Tom schizophrenics. All of them, she read like all the Harry Potter, what is the Lord of the Rings? This girl would read at 13 years old. She was writing 1,500-page books or some shit. And she got to the point where she knows stories so well that we'd be watching some Stranger Things or a movie, and she would go, she's gonna die. She goes, it's foreshadowing. And she was right every single time. She'd be like, she did it, or he did it. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, of course he did. Why do you think? I'm like, well, she knew the pattern. Yeah, she knew the pattern. She ruined the story for me. What's because you've been in Hollywood for 5 years. I know. I mean, it's like, I'm sorry. A lot of my brain is still playing with crowds. Yeah. And it's embarrassing that my ex and my entire school were successful. And they know way better. That story way better than I can do. And she's read it. There's 10 minutes. Tells me like me. Like my ex-father. He's like, I read everything. What? It's a lie. It's a lie. You probably understand. You probably know this. From what I heard, there's only X amount of stories. Like every movie, there's only certain things. A stranger comes to town. Boy, the king. All that stuff. Yeah, which fits everything. Those are 13 different like styles where it all fits into this. Same shit. Yeah, just it's really the same story. Yeah. There's trauma, which is like, the character wants something, and usually they're really selfish about it, and they're singularity, like, I'm gonna get this thing, and then they realize, oh, I gotta give up on, but I get something else. I get what I need, and I become a different person. So, yeah, I'm still poor because I gave the money to the girl. I chased the money the whole movie, and I'm like, you know what? This person, for the first time in my life, I realized somebody else matters more than me. I give the money to somebody else, and then it's like, man, he's a good guy after all. Tragedy, you know what a tragedy is? You know the tragedy would be, what's a good white wants? He holds on to it. He still wants to kill that white sucked under because like I'm not saying they broke both, but like I've ever seen where every time you think this, you never know who the character. Yeah, you're like, that's everybody I knew. What the fuck? Yeah. The first a lot of times in that, yeah, Tyler, Game of Thrones, remember, a lot of us, the good guys lose, and you get attached to them, and then it's like, wow, this is a rough part. Which is why the ending of it is so sour. Mother of Dragons, ultimately, Chief.
This one,
Yeah, she becomes the mad queen.
because
Power corrupts.
John
is not an issue. Do you like the ending? I love season 8 was lit. Except I like them for nothing, to just be stuff fun. I like you ain't shit. Yeah, Jon Snow's so rich. They don't. Peter Dinklage will always work. Peter Dinklage, yeah. Well, Cersei's is crushed. Oh, but look at the contract for the last 5 seasons. Highest picture of all time. Bring it up. Especially when you figure what 8 episodes per season. 10 maybe. I don't think anyone is scrounged for change from I've seen that movie before. Yeah, it's 1.2. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. So let's go through it. You want to go through it? It's a lot of money. But after taxes, you're seeing how many episodes they shoot in a season. But you also got to figure it's you'd be fucking amazed, but they're getting money for right?
Yes,
even on HBO. It's like someone's buying the rights to it. The main characters might be close to 30-40 million. Yeah, if you're broke after that, you're 8 seasons. Yeah, but I'm just saying. So, is it 8? How many episodes per season? It's probably 10 per season. Let's just say it's 10. The royalties.
So let's just talk this out. Athleticism. Athleticism. This footwork.
These are the laws. This is the Torah. The Behemoth and now, in what way is an oath a bird comparable to the monk and he's a Torah shoves a behemoth. The oath was comparable to a behemoth and a behemoth to an oath. So watch this. Behemoth oath in So we'll say, I'm not exactly how they're similar. On one hand, a behemoth, because they contact, not carry. The bird does not go ahead and create tumor through maga and masanada, only through gesture. All the time they Behema ain't no time to God when they say hope is unique in that one. Go ahead and just in the Vela. The Vela's open what? It could be too much to your personal clothes. It's interestingly enough, if you touch the Vela's Behema outside, or if you carry the Vela's, what does it do too much to your body, to your person, but not to your clothing? So in which way is open Behema comparable? A lower level Behema. Dover shemakshira la'achila, mitar shefasa metumasa. Teach me as follows. Just like Behema, the very action which, i.e. shchita, is the action which prevents tumas nadela from evolving upon an animal. If the animal was a traitor, dover shemila, mitar shefasa metumasa. So it's a oath, the very action which only permits it for consumption. So we'll say by an oath is what? By an oath will be malika, entire treifasa mitumasa. That same malika, if it's done on the bird, even if the bird itself is a treifa, nevertheless will prevent the animal, the bird carcass, from becoming tummy with tumasta. So we'll say that's what the mirror is Russia. The mirror says in the past that let's see, the hemo oath. I'm not sure exactly what the comparison is. Slow process, so I'll say in this particular case. Just like by the hemo, shchita, which ultimately again is permitted for consumption, ultimately again prevents the animal from retracting too much the equals of trade. So to oath, malika, which normally permits consumption, will also go ahead and prevent the animal from contracting to the even if the animal was already that the Yuda will say, what's that even logic? So also the Yuda says that if you shack an oath, if you do an oath, which is a trait that we find in the trait of the bird is in the time of so what's his drasha? The Dutch. He finds the pasuk in it as well. What's his pasuk say? Nevela Treifa. The pasuk says the pasuk is together Nevela and Treifa. The Cholnefesh Asher Tolkal Nevela Utreifa. So what's the shot? I'm ready with the Treifa Lavanamra. So we'll say, why does the pasuk have to say Treifa? In Treifa Chaya, so say if it's a Treifa that's alive and then dies as a result of its Treifa status, then Hari Nevela. So that's the Nevela. In Sheifa in a Chaya, if you say that a Sheifa doesn't live, it's dead already, Hare B'chlam Nevela. Listen, so the one place is that hello place again, what type of Sheifa are we talking about? Because Pashtus will say the only time you're eating the animal is when it's dead. If it's dead already, then what? Then by definition, it's a Sheifa. Okay, actually, just one question. Sheifa Chaya, who the Sheifas? Sheifa Chaya, Bigel and in Chaya, Sheifa Chaya, Ba'ad Shelisa, Haisa Cheskas Chaya. In the Vela Mura, she says, the boss in Kib, when Shemisa Misnabelas, when we saw Sheifa Enecha Shuba Chaya, Hari Mishash Nitshva, with on the Velas. It's like, if you're the Sheifa's considered by if you're the Sheifa's dead, then it's the Vela. These animals, by definition, it's already in the Vela, which we must Allah Habi trade for Shishakta Shematan. Rather, we'll say, why does the
you recognize athletic prowess? Do you know what prowess is? Do you even know what prowess is? Because in the flesh and bone. This motherfucker is so athletic. How athletic is he? This motherfucker's so athletic. They one of the most athletic people we've ever seen in the history of the world. In world history, you got Jim Thorpe. You got the first guy who ran a fucking marathon in Greece. If they had sex, they wouldn't be one. This motherfucker that you're witnessing, you reckon that this motherfucker is so fucking athletic that this motherfucker shit's agility. Do you know anybody else who shits agility? Legend. This show sucks.
It's 1.2 million, so it's $12 million. After taxes, after commissions, you're going to see $5 million. Realistic. A lot of money, $5 million. So $5 million for a year. Yeah, but they're not doing it for 8 years. It was actually the last, 4 years? 5, and you get royalties. Yeah, the royalties are shit. But $20 million in the bank, if you're, let's just say that's royalties are shit for making, yes. But you notice the car in Shawshank Redemption. Maybe the phrase like I could save you that money. It's like, my car, how it is. $20 million because we're bad with money. Well, actors, like you make 20 mil, yes, it's a lot of money. It's just amazing how fast it goes. Also for promotion, that's how you live. Yeah. You buy a $5 million, that's how you live. You know? And they're also, a lot of them are older too. I bet some of them are just. Most shows, like people who are that ingrained into a character, it's so rare you do something. So this show, out of all the shows, is doing the best. I think the people who are going to do the worst is actually Stranger Things. Because did you see them on Apple TV? It was just like, you'll never see them as like, you're never going to see that's not those. Yeah, it's like, what is the coolest character can you play? It's just on a Netflix show. She's on a and this might be it's just got worse at acting, or if we just give kids grace, just give a grace to a kid because he's doing that for a lot of kids in my career. I'm just not saying that. And a lot of those kids come up just like boxing, acting, Hollywood, 5, 6 of their parents are there. Yeah, and then it's interesting because some of them match very Disney kids. So it's just Timberlake. So it's what started, and they just yeah, it's not as though when you're always on the set you become a great actor. You become reliable. You just become a skill set. Yeah, like sometimes, but then also those kids too. Like how long was it during season 5? 4 years.
yesterday, but let's shot it again.
How many were going to class and now,
the Mishnah is
once he gets up and I know shit's
like,
that's
called,
all,
you know,
it's like, bro, the first 2 hours, except for the girl Sadie's thing, the girl,
so what happened over here? Something went wrong. Now, by the way, as you've seen already, there's a lot of what went wrong is not as important in this moment as the fact that Halacha L'Maisa and number something else having an also all of us all. So what exactly went wrong is not so important. What matters right now is you have a carbon hull that is not usable. It's not usable. You're not working with the economy. Even then, it's not usable. Even in the current base of the remember again, Halacha L'Maisa, even though it's usable, however, Malika removes the status of the data. As we spoke about yesterday here, Halacha L'Maisa is telling you how to break out Shkita. The data. They look at this from the Madanasa. They carry or touching the animal. Outside, let's say unskilled consumption, no longer an available or no longer
being for like,
the same idea
she has her own like,
offerings as well.
kind of like 60 COVID line or something like that. It's like,
Even if it
this
turns
is crazy.
out that the carbon is not a valid carbon, Malik does the
Like, I
equivalent
still
of
see her as a
Shkita
fucking
and
teenager.
removes
She started to be so much
so
like 6.
if the bird carcass will not have everything day
She showed
so
up
much
at 15.
for the furthermore, they are subject to the Yiva. I won't say now a word about this just a moment. When is something subject to the Yiva?
Jovi's son.
Generally, what is the Yiva? Yiva
Jake Bon Jovi.
is again on our terms, so inappropriate use, mundane use of consecrated mundane personal use of consecrated property. When is something subject to the Yiva? When it's not
He's a traditional. He's fucking.
if something is
He's a
given
New Jersey Italian.
it's not subject
Conservative New Jersey. He's still
to the
married to the same woman.
So let's say again, if a carbon before Rica
No, but
subject to the Yiva.
Bon
After
Jovi
the
and
example,
Bon Jovi is an exception to that.
so again, how is it? Kata Salt. Number one,
He's
is
Italian. Jersey Italian.
right? Again, it has both sides.
Conservative dude.
Years
I'm just here for you too.
Lamata is fantastic, right? Also, if you're in below, imagine also if you're into the body of the bird, having been yours, Rika, and you see what happens.
British this whole time.
By the
John
Kohanim.
Bon Jovi.
Now, again,
Brother, I think it's
since the heart also is given over to
the
God,
brothers.
therefore, again, it's no longer
And I
subject to
remember
the Yiva.
that's why I
Which
stayed in
makes
last
sense
episode.
now.
I know I'm a
Even
fucking.
though you and I,
You have to just accept what's
I
going on.
surrounded
It's all time.
behind,
Right? Listening to him.
that
It's like
Kata
actually
that
your
Kata
generation's
Salt, it's given over
That's
to
a
someone. Someone.
Yeah.
The Kohanim,
Remember that they
they're
came out
also
back
subject to the Yiva. So just remember that rule.
John did.
Once something is usable by someone, it's not subject to the
Jersey
Yiva.
guys, they're
Usable
much
by
Italian.
no one
Maybe
is
I don't know, they're mostly.
the conditions that you're using is that how much one if you have a carbon oak and the carbon didn't work for whatever the reason, it didn't believe that it's not working, not the carbon is invalid. So number one, it is not the context. So in other words, the root will but that's not the data. Number two, the Mishnah says it will still be subject. Okay. Puts that that's all the amount. That's my exception of what's that subject to me. Not that's how
these bands in our poison, Motley Crue, these bands. What are they doing? They were called Led Zeppelin, That's what it was. That's Robert Plant. So they like literally the definitive
Why is the proper fatness of why not?
It's dicey though, because
Because it's consumed by alcohol and it's given over to respect. And then therefore not subject to powers. Now, remember,
started by Robert Plant. By Robert Plant. From the Sabbath. Now take a look at what the curly hair there. I legit thought it was dressed like that. Also, you're 60. You're 60.
Therefore, subject to incredible. She's much better. Just to look at Rashi to show you this. Rashi says this is in the bottom line of the right line, about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9
He would always wear,
on the
he would wear the correct. You take your shirt, you wear it. That's not good. He was always wearing a girl's shirt about it. Just get shots.
This is since the pressure so opens up closer, we like to look in the entire procedure. He was given over to the Kohanim for consumption. Therefore, it's not subject to Nehila.
So what if you bang the fact that I poisoned?
Right, which means if I go ahead and I turn it into open, and I go ahead and I take that bird, and I use it for fueling the fire,
Speaking of high voice, I got on this rabbit hole the other night.
but I use it for fueling. I'm nano, that's not Nehila. It might be that.
It sounds like Mickey the Fear.
But as a nice not Nehila. So once something has a right
Slash is playing with cover bands now, so I can actually play with some who actually sounds excellent. But if you're actually not destroyed that voice over time, because Joey can't do that. He was trying to be over Plant.
Watch
That's
this.
another guy.
Now again, let's go through this. Overhaul.
Gotta put in
How many
drugs and
money?
this.
How many money? Again, what do you do with it? Twice you do it.
I like machine gun.
Head and body.
I like
Right? Head and body
I've
both
heard him talking. Like
separately. We're
he's a guy who
very
aware how you feel about him. He's aware about how he feels about himself. It's
I
like
messed up my old life. I messed up my old life. Right? How do I mess? By the way, Joe,
so hard to listen to.
you're my hero. Anyone who joins back during Svachim, right, you get out of your mind because I'm going to go and take us home. Welcome. So make sure your ice cream comes back when it's sunshine.
I saw it.
Then you like, oh, that's all. Just so. Watch this. So now, in this case, I messed up Ola's hole. What did I do wrong? So again, I saw the nata, which is what? Where did I do the blood applications? Below the foot. Problem number 1. Remember again, what was all done? Number 1 is I messed up the blood. Number 2, to like the tapas. I procedurally, I just like the tapas, which means
Oh man, it sounds like Axl Rose. That's how I can't hear
one
it.
Simmons was leading the head.
I like the guys watch the.
So then again, I'm totally messing this up. Blood placement, wrong procedures, the same tapas. And one thing again, I had in mind that it should be for a tapas.
So happy that
botch this on every.
Because
The
now
Shai
we don't have
now
to
is what's the status of the carbon? So
Exactly.
the laws are
Yeah.
over.
Exactly.
And
try
the
to
laws
figure
says
out how to use
it is
airplay
subject
until
to
exactly.
the laws that are will be subject to the law. Look at Rashi. So Rashi says the animals say about 6 lines of about it. The whole he. So the so the law says no, it's subject to the law. Why? You know why? Why? Because it's an over. And the thing that we need from the Yuga is what? A Shas Heter. Remember,
But he didn't use the Russian watch. Whole time, remember, it was like you would go 10 seconds at a time. I just think it's easier just to pay.
Permissible for someone? Nation is an old unless the sun it's still subject to the but you sure says no, absolutely not. It's not because the UFC is something axiomatically, ridiculously overwhelming, which is actually that this Ola is converted into I know it's crazy, but it's not the issue. He said that it's even designated to be that's because designated to be wise. It was so
DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just pre-fight picks.
Yes, the application. That's what the entire
fight
the actual
punch
one
down. DraftKings becomes worse.
Yeah,
Bet $5 and get $300. Bet wins with the
why?
app. Use the code
Go by the
FIGHTER to turn
Okay, so
$5
fascinating
into $300.
so there we will see it. And we can actually said
DraftKings
for $500 to show over even Sheena Shmuel and myself in the coma, the Shane Chatos Nasis the whole rejection of this although because you change essentially proceeds for the end have otherwise the cost it becomes crazy. So okay, start to begin the conversation. I'm not going to be able to so let's say the dispute of your trust. So the Rosa says that. Oh, no, not in fact, involved in the Shema. So when it comes to the Kata, that when you go to the Shema, there is no need okay? Because Shina and Shema more involved. When you go ahead, you had in mind for something different. And ultimately, how is subject to Mila, but it is ownership more than the Shema for an Ola, which is subject to Mila when done in the Shema. Shina and Shema, in addition, go ahead and a lot of change its designation. Subject to Mila, that's his Kabbalah. If you don't usually see this dialogue, this sounds like more dialogue. Interesting.
No,
Anyway, so,
Giant.
I just think it's what it is.
in Amit, the fact that this thing that all so we should reports back. And he's Think about this. If you have a hot dog, would you change the day as it is? Right?
No. It's going to be the number two biggest fucking thing on the earth.
Changing the designation to something that is subject to Mila. Tomar ha'od, but Shishina Ashma, piece of an old law that was offered up to Shin Kata, Shishina Ashma, was like a Shingo Mila.
Like the top rank,
Because we don't open against something. Half of summer times. I'm a roller, yeah, shake, be a case. A touch shake Hadashi. I was not touching Hadashi. I was but not one Hadashi. We're a touch shake Hadashi. As opposed to touching college, anywhere in the whole set. By the way, how good does
boxing is what's also,
how good does that feel? To not be mystified that or pretend like you don't hear the question. Someone asks you something about Kabbalahs. But at least to be in possession of some basic Kabbalic knowledge. And if you think to yourself, well, I'm not, I don't believe that it's okay. It's not going to be doing it for the foreseeable future. That's the even if you have not yet amassed your basic Kabbalic knowledge, just open your ears or heart and again look forward. So I'm going to look at one country, when it comes to country, which again, you made the mistake to be shafted in the south. Now again, I'll say remember again that's wrong because Kachik Kadashim are in the south, are in the north. And what happens? You shafted in Kachik College. And what here's the case where you spot Kachik Kadashim. You do two things. Number one, Kabbalah-wise, you did it with the same Kachik College, like the lowest sanctuary Kabbalah, such like a Shlomi, right? Because you did it in the south, as opposed to Kachik. That's going to have to be done in the north. In this case, Shifting Shina Eshma, the double Shina change the designation to something that does not have to be done, like this Kachik College. More than that, and yet, they will still be subject to Mila.
Is actually dying.
I'm not on the whole lot. It says that it should don't wonder about the case of the Ola. I thought people should come on here because even because of the NFL, the second Mila, she not be wrong, but it should still be subject to Mila. Like if you said that, however, no, I'm rich. Russian should shut down the door and shut down the same Russian college. Not because in the case of Russian, but again about that. Number one, you pass the location. Like it should have been done in the north, you're going to furthermore, again, you pass it should have been done with country corruption, but instead you get the same country college. Yes, one of them should use for is the head. So it's very interesting. You see that there's a root ultimately like saying that is both this, that was a little bit interesting. Remember again, let's take a simple example. As part of it that is consumed by the owners, and part of it that's burnt in the bear. That is burnt, I mean, the bear is subject, and the part of it is interesting enough, useful as the basis for the hectare. Come out the old Russian no double Shakula hectare. It's different than the case of the old Russian cattle. because where you hold this designation, and you're not subject to the okay, so we'll say, so bottom line, what the even when you mess up,
Yes. I'm just saying, as far as him being the face of America, which he was.
That's how number one. Halacha number two.
3 out of your last 5.
He was fully subject to Nila.
So,
the only time a carbon is not subject to Nila is when?
The way he fucking manhandled Bryce Hall.
Because when it comes to Nila,
Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, fucking beast. Like that. That's gonna be a good fight. He doesn't go like he goes in there like a fucking. Yeah,
someone that ultimately remains
Arnold Allen's dad was designated for one you steroids and tell him.
Totally messed up. How did you mess it up? He's just talking about you, but ultimately, again, red place was wrong, right? But we put the red level on the let's say that's problem number one. The CJ leaves follow the procedure for Chatos, and you even had Kavana for Chatos. What is the status of this? Shabarozur says, ultimately, again,
he's a fucking beast, though.
It is subject to Nila. Because essentially, he says it's treated like an Ola. Even though, again, Halacha L'Maisa is only satisfy the obligation of an Ola, it is treated like Ola. The Yeshua says it's not treated like an Ola. Again, I'm sure this is explicit pieces of what's in the Gemara, but essentially, no contest. And once it's converted to it's ultimately not subject to Nila. The rest of the Mishnah is then going back and forth regarding this matter. Right. Says, let's go. Simon about 67 maybe in Tanya, I'm going to go. Hashim sheshachta b'tzapon. And the Shem from the still going out. That was shafted in the north. Again, for the sake of Shlomo. Again, this case, Hashem, what category is Hashem? Category? Hashem Kadashim. Right, Hashem Kadashim, right, Hashem Katos, Hashem Kadashim. So where's it normally shafted? Right? Sapon. North. Now again, in this case, you want to have you shafted it the right location, but you shafted it for the wrong designation. Right, ultimately, again, right, ultimately, again, that Halacha L'Maisa, saying again, looking at what I want to remember after the is not subject to the law. Also, like, not subject to the so Halacha L'Maisa, so you shafted it in the right place, but for the wrong designation. Shishina Eshma, ultimately, it changed the designation to Northern, and it is subject to Nila, which is interesting. So what are you seeking with me again? Can go ahead, make it subject to Nila. Therefore, don't wonder about this at Ola. Sha'asa fi Shishina Eshma, even though you changed the designation, and it's still subject to Nila. So it's supposed to be just come back and forth. So it says, no. Amrit ba'ashim, Shemshina as Shmo, Shemshina as Mikor. There's the difference with the
those three fighters themselves.
Initially, having in mind, ultimately, you'll get the Shonim, but what Christ did is he offered it in the right place. Somewhere in the old law, in the case of the old law, it's referred to the case of the Mishnah. And the most, again, the Mishnah was the most extreme case of change. You have an old law, so often what did you had in mind that for a context. It's easier to deal in the house. You try the blood like
the same thing happens with the music for months in advance. We're going to have the best fights
And that's before he was even he admitted, I don't even know. It's time now to supposed to be done there. Location for the wrong destination. It says Shishina again, the designation of the he also changed the location. And yes, I'm more than that. Be subject to do that. I'm talking even though you only had any change the designation, things like change the designation, change the location, it's the subject to that's why they're like, when you change the destination location of the location, that's not set. But procedurally, you still did to what's supposed to be done first. Yet in the case of the Esma, see, the say what's very unique about the case of Mishnah is that Manashi changed everything about Chava, right? The only thing that was Ola about this Chava, right, Ola's off was what? Was the initial designation. But after that, everything else that he did was come up from the Mensa, some type of Allah, some type of compass. The neighborhood, while it's actually just for the domination, so why not call it? Let's set the politics. Basically, that's what we had here. A rush that was checked in the turbo site against the wrong location. The change, right, the wrong designation. It's not good, it's bad. Shishina Shmo, Shishina's Mikomo, Shishina's so in that case over here, you change everything. You change your destination, you change the location, and you from the horse's mouth. You're just raised. Don't you tell me that? The must have been convinced of the reasoning of the here we go. Here it is. The honor of Ada by Ada. We're a higher Rabbi Yoshua. And Yoshua is the same thing. And I will say, now remember, we've said this outside, but it's explicitly on the Gemara just coming to this conclusion right now, and it sounds like even Rabbi Eliezer, who is the conclusion of Rabbi Yoshua, is aligned to this line. And what is this word? It is Ola Saol Sha'asa Lemata K'nais B'Tzachos L'Shem if you have an Ola Saol, if you have an Ola Saol, then ultimately again
When he tried to exchange
blood application,
burns, he
ultimately
got,
below
you
the
know,
purpose
he
below
got
the red line,
as good as he gave.
nice
Stuff. So it's not like we say content striking is what's going to take care of it. At 15, you jump into the gym. He hasn't figured it. When he does figure it out, it's going to be a fucking problem. I think he's the gym. So it's like, all right, you have to cut his last fight. He's going to be trying to shoot doubles and singles. And also, this is a fight in America. Can't do it in fight. So you
Listen, I want to point out what you need. Every single step of the process.
The problem's even like, this is crazy. It's insane. We're taking. Remember, Trump is just jump in.
Essentially, that's how much of you have to transform it into a process, which is incredible. Yeah, it's incredible. That's what it was like. It turns out the rest of the reason was very good. Also,
Premier of Denmark and Donald Trump in the House are going to be. That's what's also.
At the end of the day,
He's
what defines you. It's not
going
what
to
you
take my
think,
money.
but it's what you
Shit
see.
on everybody. Could be
You just
like
think whatever you want.
the
The actions that truly concretize, create, and solidify. You're right.
Also, we might
You
get
can
to
have
is
that,
just
but if you behave like
I say
us,
then
then that's
Patty Elliott, even though they're not. I think Patty Elliott would be really interesting.
you are and what you are is defined by what you do, not what you think. Let's just say that what I was saying. Now, I know what you're going to say. I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh my God,
Connor's not making 50.
I'm not using that only to contradict the subject. Right? Because the subject just said us the last two warnings. It's all about the patient. It's all about what you desire. Again, yes, desire is incredibly important. But at the end of the day, the metric of successful living is not what you think, but it's what you do. They both say this is one of the greatest challenges in life. Because we all have beautiful ideas and goals and it's beautiful, it's fantastic. For myself, having beautiful goals and beautiful aspirations, really is only goal. If you find expression in dynamic, life will only get you there. But it's what you do that truly provides and concretizes who and what you are. You can take all you want to do, all that all, but your behaviors are us. Your behaviors define ultimately who you are. You must be happy.
Look who the is. It's Rod Comedy's newest champion. How'd it go, big dog? Zeus, tell me all about it.
I feel like it's like to beat that. He's gonna say
Right, so the tacos is below. Oh, so in this case over here,
I don't want to go too much
like
into it.
and again,
But
and I'm treating it like
everyone,
as well.
a lot of people have won. I forget wild card is a lot of people what I should have won. It kind of was some bullshit. Yeah.
What happened, Zeus?
This woman rocks up, right?
Right.
She's not even doesn't even come to open up. That's right.
Right?
Killed myself. Everyone said it's the best decision you do. Kill myself. Open my eyes. She's not even a comedian. She's just, I don't even see her since the backstage, but like, oh yeah, she does poetry, she doesn't even do comedy. She comes in like, for one, she was nearly like, not gonna go on stage, but she literally fruits. The thing that pisses me off is they still let on. So I really fucking like.
Okay, and what happened? They only have one winner?
For the hate, yeah.
So you beat Chelsea?
Does not pay for the hate.
Okay.
Reason why that becomes a carcass
Oh, okay. Wow, that's pretty good. Chelsea's pretty good. Okay. So you got second, or did they not rank them?
But there's possibility that I get wild card.
Okay, so you wild card.
that has again commonality between
How many cards do they allow?
also requires shifting of simonim. Obviously, only two chatas one. But once you've done that first one, you've done
Okay, how many heats are there?
From the parsha of Ola.
All right, so you basically are 9 people for each heat. Out of 45 people or so, you have a chance 1 or 2 of those get choked. Okay. Well, dude, if people said that you've ever done it, did you mess up at all? You didn't say any sorry or anything.
Listen to this.
Probably did, but to the point where it was like putting. I paused a lot because I was laughing. Like the crowd was involved. That was good.
Okay. Okay, so do your set. Let's hear it.
Nah, you already got it.
That's it? You told one joke? You didn't feel it? Hold on. What do you think it was, Zoot?
One of the judges like saying make it's not in the same way that's where I'm going. I feel like that would be wrong.
Okay, did people say that the slam was at all funny? Okay, think that people. You think that people thought that you didn't have enough material? I mean, you did like 45 seconds worth of 5 minutes of material.
The process is messed up by the first signal.
No, I did like.
All that doesn't become until when?
I did 4.5 minutes.
But what's been messed up at stage?
With that one joke?
No, I did more jokes.
Okay, what other jokes did you do?
To finish up the rest of that, Rashi, he says.
It's really like,
Dude, you're talking to me. You can say it slowly. You can whisper it. Whatever you want. You did the joke about RFK Jr. What other jokes did you do?
Every joke that I said you would do except for the metaphor stuff.
Okay, that's good. Okay, why didn't you record your set?
What's the problem with the chatas in our case over here? You're having in mind for what? Having in mind Ola. So the problem is, I just checked it. Chatas, the shape.
Oh, you weren't allowed to. Okay, very interesting. Okay, well, you still could get a card, Zoot. And I feel fair that if they have judges there who previously knew your work and saw you, you could have been swayed by your previous showing. But Zoot, I'm really proud of you, man. Did it? You got what we're gonna do back in August, and there's a chance that you still could get chosen. Have you seen perhaps get a wild card that you thought was?
In the case of the remember again.
Okay, and what do? They call you or perform again?
I'm done. I did up.
Oh, okay. All right, well, you press off.
You want to say, okay, but keep going. You do the second shame all up. It doesn't work.
So that it's not the end of the career.
Oh, of course not. No way, man. I mean, there are a lot of people who are famous in Australia who've never been.
Okay, good.
And win his year. Look how big he is now.
He didn't win.
Exactly. So even
I couldn't call stories. It was a feature of J. Michael. He was in LA and he was sleeping.
That has been compromised on a single level and transform it into a hot. I'm sorry. You could take
Shangilis.
You could take all that salt pills, compromise at every single level. And ultimately transform it. That's
like the same.
So I'm going to analyze this a bit more.
That meeting was like pretty much the meeting was just like Gordon James McCann and blew up. Like J. Mark, this J. Mark guy's pretty good. Like, if he was there, he probably would have won like Jim at the same time if he went to that meeting.
Well, it's happened. People oversleep. That's unfortunate, but nothing you can really do about it. And you've talked about him before, I've heard. So, Michael?
Everyone will.
Now watch this case. Take a look at that. This is very good.
Okay. Can't. Once you make it there,
so here we go.
how many people? So, how people per year participate in all of Australia?
But one of the cases where a person should bring bird offerings is in the aftermath of childbirth. And it doesn't have to be birds.
Usually,
it's birds. So what happens? So Rothschild has to go and bring out after birth.
Okay. And
So
you still have a chance at the wild card, which is really cool. And you know, you said it, and I mean, it's unfortunate you did a slam poet. Okay, was there anybody else there who did better than? Is there anybody who did really badly?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Just he just randomly talked about suicidal. Just didn't make any sense.
Ooh, that's a tough. Let's say you don't get the wild card. Do a top two rate, and you still Monday night come do, and he's funny. And if you're funny, like here's what, because you like doing your own thing, but you keep doing one of those videos on a comedy, and you'll be one of those someday if you continue to work at it.
Rigoto is like, because I didn't even know.
Incredible.
Who the fuck is this bitch? Rabbi, I can't even tell you what she looked like. I was just like, day out, like, for a minute. And I didn't, because I felt like I was going to win, but then I was like, I can't explain it. But anyway,
why would you say state and psula?
Did you finger her?
When did Rabbi Yeshua say that you can repurpose it in an individual's carbon? That can be repurposed. But once you're dealing with two people,
she said she'd be around as like Max. So it's like,
Spuma. So skip down a little bit around. She only got some second skin. Here we go.
Round or what?
She needs 2 olos and 1 chatos.
Started with a K. Okay, well that's all right.
This is, yeah, I kind of a friend of the comedian, but she's really, the comedian, she came to say it, I don't know, she lost her, but like, if she's performing, she's
Yeah, or you could just wait till that chick shows up. Did you see? Do you know who that woman? Yeah, people liked her, but did the Wikipedia of the mother is? That's what I'm asking you. Her mother is named Fiona O'Loughlin. Been on a bunch of shows: Vixen's Good News Week, and Show Me the Movie, and Uzi. We Have a Problem. So
yeah.
All right, so what's your good morning? Good morning.
O'Loughlin is?
Stephen Tarizin. Loving memory of Steve's father, Albert.
Zoo. Oh, she's giant.
Together with Coach Holder,
Kitty Falligan?
Many years to come. Listen, we got to apologize about that.
Kitty Falligan.
One of the advantages of being able to control the schedule. B6, and we are picking up on 65 B7.
Oh, Kitty Flanagan.
In the middle of our conversation over Baye Amar. So which is
Kitty Flanagan.
So we're just trying to interpret a number of different interpretations.
All right, well, good on you, Kitty. What'd you say, Big Dog?
Away from the around the net.
No.
Again, there's another
okay. Well,
is whether or not she spoke about she remember again in the cutting up in second
comedians don't think funny, especially.
Tony, thank you.
I think he's just got by on his books and he's just the wrong place at the wrong time. I think a lot of people in Australia would agree with that statement.
So, Rhino Room, and you'll see if you're a wild card. Well, I'm proud of you. You did your best.
If you watch the interviews of like, I'm invited on the trail on Instagram, and I don't know.
Do what makes you happy, big man.
Yeah, I just don't know if I want to associate.
Your career, and I would understand. You know, people's views change. People who are anti-America can become very pro-America.
I do think and you're going
There are people in every country, dude. Every single country in the United States, in the United Kingdom, paint with a broad brush.
and he was like, oh, I'll let him sleep on my couch for 6 months. Let the dog go back. And I'd like, so if I can get on, but he said it's a signal from me. So I might get on showcase.
Okay, what showcase?
Friday night. Only.
Oh, didn't you do one of those like 2 weeks ago? Didn't they invite you to come out?
They might invite me. There's another one.
You don't have to. You don't have.
He's bedrock approved that one in the cave.
To be a deviation in
A lot of comedians do that.
In fact,
right? So
I had a popular comedian. Oh, it was a 2000 show, so in one comedy club, and then instead of a comedian in New York City, and he did something like on Instagram that I've seen, where you don't always get a chance to do all three, but at least two of them you do like either two of those, and occasionally just get on all three, but usually you're fortunate to just do one, almost get all three of them done.
So does that mean
Store, which is located on Comedy, arguably in the so the way that it usually works is potluck is a dish, and so like Sunday nights they're familiar with the people there, and then in the past they've done two. Tony would do the comedy. Sounds like it's the same in Australia. They don't have headliners there, don't have features there. Basically they have a bunch of people who are fight night, and Mike the Comedy Store, good. Somebody will see you and ask if you want to be a door person. Cliff started as a door person. David Letterman, I believe, started as a door person. Jim Carrey started that way. Who takes tickets and also helps people to their seats, always filled, so that you have people who are ordering drinks. And if you want to be a door person, and if you don't have a job, that's great. That's what thing. And then if you get really good, a lot of agents, somebody's really, really good, tell them, hey, do you know about X, Y, and Z? She was really, really attractive. She was like probably the most attractive. This girl was like not that funny, but she was just talent agents there that they'll get you in. Then probably New York City has the most amount of, has something like 18 to 24. If you consider bars, like Orange County has a few open mic, big club, maybe anywhere between professional deal. And so that's a pretty big room for an open mic. A lot of comedians, what they'll do is go to a bar. Let's say you're not, fill a night that you're not popular. So you say, what's your two is every single week on Tuesday, you host your own open mic. Ways to get for people to get up. As you know, as a comedian, the key and precision in your words, you know how it is. And the more that you do weeks or whatever, for like 6 months, right? So Tony had been doing it. Who came on? He'd been doing it 9 months. And he just got a golden ticket this last. Doing comedy 12 years in Atlanta before they let him do it. William Montgomery, the guy who Greiser and I always talk about, as long as you've been doing it and are at all comfortable. It takes. In where? There's something in May called Netflix, and really great opportunities for people to get up. For your festival that you've got in Adelaide, is it something that you think you're going to have an opportunity at which to perform?
Yeah. So below the red line, also below the red line, ultimately again that is kosher. That is kosher. So I will say what's interesting to know about this. So first of all, why would Mishnah?
What'd you say, big dog?
So this is kind of just like setting the bar. Because everything else.
Not at this point. Okay, well that's all right. I mean, again, you haven't even been doing it 6 months, and that's totally understandable. I'm really proud of you though. You got up there. You had the courage to perform in front of everybody, and that's really great.
Again, just because you follow the process,
so I put out flyers and sure
to get
show
the
up.
result, but certainly the
Well, you're still new.
is much higher if you follow the
Exactly.
process. Part of the beauty of the regimentation of Yiddishkeit.
Have you ever thought about? Apologies for interrupting, but have you ever thought about doing comedy on Twitter Spaces? People do that. They have open mics there.
Don't deviate from that process. And ultimately, again, you have the highest.
Why not? Why not? Why not? They have comedy nights. What's the big deal? They have comedy nights on Twitter Spaces.
Here are the steps, and if you follow the steps, if you deviate from the steps,
I mean, you don't even have to host them. They're available almost 24 hours a day, but usually in the evening, they'll have someone who does comedy night, and they'll have people. There was one last night. Yesterday was National one-liner day. So you go up with a joke that's just one line and deliver it and see how it goes. But then they have people almost on a nightly basis who have comedy nights, and you go up and you do your 1 minute or your 5 minutes or whatever, and you make people laugh. I can tell you this, dude, I've gone up and I've done those. If you consider that's not stand-up comedy, but and I've made people laugh, and they tell me that I'm funny on there, and I'm like, wow, they're like, remember, they're like, hey, you're really funny, and they remember me because of the jokes that I've told in some of these spaces. So from your perspective, you go up there, and it just gives you more comfort in your art, in your craft.
Anything in the takas, what happens in Osai, it's possible. It's possible. So therefore, again, all of these cases where you're making some type of deviation in the takas
What's up,
process, if you do so, ultimately, again,
Is
it's
James
possible.
McCann's working?
I saw them
Right now.
Not to my knowledge.
Now remember, again, one of the other invalidating factors by takas is all parts of the takas.
And if anything, he's big enough.
So therefore,
If anything, he's big enough that he has enough people who could help him with that. For instance, Joe Rogan, 20 Hinchcliffe, Ron White, they helped Ari Mahdi with the process to become a citizen, and he's very close to becoming a citizen. So I'm sure someone like James McCann, they could do the same thing.
Next. So now the parts of the Mishnah is introducing once again.
All right.
Do you think he'll become the biggest Canadian from Australia?
Oh, for sure.
So again,
He already is. Because he's been on Kill Tony 6 times in the last year. He's been on Joe Rogan in total, I think, two times. He really does well touring in the United States, and I know that he did really well in San Jose, and he does well wherever he goes. He's also been able to open for some of the biggest acts in the United States, including Shane Gillis. That's as big as a comedian in Australia gets from Australia, unless you get to superstardom. And there have only been in global history maybe 5 Australians who have ever hit superstardom. Those are Margot Robbie, who's the Steve Irwin, who was Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan, those 3, Nicole Kidman, Russell Crowe, isn't he like technically like New Zealand, but then he grew up in Australia? And Hugh Jackman, who was Thor, that guy, and he doesn't even count, but Mel Gibson. I mean, he's from like New York. But I'm trying to think of anyone who, like, that's 8 people. In the history of Australia, there have only been 8 people who have hit superstardom in the United States. The guy, Robert Irwin, is not at that level yet, at least not in the U.S. I'm sure we're missing one Australian here or there, but it's a big country, and only 8 people have ever been able to make it in the United States, and that's in all of Hollywood. That's not just Hollywood. That's like biology with Steve Irwin, if you want to consider it whatever that is, and it's also comedians. Is James McCann at that level yet? No, but I would say James McCann is the second biggest person currently who has any Australian ties who hasn't made it to that level. I'd say Robert Irwin's probably a little bit bigger, but James McCann is big. I mean, especially in the comedy world, people would say James McCann's bigger than Robert Irwin. The only reason why Robert Irwin right now is bigger is because he won Dancing with the Stars. That's the only reason. Everybody else would say that James McCann, at least in the comedy world, is bigger. I mean, it's just, if you get in those conversations with Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe, and you're on the Joe Rogan Experience, that's the biggest interview show in the world. And it's the biggest podcast in the world. So I would say, in many ways, James McCann arguably is bigger than Robert Irwin. Yeah, he didn't win Dancing with the Stars, but he's been on the biggest podcast twice, and Robert Irwin's never been on that. So it just depends. You can tell who is being pushed. Robert Irwin's being pushed to the American audience forcefully, and James McCann is not. His growth is more organic.
But if you want to cut through both Simanim and detach,
I would tell you this: I don't think James McCann's that funny. I don't think James McCann's.
I will say ultimately again.
Australia does
That's correct. And I'll be honest with you, the United Kingdom, at least in the United States, does not have anybody either. People will say Jimmy Carr. He's not a superstar in the United States. You can't go down the street and show somebody a picture of Jimmy Carr and they won't know who he is. But they will know who Dave Chappelle is. They will know who Steve Harvey is. They will know who Joe Rogan is. They still don't really even know who Tony Hinchcliffe is. The UK, their biggest comedian that we've ever seen to come, I mean, I'll look at it. I can't tell you somebody. Who is the biggest British comedian to become popular in the United States? There's a reason for this. Ricky Gervais. Okay, Ricky Gervais. But even Ricky Gervais isn't that popular. Okay, it's Sacha Baron Cohen, but that's different. If they want to say Stephen Merchant, yeah, so he's like not a tradition. He's like more an actor, comedic actor, and he only did like what 8 or 12 of the Mr. Bean show. Tell me, I mean, like I've never heard of Rowan Atkinson doing a tour of the United States for comedy. Americans are very up until World War II. Americans had a very anti-British sentiment. We don't like the British, and that still seeps into Americana. That we fought for our independence from you. You burned down our White House. We fought again in War of 1812, and basically the British banking empire has always done its best to try to get its claws on the United States, and in many ways we have done everything we can to avoid being made a colony again. And there's anti-British sentiment, especially in comedy, and especially because people speak differently in the United States than they do in Britain, and a lot of British comedy doesn't translate well, even though it's still English. It doesn't translate well to the United States, and you can't really make people laugh really hard if they don't know the culture, and we just feel like those are outsiders. Now, Ricky Gervais, I would tell you this, as a comedian, he isn't that popular in the United States. The reason why Ricky Gervais ever got popular was because he created The Office, and The Office became a phenomenon in the United States. Sacha Baron Cohen, funny, but not a stand-up comedian. He's a comedic actor. The other ones, Jimmy Carr is someone who does sell out, but isn't like a superstar. He isn't one of the top 10 comedians in the United States. Stephen Merchant, nobody knows. James Corden, they forced James Corden down the American public's throat for whatever 5 or 10 years with the Late Late Show, and the only thing that anybody ever liked that guy did was carpool karaoke. Everything else that guy did, people hated to the point where he lost his job. Eddie Izzard, nobody liked that. Nobody knows really what that is. And I mean, they know he's a comedian, but he's not popular. And Tracy Ullman, she had a show in like the late 80s that was popular in the United States, but it's not like, I mean, it's not George Carlin. It's not Steve Harvey. It's not D.L. Hughley. It's not Bernie Mac. It's not Joe Rogan. It's not even Joey Diaz or Theo Vaughn or Whitney Cummings or Nikki Glaser or even Jeff Ross or David Spade even or anybody from SNL. And especially when you get into comedic acting, like definitely not Will Ferrell, definitely not anybody like what are those brothers' names? I can't think of them right now. But
the biggest touring actor right now in comedy is
Kill Tony, if you want to consider it that. Shane Gillis. Yeah, he makes the most.
But somehow procedurally, I'm going ahead and doing it as a chatos. What does that mean? What's the actual deviation?
Yeah, Shane Gillis does the biggest crowds. Shane Gillis does football stadiums, which is basically unheard of in comedy. Shane Gillis is doing the Philadelphia Eagles Stadium this summer, and that holds like 80,000 people. That's like a giant stadium. He's done that before, though, too. Matt Rife does not sell out a stadium that much, but Matt Rife is touring all the time and grinding it out, and he does really well globally.
He's in LA right now.
That's right. You said that.
Somewhere else, but yeah, he's in Oceania. He just did the LA shows, but we're playing somewhere else right now as we speak.
And how big was the facility that he sold out?
Essentially prevents the bird from becoming an Avela and thereby transmitting to law. So the Gemara says,
I think it can hold up to 20,000 to 50,000 people.
There you go. So that's a really big place. I'll tell you what, this is an interesting one. Do you know who Dane Cook is?
Yeah, no. But I do think one day, I'm surprised that maybe that's a deviation. I'm not surprised actually, but I think one day a comedian will probably sell out as Adelaide Oval. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe you, Zoo.
Adelaide Oval.
Is it a racetrack or is it a soccer stadium or something?
It's a football stadium.
Oh, okay.
NFL stadium.
Okay. Well, maybe that'll maybe that'll be you. Would you want to play that if you had the material?
The Mitzvah Mi'amar. The Rishua said again, the case of the Shina is going to be with Malika.
So I actually don't
talk about a case of Shina with
be crowds and
but once again, I will say, it must be that in this case, the Shina
famous after I'm dead.
All right.
I don't really care about time.
Well, you're going to be super famous when I go viral. Dude, I've got to go to the bathroom. You've got to go to bed. You take care, my man. I'm proud of you. Good job, big dog. Take care, big man. See you tonight, God willing.
And the middle part of the Mishnah is talking about mitzvah in Reisha the Sefer Malika Ultimately, again, that is the case. Even though ideally we don't like to do it that way, we like to maintain Yeshnei symmetry. But Allah myself, different cases of deviation in different parts of the Mishnah. Good. I will say, what is the takeaway? So the takeaway ultimately, again, is the Mishnah once again reinforcing the distinctions between Chata Sa'of and Ola Sa'of. By Chata Sa'of, we begin to see that any type of deviation really is going to render the carbon unfit. But that's not unique to Chata Sa'of. That's specific to the category of Chatas. In general, carbon Chatas itself is very sensitive to any kind of change, and therefore any type of deviation ultimately, again, will render the carbon unfit. By Ola Sa'of, again, certain changes specifically, again, for example, the type of malika that you do, will absolutely render the carbon unfit, as will the placement of blood application. That's another big thing. Ola Sa'of, ultimately, again, blood application is above the red line, Chatas below the red line. Another thing to add to the list, ultimately, again, of distinctions. And anytime you mess with blood placements, that's ultimately going to render the carbon unfit as well, which makes a lot of sense because, in general, the part of carbonos that is ma'akiv most is zrika mitzvah, blood applications. If you mess with placement, that's always going to render it unfit. Beautiful. Now let's cite Mishnah. This is a very interesting Mishnah, and now goes a little bit not off topic, but just extension. The kulan ein mitam beisavia. So let's say, now watch this. The halacha is like this. Anytime Rashi points out the kulan, even if a malika is invalid, let's say for example you did the wrong malika, right? I'm going ahead and I'm shafting an ola sa'of, which means how many simanim? 2. Instead, I only do 1, right? So obviously the carbon is going to be invalid, right? But halacha l'maisa, something very interesting happens, which is, let me actually take one step back. The animal carcass conveys tumah. Now, generally, let's say by a regular animal, the way it conveys tumah is maga mas, if you touch it or if you carry it. That's the halacha. Now, what shchita does, just about a regular animal, not birds right now, but what shchita does is, shchita is mitahar midei nevela. So once an animal has had shchita, let's say even if for some reason the animal becomes, let's say, unfit for consumption. You do a proper chuck, you open it up, there's some type of problem with the lungs, now the animal is a treifa. So you can't eat it. But because it had shchita, it is no longer considered to be an avela. That's the general halacha shchita. The Mishnah is now saying the same halacha applies to birds as well, which is if you do malika on a bird, even if it turns out that carbonically the malika wasn't that, you did the wrong type of malika to a bird is the equivalent of shchita to an animal. And therefore, once malika is done, even if sacrificially the bird is unfit, it is not an avela, and therefore it does not convey tumah. Right? That's the Mishnah saying. So again, the kulan in mitam beisabiyas. Rashi says over here, the kulan, it's in the wide lines, I would say about 5 lines in. The kulan, even though the malika might be invalid, i.e. the carbon itself is invalid, ultimately, again, the malika itself precludes, or I should say, prevents the animal from conveying tumah as an avela. Furthermore, only common the base habliya. So both said this is very interesting. Now, in general, where let's say there wasn't a valid avela, so let's say again the bird does convey tumah, there's a unique halacha by birds. That a bird, whereas an animal conveys tumas nevela through how maga masa, touching it, carrying it. If you touch a bird carcass that let's say died without proper shchita, right? The halacha is it doesn't convey tumah. The bird carcass only conveys tumah, the base habliya, when you're swallowing it. Only once it's, we'll see again. That's just exeris akasa. It only conveys halacha. We see that conveys tumah. Ultimately, again, the base habliya only once it's being swallowed. And furthermore, again, it is subject to me'ilah. And actually, so let's say, so ultimately, again, this is talking about even if a carbon is invalid, it is still going to be subject to me'ilah. So let's say, so 3 halachas over here. Number 1, if it has malika, it's no longer going to be an avela. Number 2, if it isn't avela, it only conveys tumah when it's being swallowed. And number 3, ultimately again, is subject to Me'ilah. Chutz mechatas ha'ov, sha'asa l'mata, k'maisa chatas l'shem chatas. The exception I will say to this rule, now the wording of it is very interesting, is chatas ha'ov, where the blood application was done below the red line, followed procedurally the process for a chatas and l'shem chatas. What is that called? That's called the proper chatas. Right? If you offered, I will say what the saying like this, if you offered up a proper chatas, the halacha is, it is no longer subject to me'ilah after the avoda has been done. Now I will say this is not unique over here, this is the general halacha with me'ilah. Once carbonic process has been done, usually the carbon itself is no longer subject to me'ilah. Because think about this. After halacha or ma'aser, I will say, if you go ahead and you do malik, let's just run through this. So it's good chazara. How do you do malik on a chatas? How do you do malik on a chatas? One sinning, leave the head attached. What do you do by a chatas? Both zrika, by sprinkling of the blood, and mitzvah, squeezing out. Where is it done? Where is it done? Right? Below the red line, lamata. Then I will say, what happens after all this is done? Who gets to eat the meat? Kohen. Remember again, after you do zrika and mitzvah, ultimately the covenant itself becomes the property of the Kohanim. Once that happens, it's no longer subject to me'ilah, which makes sense. Why? Because when is something subject to me'ilah? When it's the property of the Beis Hamikdash. But obviously, once you've done zrika and mitzvah, it belongs to the Kohen, therefore no longer subject to me'ilah. Good. Ola Sa'of. So we'll say Ola Sa'of. Next case. Sha'asal Mataf. Kimaise Chatas L'Shem Chatas. So we'll say, so now let's go. So now, this is very interesting. So Chatas Sa'of, once you've gone through the procedures of Chatas, is no longer subject to me'ilah. It's done. It's done. What about Ola Sa'of? What about Ola Sa'of? You know, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up and we'll answer with this last part of the Mishnah tomorrow. So again, going through the policies and procedures over here. So we'll see Meretz Hashem Ola Sa'of tomorrow. Incredible. Incredible. What a daf. What a daf. Shkayach, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day. Dr. Cannon, so wonderful to see you. Baruch Hashem online. Incredible. Meretz Yisrael is getting bigger every day. Again, it was also a mazel tov to our elected Rabbi sharing the last game being honored by the one of Japan last night. Beautiful shkayach as well. Have a shkayach. Have a great day. Dr. Rothschild, Shalom Aleichem. Great to see you. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Cheshvan, Steve and Terry Zick. We're dedicating all the Shumer and Shoshos this month in loving memory of Steve's father, Bunim Tzvi Ben Chaim Zefon the Bracha on the occasion of his 20th yard site. Oops, sorry. Our Daf sponsors for today, and Alan Sarah Steinberg, in discuss continued health and Fushner for Shabbat Meschana Bas Susha. You know, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Nisham Slav Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need refuah Shabbat to get with Kol Chola Yisrael, the Shpach Shemir Tashem Shara Besoros Tobos upon all of Am Yisrael for many, many years to come. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, a really beautiful daf. Today's daf is Samech 65. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Samech Dalid on the base 64b. So it says, remember again, the Mishnah says as follows. Ola Sa'of. So in yesterday's daf, we spent a significant time speaking about Chatas Sa'of, bird Chatas. And we've already begun to enter into the world of bird offerings, which in certain ways are similar to animal offerings, but in other ways are fundamentally and profoundly distinct and different. So with that, let us begin. Let's go through this journey together. Says the Mishnah. Ola Sa'of Ketzad Inasis. How was the Ola Sa'ot performed? So let's begin. Allah Lekeresh, Upana Lesove. So let's remember again, we're continuing our journey through the Beis Hamikdash. Continuing our journey through the Beis Hamikdash. So let's remember again, Ola Lekeresh. Remember again, the Kohen is coming up for that. And as he comes up for that, remember again, let's say, what's our rule? That anytime you're in the death, anytime you turn, you always turn left. Therefore, again, you're going to come up, hang the right, which brings the way to the southeast corner. Remember, when he hangs that right, he is walking on a ledge called the Sobeis. Right, so that's essentially he's walking below. If you can't see, so you keep on remembering like these little brown squares. Those are the kernels, those are the horns, what you extended, the protruding corners of the Beis Hamikdash. Of the Mizbeach side. He's walking along the Sobeis, walking along this ledge, now in the southeast corner. Okay, so now.
Because the Irish drum this
music. And once I hear that, he's going to go ahead and come to the southeast corner. I will say, now what I want to point out is something very interesting, just to contrast this, and hopefully, the next Hashem, hopefully tomorrow we finish the Torah. This means we also close out the Sugi of the first Karbanos. I want to do hopefully a couple of Rambams together to kind of help study this, because there's a little bit of interesting back and forth in the Mishnah. Because remember, in the previous Mishnah, if you notice, there was a phrase in parentheses, right, when it was talking about Chatat Sa'ot. So the Mishnah also had this same phrase, that you go up to the left, hang the right, come to the Sobeis, and come to the southeast corner. Now, what's interesting is many erase that line. We pick out that line, which would then indicate to us that one of the primary distinctions between the Chatat Sa'ot and the Ola Sa'ot was the actual location of the Malika. If you take out that line, what that indicates to us is that Chatat Sa'ot was not shifted, like the Malika did not take place on the ledge by the southeast corner, rather it took place on the ground. Okay? Which again, putting in contradistinction to the Ola Sa'ot, which is happening on the ledge at the southeast corner. So this is you don't have to remember that. Like, no problem, already forgot it, right? But again, I just pointed it out because there are some interesting similarities and some other distinctions, but in that tomorrow, we'll go through the Rambam in a little bit greater depth as well. Okay, so anyway, coming up the ramp, hang the right, go to the southeast corner. And you moment gets what coming all about. So same thing, you do Malika, and we spoke about Malika. We spoke about Malika yesterday, how Malika takes place. We know on the back of the Mafia. The one thing you know, another distinction. Two minor things in Mafia. What does Mafia mean? According to Rashi, we were getting yesterday, Mafia means to cut both through the esophagus and the windpipe. By Ola Sa'ot, that's right. Chatat Sa'ot, Rashi says, you only sever one of the two. Either the esophagus or the windpipe, and that become the means. Now, the United States will be here, but when it comes to Ola Sa'ot, that is fully severed. Like in Mafia, Umitza Astama from there. Now, again, remember, by both Kabbalah already fine. Then Halacha L'Meisa.
And it never happened. There was actually, because I saw it goes viral on TikTok this year, season, there was a lot of football players that came over.
When it comes to both of these Kabbalahs, so remember again, there's no Kabbalah, you don't receive the blood ultimately. Instead, the blood is shaken from the body of the bird onto the Mizbeach itself. That's called Mitzvah. The Mitzvah Estama, I'll try to ask, and ultimately, again, we spill the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach. Not for Echalot, you take this based on the blood cells in the Mizbeach. Then you take the head. You put the head back over what we call the base customs. Remember again, everything is done, the head is detached from the body. Then we do something interesting, which is we bring the head back to the neck. And what happens? And bring it to the Mizbeach. Again, we've covered it in salt. The Zoko of variation. And you throw it on the fire. So we're going to which fires are we talking about? Fires on the Mizbeach. Right, fires on the Mizbeach. So ultimately, again, I'm taking the salted head, salted head of the Ola Sa'ot, throwing it on the Mizbeach. Okay, gone over this. Now we come back to the body of the body. Now remember again, this is Ola. So remember again, what happens with every Ola? Every Ola fully consumed on the Mizbeach. Okay, so remember again, contradistinction to Ola Sa'ot, Chatat Sa'ot, the only part of the bird that went on the Mizbeach was the blood. The rest of the bird was consumed or used by the Kohanim. So now back to the Ola Sa'ot. So what happened? There's three color base hadash. So again, you come back to the body of the bird, and what do? You take out the molar and the molar. No salt, its feathers. And ultimately, again, when you pull out these items, apparently the kishkas of the birds come out along with this. You color base hadash. And then you take this again, the top, the feathers, and the kishkas, and you throw it out like the intestines. You throw a base hadash. So yes, there's that. Where's the base hadash? I'm going to say right here. Right here. Southeast corner again. Southeast corner, right to the left. 3 amas away. 3 amas away from the left. 10 amas down from the start of the left. You go ahead and you bring it by the base hadash. She's sucking on this one. So it's actually you get these camps, what you do is you rip the bird in two, but you do not tear it into two distinct pieces. And here's the old kasha. But if you did tear it into 2 pieces, ultimately the bird is kasha. Salt over mela, you go ahead and you can cover it with salt, or you immerse it in salt. The zone agape is thrown on the fire. So if you notice again, so the old essentially has 3 different avodas structures. There's the mitzvah, there's the skin of the blood, right? The blood application. There is the throwing of the spot, the feathers, and the intestines onto the base hadash, which is over here. And then there's the burning of the rest of the bird carcass, bird body on the top of the mizbeach itself. Okay, so let's see. Let's understand the ideal system. So we'll say now, then she said, let's say you didn't do certain things. For example, let's say you didn't pull out the top, the feathers, and the intestines, or you didn't go ahead and cover it in salt. So here this is what say. So remember, going back to the good old days of animal coverings. What is the ikar avoda of a carbon? Ikar avoda? Zrika. Pretty much once you have zrika, you're good to go. Mishnah says the same also applies to bird offerings as well. Once you have what we call the mitzvah, and again, the mitzvah is the act of taking the bird body and smearing the blood against the mizbeach. Once you have mitzvah, you're good to go. And even in the event that you omitted something else, halacha l'meisa, the rest of the avodah is still kosher. Right there, same idea. He says, now what happens if you sever the head by a chachas but didn't do so by the olah? Then what's the halacha possible? This goes back to yesterday. As I just said in the Mishnah, which is the Mishnah. If you squeeze out the blood of the head, but didn't squeeze out the blood of the body, the covenant is possible. If you squeeze out the blood of the body, but didn't squeeze out the blood of the head, ultimately again the covenant is possible. So now, who's this thing enough? We're going to go back. We're getting back to some halachos of the Shema, if you watch that fight, first thing I do is go hike. She's very excited. Chata sa'ot shemaka shalom l'shma. If you have a chata sa'ot, chata sa'ot shemaka. Remember, we turned back to the previous Mishnah. So remember again, yesterday's daf was chata sa'ot. Today is olah. Sa'ot b'nei Mishnah combines elements of both. Chata sa'ot shemaka shalom l'shma. If you have a chata, where Malika was done, shalom l'shma. Right, what's that? This part to the back to the first Mishnah Misakas. Well, the first Mishnah Misakas. Remember, in general, if you do a chatas, if you do a carbon shalom l'shma, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Covenant good bust does not count towards the obligation of the owners. Welcome 101, literally the first halacha we learned in beautiful Masechta. There will be exceptions to that tomorrow. Two exceptions. What are the exceptions? Chatas and you can only run that many RPMs for so long. So for some guys, it's 2 years. For some guys, it's 3 fights. For some guys, it's 2 fights. For me, it was I was going for about 3. So Chata twice, 3 times a year. I had 3 years to go. That's what they don't tell you. So it's in NFL, you can kind of work your way up. If you could, you're 7, 8 years in your prime. Or the
UFC
Shema
depends, but for most of us, we have about 2
you have
years
the
to make
Kata
it.
Kavana by part of it, and then there's Kavana by another part of it.
If you did well in the race, took your big
This is
fights,
again, I will say, depending on the order in which you have the mindset. So the Shema Lishma, what's the halacha?
That's why you like Alex, who's like, let's fight.
No matter what, you see how the Shema Lishma intention, sometime during the Kata Sal,
So he's in his prime, so he's like,
ultimately the
my clock's going like this,
carbon
let's
is
fight,
invalid.
let's fight.
created was by Chatos. All our souls, rebels, and I remember again now, we're jumping back. That's by Chatos. What about by all our souls? If you have a shalom lishma intention by all our souls, the carbon is still kosher. However, the match will also the binding machine photo. So you're also, this is Kabbalah 101. If by a non-Chatos offering you have Kabbalah shalom lishma, Kabbalah, the carbon itself is still effective, but does not count towards your obligation. Echad Chatos over Echad all our souls. Whether it's a Chatos or all our souls, Shemokan, we did Malika, Kishanitza Stamon, and you went ahead and you didn't need to, which is you went to the blood, La'achol, Gavar Shadak, or La'achol, or La'achir, Gavar Shadak, or La'achir, Hutzlin Komo, possibly Imokos. What they see now, so we transition to a different topic. By both Chatos and all our souls, if you did some part of the Avodah, and when doing it, you had in mind to go ahead and consume the carbon Hutzlin Komo outside of its permitted time, or to burn, outside of its permitted place, or to burn part of the carbon outside of its permitted place, what we call Hutzlin Komo. What's the halacha? Possible. The Rainbow Colors. The most like that is general halacha is a Hutzlin Komo we've seen many times before. Hutzlin Komo. What happens if doing some part of Chatos or almost you have in mind to do some part of the Avodah or to eat some part of the carbon outside of the permitted time? Then what is that called? What is that called? Bigel, Hayav and Allah colors, and ultimately a young type colors. Incredible. Rabbi, Shiyaki, Hamaki, Mitzvah. Listen, I remember again, in fact, also Bigel 101, a carbon only becomes Bigel if what? If the Maki, remember again, this is the Rothschild, so we had this. The Maki is the permitter. If the permitter, as long as the permitter itself, right, which is the Avodah, which is the part of the sacrificial service that ultimately renders the carbon effective. As long as the Maki itself was then ultimately again the carbon can become Pigel. If the Matir was not offered, Pigel status cannot set in. So the Gemara says, let's give examples of this. So what's an example where the permitter was done in the right way? Malak Ishtika. So it says, let's say the Kohen did Malika. Malika Ishtika means, let's say, you could have any specific Kabbalah. Let's remember again, one of the things we've seen by Kabbalah is that certain things, but don't define this anywhere else in life. So no Kabbalah is good Kabbalah, right? Remember again, Kabbalah is passion. It's don't have that explicit intent for Kabbalah. Rather, again, it's more like negative intent. Ultimately undermines Kabbalah. So, for example, Malak Ishtika, let's say he didn't really really means he didn't leave in silence, which for our purposes actually means that he just didn't have any specific intent. So, Malak Ishtika, Mitzvah Adam Chushlizmano. And ultimately, again, you have in mind to do the God application outside of the right time. Oshamala Chushlizmano. Or for that matter, again, you have in mind to do Malika, like with an intention outside of the time. So, Mitzvah Adam Chushlizmano. I mean, you can Mitzvah without any Kavanah. Oshamala or Mitzvah Adam Chushlizmano. Or you can both Malika and Mitzvah with an intention for Chushlizmano. So, those are all of these examples. Zeru Shekara Hamatu Mitzvah. This is an example ultimately again where the permitter was offered correctly and the carbon will become Pigel. Right, about what's happening over here. Because in all of these cases, Halacha L'Meisha, it is an intent ultimately again for Chutzlis Mano and no contravening or contradicting intent to undermine that. Instead, we see the point where the carbon becomes Pigel. Ketzad, no Karat HaMatir Mitzvah. So, we'll say what's an example where the master was not offered up in the right way. For example, Malak Chutzlin Komo. When the Kohen did Malika, he had in mind to do it outside of the permitted area. Mitzvah Hadad, Chutzlin Mano, and then he went ahead and he did Mitzvah outside of the permitted time. Oh, Shemalak Chutzlin Mano, or he did Malika ultimately. Or you did Malika ultimately again outside of the permitted time. And Mitzvah Hadad Chutzlin Komo, and he did Kavanah to Mitzvah outside of the permitted time. Oh, Shemalak Mitzvah Hadad Chutzlin Komo, or he had in mind ultimately again to do Malika and Mitzvah outside of the permitted area. So we'll say so again. So, or top of Tamatay, 65a. Tata so, Shemalko Shelolishma, Mitzvah Hadad Chutzlin Mano. Or for example, like that. So he did Malika ultimately against Shalom Lishma, and he had in mind for the Mitzui, this was Mano, O Shamala, this was Mano, Umitza Damo Shalom Lishma, or he did Malika outside of the Kavana, outside of the permitted time, and Mitzui, Shalom Lishma, O Shamala, Umitza Adam Shalom Lishma, or he did Malika and Mitzah Shalom Lishma. All of these are examples, Zel Shalakara Hamatik Nisasa. So let's remember again, a little bit of Chazara by Pigel. Remember, in order for a couple to become Pigel, two things have to happen. Number one, the master of the permitter has to be offered, and what else? There can't be any other negative intent other than Pigel. So remember again, if you mix in any other invalidating intent with a machshava of Pigel, then what happens? The covenant is hustle, but doesn't become Pigel. Covenant only becomes Pigel if Pigel is the only disqualifying intent that you have. If you mix in anything else in there, a Chuslim, a Komo, a Shalom, a Shema, ultimately the covenant will be hustle, but not Pigel, and therefore no Pigel. Incredible. Incredible. What the Gemara says, there's no compromise against us. Lechol Kizayis for solid. Lechol Kizayis for close. Kizayis for not. That's what we'll say again, you have in mind. One Kizayis is the carbon. Outside of the permitted time. And one Kizayis for Mocha. Sorry, outside of the permitted place. And one Kizayis for Mocha tomorrow outside of the permitted time. Or Kizayis for close. Or Kizayis for Mocha, Kizayis for close. Or Kizayis for close. Kizayis for Mocha. Or ultimately, you're going to have to Kizayis outside of the permitted area. And it has to be guys outside of the time. Kifati Zayis for Mocha, or Happy Zayis tomorrow outside of the time. Kifati Zayis for Mocha. In all these cases, hustle the aim of both parties. That's the same thing. In order for a carbon to become bigger, number one, first of all, you have to have in mind about a Kizayis. Like, halachah myself, half the Kizayis don't combine. Someone has to be a Kizayis. And number two, halachah is only one disqualifying intent. The moment you mix in something else, if you have a trouble with the thoughts over here, the carbon can still be hustle, but it cannot be incredible. Already do that. The Yiddish says as follows. This is the rule. In Machshavas has man, Hagla the Machshavas has man. We'll say ultimately again, if the Machshava about Chutz Mano comes before Machshavas and Machshavas, ultimately again a Machshava of eating it knows if you have a Machshava to eat the cover of the new type of devil, the outside of the permitted time. And that Machshava precedes the Machshava to go ahead and consume the cover and do part of the outside the permitted place. Pigol, the cover ultimately is Pigol, the Chayatin Allah colors. And ultimately again, you will be Chayat colors. Again, I will say, so if you do this logically, the Yiddish says, even if you have another Machshava soul, right, and your earliest mindset, as long as your Machshava for Chutz Mano is first, that can make the covenant. We saw this before already. The Machshava Hamakom Kavod Machshava says no, hustle the Imbo Karis. But ultimately, again, if your Machshava for going out and consuming or burning part of the carbon outside the permitted place comes before eating it or doing some type of the above outside the permitted time, the carbon is hustled, but ultimately, again, there is no Karis. Now, I'm just going to say, the other possible in the comes to the common state of the Kama, you're going to see what decision the two sheepers is. But I'm not going to doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which Kavana came first. The moment we have some other erroneous mindset mixed into the sacrificial service is the moment ultimately, again, that the carbon can no longer become Pigol. It can only become a hustle, and it isn't valued. You know, it's like, the feeling that I'm do that. Sometimes you see different phrases in different ways at different times. Struck me this way, I because that phrase. Go back to just a moment. Rabbi Huda, Zach Cloud, the Machshavas has man, Kadma the Machshavas Hamakom, Pigol, the Hayavan of Karis. So it's saying to Rabbi Huda, the Rabbi is like this, just like literally halakha. The Rabbi says, if the Machshava of Chutz Mano, of going ahead and eating the carbon, of doing some part of the avoda, outside of the permitted time, comes before Machshavas Hamakom, outside the permitted machshava outside the permitted area, but Yehuda says it's still pickle. Right? So halachically, what Yehuda is saying is, even if you have mixed there another disqualifying mindset, as long as the machshava for pickle comes first, ultimately again the carbon is going to be pickle. This is kind of a lot like in life. So there's kind of like two things that occupy our mind a lot. Like two things that we constantly think about. Number one is the machshava sazman. Like machshava sazman ultimately is contemplation of our future. Like what do I want to be like? Where do I want to go? What do I want to accomplish? Life goes by so quickly. And by the time we wake up and we realize that we'd like to do something with our lives, ultimately, again, so much of it is behind us. It's like I mentioned this in a lot of the projects that I've been open for Shabbos days, which is died. The open simply the project says that by the time we know what we want to do in life, life is over. Like the project says, only if it's possible to give us two lifetimes. In the first lifetime, I would figure out what I want to do when I grow up, and then in the second lifetime, I would actually do it. But ultimately, since the project doesn't work that way, by the time I figure out what I want to do in life, the project says so much of life is already in the rearview mirror. So there's this machshava sazman. Zman represents ultimately again what do I want to do with my future, what do I want to do with my life. But there's also machshavas hamakol. Machshavas hamakol means a focus on the maximization of where I am right now. Because in life there's this tension. On the one hand, you can be fully focused on the future to the exclusion of the present. Right? And so first he said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. All of his time spent on planning the future while fundamentally missing out on the maximization of the present. So there's machshava sazman, which is machshava about what the future is going to be, and machshava hamakol. Where I am right now, here's where I am. I'm literally here right now. And what am I doing to maximize my present? Rabbi says something amazing. Rabbi says, if you live a life where machshavas hazman is always kadma lemachshavas hamakol. If you're living a life where all you're doing is always focusing on the future and what's gonna be, and you fail to focus on the maximization of the present, Rabbi says, that's why it is cinema. It's important to plan for your future. But you know, there's something interesting about planning for your future, which is right? No matter how much you try, it is going to be dramatically different than anything you imagine. Hopefully better, but certainly different. So people who spend their entire lives planning for their future, but don't focus on the maximization of their present. And what it says, that's the greatest sin of all. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you really control in life is right now. Is this moment. What you do with this moment in front of you right now, that is the only thing in life you absolutely unequivocally control. You control your makom. You control your present moment. And failure to maximize that because you're planning some type of unknown future, and he says perhaps the greatest idea a person could take over spiritual colors. You have to plan for your future, but at the end of the day, more important than planning for your future, just as important as planning for your future, is maximization. To eat. I have to desires, and ultimately again to burn out the desires. That's talking about over here. Let's see two different machshavas, right? The machshava to eat half the desires now and half the desires tomorrow, right? So ultimately again the Mishnah says that's kosher, that doesn't impact the cover. Why? Shirafila back cover the stars. But ultimately again, so this is let's say a person has in mind to eat half the desires tomorrow and to burn half the desires tomorrow. So on one hand, both machshavas ultimately are for what? Are for mitzvahs mano. But because they're each on half the desires ultimately doesn't combine to create a single prohibition. Incredible. I want to say that was a Mishnah, right, guys? A lot of information in that Mishnah.
dressing's
The
not.
Gemara says as follows.
It's not offering.
He wants to give you that.
His wrestling isn't.
The Grivo. So what's in the concept over here?
His wrestling pedigree is the same as yours.
Like, what I want to point out is just a little bit of the confusing part.
With him being the way he dresses and the way he acts,
a little bit of the confusing part just stylistically is that although
that's a
this
whole
can be
world.
done
So
with
that's
a
how you get the
conversation
7
about
rounds. Yeah,
Ola
he's my favorite
Sa'ol,
fighter of all time. I said it.
remember, this Mishnah goes back and forth between Ola and Chazal. I'll just point out, by the way, you'll notice if you look in the Mishnayos in Zvach, this Mishnah over here is about 3 or 4 different Mishnayos. So again, it's always interesting to see like how Mishnayos are broken up in Mishnayos, but similarly in Gemara, often multiple Mishnayos become one kind of Mishnah. But anyway, so when you see that as 7 Mishnayos, they're a lot more topical. But here is one challenge of Mishnah. Beautiful challenge of Mishnah. So the Gemara says, "I'll say about it. If you don't, I say this possible. The most quoted is like Ola Sa'ol." So the possible.
Yo, Amarin, how are you, big dog?
Going on, bro? I had to come in the NBA and check on you, bro.
Living life like a pimp. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
You already know I know, bro. I see your space a lot, so I'll just check in, make sure you know. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a walking strength and conditioning dynasty. All right, you don't know anybody else who's talking like that, do you now?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Absolutely.
I was going to tell you, I thank you for that information that you gave me, so then I tell me my way in. You're right, I didn't lose anything. I can't anything, you know, reason that kept me in that box. I'm able to teach more broader audience. I got my first affiliate badge now. Yeah, man, it's looking really up for me right now. You know, so pretty happy right now. Not going through this work. Check out Rabbi. I know he's in there.
Absolutely. 100%. All right, so tell me about that project.
Oh, they're big. They're actually they're about to launch the second NFT project right now. But from the Sogon's understanding is that you earn royalties just holding their NFT. They're not like a cryptocurrency project or nothing, but they're more like linked up and partnered up with someone.
Oh yeah, I'm in their Discord live streaming right now.
Who else is doing it?
Well, yeah, they're basically partnered with Soul Chain, Bull Bears, all of that. So God is pretty much just a branch off from Soul Chain. It's another affiliate organization. They're all together, basically. So I'm able to have my affiliate badge even if I was wear a Soul God or even if I wear Soul Chain or Bull Bear. They got so many communities that that's locked in. We're expanding, man. So definitely, man. I would love to onboard a lot of people to it because it's a lot more than just, like I said, crypto. That basic, etiquette, basic, what I would say, literature or proper financial literacy, type of thing. How to actually dominate the crypto market. It's not like the hype type of coin or anything like that.
Must be done by
the
man.
I've just been enjoying it. Anyway, because I've been partnered up with Doc Marvin into this area where the I'm not sure if you know Doc.
Oh, perhaps. I meet a lot of people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you go to a lot of stages. But yeah, Doc Marvin, Crypto Cam.
Oh, wait. I know Barbie.
Yeah, Bitcoin Barbie. Yes.
Yeah, hold on a second. You're with that project, the one that's like spray painting 5,000 square feet in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes,
oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. I know that one really well. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're actually working with them for a long time. They're all part of No God and the Bull Bear community. So you can go there and go on chain. I don't know if Barbie's affiliated with it.
Yeah, she's definitely affiliated with them. I can tell you that because I just did a space where they featured my project for, not they, but another organization featured my space for like an hour, and then she was the hour after me, so I got to hear all about that project.
Okay, but yeah, spray on chain, it's like, we had some butthole started coming out and trying to be like, hey, we made you a token, you get here, go claim $50,000. Like, well, she asked me, I was like, fuck man, she
I heard about this.
You're trying to make a Guinness World Record, and you don't need nothing shady to be a tie trying to make a world record.
I heard about this.
Okay, like, hey, chicken ears, not no clam, because nobody's gonna believe it that it's real. Because why did y'all come to these people that this is? You're just trying to use the lure. And that's why Coco, he started clowning things. The fact that Coco is this is the person who did. And I don't want to call him like a soft man, but it's good that he's touched to the side. I cry sometimes, I don't care what fucking matter who hears me, but he was just so understand because his life and how it's turned around within a year. That now he has a real purpose to move his life. And it's got these people just come out of nowhere like, hey, yeah, we just go to a project loan, and you got like $2,000-$3,000 still claim right now, and this, that, and the other. And it's like I told us, don't worry about that. That's happening right now. Imagine what's going to come.
Exactly. I heard about this. Basically, right.
And he's bringing it. So blockchain, NFT project, stuff like that, and like all the history of the blockchain. So you definitely should be
Right.
You are every bit.
So I heard about this, what happened, and basically they started and rugged like 7 different coins over the course of a weekend, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's not cool. And I know that project's an NFT project and not a crypto project. So I think that person was doing an excellent job, clarifying everything for the Twitter community so that they know that, hey, that is not our project. We are an NFT project. We're not a crypto project, and to steer clear of that.
He's actually not even a project. He's actually just Hacking could be illegal, but they're actually getting in touch with vendors and people that allow it to be good. So it's not just going nighttime tagging stuff. How can you make a world record?
Right. Well, okay. So let me clarify. So he's featuring NFT projects, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's featuring on that wall.
He's taking all the projects that call them and like the real projects, not just anybody's, because Bitcoin market is $30. We know how to check the chart. We know how to look through to see what token numbers are. We know how to you can look at a project or feel by when they're hitting out, like if they're long term or they start talking about doing this giveaway, people are like, bro, that's not how projects, real projects ever start talking about giving us nothing, because everybody knows it's ground level. It means all food goes well, and getting the word out before anything. Yeah, so it's just community like that. So now, all the long-term projects that have been for 4 days, stuff like that. Like real stuff that people know about.
Right now, what's the aspect of a vending machine? What was that?
That was actually dope, man. That aspect there was just like NFTs, like I guess I think we're gonna again, because the biggest NFTs that you just put like inside of a vending machine. Like there's gonna be another vending machine. So let me see who that one's dedicated to. Because he's gonna do a few of those. And I also gave him the idea about like you should dedicate Elon on there because Elon's such a GoPro. And he's like, oh, I didn't even think about that. I'm like, yeah, on SpaceX and Doge and all the stuff that he's done, did for crypto. I mean, I went to
Word, but I don't understand. So you explained the vending machine part of it to me.
Literally done on the top of the Mizbeach. When we talk about blood applications being done on top, what is that referring to? Ultimately, again, that's referring to the area above the red line. Hakitzad. So we say, how was it done? Hakitzad. All of the kevesh will come on the silver. So we'll say, see, here it is. You go up the ramp. This is talking again now by Ola Sa'ov. You come up the ramp, hang a right. Go into the sobe, go into the ledge, come to the southeast corner. Hayamolik Esro Shami Molarpa. Then ultimately, again, the Kohen holding the burden in his hand. And Rabbi said yesterday we demonstrated, right? We saw the pictures, how Malika was done. The Cholok is toast, everybody else, one hand, two hands, right? You do Malika from the back of the neck. Now, again, this is talking about all the Sa'ol. You sever both the windpipe and the esophagus, sever the head from the body. And you do the blood application on the wall of the Mizrach. I will say that, just understand something. So remember, because all of this is happening on the Sovev, the Chut HaSikra, the red line, is below the Sovev. Right? So by definition, the Kohen is already standing on the ledge, which is above the red line. He's applying the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach over here above the red line. Okay, so Gemara says, so therefore again, just to understand, so the Kohen is quite literally again standing on the soil, standing on the ledge, and applying the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach right in front of him, which is above the red line. Now, interestingly enough, the red line was actually one amma below the soda.
Yes, sir.
Even if the Kohen did the blood application reached down and he did the blood application below him, it would still be kosher. Right? Why? Because even one amma up to one amma below him was still above the red line.
Never really seen the project.
Yeah, that
one. So I
don't think this is interesting project necessarily. I just think that this is the start.
Was done again.
Well, what is it? What is it? Do you go up and buy it like it IRL or? I don't get that part.
No, it's just literally spraying the cane. He's spraying the cane. Like
Tanakama holds that
you can created that vending machine. As long as it's sticking off the wall.
Oh. Okay, but I've heard him talk about a vending machine.
Yeah.
That's the vending machine, right?
Okay, no, I see that, and it's very good. So, but I thought I heard him talk about there'll be a real vending machine that you can get at it. Yeah.
But I think this is the one thing talking about putting these vending machines,
Can you make a fire on the
NFTs, like on the project, like that.
Because the
Off the wall. I have to touch Coco before talk about that. No, like I said, my main position with them right now is that they are the business. They are the tagging, spreading the art, talking it up, getting it actually, you can do my art, being a member. Like everybody needs to learn how to be, without asking for stuff. If you want to be amongst something great, you have to do something great. You do have to sacrifice. People are sacrificing their time to create greatness. So you can't sacrifice the time to help.
Absolutely. And the way that you just phrased the vending machine aspect, it very well, he could be saying, hey, you can get your NFT in this vending machine, but he's talking about on the art. That very well could be. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, then that's.
Yeah, I don't think they were like vending machine because then they would have to like 3D make NFTs of stuff like that. We do have Apollo, who is that dope, man. Apollo's making every project stuff right now. Like it's based on X's microphone. What is it? Spaces, X spaces or something like that. It used to be X on it, but I think they changed it to X spaces.
Yeah, I know. The one that they do 24 hours, right?
Yeah. One with the microphone. They have like music, music day. It's always Bando, Jim there. He used to have a little taco project or whatever.
Along with the other parts of the bird. So the Gemara says,
yeah, man, I've just been finding my wife in the room. Tagging you in a couple days. I'm like,
Things happen, certainly. I mean, I was shilling myself yesterday. Do you know who the Yucky Ducks are? I'm sure you probably do. Yeah, they're a great project. If you're not in their Discord, you should join. It's discord.gg/the waddle. And those guys are really great. And then also Baby Billionaires, I'm sure you're familiar with that project. And then also the OGs, the Big Steppers Discord. Are you in that Discord?
Yeah, me and Kubo just really actually got cool. Like cool, because you know, Lala tried to ruin my image with him, you know, because she hates them, or she hates them. So as I was with her building, they all was like, you know, who the fuck is this Amron dude? Who the fuck is this guy? Why the fuck would you pick him to be with you old cut? And we made it guilty, so they put that as a personal challenge to fucking just, like, every time I came to they that's that. Oh yeah, they're let me have a few seconds, they asked go present, laughed at me, then they just dropped me off the stage. I was like, damn. Okay. So, they don't mean nothing to me anyway. You know, I really don't have to log in on the shit. You know, I'm real deal business.
Yeah, okay, so if I remember correctly, yeah, things weren't good with Lala, but that was like a month ago. Have things improved at all?
A lot.
Okay,
A
good.
lot. Good. As I said, partnerships. If I was stuck inside there teaching and inside like Sean had still really opened my eyes. You know, he was the one that told me, like, man, I was in the same way. He was like, I was in that boat and then when I got pushed out, it really hurt. Like, he's like, I really shedded a tear. And I was like, damn, I did too, bro. Like, you know, like I gave my all to teaching people that I don't even know, you know, free time, animation, graphic. That dude was great. Just this day, they were listening, you know, designing and doing their thing. Proud of them. You know what I'm saying? No one take it out and take it away from them at all, but they just they try to hurt me to the core the next day. Like I said, they want to say something I never showed them. I'm like, you know, Vic, you wouldn't even be controlling her account if I actually had to delegate accounts. You know, I didn't teach y'all everything. Oh no, y'all are husbands. That's why I'm trying to change the narrative of y'all being supply guys. Oh, I'm just here to be a community monitor, PG, and this. That was my narrative. That was my purpose.
That's excellent. So
me and her fell out. They all turned on these locker rooms. Weird shit, but they failed to realize they got to come to our side of the turf to get a job.
exactly.
I'm amongst all of American projects. Every American project I think right next to me.
Right now,
Every time they come in there, I'll see them. I'll see the Eagle. I mean, I'll see the Phoenix. How y'all plan on getting money? Nobody's doing DM.
oh yeah, no.
You send a DM all you want, but if you don't come up and show your face and tell who you are, you know, or I'm there waiting to see them. I'm not kicking them out the room. Throwing heart emojis this month, trying to show them some love and let them know, like, hey, I don't have heart. Y'all hate me because what? Because I called out one fucker that Gavin Nigerian?
Right.
Like, how are you mad because Fortune good? And it looks. LeBron just hit me up yesterday. He said, bro, you know Fortune? I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I lost the community. I'll be back again. Crawling him, blasting him out. And yeah, then he said, yeah, bro, he just got me in Unchained over on money because they're going to give away and they can't spend the money. He's going to do the giveaway and he just never returned and never came back. Same shit he did. Same shit he's been doing. So it's like, I kind of feel like I went out on a limb for nothing, but then again, now I look forward 2026 where I'm at now compared to where I was at then. I wouldn't be here. I should be just giving away my hard-earned money every damn day. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to hear people out and sympathize with them because they're in a less fortunate situation than me. But shit, somebody's gonna give me money. I'm a less fortunate situation, or I got bills coming, motherfucker, and hey, what you gotta do, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm gonna send you a direct message on Discord right now, or I can actually send it in X. I want you to let me make sure we have. Yeah, I'm sure. Amaron. There we are.
And my name on there is Mello because you know I'm with Doc and them down there, Kobe. You know, I always have my handle and my username kind of more or less the same.
Okay. Yes. All right. So you're no longer Amaron. You're Mello. You're muted. You're muted.
My name is So Mellow on there. So Mellow 111 is my handle. So like I said, it's one of my jobs. They're teaching me like be more professional, to have my handle and my username more close. Because people when they go look for you and tag you with something, they trying to look for your AIMRON and then I don't pop up or no So Mellow. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a fix me kind of thing. So yeah, I had to change. I didn't have to, but I did because I was advised to by somebody who's much more smarter in that space than I am.
I get that. Okay, so spell it for me.
Just MELLO.
Okay, no, your username, isn't it Soul Mellow?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's my handle. My app is Soul Mellow. So my username is just MELLO.
Yeah, I want your username.
Yeah, Mellow. Just Mellow.
No, your username. That's your app.
Yeah. No, that's my username, Mellow. My app is So Mellow.
Okay. Soul Mellow, no W, right?
No W.
SOULMELLO.
Yeah, SOLMELLO.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Soul Mellow.
I have a Soul God and I have a Soul God affiliate.
All right, just one moment. We're getting there.
Over the last
There we go. Okay, I got you now. All right, I'm going to blow your mind with a couple things. First thing I want you to do is I'm going to send you a YouTube link, and I want you to look at it, because when I'm talking to people about how much I stream, they don't understand it, and it's really hard for me to put it into words. So if you can, I just sent you a YouTube link. I want you to click that link and see how many lives I have going. I want you to count them for me.
All right.
So I have a complete plan during the floor. All of the Neshama Shtab and the families in the Chama, and the marriage should continue to shine so still upon all the clouds. But with that, let us begin the today. Today's daf is $60. We are picking up on Samach Daled Hamad Aleph and the two dots. 3 lines down from the top. Shlosha Dvarim.
At least. How many people do you know who are streaming on YouTube with more than one?
63. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are 3 things.
Exactly. And I've been doing this for 4 years, which is a huge deal. Additionally, the account that I just sent you, that message, I want you to go to the timeline and look, I created a robot that actually uploads my life on Twitter as well. Can you do that for me? So just go, it's 2x dot, it's the same account that I just messaged you. Look on the timeline, and you can see a robot that just every hour uploads the last hour of my life. Do you see that? No. On X, the account that I just messaged you from with that YouTube link. Just click on that profile and go down on the timeline. And you should see like embedded video in my timeline. Do you see that I'm live?
Just remember again, that's this corner over here.
Yes, you do.
Right?
I think you do. I can't hear you when you go maybe to the other app. That could be. Amron, I can't hear you.
That was in yesterday's daf. Hagashus. How do we know the bringing of the...
There you go.
I see all of them.
Yeah, so you see every hour I upload, and I created a robot that does that. And then the last thing I'm going to send you is another account. You don't have to follow it, but I've been doing live streams 24/7, or a live space 24/7. For more than 333 straight days. So I'm coming up on 1 year of 24/7 spaces. And I don't know anybody else who stream, who does 24/7 spaces, but I'm going to send you that account, and you can just, all I want you to do is just take a look at just look at the account, look how many spaces I have now. There aren't a lot of people who attend them, but these are on video, so I have video spaces. So if you would look at the link that I just sent you on X, on Twitter, and it's in your DMs, And you can see it's just like 12 hours, 24 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, like really long spaces. And I've been doing that since February 14th, 2025, and they're all on video. I don't know anybody else who does 24/7 spaces, literally 24-hour spaces. It's a lot.
Right, so remember again, the Mishnah says that we're doing Ola Sa'of in the southwest.
I can just tell. I can't hear you right now, but I can just tell by your face because I think you're in the other app, so like your microphone's not coming through.
So
if you can't come back to Discord,
sounds like normally.
I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, now you're okay. Excellent.
Over to the south. I think somebody on X is on a beat. You're a record or my record. That's not a simultaneously
just to follow this.
Why do we say the longest X space ever? I think it's 4 days or so.
Yeah, so I spoke with them yesterday. And they wanted to do 7 days. And I said, you know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I've been doing these for more than 333 straight days, 24/7. And mine are on video as well. So if you are going for the world record, I don't even think I have the world record. I think that... Exactly.
Yeah, he had like I think 5, 6 years. I'm not sure if he's still going or like
ultimately again because it's much closer.
He had like years
to the base Hadash. So it's like now
it's interesting enough now what does that work
exactly?
Well, I think
going down.
Yeah, no, I think it's gone down. I mean, even all of X has gone down at some point for their spaces. So I know the longest space that I've ever seen personally is 420 hours without rugging, and that's like 3 weeks. But then people who do it like I do it, where at least with an iPhone, you have to restart it every 24 hours. There's like no way around that. Maybe if you're doing it on a computer or an Android device, you can do it longer, but at a certain point, you do have to stop it and restart it. But yeah, I explained to those people yesterday, her name's Melissa. I'm like, look, I don't mean to shit in the punch bowl, but you know, like even I don't have the longest one. Now, what I do claim is more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Because when you look at all my YouTube streams, and those are going 24 hours a day, and I've been doing that for 4 years from like whatever 16 different angles. That's a lot of data, as you can imagine.
That's a hell of a lot of data, bro.
Word, dog. Absolutely.
Even letting their stuff be viewed, like you're almost up there with the third. You ever see that movie, The Third?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to check that out.
You have to watch that movie, bro. It's got Tom Hanks in it, and this girl, basically the circle is like about this girl, her life, and how, you know, when you her job, you know, became everything. They made her.
So now again, so remember first thing in the morning is coming up
she went on vacation. It was like, oh, it's not like a mandatory thing that you be here and you're all quirky, like just being weird. It was like, well, we heard that you know, she's like, while you were gone, there was people participating over so many different events, and this and the other. So full transparent. Like they wanted her to go full transparent her whole life. Like, from the time she woke up with the band, everything, documented.
Yeah, that's what that. That you're forced to do. Yeah, that's with Emma Watson. Yeah, I'll check that out. I might even check that out later today because people have recommended that to me. But yeah, so I mean, you can tell it's a lot of data that I archive in. All of the people's projects, I think will be really interesting to people in the future to see some of these projects, the ones that rug, the ones that continue. I mean, we have the birth of a lot of really incredible creative people and what they're doing. So, and now you're on it. So, Amron, what do you want to say to the people of the future?
I want to tell the people in the future, if you ain't tapped in with Rothschild, you need to be learning new skills, learning how to change your life, learn how to get your inheritance in order. This man has taught me a lot of things, gave me good game. There's a lot of things I can keep on going about. So for the future, if you ever see this, my name is Steph. Middle name is Cameron. I used to tell everybody my Cameron because I don't care about being doxxed. But yeah, man, this is Rabbi Rothschild, man. It's like set people apart. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make people
Right? We're referring to
on actually stable. It's free.
100%. Absolutely.
So the lightest part of the
That's
verb
absolutely
is
correct.
the more
Well, Amron, are you going to be in any spaces later today?
Oh yeah, these spaces all day long, bro. Todd is bad, but we've been doing now I'm in the store, guys. I gotta go to the meeting. But
more than 30
so
hours.
Todd stays 7, but then we do docs at 8, and then that lasts. No, we do docs at 9, and then that lasts like 10 or 11. Then it's Barbie space, and after Barbie, then I take like a little break.
A distance.
Like around 4 shows and it's a casket or 2 or 4 is just a casket space.
Does Barbie do them every day, or is it just Wednesdays?
Every day.
Oh, okay, excellent. And Taj, does he does Monday through Thursday, right?
Every day.
He does it every day too. Okay, excellent. Do you do the
Yeah,
yucky?
he's doing it different way every day. So, he has the he said he's trying to get that $200,000 by the end of the year.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, I don't know how many people win. I know I won $50 on the first day of bet, but I think that was because Doc, Doc had to pick, who the winner was. So I don't know how much or how many people have won, but I know every day at least like 1,000 people.
Yeah, no, I know that. It's really early on my time zone. It's like 4 a.m., but I sometimes tap into those things. And he does them for 3 hours, is that right? Or how long does he do?
Where are you in California?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'll be 4 a.m. for you. But yeah, he hosts it for things like an hour. No, he hosts it for 2 hours.
2 hours, okay.
Doc goes in there. They start at 7, they end at 9. And Doc starts his space from 9 to 11, and then from 11 to 1 is Barbie.
Okay, and then you said you take a little break. What ones do you do in the evening?
Which one's not doing the evening is Casket, which is Cold Trust. That was I was with a fucking I was with a project that I was really that I really believed in, that I thought was going, this is how I met them, was calling out Russ.
Okay.
And the fucker who built it, named Will Flay, broke it the other day.
No way, you called it.
Yeah.
And what would happen?
He called it, he broke it the other day. And
he would go, he would face towards the
we're still building. Like, we're not going anywhere because first off, the deck is, it's already migrated from there to radio. So he pulled all his money out talking about the back end. It's costing too much for the website that he built for people to go on there just to put a comment or to rate. KOL is costing him $600 a month. I said, bro, you're fucking lying. Why are you lying? Like,
We're dumb.
$600 for a .io, not even a .com.
Wow, that's incredibly expensive.
Right.
Like ridiculous.
Like who? He's lying just to rub the coins, and I had about $300 in there, and he's like, you're acting like you put in I don't think I put in a Tinder. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it matter, bro? Like, my money ain't there.
We're dumb.
Man, for the Nigerians that put in, like, he didn't even give a fuck that he broke the Nigerians everything. TG, Discord, X-Rater cried on it. It's like, bro, like, I had $60. I just bought more. Like, what are you? It's like, bro, you did this all wrong. If you wanted to shut it down, you should have told everybody they could pull out what they got. And you get out and you take what's left, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't pull out first and you can send us our money. Like, that's what he's trying to say. I took it out so I can send y'all your money.
Right.
My money was already there. I could have pulled it myself. I don't need you to handle my money to send it back to me.
I understand that. Hey, have you heard from Spider Pig recently?
No, he rubbed his dirt. Then as soon as we called him out, this fucker didn't
Shut the fuck up. Spider Pig rugged everybody? No way. This is a guy who would come into spaces every single day, do his spider pill shill or whatever, spider pig shill, tell everybody he was going to be giving like $1,000 away every week or something like that in B&B, and
that's what everybody needs to start realizing. What real company comes to pay you? Like look at crypto. I look at crypto like real business. Like, what company is going to come pay you? Maybe if they're in their demo stage or if they're in this stage to come test the beta app or website for them, they might pay you to do that just to get real feedback from customers. But in a project, bro, I'm giving you out 1,000. That means that you either already wrote some other stuff before. It's just the voice. Like, if you're constantly doing, like, you have a voice changer, or that's your real voice, but I don't see nobody having, like, really keeping that up. And then he had a Miss Piggy, they used to talk like him. It was just, I told everybody. The dude had the coin already launched for 2 months, and then I got added into a fucking Discord, or not Discord, an ex-community by Dicey. And he added everybody that in there. I was like, what is this? This is all, this is the starter package, this is the early release. I'm like, I'm not sure, but I'll take you in on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I told Dicey to his face. I'm like, why the fuck would you add me in there? I'm glad I didn't even buy none, because as soon as I seen that you said that it was a $10 million market cap, I'm like, what? It's the early CA. What?
That would have been
get out of here. Get this shit out of my face. You're going to start out like y'all coming in with a $10 million market cap. Already sitting on one cent. So everybody who aimed in a couple $1,000 to all these ran up $15 million. So he got out with $5 million. Whoever that had the $10 million in there.
Yeah.
$10 million. Yeah. So the millions was made out of it.
No way. And then he's gone radio silent ever since.
On the
ain't nobody seen it, ain't nobody heard, ain't nobody.
10 almost forward
no.
And then his community on X just was deleted or whatever.
I'm definitely in that community. I don't even know what that's about. Like, you be better off talking
feathers of the bird.
Fucking Dicey. You know what I'm saying? That's the motherfucker always talk about the spider pig. You know what I mean? When spider pig went around.
And I remember, in general,
he used Dicey and onboard Dicey and paid Dicey a lot. Bro, I don't even know. I never trusted the project anyway. I was just like, spider pig? I wouldn't buy that for life. I don't give a fuck about meme. Like, meme coins, I like them, but they have to have a real good lore narrative. What was his narrative that he got it from the Simpsons? Like, what's the lore behind it?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Wow, he was just shilling so hard that just something about it made me apprehensive. And that voice threw me off too. That he would.
That's what he's doing with his scale. He's not using his real voice. He's a fucking character. He's playing a character. So it's like when you have somebody play a character right before your eyes, do you believe that it's real? Just like watching a movie. So it's like, doing all this shit, you think that's how they really act in real life? No, they don't conduct themselves when they're in character like they do in real life. So it's a joke. That was what KOL was supposed to be about. Calling out bad actors. But the thing is, there are good actors too. Just like Spider-Pig. That's why I just asked you, what was the lore about? You probably heard him shield more than I ever have, because you're always a big step to me.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
So that's why even when I heard him, I'm like, no, there's nothing that would make me like other than like the look.
All those things are done on the southwest
corner. The fucking pig in Spider-Man here. I mean,
this is very okay. This is the only time this will happen.
The Simpsons, all I know is Homer
right up in the southwest corner. Do his thing.
Right.
There was no cop up.
I'm surprised he didn't delete his account. He got rid of that community. He changed the PFP, and he changed the name. Now it's some. Well, it's like an Asian text. Like I think it's Chinese, but his username's still Spider. His handle, yeah, Spider-Pig BNB, and that's an interesting one. Wow, that's what happens. I mean, these people, you got to tell the good actors from the bad actors, and who's been around, and who's open and out there, and doxed and everything, and there's just
everything that has everything to do with the big stuff.
Okay, so you.
So,
yeah.
Yucky Ducks, whoever's behind Yucky Ducks right now might be the same motherfuckers. They just did it. That's who he said his partner was.
Okay.
Spider Pig's last. I haven't seen Spider. I haven't asked that. That's the funny thing. I don't even follow Spider Pig like that, but I said, let me ask you this. said, he just popped up out of nowhere, didn't he? And was like, yeah. And he held up his face. He's like, y'all, I'm looking to give away today. We got this going on. It's right big boys. And yeah, we got a lunch token. And yes, we got some epic. And then boom, boom, boom. All that. That was last I heard from them. That night, come with this damn fucking work. And then I love 12 o'clock tonight. He was in there talking about he was going to go to the big step space. He's like, yeah, those are my partners. And of course, they're going to say if they wasn't, online virus. World too. And they trying to say the numbers in it. No, amongst all of those people, I'm trying to figure out who was real because I own a lot of those rave guys. And numbers is behind with them too. Apparently, Rave God has went through a couple of tokens himself, and he did that shake your ass with Jesus, and some other dude was ripping his ass the other day. He was like, "Bro, you really trust somebody like that to handle your business affairs?" I thought about it. I'm like, damn, no, like someone was always high or slow talking. No, I wouldn't expect him to get that's my business, but if that's what type of business he is, which is rave parties, I mean, it sounds good. But now that I started thinking about it, I'm like, damn, maybe I got really hating this shit that really ain't shit.
Right. Now that you say that, so Big Steppers hasn't had a space like they used to, like at the end of last year. In a while. Now I'm in their Discord, and they've been nice enough to allow me to stream in there, and that's great. I really appreciate that. But there's always been something about it where I know they're botting their spaces, and basically what I think they do is they find people with deep pockets who have a project that isn't getting promoted that well, and on the back end they say, hey, we'll feature your project for XYZ. Like, do you remember hearing them promote Burgess? What happened to Burgess?
Man, everything that they touch takes through the floor, bro. It's like they was fucking with the Pandu Pandas. What happened to them?
That's an excellent question.
Don't you remember fucking Ruby wearing the Pandu Panda? And then the Krim had a Pandu Panda? Now it's the Yucky Duck. Now the affiliation, they didn't got all that money from that other thing.
Why?
I'm telling you, like, this is what Lala was talking about, is that they not, maybe she can be in on that shit. Bro, I'm really right here with it, bro. Like, it's so weird. Everything that happened to me, the force out, right before all this weird shit going on, bro, like, I don't know. And then, me calling out scammers and shit, and it hurt. It's just been a lot, bro. Like, I don't know. I think all this shit is being raised by a monopoly.
Yeah, there's something really weird about it. And I feel like this is the strategy. Okay, so for $150, you can buy 10,000 X followers. And so they're basically just getting like $500 together to get, because I noticed all these accounts that run these spaces have 30,000 followers, not 40, not 20. They're all at like 32,000 followers. And then they do these follow for follows. And then in all of their spaces, they're all botted incredibly largely. And like nobody calls them out. Everybody's just happy that it's a big space. But it's like, they're like, hey, there are 15 of us here speaking. And
how do you call them out? Because you got these Nigerians that are going to keep showing up and keep doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's no way. It's like when you start calling people out, then that's when you start to look like this fucking weirdo. It's like, get him the fuck away.
Right.
I heard fucking Spooky say, bro, did you start the he didn't know that the space was being recorded at the time. He's like, oh shit, close space, run. I was like, whoa. I had Lala, she was right there. She was hearing him say that? She's like, I did. Because he said he forgot to start the box. I was wondering why sometimes, like, it was either pay rare that was right there that would always just go. Like, they would be there, but they would say shit. Or it'd be the main account that would be there, but it would say shit. And I would try to message shit. Hey, bro, if you run, you just gotta close the app. If you reopen it, you come back in. You broke down. Never said shit. And then he just come back in like, yeah, I was just over her fucking fighting with a, what do you say? raccoon or some shit. I'm like, bro,
What?
Really, you like a raccoon or something?
Evan, you're hilarious. Yeah, something's weird. They changed their names and they keep all the followers, but it's like they change their names and they don't do an announcement for it, and they kind of keep it on the DL. And I've always been suspicious. Why is it like you want people to know who you are, right? You want people. Now, I understand your case. I get that, and it's logical, but you don't foresee yourself changing your name again. You know.
No. I had to learn from, like I said, doctor, maybe just tell me like what your handle is. You want your username to be close, because when you're in spaces, people don't see your handle; they see your space name, your username. So it's like when they look up you, they need to be typing in mellow, so you straight pop in there. So I was like, makes sense. So I was like, yeah, because I came out with this profile at Sawmill. That was my project when I was feeling back then. I was by myself, and I started from the back end wrong. I started in PG, like everybody else does, and that's no good when they come to catch fast. Look at the shield and the spaces and do all this stuff. And that's what I was so mellow. You know, they only changed my name once, and that was to go to Amron. Now, I'm back to mellow. So, yeah, I don't have many name changes.
I get that. Now, the big steppers, like they used to do spaces like sometimes multiple a day, and it's been radio silent from a lot of them. What they'll do is maybe they'll have somebody else in the space and they'll take one of their big accounts and put it in, but they haven't been doing it the way that they once were, and I don't really know why. I can tell you this: there was one project that was in there that I think was paying them to get featured, and they really wanted 10,000 followers, and it was a cool project, and it seemed like it was interesting, and I just messaged this account, and I said, hey, if you want 10,000 followers, it's $150. Here's the website. And they never sponsored another one. I felt badly because it's like, oh, I didn't want to take away business from the big steppers, but it's like, look, if all you want is 10,000 followers, there are easier ways to do this than by pumping money into these certain projects, and you know. Well,
if you're not engaging, like I mean, I'm just going up daily. Like, every time I wake up, I think I'm at another 100. Like it just goes up. I just be sitting there. Like I'm done following people right now because I'm waiting on my followers to catch up to my following. So right now, it's things happening for you, and I'm just realizing that puts us in this category. You're not influencing. That's why people aren't seeing your timeline like that, because you're following more than they're following you. So once you're following or more following you than that you're following, it puts you in the not AOL, but put you in more of a like influencer.
I get that.
Like, so if you tell me look like we're not influencers, we're influenced by because we're following more than they're following us.
I get that. I understand that. So for people who are trying to get out a tweet or something like that to get a lot of influence, I understand the ratios. For me, I just want people to know who I am. When I go into a space and people hear my voice, I want them to know exactly what I'm doing, and I will follow you back because of that, because I know I've lost accounts in the past with 10,000 followers, thousands of followers, multiple accounts, and it's so easy for you to wake up one morning and read your account has been suspended, and then you've got to go through all the rigmarole of trying to get your account back. And frankly, I've just been down that road with the ratio that I just now am all about, hey, if I go into a space, I want you to know who I am and what I do, and I don't care if when I tweet, it gets a lot of visibility. That's not my thing. I mean, I've created a bot that literally is live streaming my life that gets, each time I start a stream every 1 hour on that bot, I might get 10 or 15 people who view it. That's fine for me, because when I go to a space, people know, oh, this is the guy who always is streaming their life 24/7, not the person who has the most viral tweet of all time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm just trying to get my shit monetized, so like when I'm doing my Facebook, and I can continue I want to make it, passive income because I'm still doing tutoring classes, still helping out, and that way I can still do giveaways, not have to make money come out of my pocket, out of my IRL business, taking care of my family. But I'm not going to ever go in the hole where I'm taking care of my family first, but still, I want to help.
Yeah. So
I don't want to be like them. I don't like ignoring people and like, hey, I know, but I want to make them work for it. Because, if I look at Nigeria, I'm not sure why it's beautiful.
oh yeah, definitely. You know,
y'all want shit that y'all act like it's something easy, but when I look over there, I'm like, bro, y'all see how the world moves? It's the same way. Y'all you all over again, but y'all think y'all can just come in here and be like, hey, we'll do a rate increase for 150 this week. Hold on, bro. I done did my history on the country. You're telling me that people that done went to college with degrees, that work in your government, that are teachers, that are anchors, nigga,
the western side.
you want to get paid more than them? They only make $50 to $60 a month, and they only get paid once a month.
exactly.
You want to get paid
on the southwest corner.
I know.
I got nothing about on this. They stopped paying me. That's probably why they didn't really want me to run the King crazy. And I figured out a lot about asking those questions.
Yeah.
Digging deep. Like, why are y'all like that? Why do y'all think it's okay to be moved with what you have? Like, I was like, trying to do like a, before I left, I tried to do like this crypto thing. Like Santa Amos. I was going to help out a few people. Like, if they had, like, I did help out a few people. Actually,
what else is going on
for reasonable
Ash,
things. Most of them was like, I need a new computer. A laptop, there's $450. Oh, I need a new iPhone 13 Pro Max. It costs this much.
That up until now was all
What do y'all think this is? What do y'all like?
Now it transitioned
Don't ask your parents for that.
Hey, well, exactly.
I'll buy a blue check. I'll send you $5 because it costs for a blue check. I might even buy you, like one girl, she said all she wanted was to get her hair done. She $15. Blue hair, $15. I got that. Next, and I didn't do it all in one day, but it's over the course of my game.
So remember again,
Wow.
They act like it was,
Instead, what happened with Bert Kapanos?
like the day after we fell out or whatever. I didn't like a day again. Like I said, you met the girl. She wanted to humiliate me. She didn't want me to leave, but she knows my technique, my abilities of what I've done. She didn't want me to leave. After I told her, no, I'm good. I'm balling like that. I'm gone. He was like, cool, you got to change your profile. I said, tell it. And that's what she blocked me. She was mad, bro. Like, more mad at me that I left. And she told me to step down as being the co-founder of the King's Queen. I'm like, why would I do that? The only thing you're doing is impressing me by buying them everything they fucking want like they're their mother. And they're coming to you and just, now you got big that I'm not trying to delegate your account. Now you keep over 140,000 impressions on your Good Morning Post and Good Night Post. And the nigga, like, he uses everything I talk against me for a year. Yeah, you paid up his rent for the year. Ooh, I could have done the same thing for anyone. I even offered him $300 right then. I'm like, bro, pay me $300 to help me with my impression. You know what I'm saying? Like, you let me know what I did wrong. Everybody's here for impression. Before we all want to be monetized one day, to where we can make passive income, to where we can live our life a little more comfortable.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. So, about this. So the strategy that I've seen people be able to use to get huge amounts of impressions very quickly is really simple. And I'll just pass it along to you, and hopefully it works for you. You need 500 verified followers. You already have that. So that's step one. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, sure.
Blood is collected in a kli shares, a process we call Kabbalah, and then the blood is taken from the kli and sprinkled on the mizbeach. By a bird offering, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So that's when you're actually taking the bird and sprinkling the blood on the mizbeach. First white line. On 64b, and you go ahead and you sprinkle the blood on the wall of the mizbeach. And we'll say, by the way, which also sounds like over here, that where is the bird? Where is Chatas Sof taking place? Where's it taking place? It sounds like it's taking place on the ground, right? On the ground, because remember again, where is the blood being placed? On the wall of the mizbeach. So just hold on to all this information. Okay, so again. No Kabbalah no receiving the blood in the kli. Instead, again, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. Shiari hadam hayimismatze al yisod. So ultimately, again, any residual blood. So after the blood applications take place, any residual blood ultimately, again, is placed on the base of the mizbeach yisod. The aim, the mizbeach eladama b'kula kahanim. And the only part of the bird offering that actually goes in the mizbeach is what? Is the blood. Is the blood. There's no other sacrificial parts. Remember again, this stands in contradistinction to what? To the Ola Sa'of, where again the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadeshen. By Chata Sa'of, the only thing that is placed on his back is the blood. And then what happens to the rest of the bird? Belongs to the Kohanim. Right? The Kohanim get to eat it. They get to have it. Everything else goes to Kohanim. Which I must say, by the way, it's actually quite interesting because it turns out.
While you're doing that, I'm going to use the restroom. Be right back.
The bird, right? Even though what? Right? It's interesting. There wasn't a shchita. I mean, it is a shchita. It's a malika. But it's fascinating. They're able to eat the bird even through a malika. Again, we're going to talk about all this. Just keep it in mind. Says the Gemara. Let's analyze this. So the pasuk says. So again, what's interesting about the bird offering, about the bird chatos, is that halacha l'maisa there's no kabbalah in a kli. Instead, what's happening over here is that the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the oath itself. How does this work? So you hold onto the head and to the body of the bird. And ultimately you sprinkle from the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. But ultimately again, not on the wall of the ram. Not on the wall of the Beis Hamikdash structure of the building. Not on the wall of the antechamber. So Moses says again, what the Gemara is highlighting over here is there's a very specific placement of the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. The and which part of the wall of the mizbeach is this done? This is the lower part of the wall, which we'll say, remember, means under the chota sikra, under the red line. Says the Gemara. Maybe the blood application is done on an upper part of the wall above the chota sikra. Gemara says no, it's the kavachomer, it's the kavachomer. Uma behema shal. Allah salamata bechata salamala. So when it comes to an animal offering, the blood application for an olah is done below, and for a chatas is done above. All sha'olah sol lemala. So for an oath, where the blood application is done above, eino din shechatas sol lemala. All the more so, ultimately again, that the chatas blood application should also be done above. Talmud Lomar v'nishar v'dam yimatze al yisod hamizbeach. Therefore, the pasuk said that the residual blood will be placed by the base of the mizbeach. Kier, so place it on a part of the wall. Shashirayim shalom mismatzim yisod. Place it on a part of the wall where the residual blood ultimately easily flows down to the base. Ve'ezozeh, which part of the wall does that refer to? Zeh kirat takto. This refers to the lower part of the wall, meaning below the chota circle, below the red line. The Gemara says, so there's two blood applications. Maybe do one application above the red line and one blood application below. So the Gemara says, does the pasuk say yamse? It shall be placed himatse, which means it shall like gradually flow down. Then a meila mashma, that you should place the blood on a part of the wall of the mizbeach that it could easily and just gradually flow down to the base. What does that refer to? The lower part of the wall below the red line. Incredible. So I was about to both say this is very exciting. So this about to be says this house. Amarav. Kitzat Molkin Chata Sao. So both say now watch this. How do we do Malika? So the Gemara says, okay, so now I'm going to tell you something I don't tell you to do very often, but take a look on the WhatsApp chat. Only for this. Don't check anything else. Right? If you go to the document one, I sent out last night a bunch of pictures. So I'll say, so if you take a look, this is interesting, and it might be a little bit easier to illustrate this with the pictures. So first, I put in here also, there are a couple of pictures of the Trumas Hadeshen. So now I want to point out also something which I want to say at the outset, which is there is a fundamental machlokas about how Malika was done. Was Malika a one-handed process or a two-handed process? Tosfos is of the opinion that it was one-handed. That is actually the last image that you have on the chat that I sent you is actually Tosfos. Right, the bottom image left hand where you see Malika is being done with one hand, that's Tosfos. The majority of opinions actually hold that halacha l'maaseh Malika was a two-handed process. You both say, so that's, again, if you're looking at this image, I think this is totally unhelpful, right? It's the color image that I put out, and you can see over here what's happening. And also you can see that, well, we're going to go through it now in the Gemara, but you can see how the bird itself was actually out. So let's go through this now in the Gemara. So first of all, so you would take the bird in your hand, and ultimately, again, you would hold its wings in between your two fingers. Now, essentially, what you can see over here is that the wings were positioned between the index finger and the middle finger. So what you would do is you would immobilize the wings. And then you would hold, ultimately, again, you would hold the feet of the bird between your pinky and ring finger. Right, so you're immobilizing the wings between index and middle finger, and then ultimately again holding the feet between again ring finger and pinky. Okay. Omosach savara arocha godlo, and then also you can see over here you would bend the bird's head forward using your thumb between your thumb and your index finger. Right, that's the image over here. Umolka. So remember again, this image that I'm showing you, this is not like Tosfos. Right, and then you would take your other hand, thumbnail, and do Malika. And as we said before, again, by Chatas Sa'ol, because remember, the Mishnah is talking over here about Chatos, so you would go ahead and you would sever only one of the Simoni, either the esophagus or the windpipe, not both, right? You would sever one of them. Umolka. The Nasnisa Tana, alternatively, Sifra Miladar, Va'ochiz Gafab B'shtei Etzba'osav, U'shtei Raglayim B'shtei Etzba'osav, Umosech Tzavaro Arocha B'shtei Etzba'osav. And I must say, now, by the way, if you look at the other image, right, the other image is there were two different ways that you could go ahead and hold the bird. So, for example, if you go ahead and you take a look at the last image, so you can see again on both sides the bird is held a different way, kind of like, but in the first image, the bird is held, we'll call it like in the inside of the hand. In the second image, if you'll notice again, the head is bent back towards the back of the hand. So the point the Gemara is making over here is there's two different positionings for Malika.
There he is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. I understand things happen. Dude,
so first of all,
oh, you're absolutely right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And you've opened my eyes. I really have to be honest with you. I guess I'm too trusting of people, which is definitely my mistake. I mean, I'm not trusting them with my money. That's another level of trust. But just the people who I'm looking at their profiles, and last month they were promoting different projects, and now they haven't promoted them, and they're not even on their timeline anymore. And it's yes, very suspicious, and that makes me worry about the ones that I really do like. I like the people, and they're really nice. And you know,
it's like you watching TV. You gotta separate your favorite actor from who they are in real life. Like who they are in real life is not who you like. Like
right.
Will Smith or like fucking, he been hitting her shit. Like I love Will Smith movies, but do I like him or would I like him as a person? You know, so you have to separate online and offline. You can like them online as a personality.
This was one of the hardest.
For somebody to give your show, somebody to talk to.
Right.
Especially for the
so fuck that. It's just a communication factor. It's not necessarily best friends, but you just enjoy the conversation and enjoy hearing what the fuck's going on.
That's just a lot.
I don't see you as a bad person for that.
This was one of the hardest I've always listened to.
Watch what's going on.
So the Gemara says. Zu
That's
avod
what really
kasha.
counts. Is who is
Actually, that's what the
actually
Gemara is. This
taking
was
the energy from
the
you.
hardest avodah.
Right. No, I appreciate that they give me a stage more than what anybody does, because I just need people to be able to hear what I do. And that's what's important. Can you hear me? I can't hear you anymore. I see your ear.
Then what does he have to do? He has to shave off anything
You're
extra
muted.
that's extending with his finger and with his thumb. Then say to
You're
yourself,
muted.
that doesn't sound so hard, but it is. Why? Because I must say what he has to be careful with.
There you go.
Certain minchas, which will have solid.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
When he shaves
No.
he's shaving off the excess, and you're not removing.
All right, well, you take care of you, Evan. This was a very helpful conversation.
So that also applies to the next Furthermore, there's
Okay, excellent.
Remember,
Yeah.
there's a tremendous amount
I
of
want you to
balance
be more aware of
when
what's
you
going on.
have
So I'm like, I'm
a larger
noticing
shovel
myself.
of
I'm not
flores,
putting any blame on anybody. But like
smaller
you said,
shovel of
names
flores,
are
and
changing.
you can't
People aren't
spill
hosting faces. I haven't seen a big stuff face or a shift face or I'm up all night.
You must
All night.
understand why
They
you
usually
believe
host
the
around,
hardest.
later, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
These sound difficult as well.
That's why the people
You're right.
$5 million.
Avoda kasha.
They've been counting money in there for 2 months. That's not
You're right.
fair.
You didn't mean to
They
say
got big investors
the
or
hardest. Rather, what did we mean to say?
they put it all up
Say
on Spider Pig and they
it's
all
all
round
the
money.
most complicated.
Because
It's all
the only
the
person
hardest
who's really
avodas
finished showing
done
up is Kubo.
in the basement.
And I don't know if it's because he says he's new.
It turns
He
out
says he's new
that
to the
we
big
learned
stuff.
a very important piece of
Like,
information.
he doesn't
Number
really
one,
know what's going on, and he knows of some
ultimately, again,
some
halacha
stuff about
was
pump
that
fun and
the animal, the bird itself is killed by
I know
the
exactly what
How
you're
was
talking
it
about.
done? Thumbnail to the back of the neck. The Gemara gives
Not hard to tell when you say pump fun, boy. You got these pump fun bandits out here stealing people's projects. I know exactly what you're talking
Malika done
He's
with
like,
one
oh, I
hand,
didn't know if you
Malika
anybody
done
else
with two
do.
hands.
Yeah,
Like Father Mike
I
said,
know.
it's not
The
doesn't
name
really
is
matter.
Naughty Soul.
As long as
And he's
ultimately
going
the bird is
to,
killed
he got a
from the
pump
back
fun
of the
project,
neck.
and
One of
he
the
sees
seed
that the
money
dev
is severed.
shit
Now
doesn't
again,
accept no
we're going to see
reward
about
within
the
the 12
head,
hours.
the rest of the
They
body.
might have fucking fell asleep. They might just be ready to accumulate
No
anything.
Kabbalah
He says,
done in a
oh,
separate
I
thing.
got a lot of
Rather,
money goes
it's
straight to
done
pump fun. They
directly
didn't let
from
him,
the
he
blood
probably
of
got
the animal
15
itself,
recordings. And
which the Gemara
within
says
2
this
weeks,
is one of the
6 I was
hardest
around him.
avodas
I was just chilling. I'm like, oh, what are you doing? What? I was new. Just trying to figure out what was going on. It was a new project. I'm like, oh, the Lord behind this, the Lord behind that.
Incredibly beautiful. He says, "What is
Going on?"
This was
And
one
then,
of
oh,
the
I
hardest
just got the contract.
I want to read
I'm like,
something
okay,
absolutely
so Pump Fun is in on this
He
shit,
says,
you know?
listen to this.
Like, filling
He
people's
says,
projects and giving you the fucking creator role?
Listen to this, Lashon.
That's wild.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the name of projects, and you tell me what you think of them. And to anybody who's watching this in the future, Amaran and I are we're kind of just third parties to this. We don't have dogs in this fight. All right, what about Wise Ecosystem?
Wise Ecosystem supposedly just got hacked today.
Oh no, you know everything, man.
And I don't have any control.
Yep.
It wasn't
Wise Ecosystem
my
just
civil
supposedly got
code.
hacked
Like
today.
stuff
And
happens, I see things, I observe
I've been deep
things,
with the people.
You are indeed.
and thoughts like
And I'm hearing everything that's going on. I don't have to talk about it no more. I see. I know who to move away from. I know what's going on, bro.
Okay. So does that mean?
Like ecosystem, they have to go check, whatever. But everybody thinks that affiliation that go check makes them more trustworthy. It's just extra expensive that people have the money to pay for.
Yeah.
Look at it like that. Yeah, big business would have the money to pay for that. Somebody who is paying for this. Because why is every time he talks that he wasn't never dead?
Just
Yeah,
like
like, yeah, I'm not dead. I'm just,
but what
basically,
I
where's
allow
the dead?
to remain
No,
in my
like,
heart,
that's my number
and
one
what
thing.
I allow to
Because
remain
Mr. Cassidy,
in my
the AOL Trust, the project
that
I
I
just believed in,
absolutely have
and he
control.
wrote, and that's what
And
the
says
project
that
is
is something
calling out people
beautiful.
who rug. Like, how do you rug a project
So what happens?
called
What happens?
AOL Trust?
What do you
Based
do?
on rugging projects. Like,
The boss said,
Make
what
that
does
make
Malika represent?
like you
Malika
are
is
you
a
fucking
severer
stupid? Like, what
of
the
the
hell?
head
Like, even if you
of
wanted
the
to get
body
out,
and the heart.
you could have did this totally
Malika
different.
represents the
You could have
process
did
by
everything
which
totally
we are
different. You
able
needed
to
your
go
money.
ahead
You need to get out.
and sever, make it
We could have all just been like, all right, y'all, we're gonna call it quits here. Everybody
and the
take it for
things
you,
be
real
allowed
good.
to
And then
remain
left.
inside of our hearts.
Okay. So with the Wise Ecosystem hack, what does that mean? Did it rug? What happened?
I feel a loss.
supposedly they're saying that
all these different kinds
the
of
wise
things that just happen to my
ecosystem,
head.
just they're
Sometimes I really can't control
so not
these things.
necessarily the token.
What I
Okay.
absolutely do
So
control
they're
is
just
what
saying like
do I
if
allow
the wise
to occupy
ecosystem page
permanent real
messages
estate
you
and permanent
and
place
says,
in
hey,
my heart. And
if
in
you
my
have your
life.
wise whatever, this, that, the other, this, that, the other, like you know how they do.
Sometimes you
How they do?
sever the
Right.
head
Play games like somebody
from the
hacks them, and, or if they've been hacked, and
That is
the
one of
hacker
the
tell you to
hardest
send
of
your
all this to do.
CA or drop your wallet or whatever. That way they can find out how much people's holding, and send malicious coins, and some
choose what pops into your
they'll
head.
get one or two
But you
idiots out of there
always
to
have a
click
choice.
and send on
What
accident.
occupies permanent
Come on, boy.
space in your heart
Yep.
and in your spiritual consciousness.
Absolutely.
Not
Okay.
necessarily.
What about End Pump
So I'm
Fund?
gonna stop over here for today.
End Pump Fund?
What
Yeah.
That's
More,
what
not
Ripper?
finished, not
Yeah,
finished.
End
More
Pump
minutes
Fund's
from tomorrow.
That's Jackson. He's actually with Doc. I'm not gonna say that Doc. Yeah, but they're not total saint people, but crypto is not total saints. You know, at the end of the day, but it's definitely a good project.
I'm sorry, Zebby,
I don't have a token necessarily, but I do have the rubber because I'm kind of more utility and more purpose with utility non-fungible tokens. And I think you know, tokens are you know, millions of them. And anybody can mess with the floor. Anybody can do this, you know. But once you have minted NFTs and the floor stays there, that's why I'm in the bull bear community.
Good morning.
That's all with the soul gods
Good
now.
morning. Let
Because
us
they're
begin.
actually putting real, like, you know, utility behind it. Because every one you hold, they're going to
Okay, good morning, Wilson.
percentage of the revenue shares and royalties.
New week together. Thank you to Rick for giving share
So I'm
over
here.
the last couple of days.
I'm just out here coasting through here, bullshit everywhere I go. There's another project that just came out where watch out
Our
for called Chicken.
responses for the month.
They're trying to say they're
Eshwan.
RWA, RWB or whatever.
Dedicating all the Shimon Drushel's this month.
That what about what was there was one like what was it? Crazy Chickens or something? Hold on, chicken. Let me see if I can find it.
I have a partner not to be chicken.
Nope, not that one. It was another project. Okay, what are your thoughts on Soul on Chain?
Should continue to shower solos
Yeah,
upon all the clouds.
I agree. I agree. I especially like Click in that community.
Yeah, definitely Soul on Chain because they got the bull bears. You know, that's what Click. I think that's great, bro. Like they're doing it like the dojo dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what you don't even know this. The people who created the dojo dogs is the ones running the Soul on Chain.
That were done.
Oh, okay. Are they still running Dojo Dogs as well, or just they moved away from it?
They're just grinding out. You know, maybe people. Oh, we got another person in here. What's up, Brandon?
Oh yeah, Brandon's always in here. Brandon, he's the aside from myself, he's the number one streamer in here. What about the Baby Billionaires? What are your thoughts? Baby Billionaires.
Baby Billionaires, definitely. They are definitely some winners. I believe they.
Excellent. What about let's see. What are the you name a project and give me your opinion on it.
I like the energy lab with own thing.
Oh yeah. That's the that's the energy drink, right?
Yeah.
How do we know about the bringing?
Okay, so yeah, what do you think about the Wabbits?
Not the leftover.
I love them. I have over 5 or 6 NFTs.
Okay, that works. Yeah, that's an interesting project. All right, what about the let's see, who else do we have? Do you know anything about Burgess? Yeah. Okay, so they were something that was launching in January, and they were associated with the Big Steppers, but then they moved away. I don't know why the split was there. Something happened. I don't exactly know.
Misa
Because you
Hamayim,
know
of course,
good
is done
habits
on
and
Sukkot,
independent
a
because
very unique and
Ruby
specific type
from
of
home
water
because they thought
libation,
it was going to be
only done once a year.
$10,000.
Misa Hamayim is a water libation which accompanies many
To just have that panda.
the bird Ola.
Yep.
Okay. What about 32 Dream?
The next Mishnah as well.
I can't really, pinpoint people.
When is the Ola
People
offered up
people
on the southwest
just trying to
corner?
navigate
So
through the
the Mishnah is
space,
Kishirapa and Mizrach, which means ultimately again when there's
I think
too
it could
much
be
stuff
just
going
well part
on
of
in
it
the
as well.
southeast corner.
Yeah.
I
want to believe.
Understand, just to
Like
appreciate
that
this
doing
for
real
just a moment.
getaway. You wanted to pull
Like,
away
so remember
from
again, Mishnah says,
that's what happened. Stop
southwest
going to
corner.
their faces
When
out
do
of
you
nowhere.
ultimately again all that's up in the
Wanted
southwest corner? When
to
there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So in other words,
I want to believe she's good-hearted in it, but she's associated with a lot of projects that have some questionable ties. I guess you could say the same thing about me as well, but I'm not involved in any of them, and it's always, do your own research and that kind of stuff. I just am associated with the people, but if you're in as many spaces as I am, or as many as 32 Dream is, then you're going to be around these kinds of people. Do you think she gets compensated for doing all the call-outs during the spaces?
When there's too much happening in the
Okay, interesting. So she's just...
The ideal location for Ola Sa'ov is southeast corner. So why is that? Why is this the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My time. So the Yochanan says that the Shikrova and the base Hadash. Ultimately, again, because it's much closer to the base Hadash. So says now, interesting enough, now what does that mean exactly? So base Hadash, remember again, we'll say one of the first avodas that was done.
Yeah, I know you're saying that, and it hurts me to hear that because they're just really nice people, and I really enjoy their company. I was in their space.
It's Rashi in the about 500 from before it gets wide. Actually 500 for the intermediate מקום שנוס נשם בבוקר תשומה סדשן שכסו בו ושמו אמצע המזבח והוא מזרחו של כבש סיפקה גמורה נוצה והשתת עושה אל אמצע המזבח כלימוד במקום הדשן. Okay, so listen, now watch this. First thing the Kohen would do every single morning is he would come up, follow my point of view. He would come up on the mizbeach, right? And what he would do is he would take ash. We're gonna go a few more to the general layout. Everybody can see this. He comes up to his bath, he's going to take ash. After he takes ash, he comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base hydration. This is where he take it out. He's only taking some of the residual ash.
I get that.
He's putting it over here on the base hydration. Now, what does that do with anything?
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay, I want to hope that this is a good project. What about tree gens?
He thinks we're going to see the feathers of the crop and throw
he's
the base hydration.
Tree gens. He's the guy who plants trees for every person who follows him. They're going to try to plant 1 billion trees on June 6th. Yeah, most certainly. He's a really nice guy. Here's the thing that I think is a big separator. If you come in here with my stream, where I'm streaming on all my different platforms, and you show your face, and we can talk just like you and I are talking, I have a lot more trust in you. Because then, I see that you're a legitimate individual, and that that you're being recorded and everything. And Jimmy, he's the guy for Tree Gens, and he seems to be he's got a lot of connections. He seems to be like a legitimate person. And I really want to believe that he is. Okay, so I'm going to send you this guy's profile. You certainly look it over as much as you want. But he's a really nice person to know. He hosts spaces every day. And
see how strong Kohanim.
When I get back home,
Why?
I'm gonna show you my
Folks, Yosem and Mora as well as obviously the lightest part of the bird. Now again, remember, we're going to see like a bird, sacrificial parts of the bird are the Mora and the Noxa. The Mora is the crop. Crop, I will say, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is
Absolutely.
a bird is able to store food. What it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of.
So, give you a little background on his project. He already has the Guinness World Record for the most amount of trees planted by a single individual, I believe, in 24 hours. And that's like, it's verified and everything. And so he's getting people together for June 6th, 2026, to have 1 billion trees planted in the world. And he's got like 12 different governments that are involved in it. He does spaces. He does spaces on camera, which I think is, legitimizes you even more, because you can't just,
sometimes
that's exactly
feathers of the bird more than 30 hours. Now, where do you get that from? So watch.
Yeah, I think
it's not. It's not on
I think so too. And he's
very beautiful, beautiful Gemara.
And he's all over social media with this project.
So what would happen?
Pardon me?
The first thing in the morning, the coin would go ahead. He would walk up to the ram.
I've seen a picture of him with it.
It was really like a shovel, really like a pan shovel.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think I can look it up right now. He and I have talked about it. So that's.
From the hottest ashes, and you're already on the rich spot, and you then come back down to the floor. Max on a flatly soften, the whole day for you is not social camps. What's interesting to what just happened over here? The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Trumas Hadash. Okay, so watch what the Gemara just described. I'm going to show it to you on here. He would come up the lab, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side. And he would take from the hottest ashes.
That's absolutely.
He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the Mishnah, the says then he would turn northward. Why does he say turn northward? Because when it comes down the ramp, where is he going? North. He would go north.
100%. Yeah, he's on their website. In a picture of him. Most mangrove trees planted by an individual in 24 hours. And it's his name. Like, yeah, that's legitimate. Okay, and we've got what other projects are there? What do you? Sure. Not familiar with them. Tell me about them.
He would come off the ramp. He would come off the ramp. Now turn northward, going in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ramp. Walk 10 hours down. Shabbos had become a Gabi Alitzvah. And he would go ahead and he would place the coals, like the ashes, then down on the floor of the base of the Dush, approximately 8 away from the Mizbeach. That's the distance over 3 tefachim away from the Mizbeach. Makom shenostin morah v'notza v'dishon hamizbeach ha'animi v'hamenorah. Just understand what was deposited here in this base of that. So what deposited here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash that comes out of the Mizbeach. There were also other ashes. Very well said. Every morning, the coin would also go into the heichal, right? You can see it's going to the heichal. He would clean out the Mizbeach HaKetoras, right? The incense bowls, which also had ash. He would clean out the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk around the Mizbeach, come deposit it over here. So in this place called the Beis Hadash, which was on what called the southeastern side of the Mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the capital, some of the ash down the Mizbeach, ash from the Mizbeach, first the incense altar, ash from the menorah, and now we got what else we place there. Furthermore,
Right.
And that's where Makom Shinosu Mora Notza. That's also when you replace again the parts of the bird that were discarded, right? The top and the feathers of the bird.
That's right. Oh, before I forget, you were wondering, we were discussing about how you can get a lot of impressions very quickly, and the strategy that I've heard works the best is to have your notifications on when a big influencer like Elon Musk or somebody like that goes and posts something, and then immediately post a well-known meme, and that goes all the way to the top and gets a ton of impressions.
Southwest. So Rashi does that, so you don't have to do it. Just take his word for it. So if you take the diagonal here, it's, now, the Gemara says it's 30 amas. So in reality, it's actually more than 30 amas. It's actually 32 amas from here to here. So we'll get to understand. The point that the Gemara is making is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the track and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base of Dashen. Alright, so it says, one second. Honey, stay with plus. Honey, stay with plus in the Chagad. So exactly, that's actually more than 30. It's more than 30. So why did the Gemara say it's 30? To which in reality it's actually 31. To which in was right. In other words, the Gemara is not counting the actual space that the coin himself occupies. So when you look at the amount of space between the coin itself and the base of Dashen, that would have been 30 amas. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just understanding just procedurally. We're focusing now on the bird offerings.
How about
bird offering ideally done southeast corner? If there's too much happening here, go to the southwest corner. Understand that.
Right, I understand that.
Which we'll discuss. The crown and the feathers were placed on the base of Dashen, which is this deposit.
That's what I say too.
Area over here on the southeast side of the Mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ramp, 3 amos from the side of the Mizbeach. What was placed here? Shumas Hadashim from the morning ash from the Mizbeach, ash from the interior Mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the crown and the feathers of the bird Olah. Incredible, incredible. Let's go back there. Kala Olah Mizbeach. Remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. Mishnah espoused another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the Mizbeach, whenever the coin goes on the Mizbeach, so what happens? Kala Mizbeach.
I think I have.
So remember again, how does the Mizbeach work? So in general, remember again,
Yeah. What are your thoughts on recovery coin?
Whenever you go somewhere, like whenever you're turning somewhere, you always
I'm
so remember again, you come up the ramp without meaning.
right. He's been doing it for like a year, right?
You return right. You return right.
Excellent.
Depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether.
What about lazy POS?
Of the base of the English, or you're taking a survey that ledge. But normally what you do is you would come up this ramp, on your table right, start with the southeastern corner, and make your way around.
Okay.
The Mishnah then says there are 3 exceptions to this rule. What would the 3 exceptions to this rule?
Okay, that's good to know.
The exception ultimately again for the Kohen.
All right.
To do
What about?
Things. What are the 3 things that we're referring to? Miso Hamayim, right? Wine or water, or Miso Hayayim, wine libations, libation, and exceptions. Now let's say that why.
Oh, no way.
All 3 of those things are done on the southwest corner.
That's another one you do.
So what would happen is,
do you like weeds?
Absolutely.
It would come up.
Well, Grain Tree, those are my buddies, man. They got money. They don't need it. Let me just tell you, they're so fucking thin. Him and his wife were on the space together.
There was no
She has like over 40K followers. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just starting back out, but he is a master. If you go to their website, straintree.com, string, like as in STRAIN.
Yes, sir.
It's a trade. It's $1 billion. You can take from other genetic fields, family trees, and create your own genetics. And then they are making it a way that you'll be able to like basically take your genetics to a real dispensary and get your stuff, created. So strain free app is one of my good friends in Facebook. You take them, Crypto Cam and Decentralized Network that we're building. Decentralized Network is a network of a whole bunch of projects that basically what we have formed together. And strain trees in there, recovery coin, lazy pod. Like I said, lazy pod has an actual coffee company and a website that is backing him up right now. That has built up his own lazy pod. And he's also talking about he's about to partner up with somebody else to I would recommend, even if it's $5, as low as this coin is right now, you're going to have at least $1 million, $2 million. He's not pumping his charts. You know what I'm saying? They're not pumping their own charts. Those are the people that I tend to throw a little money in and let it ride out.
Absolutely. Okay.
Because you can't get looked at. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. There's no risk. All right. Do you know Satoshi coin?
Yes, I heard it.
Okay. What are your thoughts? Do you have any idea?
Now listen to this.
Satoshi is a good person. I don't like him.
Yeah, it's the orange one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like the
And if I'm not mistaken, the picture that he has of that guy, that's not, nobody has a real picture of Satoshi. That's some other guy who lived in California who has that name, Satoshi Nakamoto, but wasn't the real Satoshi. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know, Satoshi, Japanese and Chinese, he looks, nobody knows.
Exactly. So that image that they're using is just some Californian guy who just was really Japanese, but and had that name. Well, there you go. All right. What?
I don't think they look Japanese to me.
Okay. What about NFT bingo?
I'm doing this, and that's.
Ooh, I've heard about this. I think that might be a good idea.
So
But
now,
only thing is, I
that's
think
the scheme artist. So let's say Tony goes in,
not
and he says, "I'm going to offer up this."
Oh,
So I think I won't
be.
Is that what happens? Coin doesn't
Okay.
come up.
But I'm gonna see what I'm saying. Look, bro, but this package that we got right here in the mail, bro, came from Strain Street.
and then makes his
Like,
way,
they literally
counterclockwise. And when it gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine
This is crazy,
libation.
bro.
Now,
He literally took it.
when you read this Mishnah,
Open that bad boy up.
he's carrying the wine
I
with
wonder
him.
what it is. It's supposed to be like some birds, like
Now, that obviously
I didn't
contradicts what we
pay
just said
anything.
before.
Like, thanks
Because before we
for
just said, where's wine libation done?
like this
They'll
shit
also
like
say
this,
this.
bro. Just
Where's
doing
wine
stuff
libation done?
for free, bro.
Southwest corner.
Oh, yo,
Wine libation
this
is
is
being
Strain
set to
Street
rule. Where does he
bro.
go? He comes up from his back. Where does he go? Right to the
That's tight. Shout out to
southwest
Strain Tree.
corner.
That's a
Why?
dope hat.
We don't want the wine.
Bro, it's
to
lit.
and he
You feel me? They
smokes
actually
smell
got real
as he goes
a real
around. It's
website,
contradicts what we
like
said
where you
before.
can use
They were
this
saying,
stuff, bro.
go up to
And
the southwest
go on
corner,
there,
do your
man.
thing, go back
Go
down.
check out their
Here
website. You
it's
can make
he's going
strands.
around his back, holding the
You
wine,
can have
and then does that the southwest corner. Which the Gemara says.
Rabbi strand, bro.
The nose no lie.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be your own genetics.
Yeah.
You sell like a very smart people go on there, and you're gonna get paid because, like, oh, they have it for you. You're gonna get rewards and everything.
Last night. All right, so
I don't even know if you looked at it
so
yet.
I'm gonna said
It's amazing. The website is amazing, bro.
That's a really cool idea.
so no, what it means is like this.
What are you?
It is.
Coin Gumbo with
He said he could do that with
circle in
anything.
his
He
back,
said,
but he was not holding
He
the
said
wine.
if he wanted to do
Rather,
something
what
for
would
a farmer,
happen? They would give him the wine,
like vegetables or like even meat. Because I deal with grass and different types of feed. Like I want to make my own feed, my own feed brand. You know, because I use something called
Take a look at Rashi.
what's the name of it?
Rashi says we've got a couple of
Playmaker
grass.
grass because they have different grass.
Ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand. Well, the mitzvah got on and so much like so I understand. So he's coming up into a wine vibration. And the wine vibration has to be done at the southwest corner. So why is he walking around the whole there? What's going on up here? So Rashi says it's a mitzvah.
It's genetics, man. Like genetics, you can take any genetic, put it on.
That's
אבל שאר כהנים
you can breed
שזו
dogs, but like think about a dog breed. And they went to that
נוסף על העבודה
one
אחרת,
genetic
עולה
animal,
אבל עולה ליין
and
בידו.
you can see basically like the gym, and like what the baby will come out like.
This
Right.
was apparently unique by the Kohen
Like
Gadol.
you, man, I'm
Because
telling
since
you,
the
you
Kohen
gotta check
Gadol
out
could do what
So
I would
basically-
love if you would help me build the project.
So basically, you could just say like, "Hey, I really like sativas, but I like a little indica." You could create that strain and then label it on your own, and then they.
Come to the southwest corner,
It's very, very complex. I swear.
work
If
done.
I can get you to
And
talk to him
God
one
will send
time,
me be coming up
with
from
the way your brain
things,
works and the way his
come
brain
up, start
works,
at
you
the
would probably
southeast
be
corner,
very
make his way around, but again, would not carry the wine with him
just words
as
out.
he made
You know,
his
because I have
rounds
words
around
out.
his back, and ultimately again, he received the wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, I want to point out there's no contradiction.
Something, you know, like social anxiety, that's why
which is
I
that
be
the
not looking always at the
so
camera.
wine
I be
libation was
messing up.
done in the
I'm ADHD
southwest
all the
corner,
time. My brain
and again,
thinks about
from
shit
the
and it doesn't come out
right
before I think
to
about
the
it.
southwest corner, would not walk around his
I
back,
know
do
exactly
the
what I'm going to
libation,
say, but I
come
don't
right back
always
down.
know exactly.
Only exception to this
Right,
rule,
I get you. No, you're an excellent communicator, so don't be so hard on yourself. Okay, what about that? Let's see here. You talk baby. What about Doginal dogs? You think they're the real deal?
That even as he was walking around
Yeah.
he would not be
How about the Moonsters?
He reached the southwest corner.
Yeah, I know.
Gotta be real deal.
Incredible. So again,
Right. What about-
And if you are, you're a rich
And that was
money you're gonna lose, you're gonna run for.
What about Moonsters?
When he got to the southwest corner. Again, about says, therefore, just understand.
I heard
So
of
just
moon
reinforce
boy,
this point.
not moon
Wine
third,
libation done on the
and
southwest
moon
corner.
pie with a
But as
moon.
opposed to other things
No,
which were done on the
melting moon.
southwest corner,
Melting
when
moon.
the coin would arrive there by again hanging the
moon.
right and going
I haven't heard
counterclockwise
moon.
under his back.
That's okay.
For the wine libation coin
If
would
you
go
look at that name,
right
it doesn't
up,
sound like
right
it's gonna be a
up
great
on the
product.
side of his back.
That is the number one,
southwest corner,
I asked that
do the
question.
libation.
What
Why?
if we turn
You don't want
out of here?
the wine to absorb any of the
Going to the
smoke
moon.
flavor.
This is the next 100 days. You know, like you just
The
said,
yard
like
smoke.
it's just
So
not
in
like
general,
all the
whenever you
bullet
come up
terms
to
with
this back, so
alcohol.
do it. This is the rule that we said before.
That
What
should
would
be
you do? You would hang a
Right. What about Meta? Have you heard of Meta?
Again, you would hang a right.
No.
Okay.
And then you
How
come
about-
down on the left side of his
No,
back.
just Meta.
Good.
Um.
Says,
Okay. There's another one, and I know he's had a little bit of a shaky start, but I like him a lot. Bitcoin. Do you know Bitcoin?
Right, and come down on the west. Remember again.
Okay. He's a nice guy. He's been in here, and he's very open. But he had a dev that went astray with him, but he's got his coin back, and this guy locked him up. Okay.
That's another $1 billion project.
That for these
And I'll
people,
tell you why.
Sha'od
That he built, and I hope he keeps his
Yeah,
word.
man,
So that's one thing you can do, people, man, is hope.
they would come up on the western side
You know,
and go down the western side. So let's remember again, this is the western
somebody's gonna
side
go
of
through
his
whatever,
back.
but
Right, they
right
come
now,
up on the
he
western
is just
side,
looking
do
for
your thing in the
partnership.
southwest
He's actually
corner,
got his
and then
website
come
up,
down
and once people
on
go
the
on there,
western
that's
side.
running IRL businesses, stuff like that, or just
The
running
yard
other
there.
businesses that
They would go up on
I
the
told
right
us that
side,
you might want
and
to
go
just
down
slow down on
the
doing that,
side.
because you might have somebody incubate with you.
So the
that
Gemara says, I don't understand.
you're a
That
good
doesn't.
person.
What do you
You
mean
know,
they go up
so
on the right
slow
side?
down, don't
Listen, it's
be trying
contradictory.
to pay
They're
for
not going
friends,
up on the right side. They're going up on the left side.
you know,
Yeah, like
trying to have anybody to incubate with you, to have anybody to buy
So
it.
therefore, again, remember,
What you can do with
tell me
his
going up
is
on
basically
the
go to his
western
website,
side of
create
the back,
free
this is
memes.
the coin
You know what I'm
is
saying?
left.
It has a
Not the
meme
coin is
generator
right.
that
So what's going
puts
on
out
over here?
memes. And you can just take them and put a caption on them and plug them out. They look like a comic book.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, it's changing.
Oh, that's cool. And it's got a meme generator on the website.
Yeah, definitely check out Fat Memes.
When it says right,
All right.
it's referring to the right of the
How about
right,
Zero X
small,
Laboratory? Have you heard of that one?
When it's, so it's
Yeah, Zero X Labs. Yeah, that's another ether.
When it says
Okay, so that's a
right,
pretty big
it's
one.
referring ultimately again to the right
Just
of
ether.
his
Anything
back.
with
And
Zero
listen to
X.
why.
Base of ether.
Because this is very interesting.
Yeah.
From his back's perspective,
all right.
his back faces south. because the Mizbeach was facing.
How about you? Do you have anything that you need? I need to be on the lookout, either good or bad.
Normie.
Oh yeah, I know that coin. Yeah. Oh, how about FAP coin?
This is considered to be the right side.
Never heard of it.
No, FAP, FAP.
Like ascending the Mizbeach, this is considered to be.
Okay, that's
the
all right.
left side.
Yeah, I know
So
Normie
from a
coin.
Mizbeach
Talk to me about it.
orientation, right? If you look at the Mizbeach
Yeah, Normie, he's a real solid
southward,
Chad, man.
then this is the right.
Normie,
If you
he,
look at from the coin's
he's
perspective
a
going
boss.
up, this is
That's all I can tell
the
you.
left.
He's a boss in
That's
real
why
life.
it calls it
Man
the
on
left and the right.
two big R
Which the
lounges.
Gemara says,
He
come on.
goes live stream. He shows his face.
Right?
He has a wife that he calls his heartwarming wife. She has, you
Why
probably seen her profile before. It says
or choose an orientation?
on it, but
Choose
that's
an orientation.
another
Either look at it from the orientation of the Mizbeach,
project or
or look
courtesy,
at
I
it from the
think, that
orientation
she
of the
does on
coin.
her
But
own.
for God's sake, don't
Does
do
like
it
a
both.
working force.
Because that's
He
incredibly
can run his
confusing.
own charts.
This Gemara says,
He
Kasha.
does it.
You're right. You're right.
He's just,
That
he
is
plays
what it's
games
confusing. We're
on
not
his,
sure why
and
exactly
at
the
his,
word chose to
he has
phrase
a
it.
really nice
Okay,
sound.
but I will say, but again,
Like it's
bottom
big
line
R
for us
lounge,
to take
man.
away
It's
is that we're getting some
He's,
good
and that's where he was shooting the broadcast or something.
over there. So again, in general,
Normie, look at that
all of
back.
us,
You know, that's a cigar case now. I got, thank you for saying something about that. So I gotta
around
put some water on the
End up
cigar
by the
so I can
southwest
turn it down
corner.
to a certain
Three
temperature.
exceptions.
It's more fresh.
Niso
So
Hamayim,
they don't,
Niso
break up and burn out and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Where we are
like in a
afraid,
humidor.
oh, when you do this, it's gonna get
Yeah, he's a
smoke
solid
bomb,
man,
smoke
dude. Like
sensors.
he goes
So
live.
what
Like if you go to his page,
cover
Normie,
right up on what we'll call
you see
either
down through there
the
where he's
western
gonna
side,
go live.
we're just gonna keep it simple, or the left
Make sure
side,
it's real
the coin's
clean.
orientation. The left
Yeah,
side
if you want to think
is
about how real people is,
Niso
definitely
Hamayim,
them.
Niso Hayayin, Ola Sa'of on
projects,
the
other projects.
southwest corner, come back down and be done. Now, boss, and one more piece of information for Ola
Man,
Sa'of.
really?
Remember again, the more in the notes up, the crop
I'm really following
where
back off of a lot of them,
Base on
other
that,
than the
right?
ones that
Now,
I
remember again, that's why ideally.
Well, the one thing that, or one of the things that I think is good, the ones that you've mentioned that I get a good feeling about are the ones you're like, yeah, these are solid people. They're in and day out. The one that it's just too early for me to tell, and I can tell something. I'm just waiting for something to happen. Is the yucky guy? I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, we'll say next.
their project, when are they planning to release their project?
Quarter one. They're talking late March.
Or bird katos. So you want to
That means that they're doing the same thing that
how
they
was
just
the
did with
how was
fucking
the katas ha'ofen done? So the Gemara says, listen to
That's when
this.
he lost his token. 2 months ago.
Hayamole, skip parentheses for now.
The Porky Pig or whatever, Spider Pig. Okay, so let me understand if this is the strategy. Now, I like Kenny. He's very nice to me. His wife is really nice. He runs really big spaces, but basically what they would do is say, hey, we're doing a launch, let's say March 30th or whatever. Everybody go buy the token, and then they just build up for a few months and then rug it. That's the plan?
On its head.
Yeah, they rug it
from the back.
they build it up. Yeah, they
So
build
say,
it
again,
up.
we get into the exact process.
That's what I realized. You can't just launch the token and be like, yeah, I launched the token.
The bird was
Want
slaughtered
everybody to
from
get
the
it
back
because they feel,
from the front.
everybody feels like they have to control the
They
floor.
know
So once the floor is getting caught up to a certain point where they're comfortable with 100K all the way to bond, then everybody just buy on top of it for
This is
39
first
days
Rashi
or
in the Mishnah, Rashi in the Mishnah Beinu Ma'avdil.
there it goes.
Arosh min agov elasim
So if they are talking about launch a project, quarter one,
Malak es rosho min
what is their
so
purpose?
according to Rashi,
What
what
is
this
the sole
means
purpose of waiting?
generally
Bringing
what's
in
like
on,
shita, let's say a shita of an animal.
if they're going to be
You have to
legitimate
check
and
two
if
signals.
anybody's going to jump in with some money, they're waiting on people.
According to
Listen
Rashi's
to
time,
yourself,
Malika, you
I
only
hear
have
you.
to cut one of them. You only have to cut
They're
one.
going to launch in March.
Right, so that's what it means
In
when it says
quarter one. Wow.
means
Because
you
the
do not
income tax season, right?
sever both the money,
Yes, sir.
rather only one of them.
All right, well,
So therefore, again,
I hope-
this means is one of the either the
I hope
type of
the-
Isat
I wish the
is
best
severed,
for him, but
which means the
any
head
of these
is
projects,
Again, we'll get into this more.
No, I'm not. I just-
Again, you sprinkle from the blood of the
What they've
bird
been doing,
onto
who
the
they've been associated with,
Remember
like
again,
you
we
said,
saw
you're
this
checking out the
already.
profiles
We saw this
now,
already.
and the
And
names
it's
are changing.
animal sacrifice.
People ain't around.
Shechita,
Nobody's really saying anything.
Shutting process we call
Right.
Kabbalah,
That's
and then the blood is
That's
taken
what the,
from
that's what the,
the
it's like, who do they complain to?
by a bird.
Like, if they're not gonna host a
the blood
space
is
in their
actually
Discord,
taken
it's
from
not
the
there,
body
everybody's
of the
been
bird
fucking
himself.
scammed.
So that's you actually take
I
the
mean,
bird
yeah, they can
and
spread the
sprinkle
information
the blood
amongst
on
everybody
the
else,
bird.
but
And that's
everybody,
why
they put project out in front,
and you go ahead
and
and
they
sprinkle the
are
blood
back
on the
in
wall
the
of the
financial
Mizbeach.
to rubs it. So
And listen,
Spider
by the
Pig
way, which
was
also
the
sounds
base
like over here,
of what they were doing. Of course, he probably made him some money off the project, whatever, too.
Where's taking place?
But
It sounds like it's taking
crazy.
place
Like
on the ground.
Spider
Right on the
Pig,
ground.
them
Because remember again, where's the blood being placed? Here on the wall of the Mizbeach. So just hold on.
Well, that one, I'm just,
Okay, so
I'm
again,
wait. He's put in a lot of work. I've got to say, if he does rug it, then he's put in the work to do it because he's having really big spaces every single day. But I understand that's how some of these other projects have. Oh yeah.
Tell me that's not dedication to rug.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And he gave away, allegedly, I mean, I don't really know, but a lot of money. But that's exactly right. He give away $20 in soul or something like that, and then, but know that he's going to make, well, like we discussed, $5 million down the line. So it's
Because when I first got to, they said you get to get the sugar eat, and you get the early Indian. You got to get away from Kansas, go to
That's why you get to eat it.
$10 million.
You
think I'm putting my money on top of $10 million? You talking about
else
early
goes
Gideon's
to
price?
by the way, it's actually quite
But
interesting.
whatever was in there, like King AB and a couple others, they came in there like,
even though what?
I just put on
Right?
project.
It was interesting. It wasn't the sheep. I mean, it is a sheep. It's
told
only
you that.
What?
But it's fascinating. Again, we're
That
going to
would
talk
have been that
about
hater. What if it was
something about. No,
what if it kept running? You know what I'm saying? But I just knew I wasn't going to I know that is fishy. You said this is an early CA launch, and you launched it 2 months ago. So what they're doing, they're launching it under a phantom, not a phantom, but like basically what it is. It's like you can do something on like virtual. It's like a virtual.
From the body
What is it called? Virtue. You do it on virtue, and it'll still come out on pumpkin. It'll still come out on
so you hold on to the head
moonshot,
and
whatever.
the
You want it to be listed there. So what this is how you can buy into your token and give out the CA early without bots getting it. So this is what I've learned by being around 90 Soul and them. They told me about this stuff. I was like, bro, all you gotta do is just create a token, token virtual, and just let everybody get CA to whoever you want to have first, and then launch it. We already done put in 5,000 apiece in there. Now it's at a 50,000 to 100,000, whatever market cap. Whoever else comes in on top of that, runs it up to 250K, and now all of us coming out on top about what? At least
I said
2x. You know what I'm saying? So if you go 5,000, 10,000, that's not a bad thing.
on an upper
Like
part
it's
of
starting
the
to
wall
appear,
of
it's not to use to me. It's every 2 months. They're rotating forward. They're doing a high turnover rate.
That seems correct. What happened to King AB? What happened to King AB?
He gave me
No way. He
All
was.
the not different. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like that. My literacy was about for them. Oh, with the teach them. I'm not the enemy. I'm actually taking my time out to learn y'all's language. I'm actually taking the time out to learn out where y'all live, how it looks, what's the situation, what's the weather, they don't give a. They want your max engagement. We're not telling you to build your brand. We're not telling you to go pay that $5 to have that food
Place
check
it
for
on
your
part of the
business.
wall where the residual blood ultimately
They're
easily
gonna tell you
flows
that.
down to the
They're gonna tell you
base.
show up, smash that purple pill, engage with every close at the top. They don't give a fuck about how many accounts you ran through. And that's why every time they get that, they start to buy their blue check, they lose their account because it triggers in the system from the last time that they lost. Like, bro, y'all don't even know y'all are fucking y'all's life up when y'all trying to say you're trying to free. Like, what the? You don't want to be X out on Web3 before you can even learn it. Like, how are you thinking from your buddies? Oh yeah, you're supposed to do this. You can win giveaways. Like, and that's where I started digging deep. Who's giving y'all the money in IRL to use all this data to come here and get these free giveaways? But y'all gonna say, oh, I need this. I don't have no data. I don't have this. So who is paying for this stuff for you to come here to sit here in these spaces all day long and do this.
Well, yeah,
So
exactly.
you're not hurting as much as you're that's the scheme.
Right.
And y'all can call that in. I said that too though. They was like, yeah. A lot of us do use it as that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the scheme. That's why the bad name is in
might be a little bit easier to
So
illustrate.
y'all don't get mad when I call one a scammer.
What are your thoughts on?
I put in there also
Apologies, go ahead.
Of the Chuma Suggestion.
No.
So now, I want to point out
Don't shoot the messenger for telling y'all about this stuff. Like, you can't be mad at me for not allowing other people to get robbed. It happened to me. I let it go. I lost $100 for it. Did I go and start blabbing my mouth on cost? No. I was like, all right. Maybe it's just because I'm an outsider. I'm a foreigner. So he's like, yo, fuck. You know what I'm saying? That's basically how I'm looking at it too. So I look at it like it was lost. It's not like I can fly to Nigeria for $100. Like you go to this store and I gave you money for like you go to the street. But you live in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I can do about that. That's why I gave you this image. So yeah, so it's just dumb. And then I got even more. Like they feel that when they get their big win or somebody they can get over with, you would say just a random person throws up $100. So if you're a new project, if you really think that this is the way to get every new project or every person who comes and thinks that crypto and they're taking his lunch from so we cut this other drugs down. First, you need to start back at X.com. That's the one. You start there. Like I thought that it was creating your own shit and starting a TG. But what do you do all that for if you have nobody to
Right. I get that.
So I had to unlearn, but I'm learning. And reteach myself. Like, I'm doing it right now. Like, people who I'm building with now will be my early investment. And I invested all their projects. I have a lot of tokens, you know, but not a large amount, but it's a large amount of tokens for a little bit of nothing.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm early.
Right. What are your thoughts on Task Hub?
You would bend the bird using your thumb.
I can't really give you an opinion on Task Hub, actually. Is that one on Suey?
I'm not sure, but it's like its logo looks like panties. Like
anything like that. I'm really getting away with memes. You know, like I said, the meme shit is really, I think, going to more or less just like memes in real life. Put them out for 24 seconds. You know, put them out for 24 seconds.
Alternatively,
you know, I think that y'all with that, like on the last, but really go to billions.
yeah, and it did.
I'm not saying that no other ones won't go to billions. That's not you saying that because what the fuck was good about y'all?
Right. What are your thoughts on Jimmy? What's his Jimmy Wynn? James Wynn. Yeah, he comes in and doesn't seem to be extremely trusting.
Have you ever been on KOL?
I've heard about it. No, I haven't.
That's a project that I am starting to rebuild right now. They got rug about to flip to that. It's like because we're the key opinion leaders. People that have trust key opinion leaders. We should go to that website before we take this down. And I'm gonna go there actually and see if I can take some pictures. I would like you to go there and bring some of the people who are listening there. And that would give you a good idea. What you can be looking again.
It's an excellent.com. Do you ever go to spaces-board.com? Oh, you have to go to it. It's the best Spaces website in the world. Go to spaces-board.com. It shows you all the spaces that are happening concurrently. You can order them in terms of largest to smallest or most recent to longest duration. Spaces-board.com.
Yes, interesting. That's why again, how you actually end up holding the bird for mobilizing and checking.
I'm looking at it.
Immobilized.
He was able to put in the KOL's name by name, their handle, or their handle. So, yeah, there's a lot of people on here.
hardest.
Okay, I see it right on the
abode
front.
is
Spider Pig,
So it's like, by the
meanwhile.
way, if you look at
That
this,
must be different than
especially
Spider
like
Pig.
this, if this is done with one
Yeah.
hand,
Oh, it
that is a
is?
Somebody put me
tremendous amount
Yeah,
of
somebody put me on
dexterity.
there.
The truth is, even
Oh,
if
I
it's
see.
I got one vote.
it's a tremendous
I got
amount
one
of
vote.
dexterity. That's just a lot.
Wow.
I think it was the
Therefore,
dead.
the Gemara
I think
says
it was
this
the
was one of the
dead.
hardest
Because I
avodas
called him out.
in
I called him all kind of bitch.
So the Gemara says,
Oh,
now I should say it says
Spider Pig got a
"Isu
huge
avoda
scam.
kasha shel hamikdash." Actually, the
Yeah.
Gemara is this was the
Wow.
So, like, this is, this is what it was supposed to be for.
which the Gemara says
Tell
really.
people to
But
come here and
Knitza,
figure
the
out
Chafina.
how to.
One second, hold up. There's Knitza.
Okay, so-
what's Knitza? Knitza is right by the front. The coin takes his 3 middle fingers, right? Then he has to go and scoop out. Then what does he have
Right.
to do? He has to shape
All right.
off anything extra that's extending with his finger. with
This
his
is a
thumb.
great website and a great
That
idea.
doesn't sound so hard, but it is.
Yeah,
Why?
he just totally
Also, what he has to be careful with, especially
Why did he do that?
which had solid
He said
matter.
he couldn't
When he
afford
shapes
this.
it
We're
on, he has
looking
to
at
make
right
sure
now.
that it's only shaving off the
Lane,
excess
$600.
and not removing.
Oh, that's
what-
anything that is
that's
That's what you were
lodged
saying
in
cost
his fingers.
$600.
There can't be any space within his fingers.
This piece of shit.
That
This
also
is not
requires
IO.
a tremendous
This
amount
did
of
not cost
dexterity.
him $600.
Furthermore,
Right.
there's
It cost him
chafina. They both say, what's chafina?
Right.
Chafina is on Yom Kippur.
And-
Remember,
Bro,
there
you
was
think
a
you are? I'm a
tremendous amount of
soldier.
balancing
Bro.
that the coin had to do when he had to
I
take
could
the
really
larger
be
shovel of
mimic this
Kedoras,
website,
empty it
but I
into a
don't. I
smaller
haven't been
shovel
having
of
time.
Kedoras,
Like I said, if you go through it,
and
you
he
can see a lot
can't
of stuff on
spill
there.
anything.
And it's just like,
Tremendous
wow, I
amount
need
of
to hear
balance
the camera.
and
I don't have a
dexterity
fucking
that
token
goes into
and
that as
so
well.
mellow. The
You must
token so
understand
mellow
why
is still lit.
Simba is the hardest.
And it's still
Mitza,
I have like 32
Chafino,
bucks in
these
it.
sound
In the
difficult
actual
as
dab
well.
wall.
Allah,
So,
Ima, the Gemara
I'm
says,
not a
you're right.
rubber.
Allah,
You're
Ima,
like,
Zu'abod the Kasha.
Right.
actual so
They have
mellow
all this
token is
Kasha
still on.
distributed. Right? The Gemara says, you're right. We didn't mean to
I
say
just don't have
the
nobody that
hardest. Rather, what did we mean
to
to
buy
say?
into
What
it,
did we
and I
mean to
don't
say?
have nobody
It's
that I
of
want,
the
you
most
know,
complicated,
to
right? It's
really
of
build
the
it.
hardest
Right now,
of
I
this
think
done.
it was just
innovation.
more
It's not
of
down to
me
the hardest.
getting out of a
There's
bad
the
relationship.
mindset. Turns out
That robbed me for
learned
29 grand.
information.
Ooh.
Number one,
6,800 in and watched it go for 29,000 and watched it and I got to pull out my $3,000 left.
that the animal, the bird is
And,
killed by Malika.
After that, I was
done.
just got
Coming
really
out to
numb.
the back of the
And,
neck. The Gemara gives two
and I was
different
like,
focus
bro, like I
tosis,
really
and
had
that's
an
the
opportunity
question.
to take my
Malika
money
done
out
with
or at
one
least
hand,
pull my
Malika done with two
1,600
hands.
out and start
Color
chiseling
myself,
out my
non-man, it
profit.
doesn't
A
really
little
matter.
bit, my little.
As long as ultimately
Yeah,
again the bird is
slam it.
killed from the back of the
Yeah,
neck.
bro.
One of the
$1,000
is severed. Now again, we're gonna see about the head and
Created
the rest
so
of the
mellow,
body. That's
you know,
the
because I
next
just
issue.
wanted to
And ultimately, again,
reground
don't have
myself
to
and tell myself that this shit isn't real.
rather it's
Yeah,
done
even though it
directly
was,
from the blood of the
I
animal
just had to
itself.
tell myself that
Which
this
the
is
Gemara
crypto.
says
This
this
is
is
no
one of the
credit.
hardest
I
avodos
think
done.
that so mellow
Based on
is
it. Shabbos, I just want to tell you something
That's
absolutely
why-
beautiful and amazing.
That's it. It's still
It's
there.
interesting.
You
So
go look it up.
the second chapter
Yeah,
that
marshmallow head. Yes, it has a low market cap. Love to have somebody help me
incredibly beautiful.
push my
He
vision
says,
because
what
it's so
is
mellow. I was trying to
this
develop a
was one of the
website or
hardest
an app
avodas
where it
done
was going to be called
in the
Hello
days.
Mellow.
Shabbos, I want to
For
read
people
you
like
something
newbies, like right here,
absolutely
they're going to be able to go in there and
This is
hey, hello
this.
Mellow. Why is
He
it,
says,
you know, the market going down?
Shabbos are
What
the
is,
emo.
you know, and they also have fun facts in there, like, you know, the first transaction of Bitcoin was
Listen, one of the hardest
and it was
things in life
14,000
to
Bitcoin.
control.
You know what I'm saying?
our
When it was worth
thoughts.
like a few cents.
Sometimes a
you know what I'm saying?
person's thoughts
And
are like a
There's a
turbulent
lot of
sea.
cool fun facts and stuff I was going to implement in for something like that.
And sometimes the hardest thing in life
But yeah,
is
I think it's
can't
very, very
control
hilarious
what
that I'm
I
on.
think. Like
That's
thoughts pop into my
Well, you just have one bad
mind,
rating.
and I
It's
don't
not
have any
like a
control.
lot.
It wasn't
I'm interested.
my
But it
portfolio,
says-
because like stuff happens,
but
I
it's
see
scam
things, I
rating,
observe
it's
things,
like,
I experience
How can I
things,
have one scam ring?
and thoughts
Yeah,
that flood
somebody
my
just
mind,
not-
and I can't control what I think. Look at that,
Um,
I have one by
Yesh koach la'adam
I see James Wynn on here. Actually, he's quite positive.
melachtor el halev u'laharhev.
Oh, he is good.
You
Yeah.
may not have
Um,
control
All right.
over what you initially think,
Will you please, if you have a chance, check out
absolutely have
spacesdashboard.com.
about what you allow
Yeah.
to remain in your heart and what you constantly continue.
So this
to think
website's
about
amazing.
going
It shows you
forward.
all the spaces
So
that are
otherwise,
going on.
you might not
It has
have
a usable
control
search
over
feature.
instantaneous stuff.
It
Stuff
shows
that
you the
pops into
largest to
my
the
head,
smallest.
just like
You
random.
can rank
But
the
what
spaces
I
by
allow
different
to
languages.
remain in my
Uh,
heart,
You don't
and
have to
what
connect
I
your
allow
X
to
account, but you
remain
can.
in my
And then you get all the
consciousness,
features. It's
that I
It's been around for like
absolutely have
4 years. It's the best spaces resource I've ever seen.
So what happens? What happens by the Chata Sa'o?
So you can basically tap into any market if you want.
Exactly.
What does Malika represent? Malika is a severing.
So once you click on it, you basically put your X account through here, but I would do it online.
Malika represents the process by which we are able to go
Have
ahead
people ever been
and
hacked using
set
this
and make a
stuff?
distinction
Yeah, so
between the trust
I don't put my even I who I've done it with an old account. So what you can do is just use a throwaway account, put it in there, and you get all the features. But I wouldn't trust it, especially I don't trust anybody with my credentials essentially. But what you can do is you can see if you. So they used to have it so you got to see everything. Now I think you see the top 20 or something like that. But its search feature is way better than the X search feature. X search feature a lot of times says there are no spaces currently, or whatever they say, or there was an error, whatever, when you're doing a search. If you're at least using an iOS device, with that shows you everything. And then you can get in there and see how many spaces the host has hosted, and also how big the space is, not just by how many people are in it, but how many combined network the speakers have, if that makes sense. It just it gives you a lot more. It gives you a lot more. It gives you a lot more metrics than X does.
All right, have a great day.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm seeing all type of some of them are just popping up now, like hour old, 26 minutes, 69 people in there. Bitcoin 105 soon. Like
I'm sorry,
people just need to just lay back. The growth, they don't even understand what is going on.
I will go ahead and
why is it down? Why is it down? Do y'all realize that we just changed presidents? Do y'all realize that we're kicking a lot of people out the country? Do y'all realize that places have been burning down? Do y'all realize that people are getting snowed in and life is fucked up everywhere going on? So people are probably pulling their money out because they're needing it.
Yeah.
And let's be real. I know it's a lot leaving at the same time, but people aren't really fathoming how many more than 50 we have had since he had became the president. Right before he became the president, the mountains got washed out with the lithium up there in North Carolina. Then right after that, then the Palisades burned all the way down. Right there, I think it was right before that or something, the world lungs, the Amazon forest was burned down.
Good morning.
Then China and then that whole fight with Russia and Ukraine and
sorry about that.
dude,
Okay,
people act like this shit does not affect stock market. Stock market and crypto are tied in, but everybody likes the stock market.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
Somebody's putting their money in crypto.
Sponsors for the month of Heshvan.
So you're going to try to revive KOLTrust.io?
Yeah.
Okay. What stops somebody from just getting a small community together and saying, hey, promote, make sure I have a good rating on there, and then we're going to rug a coin it? I mean, is it tough to?
There was a score limit that was only so many times, and then we were going to have people that was going to go through there and scam, look through, make there was no fake digital bullshit, and that way that they could, we could remove it.
Was there ever a thought of having a comment section so people can find out what happened?
So remember again, the Mishnah said.
Yeah, that's the only way that you can load stuff up on there.
No, what I mean is you can vote on the person, but then having a little text box to say hey, yes, Spider Pig came into every space for 2 months, told everybody that he was gonna make everybody millionaires, and then rugged us.
Above the Chut HaSikra, 3 things that were done above the red line, 3 things that were done below the red line.
Like Yelp. Like Yelp.
I mean, you could have, they can upload them all they want, but at the end of the day, you have to have proof. You can come on here and vote, but yeah, you only get 1 vote, and every vote, like I said, you can't just go around here and just spam it. So there was something that we implemented in here that was like a reward system, voting system, you can't just, and then we made the PFP generator, he put that in here where, he's a decent coder, but he's not all that, he acts like he was truly, something was really doing something here, Like I'm just so pissed. This has the best narrative behind it. Somebody do this.
Right. Is there any way to get control of the website anymore?
No, I don't really have to rebuild this. Like, I really better.
Yeah.
That's what I was shooting for. And then with the token, we don't have a damn wallet either. What I did my research on it since it graduated is like if you pull all his money out, no matter if he's dead or has a dead wallet, nothing you can do.
Now remember, the next three items were
Right.
offered up.
That's what happened with Pepe. They CTO Pepe, but I don't think they called it Pepe CTO.
Which was the point of the war.
Well, I mean, this is a really great website, a really great idea. It's unfortunate that they can't.
Like you can't see the future. You're up at 68K.
When I bought it at 68K and he did all that shit, he did it to try to have people buy in more. So they thought we were going to get used to this. We're going to go to the new door. We're start going anymore. All of us, all of us, that's part is very interesting.
Right.
Is the Ola offered up on the southwest corner? So what's the
going down? I'm $10 more, $50 more. I was buying it after it was going down.
Going on the southeast
Hit the 40, and people keep picking up the money.
over to
I'm
the
just going to take it all the way down.
southwest. Just to understand, just a moment. Right, so remember,
You're an idiot. You could be way more rich than what you are.
when do you ultimately again Olas open the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast
No, I can't even say if I don't know.
interesting. So normal sounds like normally you
Like
want to be doing Olas
so much.
by the
Like the dude told me that
southeast
they put
corner.
that in a
But
coffee
if it's
shop
too
in a cafe, and
ultimately we'll move it over
before
to the
lunch, he told me
southwest corner.
he supposedly got rubbed too. He said, imagine having he said he bought it 18K, so the dev already put in a large amount of money in before he said he got it 18K. And I looked at it, and he, I guess, was telling the truth. Because when I looked at it all the way back to lunch, started at 18, 19K. I was like, damn, he really made you buy on top of him at 18K. What an asshole. What an asshole. He really do like it. Now, at that point when it was on pump point, they give you a $5,000 start. You probably put like $3 grand, $4 grand in there. So then from there, people put their money on top, levels it out, and you put more money on top, and then spread it back up, put his little money in. Bro, I've been through a lot of shit, I ain't compete.
So
From
things
a
like
mile
that,
away,
one of the first
hey,
albums
I
that
feel like, nigga, did you have to be dealing with, with the KOL that you were supposed to be calling out? Like, you were trying to make it seem like you were going to put them on a platform and call them out, this, that, and the other. Then one day they go try to look like, yeah, our life right today, that's the other. So what, you went in on with some other KOLs in other space, or what? So what God's going to do with these people? They think that this is all going to slide by. He took $300. He took a 10X from me. I'm thinking like $35. I'm just a firm believer. I know when I'm
he would come up on his bear, right? And what he would do is he would take ash. We're gonna talk. We're gonna go be more.
Wow. Well,
general layout.
I've got to tell you, I learned a lot today, and I appreciate this conversation. It's been extremely eye-opening to hear what your experience has been with many of these KOLs and many of these projects, and loved it. Love this discussion.
This is what
yes, sir. Like I said, you don't have to take everything, just my word for bond or anything, but I'm just saying what I've been experiencing. What I'm experiencing back home, everybody else, they fuck away with technical. They fuck away with technical.
That's right.
Exactly what I'm trying to do. Take hell away with technical.
Well, if you get any inside information on who to avoid or whatever, always feel free to come in here and tell me, or send me a message on Twitter or whatever, and I'll do the same for you. Excellent, my friend.
Definitely. I hope we get you in there with us someday. Really talk. Damn, bro. I'm really gonna go get some damn.
So because of that, because anyway, the burden parts have to be thrown by the base addition. it makes sense that wherever the bird Olam will be done, southeast is much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, it's going to move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for them to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, that's now let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, here we go.
On iOS?
So it's a very beautiful Gemara. See how strong Kohanim are. Why? Because we'll say, obviously, the lightest part of the bird. Now, going to see like bird, sacrificial parts of the bird are the mora and the notza. The mora is the crop. The crop, I will say, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food. So what it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the crop is like the stomach, but it's not down here; it's up here, right? Where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the mora and the notes on the feathers. So those are the parts
yeah, man, you're gonna have to
by the
come out of the room and come out and go back to the station.
Oh yeah, I was in them yesterday. I'll be in them right after. I've got one thing I've got to do. It's gonna take me about an hour, and then I'm gonna be in Spaces all this evening. So I look forward to seeing you in there, God willing.
A light item far than it does to take a heavier item, right? It's hard. Something is light, it's very hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the more and the notes of the crop and the feathers.
You could just get in there and just
more than 30 ounces. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. This is not a Rothschild cast, but on the Rothschild cast. So it's actually a beautiful, beautiful Gemara.
Yeah, the smaller spaces, they usually have, I think, better questions and allow you to really get into conversation with good people.
Those places usually be about 30 to 40. So that's the average
That's a great space that's not being botted. Those are real people, not a bunch of random anonymous listeners, 1,200 at the bottom.
Yeah, that's coals because like it disappeared. One time they had one I'm still trying to figure out how they do it.
Oh, you don't know? Here, I'll send you the website. Just one moment.
Website?
Yeah, and you can. It has all the. Yeah, it has all the. It has all the pricing. So just one moment, and and it's actually. I'm not saying to use it, but I just want you to know what the prices are. Okay, so I'm. Exactly. I agree with you. I know you're in the car. I don't know if you can see the website that I just sent you. It has all the prices, and if you want, I'll just read them to you if that'll make it easier. So if I put it on X, I will. I'll read it to you though. Okay, so for followers, you can either get high quality followers or premium followers. What's the difference? I think premium have the check. So just for regular followers, for 10 followers, it's 40 cents. Going up to 10,000 followers is $154. In terms of, but what you wanted was listeners to space. Okay, so these get really, really expensive. All right, so for 100 listeners, for 4 minutes, it's $2.70. So let's take it up to like 60 minutes just to give us an idea of So for 100 listeners for 60 minutes, the price is $29.90. Now, I do know some guys in Nigeria who can get this cheaper, but usually that's probably the going rate. You'll also see what these guys do is they won't have people in the spaces for the entire time. They'll get like 1,000 people in there for like the first 15 minutes. And then after that, everybody tails off. But they've already gotten 300 people in the space, so they're able to just keep that momentum going. So what you do is you put the link to your space in there, and then you just say how many people you want, and you can get up to 2,500. And then, so for an hour, yeah, from this website. Oh yeah, you get everything here: YouTube followers, Facebook followers, Twitch followers, LinkedIn, everything. They have every service. And I can tell you, I used this service when I first started in social media, like more than 4 years ago. And all of the followers that I got from like Instagram are all still there. I bought 10,000 followers on Instagram for $100, not because I wanted to be a big Instagram person, but because I wanted it to look like I had people following me, so that people just didn't find an account with 3 followers. And all those 10,000 followers are still there. And I'll tell you this, I bought on Twitch 50,000 followers 4 years ago, and I still have like 49,000 of them, 49 plus. So, and like just to give you an idea, those followers stick. Correct. Now, they do have some really nice services that you can get, like automatic retweets, which basically puts the reply guy out of business. So what are these automatic retweets, automatic bookmarks, automatic likes? If you buy this service, you can either do one of two things. You can have likes just one time, or you buy the service, which is just a one-time fee. So it's not like a monthly subscription or anything. And every time you tweet, like for instance, for automatic likes, every time you tweet, if you want the premium ones from premium accounts, every time you tweet for $15, you will get 100 likes every single time. Yeah, and it says this automatic likes package has no time limit and will be applied to all future tweets you post from now on. So you know how you get these guys who are like, hey, for $150 a week, I've got this group of reply guys and chillers and raiders and all this other shit that will help you? Yeah, you don't need that. You just get this package and you get 100 likes for $16 every time that $16 one time. And from now for the next, as long as this website's running, which it's been running for 4 years, so I can vouch for that, you'll get 100 likes on every single post. Sure. So if you go on the website that I sent you, it's called famet.net. And then in the upper right corner, you'll see like the sandwich menu, the 3 bars. And then you go to the X. They have like an X services. So you can buy Twitter likes, Twitter views, Twitter followers, Twitter retweets, Twitter bookmarks, Twitter automatic retweets, Twitter automatic likes, Twitter space listeners, Twitter poll votes, Twitter impressions. You can just straight up buy impressions. Automatic Twitter video views, Twitter clicks, Twitter comments. And then they have free Twitter followers, free Twitter retweets, free Twitter likes, and free Twitter video views. And so you can like basically test drive it to make sure that you like the service. And you can do that for free. But let's just go to impressions. You said you had like 3.5 million impressions. If you want another one, let's just say 1 million impressions. 1 million impressions is probably going to be pretty expensive, but $750, yeah. Which, oh no, absolutely not. But you know what you could do. Yeah, exactly. But what you could do is have, if you wanted, That's what I was going to say. Because that reply stuff will get you the momentum that you need to get all of the different impressions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I already do a lot of sharing. I would definitely like to reply or just grab my phone.
Exactly. But this gives you the going rate of how much this stuff costs. So that when you get some guy who's like, hey, I've got a shield team that is going to repost all your stuff. Half of the issue with that is it's like herding cats, getting them to repost the right thing and in a timely fashion. And they're not on the same time zone as you are. So it just lays dead for, 12 hours or whatever. You don't want to be managing that. So you just have the automatic Twitter likes, automatic retweets, automatic bookmarks, and then every time you tweet, for $16, you get 100 likes every single time. It's the best money that you could spend in crypto.
With the means that you reach me, so it's going to give me, I put one link in there, or does it get my username?
It gets your username. It gets your username, and then every time that you need, every time you post, it will just retweet anything that comes from that username. So you don't have to come in here and put the link in. That would be ridiculously difficult. No, every time you tweet, it just automatically retweets for you.
Okay.
And make your way around.
That was like the system. This new system.
Well, so I know a couple people who do this, and it has not flagged the system. They get a lot of engagement. I know 2 projects that do it. If you really want to know their name, I could tell you. But basically, they're pretty medium projects, but they utilize this, and they got rid of all their reply guys. So, I know one guy was spending $300 a week on these people, and I was like, "Why are you spending $300 a week when you're only getting 15 different reposts?" When you could just use this system, and every time you tweet, you automatically get 100 likes and 100 retweets. He's like, "Oh, you saved me so much money," and he just went with this, and his account's been fine. I know another account that was with one of the projects that we talked about earlier that was trying to promote people, and they bought 10,000 followers, and their account's still in good shape. They got exactly what they wanted. And, you can always test it beforehand. They have free links that you can put in there. And, this is what I would do if I were you. If I really didn't trust it, and I had a little bit of money, I would just start a new X account just with nothing, and then put $5 into each one of these services and see if it gets flagged.
When you read this
yeah, absolutely. So you just use a VPN. Nobody will ever know. You make sure that you use an incognito, and you just try. I'm not. Look, you do what you.
Where does he go? He comes up in his
I got one called Urban
Southwest.
Okay, I use Proton VPN. It's the largest VPN in the world, based out of Switzerland, and it's free. They're the same people who do. Yeah, they're the same people who do Proton Mail. You know what Proton Mail is, right? Yeah, so they do. They have the best VPN ever, and it's free for life. That's okay. I did the same thing with one of these, and also the fact that it's based in Switzerland is definitely an advantage because many of the other ones are not. And I think 90% of all the VPNs are generally focused in one country, and so this gives you a little bit more diversity. And it's not like it just has one country to pick from. No, it has at least 20 different countries to pick from and all kinds of different VPNs. Now, if you want really specific, hey, I need to have an IP that's showing in Nigeria, okay, well then you might have to pay for that service. But if you just want a random VPN, Proton VPN's the best.
Yeah, I got it. Rock, country, city.
So why is he walking around the homeless there?
Yeah, of course, though it's a premium service as well. Exactly, but it's one of those things that you don't know until you try. I can tell you, I've used this website before, and it never did me wrong, and it hasn't done the people who I've seen interact with it on X wrong. I can tell you, I one time bought 10,000 followers on X, and if you're like, well, okay, where are your 10,000 followers? It was on another account, and I lost that account not because of those followers. Those followers were on there for 2 years. I lost that account because I spammed people, and I understand that. I get why I lost it, and I didn't even spam it with that account. I just created a bunch of other accounts that said to follow my one with 10,000 followers, and that's how I got nailed. But it wasn't because of this website. I wouldn't lead you in the wrong direction. But this gives you the best idea of just the pricing on this stuff. So when people get a ton of people in their space, you know that they are paying a premium for that, and there's got to be a reason why. People just don't start a space and get 1,000 people in it if they don't have some reasoning that they want to have that many listeners.
So that's which the Mishnah said, which is that
That's a pretty cool thing. So you can, so the 100, you can either do it like gradually, or you can do it instantly.
Yeah, this website only does gradually. They don't want the sensors to know. So like the automatic likes will go, it tells you as well. You can either choose premium or high quality, and it says, it does give like comments of what people think of the service, and it says yeah, that's a good question. So I believe high quality means that they have at least 1,000 followers. Don't quote me on that though. Premium, I believe, means blue check.
Okay, that's what I want my engagement anyway.
Exactly. And so for like that 100 likes every time you tweet, it's $15.90, and then there's something. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, here it is. Risk of decrease. Users control their accounts, and there may be decreases. Thus, approximately extra service by 25% of your order is provided in addition to each order. So they already give you extra, and I can tell you that's true too. Like you'll get more than what you pay for because there is a risk of decrease. Here's another cool thing. They accept crypto. They accept Stripe credit cards and crypto. You don't need your account password. That was a big thing for me too. I don't want to put my username and password in some random website. You don't have to do that. You just have to give them your handle or your username. Are Twitter auto likes delivered instantly or gradually? This is the answer to your question. You can usually choose. Likes can arrive within seconds or be spaced out to mimic natural audience behavior, ideal for avoiding spam detection. So you can choose. And yeah, absolutely. Do automatic likes affect visibility on X's algorithm? Absolutely. Early likes are a strong engagement signal on X, helping tweets reach more timelines and possibly qualify for trending tabs or replies. Is it safe to use automatic likes on Twitter? Yes, if the delivery is gradual and the service uses real-looking or real accounts. Avoid shady tools that ask for login access or flood likes unnaturally. What do I gain from automatic Twitter likes? They build credibility, improve post visibility, and save time, especially useful for brand accounts, influencer, or anyone posting content regularly on X. And this is what your big companies are doing. They don't have 500 people who like their stuff right away. They just use these services. Now, here's a nice thing. Is support included with automatic Twitter like services? Most services offer ticket or chat-based support. Some include setup help, daily post syncing, and customer service for missed or delayed engagements. So they have a support team, which most websites, or like if somebody just sends you an X message, they're not going to have support. What is the Buy Automatic Twitter like service? Twitter Auto Like service is a social media service that allows you to purchase as many likes as you want for any number of tweets you will post in the future, and the likes will automatically arrive. Why should you buy Twitter auto likes? By purchasing Twitter auto like service, you can prepare your likes for your tweets and focus on the quality of your profile with peace of mind. Real and high quality likes automatically reach your account. So, it's like with anything, do your own research, but if you really don't trust it, then just create a new X account, or you could even have just somebody just use a VPN and do whatever, and then just get $5 worth of likes and start tweeting and make sure that it doesn't get flagged. And after, a few weeks of that, every time you tweet and it's good, then you trust it on your main account.
To which the Gemara says, come on, direct quote, right?
Yes, sir.
Why quote it? It's choosing orientation. Either look at it from the orientation of the Mizbeach, or look at it from the orientation of the Kohen. But for God's sake, don't do it both, because that's incredibly confusing.
Yeah, man, Rabbi, they trying to point about that.
That is a little bit confusing. We're not sure why exactly the Gemara chose to use it that way. Okay, but I will say, but again,
that's absolutely right. And don't believe the amount of people who are following these people either. Look, you don't know a single person who shields themselves more perhaps than I do, at least for the last 3 months on X Spaces. And I'm telling you, I'm maxed out on people. Everybody who's on these spaces already is following me. And it's like at 3,500, it's, I look and everybody's already following me, and I'm following everybody back, or I'm following them first. So I'm telling you, like, there aren't 50,000 people out there to be following you, at least not in these X Spaces.
Twitter's big. Now, we're
come back down and be done. How about that? I want this information.
That's
remember again the millions people know. Probably about 50,000.
So at least in the X Spaces at any given time, there are about 10,000 people in X Spaces. So to give you an idea, yeah, I would say 50,000 is probably, and that's not even crypto Twitter in X Spaces. And you know this too. Not a lot of people who are in crypto Twitter just listen to the spaces or don't even do the spaces and just are looking for tweets and such.
All placed on the same place. Beautiful. Okay, we'll say next. That up until now was Ola Self, the bird Ola. Now we're transitioning to another bird offering.
Absolutely. But if I were you, I would at least just, when you have more time, check out that famet.net. And if any of the services, I mean, if anything, just use one of their free services and on some random account and see if you actually start to get followers right away. And you will. I've done it before.
Well, I have an older account. She has an ancient account from 2012.
Oh, that's it.
My wife, I just had her log on the other day. She only got now she's got like 100 followers coming in. I had to pay for a check.
On its head,
she's like, now I know how to operate Twitter. Like, back in the day, you could go on Twitter, you could post up, people would follow you.
The idea was,
you know what I'm saying? So it was just
actually the
random stuff. You had to have, like, you had to be a part of Twitter. Part of it. People who write, people who do, whatever it is you like to do, you have to find that part of Twitter.
Right. No, I understand that. Well, then try it with her account.
Yeah, he's going to use hers for her view. She has some hours there. She's trying to figure out how to put technology on it. She wants to do not necessarily in form of a token, but she wants to run through an NFT. NFT for her, beauty industry. You know what I'm saying? And you looked it up, and it's been done before. Some other big company has done an NFT project, NFT for
I get that. What I'm saying is just buy the automatic follower or automatic like and automatic retweet for her. And if it works, then use it on yourself. If any,
I've been having her repeat myself for real right now, so I've been trying to get through the goalposts because I'm like, she got an ancient account. Why can get her followers?
blood
She's
is
gonna be
collected
racking
in
in
the
them.
sharis, the process we call Kabbalah, and then the
Man,
blood is
she
taken
had
from
followers
the
that I
kli and
got.
sprinkled on
National
the
followers, you know what I'm
by
saying?
a
Like,
bird offering.
no, I
The
got
blood is
3,200
actually
now.
sprinkled from the
The
body
day
of
I'm
the
just
bird
had to be down.
itself.
They
So
just
that
keep rolling
you're
in.
taking the
I ain't
bird
ate
and
nothing.
sprinkling the
Same
blood
here.
on the mizbeach. First of all,
Every day I wake up, it's like 30 or 40
Mazin
new
is the
beans.
Malkem mizbeach, and you go ahead and you sprinkle the
Then
blood
go down
on
and
the
then
wall
some of
of the
those. I've been shaving off my other
And
people
listen
that
that
I've
way,
been following
which
too.
also sounds like over here. So where is the bird? Where is Chatas all taking place? Where's it taking place? It sounds like it's taking place on the ground. Right?
Yeah,
On the
that can
ground,
get to
because
be a
remember, again,
pain.
where
I
is
think
the
they
blood
let
taking
you
place?
unfollow 15 people at a time or
On the
something.
wall results. Just hold on
Yeah.
all this information.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
so
follow probably
no
about 20.
Kabbalah, no receiving the blood in a clean.
Right, that's the way to do it.
The blood is actually sprinkled from
Yeah,
the body
I heard
of the bird
people
itself.
getting their account
Shiari Hadam,
banned, suspended, or just unfollowed 400 people. Like, what the fuck? How's that bot activity if 400 people not following me? If I just go down through there,
any
I have
residual blood ultimately
unfollow them back.
is placed on the base.
And like, he is so dumb for that. Like, what does me unfollowing somebody have to trigger an alarm for a bot?
And the only
Right.
part of the bird offering,
You know what I'm saying? Like, why would a
goes
bot
in
be
his
going?
bird, says what?
I mean, just going through unfollowing
It's the
people. You know
blood.
what I'm saying?
There's
Maybe
no
add
other
people
sacrificial
more
parts. Remember again,
unfollowing.
this stands in contradistinction to what? To the Ola soul, where again the crop and the feathers were placed in the
What's
base. I
going on,
mentioned.
man? With the
But
buddy, man?
Chata soul, the only thing that is placed in his back
Oh,
is the blood.
He's doing his own thing. He lives in here 24/7. He's been in here for almost. Believe it or not, he's actually just a special needs guy who met me in some Discord. He met me in like the Aiden Ross Discord, if you know that one, and he just started live streaming his life. And then one day started talking with me, and I found out he was a really good-hearted individual, and that's how we got connected. And he loves sports. So my man here, Brandon, will watch every single sport, every football game, every basketball. He's always got sports streaming.
Oh, okay.
Instead, what's happening over here?
Well, you can hear me, hey,
What's
Brandon.
happening over here is that the blood is actually sprinkled
Hey, Brandon.
from the body of the oath itself.
He may be deafened right now on that one account, but he's got the other account going. He's just doing his thing. So sometimes we'll go a few days without saying hi to each other. Not that we don't. He's just kind of a random person who came in here, who became my friend, and we keep each other company, so to speak. Word, dog. Guy's got a heart of gold, I can tell you that.
That's how you meet your tribe. You know what I'm saying? Your tribe, you're attracted.
Absolutely.
Like they'll come find you. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless.
Exactly.
It's kind of weird. Like it's like when he came on Discord, it's like, you know, what if he was on X one day and just stumbled upon it? What do I think?
He did. So I was in two different Discords, and he would always see me streaming in there. And he would try to talk to me in there, but I just keep myself muted in there because I don't want to. Frankly, I don't want to talk with kids. I only want to talk with adults, and these people have people of all ages in there, and I don't want to throw an F-bomb out there or anything like that. And I know how I would feel. So I say to anyone who comes to my Discord, you have to be 18, and there's like a verification, and then he's 21, and I asked him, how'd you find out about me? And he said, you're always in Aiden Ross's Discord, and you're always in the socialized Discord, and we're always trying to talk to you in there. And then one day I just came in here, and you think I have a lot of accounts. This man has a lot of accounts himself. So he's live streaming on like three different channels right now. Yeah, so I live streamed 24/7 in Aiden Ross's Discord for 18 months straight. Yeah, and the only reason, Aiden came in my YouTube stream, and we spoke, and he brought like 30 people in there at one time, and I didn't know who he was, which is kind of a funny thing, and we just talked about what I do, why I live stream, why I'm always in his Discord or whatever, and then I just continued to live stream in there, but I switched that one out for the Yucky Ducks because that was more people who were available in crypto Twitter and everything, and then so that I've got that device there now, but I'm still in the socialized Discord, and I'm also in the Soul on Chain Discord and some of the other Discords, and I just leave my camera on in there. I have myself deafened and I have myself muted so that people don't hear any curse words or anything like that. Not that I have a huge cursor, but again, I don't want to get in trouble because Discord, I wish Discord had a setting that said, I don't want to interact with anybody who's not 18. They don't. So then I just have to ensure that I only let people in here who are 18. Exactly.
There's like with most accounts that I come in, some of them make you verify yourself. Like you have to literally like go and like put their age, your account, your name, everything. Like you got like some of them got where you can't even go because it's so done.
Right, I recognize that. On this one, if you have a computer or an Android device, it forces you to. If you have an iOS device, iOS does not allow that. So yeah, I mean, I get a lot of people who come in here, and really the first question I ask them, if they sound young, how old are you? And if they say 18, then I really quickly say to them, all right, in what year were you born? And they'll be like, and if they're struggling, I'll say, come back when you're 18, take care. And then I usually ban them. Just because, I mean, I was under 18 one time. I can't tell you how many times I told people I was 18 on the internet just to see what was going on. But yeah.
You know, that's why they like that. We used to get asked the ASL, bro. What's your age? It's in your location.
That's exactly right. And now you can't. I mean, people like that. That's from the old days. You know how it is. People don't even do that anymore. But that's how ASL. Exactly. Yeah, I'm glad you remembered that. I say that to some people sometimes, even people in their early 20s, and they're like, huh? I'm like, you don't know what ASL is? Didn't you ever use AOL Instant Messenger or anything like that? They don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, and especially on Discord, there are just so many kids. And, I'm not doing anything wrong, but I just think of how I would be if I were a parent, and I don't want, if I had kids on the internet, I don't want them hanging out with adults. I'd want them to be in their gamer servers or whatever, and have adults be with adults and kids be with kids. So that.
Right, the other image is go ahead and so for example, if you go ahead and you take a look at the last image, so you can see again on both sides the bird is held a different way, kind of like, but in the first image the bird is held, we'll call it like in the inside of the hand. In the second image, if you'll notice again, the head is bent back towards the back of the hand. So the point the Gemara is making over here is there's two different positionings for Malika.
All right.
So I want that to be very interesting. Before you even go on, the Rambam Paskins, let me just read this to you. So the Rambam Paskins, the Rambam says, Kita ochis chatas al pishas Malika, ochis shtirat levin shtets bosa, ushtega vevin shtets bosa, umosek savar al lochav shtets bosa, umole. So first of all, the Rambam goes like the first image that we saw, which is again, so really that first image is really according to Rambam, the most authoritative one, which is, again, remember, you're holding again wings immobilized.
Do you know anything, not about the yucky ducks, but about the ugly ducks?
Feet immobilized between
I ain't heard much about the ugly ducks.
pushing the head.
Yeah, so I will say this, I don't like being pressured into anything, and one time they had a chill, and I go in there and I'm like, I tell them my spiel or whatever, and they're like, oh, do you know about the ugly ducks? And I'm like, I mean, I see you're hosting the space, but aside from that, I don't really know anything about it. And they're like, oh, well, do you like NFTs? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're like digital art, they're cool or whatever. And they're like, oh, all right, well, why don't you buy an ugly duck right now? And I'm like, well, I didn't want to just shoot the guy down in front of his whole space. So I said, maybe I'll take a look at him, and if there's something that of interest to me, then perhaps I may buy one. He's like, no, we want you to buy one right now, and we're going to live stream it just like you're live streaming us. And I'm like, well, let me take a look and see if I like the art and everything like that. So I sent the guy a message, and I said, look, I'm just making you aware. I don't buy NFTs. I don't buy crypto. Generally, people give them to me. I'm not asking you to give them to me, but I'm just making you aware. I come into these spaces to chill and not to be pressured into buying something, especially because this guy's got like a picture of himself in a Lambo where he basically is wanting you to buy a $150 NFT, and I don't know anything about it. So I was going to say, if you ever run into that group, I don't necessarily mean to say anything bad about the guy. I understand, but I felt there was a very high pressure sales pitch. And on top of that, I was really nice to the guy. I said, look, if you want me to do yeah, exactly. If you want me to do a like a shout out for you, or you want me to help repost something, I'm willing to help you. You just let me know. But I don't want to buy any NFT right now, especially if it's anywhere between $50 and $150 in this NFT market. And he's like, no, just stay out of my spaces. I was like, all right, dude. I mean, I get it. You're a dick. No big deal. I get it. But I didn't know if you had any of the same interactions that I had had. And if so, I can tell the guy, he's a hard worker. He's a hustler. I can tell you what he does. He like goes to places in the 5 boroughs of New York City and like collects their oil, if you know, from like restaurants and stuff, and then he sells that. So you've got to be a hustler to do that kind of a deal. But I just wasn't I don't like high pressure sales pitches, especially, hey, we want you to do it right on the stream right now. It's like just calm down, okay, my man.
Yeah, for sure.
But
I was never gonna tell me to buy no $150. The guy ain't got no name already created for y'all. Ain't nobody and stuff.
Well, exactly. And then I look at the guy's timeline, and it's like him with like, Ferraris and Lamborghinis and stuff. And it's like, look, I'm not going to give like to your project that I've never heard of, that you're putting pressure on me to buy. And I know it's just basically for you to be able to spend it on your car. You're 100% right on. You're 100% right on that as well. So right, especially when your space has 16 people in it. It's not even a big space.
You got Lambo money, then you can select online stuff. You be like, look, this is what my boss look like. You know how many people come in your space?
Right, you don't need to pressure people to buy your NFT.
Right. All you gotta do is you be like, yeah, my account's looking real healthy this month. Just make that post like it. It's like, yeah, I got a pack coming up.
Right.
You people go run in there.
Right. If you have a Lambo, why are you running an NFT project? Like, you got better things to do with your time than to beg people on Twitter Spaces to buy your project. So, I've spoken to that guy's either girlfriend or wife or baby mama or something, and she's nice. She didn't put pressure on me or whatever, but that guy, of all the people I've dealt with in X, like for the last, I've only been doing this recently for 3 months, but years ago, like 2 years ago, I did it for like an entire year, and so I like have a lot of experience on X. That everybody's generally pretty nice. They're not going to pressure you into doing anything. But this guy was like, "I'm going to tweet it right when you buy it." I'm like, just calm down, man. I nobody wants that kind of pressure. Nobody wants that kind of sales pitch. And then especially at the end when I'm like, look, I'll help you in any other way generally that you want. If you want me to retweet something or like something or bookmark something, you tell me, I'll do it. And then for him to be like, no, just stay the fuck out of my spaces. All right, dude, that's not the way to get on my good side. And then I look at his account and he's got like 2,200 followers. And it's like, dog, I've gotten that in less than 90 days. Like, if you really work at your account, you can, and that's without a blue check mark.
Yeah, you can definitely get
Yeah, exactly.
From the body,
That's absolutely right. If you're just going for followers, a good strategy is to go to those follow for follow spaces, leave your account in there before you go to bed, and when you wake up, you'll have 20, 30, 40 extra followers, and you just follow those people back.
What just fills your head instantaneously. I feel a lot of desire, jealousy, different kinds of things that just happen to my head. Sometimes I really can't control those things. What I absolutely do control is what do I allow to occupy permanent real estate and
there you go. I've done that too.
In my heart and in my life.
You know, I find though that there are the big fish are either gone or not there because of the market, and so it's kind of the same people in Twitter Spaces, and you find it. And then the other Twitter Spaces, the big one, a lot of the big ones are like political, or they don't want shills. So like I respect that. I don't go in there and tell people what I do if they don't want that. But if you're gonna say shill and spill or shill and chill or whatever it is, or follow for follow and promote yourself, I'm all about those spaces. The mutuals, the growing, that's cool.
Yeah, see, I like to grow, that's it, and just like the mutual people. I don't like doing all this trying to link up with people, do accounts, and try to be here and there and the other. I'm not in for that.
I understand that.
I don't want to be involved in a lot of bad negativity shit.
Right.
It's like every time I get into think something's decent, think something's good, it's just like, like recovery coin. He sent me my recovery coin too. I bought $1 million. He sent me $6. So I'm just holding on to what he sent me mainly. Hey, that 18,000 market cap. He's been out here grinding daily.
Good morning.
Making these faces. His face is strong. He's probably doing his own faces now. Then he just held it on. But my face is actually up right now.
Today's stop is welcome. I'm at Gimel 63. We're begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Levinson, Avik Shelber for sponsoring all the shura and all the justice of the month of our festival in honor of her husband and his birthday. On behalf of the Levinson, we have the Lakita, we thank the Rep for everything he does, and we wish you all many years of young and the son of the great. Also thank you, Steve, for his never sponsoring all the shura of the month. In loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, Leonard Sweep, and fans of the Rothschild Springs. You're on the day so thank you, Young Sir Steiner, for trusting the young share. Into the plus of continued help for Shalom, Chicago, thanks to Sasha, and for ultimate push, Lena, Mr. Shem.
Thousands of Bitcoin in it. Early fire, early days when it was since. They bought thousands of them. Also, they used to have PTC online, PTC online, where people lost their login to the first crypto website for PTC.
Right.
And
you'd be a billionaire if you could just remember the password.
That's why people don't understand. It's a meal offering.
I noticed some people out there today.
It's a grain offering.
There's no damn way.
It's cheaper and easier to bring in and to bring a carbon from any type of animal. Now, the process was that they would take.
Right. I like to think that there may be a way in the future to get all those wallets back. I'm not saying there will be, but it's just something that allows me to sleep better at night.
They got miners fucking working on every one of them.
And then what happens is they put it into a cage.
If you're mining Bitcoin, why would you be mining Bitcoin that can be bought? If you're mining Bitcoin,
right. Well, there's that famous story of that guy who had 2,000 Bitcoin on a hard drive, and they threw the hard drive away, and he actually paid to be able to search through the junkyard to be able to find it, and it was just a lost cause.
Where does he do that? Says the Mishnah Mechamakam Bazara.
Yeah.
What is Kamakam Bazara?
But I mean, he was like, he was in a junkyard, or not even a junkyard, a trash, what do you call it?
That's called the Azara.
A landfill. He was in a landfill. Right. No. He was in a landfill, just like asking the guys who fill it, like, all right, well, if some like where is it from like 4 years ago? And they're like, it could be anywhere, dude. But it was worth enough to him. Let me get the exactness of that story. Yo, Doug, what's the thing about the guy who put a hard drive in a landfill that had Bitcoin on it? All right, so here's the story. So this is 12 years this guy did this. He was James Howells, a Welsh IT engineer, accidentally threw away a hard drive containing 8,000 Bitcoin in 2013, mistaking it for a blank drive during a house cleanup. At the time, Bitcoin was worth just a few dollars. Today, those coins were worth about $1 billion. He spent over a decade trying to recover the drive, petitioning the Newport City Council for permission to excavate the landfill, offering large sums of money, and even proposing high-tech solutions like AI-powered scanners, robot dogs from Boston Dynamics, and drone surveillance. Despite these efforts, the council repeatedly denied access due to environmental and logistical concerns. In 2025, a court ruled that Howells has no legal right to search the landfill. He has since shifted strategy, announcing plans to launch a Bitcoin Layer 2 network backed by the lost funds, claiming legal ownership of the coins even though the hard drive remains uncovered. Like, what a story.
So he got his funds back?
No, he did not. Like basically what he wanted to do is start a Bitcoin Layer 2 network backed by the lost funds, claiming legal ownership of the coins even though the hard drive remains uncovered. Some critics call the efforts a scam or a long con, while others see him a cautionary tale of crypto's wild volatility. The hard drive likely remains buried in the landfill, possibly damaged beyond recovery after years of exposure to moisture and compaction.
They had the bread that was lined up over there, two piles of 6.
Isn't that a wild story?
Now sitting on the table were these 2 spoons filled with the frankincense. So now you have those 2 spoons there. Now they would switch out these breads every single week. And part of the process was they would take the Ravona off of the shofar.
Yep, and he's got 8,000 Bitcoin.
They were mocked here.
So he's a billionaire.
Yeah, that's why he tried for. That's why he tried for 12 years to try to get in that landfill.
These 2 spoons filled with frankincense. Obviously, where were they taken? They were taken from here. This is the shofar. The shofar is right here. They'd be taking those
an
2
interesting
spoons
thought.
filled with the levana or the shofar out to the mizbeach. So now where's that done? Inside the heichal. So he rationalizes that if you could do that, the kmitza inside the heichal, obviously that's what needs to be done because that's what you could do. Masav Rabbi Yuri asked the following question. He said the pasuk says in it, "The kamatz misha." So it's probably worth looking through the whole pasuk because the whole pasuk is referring to when anybody brings a mitzvah via el bnei Aaron, referring to someone who's not a kohen. He brings his cover mitzvah el bnei Aaron, hakohanim, the kamatz misham molokum. So the way the pasuk reads is that Yisrael wants to bring a carbon mitzvah. He approaches the base of the church. He knocks on the door. He gets the Kohen answers. He gives it. Aaron HaKohanim. He gives it to Aaron HaKohanim. The immediate next words of the pasuk is "V'kamatz misham," and he takes from there.
Absolutely. You're always welcome. Absolutely, it's good catching up.
Exactly from the
good catching up. Thank you for all the alpha.
Brought the carbon, or brought them in. That's the mitzvah. Now, if you're describing that, what happens? you have the Yisrael works in it. He passes all the way through there as a
That's
snug.
a
He
good
comes to
friend.
Sharnik.
All right, I'll see you on crypto Twitter.
Where Yisrael's allowed to stand. So
Peace, buddy.
on this side,
You as well.
Over here, he stands over here where Yisrael's allowed to stand, and then the Kohanim come to get it from him. Now the pasuk says he hands his karban mincha to the Kohen, but come out to Misham. So where is that? That's right here. He gives it to the Kohen right here, but come out to Misham. It sounds like he takes the mincha from right there. So again, the Rabbi says, it sounds like there's a specification over here which tells us you need to take the karban mincha specifically from a place where Yisrael is allowed to stand. Now, if that's the case, the pasuk is being specific that the Kohen takes the kmitza from the mincha, from the hand of the Yisrael, where Yisrael is allowed to stand. Obviously, that can't be here because Yisrael is never allowed to go here to the Heichal. So how do you say that you're allowed to do the komets of the mincha inside the Heichal if you seem to have a pasuk which seems to indicate that you must do it in a place where Yisrael is allowed to stand? Now, the Gemara just adds in another point, which is part of this, not necessarily relevant to this discussion, but Ben Beseira says, "Minayin shem kamatz b'smal sheyachzer v'yikmotz b'yamin." How do you know that if the Kohen mistakenly used his left hand to do the kmitza, that what he does is he puts the kmitza back in and does it again? In other words, he did not disqualify the karban mincha by using the wrong hand, but it didn't work. So you put it back in, then you use your right hand. How do you know that you can redo it with your right hand? He has a drasha from the word misham, the place we're ready to take the komets from, you can do it again. Okay, this is not necessarily relevant to the Gemara's question. The point that the Gemara is dealing with over here is that the Rothschild told us that a Kohen is allowed to go ahead and do the kmitza inside the Heichal, but the pasuk seems to indicate the kmitza needs to be done in a place where Yisrael is allowed to stand. The only place where that would be is over here, and therefore it seems limited to this place, and this place would be a problem. Some say that Rabbi Yirmiyah himself, who most of love, whom Rabbi Yirmiyah asked the question, he answers himself. Some say it was not him who answered the question, rather, Rabbi Kiva explained this to Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Tachlifa, and he said, explained it as follows. The reason why the pasuk said the Kamat Bisham was to tell you that the entire Azara is a permissible place to do the kmitza. Because my initial thought would have been that I would have said just like a mincha is a kodesh kadashim, and an olah is kodesh kadashim, not olah tunatzafan, after tunatzafan. So that's why the pasuk tells us that it can be done anywhere in the Azara. In other words, you always have to start with the default of what you were talking about. If you're understanding that you have no idea where you would do the kmitza, so if the first thing you ever learn is the words "kamatz misham," then you would say it's a limitation to be in a place where Yisrael is allowed to stand. However, the Gemara says no, that's not our default thought. Our default thought would have been you need to do the kmitza of a mincha exactly in the same place we do the shkita of an olah. And where will that be? In Tzafon. Turn this a little bit so everyone can see it. You would have thought that it has to be over here in Tzafon of the Azara. Why? Because an olah is done over here.
Hello.
You would have thought it has to be done over here. So the Kamat Misham tells you no, it's not limited to Tzafon. It's anywhere in this entire Azara is going to be okay. I'll show that to you by telling you could do it over here. This is where the Yisrael brings it in. This is where the Yisrael stands. You could do the kmitza over here, and that will indicate to you that you're not limited to only the northern side of the Beis HaMikdash. Now the Gemara gets a little bit stuck on this thought. Like, really? Is that what you would have thought? Why would you think to learn a karban mincha from karban olah? Mala olah shekain kalo. We already know that an olah is a very unique type of karban. The entire thing is going to be burnt. So an olah is unique, and has to be shafted in itself on, and that's something which is unique for an olah. However, a karban mincha, the whole thing is not burnt. There's a part of the shirayim that's going to be eaten. The Gemara says, all right, you're right. It's not olah that would have made us think this, rather mechatas. I would have thought I learned out mechatas. As we mentioned many times this concept. Tatas is very unique karban because it has the ability to wipe away the Avera, which would otherwise leave a person with a key of kares. So again, how can you compare an Ola to that?
Yeah.
He says, all right, it must not be from there, me Asham. I would have thought that I learned a carbon from an Asham, just like an Asham has to be done in the northern side of the base of Mikdash. I would think a carbon has to have the kmitz in the northern side of the base of Mikdash as well. Mar says, no, I never would have thought that. Mal Asham came and he done it. An Asham, at the end of the day, is a carbon that has blood. But does not. It's just a grain carbon. Mar says, so cool. So why don't you just learn it from all of them together? No, you can't learn from each one individually. Just bunch them all together and say, all of them are contradictions. All of them need to be in itself. So you would have thought that a minfach gathered means in the contradictions. The Pasuk tells you otherwise. Mar says, no, I never would have thought that. Why? This is different. I never would have thought to compare a meal offering to any type of carbon. Any kind of carbon, which is an animal and it has blood offerings, is going to be unique, and therefore a mincha will be different. Tomorrow says, all right, so now let's try to figure out why we need this pasuk. Again, the bottom line is we have this pasuk that tells you to come out to Mishan, that when Yisrael brings it in, the Kohen takes the comets from there. The question is, what is from there coming to tell you? Option number one, that it must be in a place where the Yisrael is able to stand. Option number two, it tells you the entire Azara. Now, how do we know? I would have thought, since part of the mincha process is that the Kohen brings the entire mincha to his bath, he touches it up against the wall, and then it says, the hair mimena bekunza, you should lift this comment, ma hagasha b'kar maravis promise. I would have thought, just like the hagasha, we have to touch it to the mizbeach, it has to be b'kar maravis promise. So again, where would that be? Darv is over here, Marav is over here, so the hagasha is at this corner of the mizbeach. I would think Kmitz b'kar maravis promise. I would think the Kmitz needs to be b'kar maravis promise. Kamash Malan, the pasuk of the Kamat Misham says, no, it doesn't need to be here. It can even be over here, and that indicates to me that this entire area is going to be kosher for the Kmitza, but not to the exclusion of the Heichal, says Rabbi Lazar. The Heichal is definitely permissible as well. The reason why the pasuk said the Kamat Misham is to tell you, you would have thought you could only do it over here in this corner of the mizbeach, because that's where you have to touch the mincha to the mizbeach. So the pasuk, no, you can even do it over here where the Yisrael walks in. But the bottom line is
Rabbi?
that that's not a limitation to tell you only in that place. It's actually coming to include an extra place to tell you, you would have thought only that corner of the mizbeach. No, you'll have to do it even where the Yisrael comes into the Beis HaMikdash. Okay.
Can you not hear?
Now it's fine for us to say you could also do it inside the Heichal. Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says, Shlomim sheshachtem beheichal, carbon shlomim which you sheft inside the heichal, halacha is kesherim, it is kosher. Shenemar, for it says in the pasuk, b'shachtu also pesach oel moed. You should sheft it at the opening. The word also is not true. B'shachtu pesach also pesach oel moed. You sheft the carbon shlomim at the opening to the oel moed. And the Gemara says logically, you're never going to say that the top of the secondary object is going to be better than the primary source. In other words, the point over here is, it says you sheft the carbon at the open to the oil mode. What is the identifying place to the oil mode? You're telling me you sheft the carbon at the open to the oil mode. Yeah, this is referring to the oil mode. The equivalence would be this kind of if you shaft it at the open to the OMO, what you're saying is you don't have to go to the OMO. The logic dictates to you that if OMO is the determining factor, then it won't be worse to go into the OMO. The path of OMO is the secondary place. The primary place is the OMO. So logically, I can just say, I'm not going to make the secondary place more common. So Meisver, how do I know that if Rahman al-Islam, a bunch of Odik Kachavim surround the entire Azara, and there Rashi says what's going on over here? Rashi says they're surrounding the Azara not for any good reasons. You keep Odik Kachavim, Limel Tama, says Rashi, the Yorim, Hitzim, Avnei, Ballisteros, the Toch Azara. They're throwing rockets and arrows inside the Beis HaMikdash. So they're throwing it. They're surrounding all around on the outside, and they're busy tossing these arrows into the Beis HaMikdash. Now the Kohanim busy doing their work. So what do they want to do? They want to get some protection. So now this whole area is open. So they might want to go into the Heichal, eat the carbon over there. How do we know? Let it go in there and eat it. So now we have a pasuk which teaches us that if the Kohanim are under the threat of the siege of the Ozni Kusavim that are surrounding the base of Mikdash and throwing arrows in, we need a pasuk to tell you that they are allowed to go inside the building to eat the carbon. Now, why do you have to have a pasuk to tell you that? V'amai, name of b'chatzar olamoy yochlu. The pasuk says we're supposed to eat the carbon b'chatzar olamoy, in the courtyard of the olamoy. Now, again, what's the identifying place? What's the identifying location? The olamoy. Why don't I just say lo yetafel chaman ikar? If they're supposed to be eating it at the opening to the olamoy, so the identifying place, the primary place to eat it is the olamoy. The secondary place is the opening to the olamoy, or I should say the chatzar, the courtyard of the olamoy. Why don't you just say logically they can go inside and eat it over there, just like you're telling me that they can go ahead and do the shechta shlamim inside the olamoy, because the olamoy is the primary place. I should say they'll to eat it. The Gemara says no, you can't compare the two. Hasam avoda adam over mokum rabo amri lo yatav charon ikar. Shita is an avoda. It's a service. It's part of the services to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you know what? Any kind of service to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be more elevated the closer you get to that primary source. Achila, the inna de mokum rabo. It's not appropriate to sit there and eat lunch in front of your Rabbi. Lo yatav charon ikar. We don't say, automatically say that when a person eats lunch, it's more appropriate to go more towards the primary source. In other words, it depends what you're doing. If you're showing up to do an avoda, so yes, do an avoda. The closer you get, the better it's going to be. Why? You're doing an avoda. So you can even do it outside the olamoy, but certainly inside the olamoy. When you're eating your carbon, as much as kohanim ochlim u'baran the skaper, there's something special about the type of achila. You're eating kachim. It's not just any type of achila, but at the end of the day, they are eating. We can't necessarily compare eating to avoda, and therefore the fact that it can be eaten by chatzar olamoy does not automatically, logically indicate you should eat it inside. Okay, but the bottom line is, what we learned over here is that mincha is supposed to be having kmitza done anywhere in the Azara. Rabbi Lazar goes ahead and adds in the heichal, and we do not have a problem from the pasuk that says the kamatz b'sham that it needs to be specifically over here and not inside the heichal. Because what we explained is that pasuk is just including the entire Azara as opposed to limiting it to tell us it's only one place. We had all kinds of reasons why we would have thought it was limited to one place, either Tzafon, or maybe you would have thought Tzafon, or maybe you would have thought that it was in this corner of the Mizbeach. Bottom line, the pasuk tells you no, the entire Azara is going to be kosher for Kmitza, and on that, as Rabbi Lazar, it says even the Heichel is going to be okay for Kmitza as well, just like the receipts that are taken off the Shulchan, which is equal, tantamount to the Avod of Kmitza. Therefore, Kmitza for the mincha can be done even in the Heichel. New Mishnah. Tata Sa'of.
All right, so as we
now
remember,
going on to burn offerings. So Tata Sa'of.
That bitch
There's a guitar
means
called Tata Sa'of, and we'll get there, but just in terms of the location of where it's going
something
to be
so
done, Tata
pleasurable that
Sa'of,
can provide
Paisa
the
Nasis
dead
Al
and
Karen,
years to
Deromis Marabis. Where is the Tata Sa'of service? It's on the southwestern corner of the Mizbeach. Now the Mishnah does something funny. It says, it was perfectly fine to be done
if only I wish.
anywhere on the Mizbeach, Elazeh Paisa Makaima. So this was its place. We don't usually find the Mishnah doing that. Starting off by telling us, here's where you should do it. Southwest side of the Mizbeach. And then, oh, by the way, anywhere is fine. Oh, but I just want to let you know, you should do it on the southwest. Which one is it? So therefore the Gemara is going to say at the end of today's daf, in other words, what's going on over here. Tell me where you want me to do it, I'll be happy to go there. So the Gemara is going to explain it's a little bit ambiguous in terms of what the Mishnah means, but there is, the Mishnah does actually mean very specifically what it says. We'll see very soon what that is. Now the Mishnah says, the Shlosha Dvarim, Paisa Nasis, Paisa, sorry, Shlosha Dvarim, Paisa, Oisa, Karen, Mishameshes. That corner,
of the few who compose Hasidic
which is
discourses
the
on the
southwestern corner
one
of the
who
Mizbeach,
composed Hasidic
serves
discourses
for
of the
three
Zohar.
different things.
He
Again,
once
just a
remarked
reminder in terms
that
of the
prior to the
picture,
exposure
where
of
is
the
that?
Hasidic
Since
approach, he
this is
could have
Maris,
fancied himself a tzaddik,
this is
a
Durham,
righteous
so this
man,
is
free of sin
south,
or
this is
blemish.
west. We're
However,
referring to this
after
corner
learning the
of
Chabad
the
approach,
Mizbeach over
he
here.
now
There were three
came
things that
to
were done
realization that
on that
Halavai,
Mizbeach.
Baal, if
Yulata,
only I could
under
be a
the line
midnight
of the
servant of
Mizbeach,
God.
Vashloshim Lomala, and three things were
All right,
done
that's a cool
above the
story,
line. So a
dog.
total of 6 things,
What
3
about
on the bottom,
Yiddishkeit?
3 on top. What are the 3 things on the bottom?
Yiddishkeit
Yulata, under that line of the Mizbeach,
means
the
Jewish
bottom
head,
half of
baby.
the Mizbeach, Chata Sa'of, that's where they brought the Chata Sa'of, we just mentioned. And the Hagdashos, where they would touch, as we mentioned, the carbon mincha, they would touch the carbon mincha to the side of the Mizbeach. That was done with Shiare Dam and the leftover blood. So we know that they would catch the blood of the carbonos, they would sprinkle the blood, but they had a lot of leftover blood afterwards. So what they do, they would pour it over there on that corner of the Mizbeach. And Shiare Dam, that will Malon. What was done on top of that line? Nitzuch Hayayin. Every single day there were wine libations that were poured on the Mizbeach that was done in that corner. As we explained a couple days ago, they actually extended the side of the Mizbeach like this. They could pour the wine, will go straight through the Mizbeach into that drain. And the Hamayim. So Nitzuch Hamayim only happened on Sukkot. So again, they would do it in that corner on the top of the Mizbeach, or on top of that line, the top half of the Mizbeach. The Olat Sa'ov and Olat Sa'ov. So again, but that wasn't typically done over there. Again, we'll learn about this later. That's what the Mishnah says. It qualifies, and it says, Olat Sa'ov Shehi Rabba b'Mizrach. Sometimes there's a lot of traffic over here. And this is where they typically would do the Olat Sa'ov. They would do it on the ledge on the side of the Mizbeach. They would do it over here. But sometimes there's so much traffic, there's so many Olat Sa'ov that are coming in, you'll have to do it on this side as well. So that's, again, that's not the ideal place for it to be done. It was closer there as well. Mishnah now tells us anybody who goes up from this there, Olin Derech Yamin. You always go up on the right side. Latifin the Yardin Derech small. We'll go around the whole Mizbeach and they come back down
Cool
on the left
story.
side. It's not really the left side.
So what's this
it's
shit
the
mean?
right side. But this follows our traffic
Jewish
patterns
head.
that we have on the road.
Halavai
When you want to go someplace, you always have to stick to the right.
And
Now,
Irish.
if you want to go the opposite way, you can't just turn around.
The sun you
have to make a U-turn and go in the other lane. So what happened is, if you want to go up the Mizbeach, you're facing the Mizbeach, this is going to be the right. You go up the Mizbeach this way, you stick to the right, you come back down on the right.
Something so pleasurable.
Traffic had to always stick to the right, like our traffic pattern. You can't just make an about face, go up the ramp, make an about face, and come back down.
That's a really cool story.
All the way around and then come back down on your right side. However, there's an exception. Chutz mina ola legimol elu. Besides just anyone who's going up for these 3 things, show you olim v'yardin ala akiv. You go up and down on the heel. So, for example, let's say you're a Kohen who's servicing someone's ola sa'of, and you got the memo.
Ecstatic, meditative.
It's all backed up, and you're not going to be able to get your ola sa'of done anytime soon. So therefore, you take the alternate option to bring it on this side. You have to go up on this side. Now, simply spoken, the reason is because you won't be able to get there. There's people standing on the ledge. It's only an arm wide. Now, if there's traffic there, you won't be able to make that turn all the way around. If you go up this side, you have to go backwards and then go on to the after that. Any of those kinds of things, whose job was done on that side of the staff, you had a special path to go up on the left side. You do what you're supposed to do on the left side of the staff, make a U-turn, and come back down the left side of the staff. You want to say, now, Minan and Yuli. Where do I know this from? Rashi says, what's Minan and Yuli? We said a lot of things in the Mishnah. Minan and Yuli, the Tata Sa'of, the Karamarovat Dromas. How do I know that Tata Sa'of is supposed to be serviced on the Karamarovat Dromas? Again, that's the corner we pointed to, which is over here. How do you know it's supposed to be done over there? Because it says the Gemara, Amar Kra, the Pasuk tells us, with regard, the Pasuk is referring to a Tata Sa'of. It says, Lo Yasim Aleh Shemen, don't put any oil on top of this carbon. Lo Yitin Aleh Lavona, there shall not be any frankincense either on top of this mincha. Kichatasi. It's a tatas. You don't glorify carbon tatas. Therefore, no oil is put on top, no frankincense is put on top, and it says kichatasi. Now listen, what are we talking about? It's a carbon mincha. What does the pasuk refer to it as? A chatas. So says the Gemara, chatas kruya mincha, or mincha kruya chatas. The words chatas and mincha are interchangeable, and therefore ma chatas tuna tzafon, af mincha tuna tzafon. Rashi does something very interesting, which is very atypical for Rashi. Rashi says this line of the Gemara makes no sense.
27 days.
Rashi doesn't usually edit the line, usually it's the back that does it, or other Rishonim, but Rashi tells us it is impossible that this is what the Gemara meant to say.
What's motherfucker's name?
In the Girsa, if you look at Rashi, it says, Yodea
duck, bitch.
You
You didn't even know who that is. That's a motherfucker goes like this.
It doesn't have to be in the north. So just this drasha is wrong. He explains why, logically, in Rashi, we'll skip that for now. We go down to the bottom, he says, the near of the A9, what I believe this Gemara is supposed to say is Nachata Pesula Shlo Lishma, Haf Mincha Pesula Shlo Lishma. Yes, somehow the Gemara ended up with a line in here which is not halachically correct. Therefore, when we get back to this Gemara, we have to say Nachata Pesula Shlo Lishma instead of Shlo Lishma, Haf Mincha, which is a chatas, which is a mincha for a chatas, is going to be Pesula Shlo Lishma, but take out the word Tuna Tzafon because it's not just regulation. The public does not have to be done in that area. So therefore, again, it's not going to be. We read Mishnah earlier about the carbon mincha. We didn't see anything in the Mishnah at the beginning of this year that said that a carbon mincha has to be done in the tzafon. So just again, it's just not consistent with the halacha. But what we do know is that a carbon chatas has to be done lishma. Now go to the next line, which is the important line, which is relevant to our Gemara. Uma mincha b'karen maravis dromis, and just like a carbon mincha is going to be serviced in karen maravis dromis, aftatas b'karen maravis dromis, you're going to go ahead and bring the tatas to the maravis dromis. Now, that's how we know. Says the Gemara that the status of is going to be serviced in the karen maravis dromis. Now the Gemara says, okay, mincha yuch minala. How do I know about any carbon mincha that you do in the karen maravis dromis in this southwestern corner? The Tanya, where it says we have a brisa which reads the pasuk. The pasuk tells us lifnei Hashem. The pasuk says lifnei Hashem. Yachal b'marav. You get just to read the pasuk inside. The pasuk says v'zos Torah hamincha. These are the laws of the carbon mincha. Hakrev osa b'nei Aaron. The children of Aaron to bring your clothes.
God, we know that.
Before Hashem, which is one detail. El Panei Mizbeach at the face of the Mizbeach. Remember from yesterday, when we described the faces of the Mizbeach, the face of the Mizbeach is the side of the Mizbeach that has the ramp on it. Because the Yerach Mizbeach, the foot of the Mizbeach, is this part of the Mizbeach. So now, if you're going to give I guess a human analogy.
Why can't somebody make something that fucking works?
Describing the bath, if this part of the bath is the foot, so then this part is going to be the pnei, the face. Now, if it tells me pnei of his bath, it refers to here, this side of his bath. Lefnei Hashem always refers to this area in front of the heichal. Now the Gemara says, let me try to figure this out. The pasuk tells me that the carbon mincha we brought lefnei Hashem, which is in front of the heichal. It also tells me that pnei of his bath has to be at that side of his bath. Now, lefnei Hashem, yachal b'marav. I would think that since it tells me the time lefnei Hashem, yachal b'marav, I would think that the most appropriate place to bring it is in the west side. Why?
Fundamental structure, whether the meditation in general cultivates awareness or in concentration or automation, orientation or internal stance, whether the meditation is inward or outward bent, introverted or extroverted, and what effect, whether the meditation brings about an unraptured surge of feelings and sense impressions or an equilibrious quieting of the mind, whether it is ecstatic or ecstatic. Whether it is ecstatic or ecstatic. Huh? That's the same word.
The southwestern corner of the
Corporal locus, whether it is focused on the mind consciousness domain or on the body emotional area, whether it is mind and awareness centered or body and energy centered relationship with the acknowledged tradition, whether the methods are superimposed on the traditional religious practices or whether they are complete innovations being added to them, whether in the
grain
Jewish
of the mincha
case
touched the mizbeach,
specifically,
no, you don't have to
they
take it
are
out.
no
But take
man
the
or can't
keli and touch the
have
mizbeach,
man.
the dayo, and that's enough. Now, Rabbi Lezer says that actually I would think of it this way: Yachal yagishen l'marava. Shalkeret, I would think you put it on the western side of the horn of the corner of the horn of the mizbeach, or the drama, one or the other. Shalkeret. In other words, you can put it. Let's read this again. Yachal, I would think yagishen l'marava shalkeret, or the drama shalkeret. I would think maybe you could touch it to the either to the west side or to the south side of the horn. Amrit. So he says rather kamakum shatamotzish nemikros. Anytime you have a situation where you have two psukim, echad mekayim atzmo umekayim chavero. If you follow one of them, it will be inclusive of itself and the other pasuk. The echad mekayim atzmo, the other pasuk is something which is exclusive. You're able to fulfill that pasuk. That was much more mutually exclusive. You can't get both done. So manisha and zes mekayim atzmo. You abandon the one that only allows you to fulfill what that pasuk says. You leave the one since mekayim atzmo. No, manisha. You abandon the one that says zes mekayim atzmo v'atachavero. You abandon the one that allows you to only exclusively fulfill what that pasuk says. It helps you grab a hold of as exact mekayim atzmo u'mekayim chavero, and allows the other ones to be fulfilled as well. This is a good lesson in life also. The people who are generally more inclusive are people who are better to hang around with than people who are much more mutually exclusive. That's not for now. The idea over here is some people or some psukim are very limited. You come with me, the only thing you can do is me. However, there are other psukim that say, come with me, we have a white tent. So the pasuk that has a white tent, you follow that pasuk additional times, all the words from the pasuk, as opposed to limiting it to only what that one says. So what do you do about that? Kishat Omer al Pnei Hashem, when the pasuk says al Pnei Hashem, that's going to be the marriage. So Heitan Timeless al Pnei Mizbeach. How are you going to fulfill Pnei Mizbeach? In other words, if you just find yourself over here, there's no way for you to be over here. Kishat Omer al Pnei Mizbeach. When you say Pnei Mizbeach, where does that put? You're the Dara. So Kiyamtu with Pnei Hashem. But the Omer al Pnei Mizbeach, his Daro is going to be in the south, and that's where you'll be standing with Pnei Hashem, the Daro of Heitan Kaiva. In other words, how are you going to be able to see with Pnei Hashem if you're here? The Pnei Hashem is supposed to be over here. If you go here, you're limiting yourself to this. Therefore, what should you do? Okay, this pasuk. This kind of understood the Mizbeach was not here. You have to move everything over. If you shift this entire Mizbeach down here like this, so then this corner of the Mizbeach is going to be both in front of Hashem, in front of the opening of the Heichal, and it's also going to be in the south side, so it's all going to work out. In other words, the bottom line here is we're trying to be able to get both things to work. We're trying to get Pnei Hashem and Pnei Mizbeach both to work out in exactly the same location. Now, if Mizbeach is here, you can't do it. Look, it's not to the south side, you can't be Pnei Hashem anymore. Therefore, the only way that you can get it is to move the Mizbeach over to the middle, move the Mizbeach over to the middle, then that corner will be right in front of the door. You missed the continues. The Chalach wants to place a chair. This is what we mentioned before. But the Mishnah starts off by telling us, Tatas Sa'if, Nafis al Karen Bromis Marabis. We do Tatas Sa'if, you do it out on the southwestern corner of the Mizbeach. It will conquer in any place. It says the Gemara, my Talmud. You first tell me it's got to be in the southwestern corner. Now you're telling me to do wherever you want. And we're actually helping cover. This is what we meant to say. Some words are left out of the Mishnah. Any place on the Mizbeach, place the Kesher L'Mulikasa. You do Malika for the bird anywhere on the Mizbeach. Remember, any type of bird offering the Mizbeach is not a pita. It has Malika, which is the Kohen takes his fingernail from the back of the neck of the bird, and he slaughters it that way. So now, you can do this any place you want on the Mizbeach. Ela Zeh This corner is where you're supposed to actually put the blood of the animal. So again, there's no contradiction. It's just that we're talking about two different things. You can do the malika wherever you want. The hazah has to be in that southwestern corner of the mizbeach. Now we're going to understand what the bottom Torah. It says, "Most of us are not of the mizbeach. You say, do malika any place of the mizbeach, it's good. He's a gama b'chamato. If you squirt his blood anywhere, kashera, it's also fine. These are below mitzvah. If you do that stuff, you don't do the mitzvah. One of the processes of a carbon of a bird offering is that you take the actual bird, the place where he was bleeding by his neck, and you squeeze it up against the wall of the mizbeach. Now, so if you squirt his blood, you don't actually you don't squeeze the blood up against the wall of the mizbeach. Kashera, it's fine. With Ulvad, you can put that zikr lanata as long as you put the blood somewhere under this red line on the mizbeach and below it. And it has to be the damanefesh from blood that came out at the time that the animal was dying. Now, again, my comment doesn't make any sense. Look who we just said. Nothing we said is consistent with this. It says, if you do malika anywhere, it's going to be kosher. If you squeeze its blood anywhere, it'll be kosher. As long as you put it in a very specific place. What does that mean? If you did it anywhere it's kosher, as long as you put it in a very specific place. That doesn't make any sense. Mark says, my comment. What are you telling me over here? Mark, again, you have to add some words to make sense of it. If you do the malika anywhere in the mizbeach, it's going to be fine. Now that we got all the pieces together, now we're going to make the sense out of it. We have to know in our brain that there are three things going on with this kata sa'o. Number one, the malika, the way that the Kohen actually slaughters this bird. Number two, there's the hazah, when he sprinkles the blood on the mizbeach. Number three, there's something called mitzvah, as somebody who takes the actual bird and squeezes it up against the wall. Those are the three parts of the carbon. Now that we have three parts of the carbon, I can understand that the three lines in the Mishnah were referring to three different things. Now, does as follows. Kashera. You can do malika anywhere on the mizbeach. Mitzvah done b'chamakum mizbeach. Kashera. You do that, the mitzvah anywhere on the mizbeach, it's going to be kosher. Actually, the reason for this is because you don't even have to do it. If you skip the entire thing, it's still going to be fine. Why? And he's the below mitzvah, says the Gemara, kishera. You do the hazah, and don't squeeze the animal, the bird against the mizbeach will be kosher. As long as you do the hazah on the southwestern side of the mizbeach, under the chukasik. So that's what it means. In other words, the malika anywhere. Chatzah, hadam, the mitzvah, and that could be anywhere. However, the hazah hadam, that has a specific location. So we'll stop over here. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful day and have a wonderful week. Have a great day, everyone. Based on the dynamic interaction of the Lurian and parts of him. This meditative method, as with Luria's theosophical exegesis, dominated later Kabbalistic activity. Luria prescribed Judaism's cabinet for the prayer liturgy, later practiced communally by Shalom Shargi and the Babel Circle, for Jewish observances, and for secluded attainment of Ruach HaKodesh. One favorite activity of the Saint mystics was meditation by prostrating on the graves of saints, in order to commune with their souls. Hayin Bible. Hayin Bible, c. 1543-1620, major disciple of Isaac Luria, and responsible for publication of most of his works. In its Hayin and the Eight Gates he describes the theosophical and meditative teachings of Luria. However, his own writings cover wider meditative methods, drawn from earlier sources. His Sharei Kedusha, Gates of Holiness, was the only guidebook to meditative Kabbalah traditionally Good morning. Its most esoteric fourth part remained unpublished until recently. In the following vital presence, the method of our Yosef Karo in receiving his heavenly Magid teacher, which he regarded as the soul of the mission, recorded by Karo and Magid Meshrin. That's meditative on the house, wrapped in a prayer shawl, sit in chakras, and translate the physical as if your soul has left your body and is ascending to heaven. After this divestment ascension, recite one Mishnah, any Mishnah you wish, many times consecutively, as quickly as you can, with clear pronunciation, without skipping one word. Intend to bind your soul with the soul of the sage who taught this Mishnah. Your soul will become a chariot. We and her will thank you so much for all that he does. Family, fight, and that's what we thank you. In the middle of the discussion. So the start from an hour is more discussion about what happens if you pass this together. The more progress I say, the more close. You know, quickly read the right to the start from an hour, the six right to the bottom. More says some of the ones in death in this guy in earth and GA, we are in mental. You know, it's kind of possible. The obvious truth is that the GRA mental, the leftover part of the real offering, cannot be eaten if the death is dangled. You might literally want to know what halacha is with subject about this. We want to see what the boundary and that's coming from our perspective. Subject is us in the law. What's halacha? We want to take that obvious. What the subject says, say that seduction is things that subject that we learn from. That the wind part has to be teaching as long as it's there for the text, that part as well as the word, so that he, therefore we know that the determining factor is in place for that. Having gone regardless of what the level of such knowledge, and a body answer that he learned from the drug. And that's what is more essentially the draw, what essentially tells us the subject is nothing. And then obviously, yes, it was there for damage. Then it cannot be known to use the urine. But subject is nothing would be included in that as well because then that possible sensation is not to protect us, that the eating is only in the death to attack. Also, as it opposed to it's not true, because in talent, like the fun end or something like that, the more it runs from a drop. The drop that we had yesterday was sort of about the kilo that came in. This is that, and they haven't got calculus and to be small. What happens here? He wants to compare the far nicer and the cooler. The more goes back and forth trying to figure out how you learn this yourself. But ultimately, what the Gemara came out with was that the reason why the pocket should be small, that the car needs to have in the glass intact for nitrogen, not one the quarter of the size, is because Omer Adina, but has to down the others. Omer of the Savar located that the specific place of the Beit HaMikdash does not retain eternal kedusha. After the Vayet Sinan, the Gafar Snuz Arshami Karban, Tregan of Korban, Korban Avayet, Gafar of Avayet. When we talk about the case, the Gafar was processed properly before the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. But dying the Star is higher. What left is still have its needs to be higher. So in other words, whatever point you're going to find about of a far that can make it better than nicer, and yes, Jim Moore explained that the far is better than nicer, or different than nicer, in that it has to be processed on the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, all right, fine, we found a scenario for you where it was properly processed before the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. Now that Beit HaMikdash is destroyed, that doesn't bother us anymore because it already had its control on the Mizbeach, but down is very specific on the Mizbeach. What do we do? We make a hechek from the meat of the leftover, the meat of the far can be used now to gummo. Just the Gemara says, not gummo to use that, just like it's down. It's only able to be properly processed if the Mizbeach is still there. If it comes out of the Mizbeach, it's possible the leftover meat can only be eaten as long as the Mizbeach is there. That's ultimately how the Ravina explains about it. You have a case where the Mizbeach is no longer there. The Karban is comparable to Meister, and that is one of very special. So therefore, the double context for Ravina, the gap case is going to be written by the part. The obvious to Ravina is to be small, then the part can be different. And what's the bottom line? The bottom line over here is what do we see? We see the top custom column like a bar. You have to have in the back. So that, this whole thing, you're trying to keep to the side and keep the rest of them, though. All of that, ultimately, you might see, all of that, those are the results of the bar. What's all of them? That's the back. Now we see, the custom column, you have to have the back attack, and that you can't use. Now, aside from the marks of the knife of the outside of the bar, we now learn Meister from the bar. Now, the marks of the key double alone, the heck is going to learn. This is even going to work. If you go ahead and double up on the heck, you learn an initial heck is from the down, the blood of the carbon, the meat of the carbon, and then take the meat of the carbon and then apply it to Meister. Then you can't do it like the custom. You learn to do this to the custom. When it comes to the custom, you can't go ahead and use the double heck. Right, because Meister dug on fluid. Talking about Meister grain, that's not the cover of heck. That's not the custom. And therefore, the problem of making a double heck is only relevant to custom, and in this case, it's not going to be relevant to custom. That's only going to be true if you go after the item that you learned to. Like my about some alignment thing, but when we're talking about the double heck, we always focus on the original source of the heck. And we say when you have to cover something you can touch it. You can't double the heck. It's starting point to that instruction. You can't learn it to anything else. Like remember, we would say this is not a step. This is two parts. Number one, learning even hard touch. Essentially, the idea that you can't have a double heck is tells me when you're learning even of touching, to double up the packet is something which we not be able to do. Why? Because touching are unique. Touching are not necessarily things that always follow the same level of oneness for Svara as any other type of meaning. The touching are unique. With different types of carbohydrates, with different types of touching. So make it double hack it. Say, listen, my group wants something. Bakar for another thing. Even if you're going to say that the meat of a bakar, we learn from the heket to the dam of a bakar, you could say, listen, when you learn the new din, it's going to be different. But the truth is, the rest of the Malamed, the initial point as well, bakar is also meat. In other words, what the Malamed is going to say, bakar is meat, it's got full of demon, you used it up over there, so how do you have the right to kind of double up to learn bakar from blood to meat, and then from meat to another type of carbon, maybe bakar is just meat, you can't stretch it any further. What it says, my nervous mother is leaning Michael, Neymar, what is down? The boss are called the Dam and Basar is one thing, and therefore it's not really considered to be a double heck. So that's where the Gemara ultimately ends off. The Gemara learns the sin. It tells us the cuts and column do have to have in the back. We know that from the down of a bakar. From the down of a bakar, we stretch it to the meat of a bakar, and then from the meat of a bakar, we stretch it to Meiser. Now, how about the fact that you can't do a double heket? Well, the truth is it's not really considered a double heket because the first time that we're comparing down to basar, that doesn't really require all the tool from heket. That's just simply telling us that they're the same thing, and therefore it's one heket from bakar to Meiser. Now the Gemara goes back to this discussion. The Gemara goes back to the original point. The original point that we learned, that it comes to Karshman's power. You can't eat the meat if his back is damaged. You saw like Rabbi, when he left, Amr l'shmaita k'mei d'Yirmiyah. He came to the Yirmiyah and he told us this halacha that we learned that kachim kalim, if mizbeach can be damaged, you can't eat the meat. So what did he say? What did Yirmiyah respond? Amar, he said, Babyloi kipshai. The foolish Babylonians. He says, I'm a told the Yatsi ba'ara chashufa, because of the fact that you live in a dark land, or that mean bubble was lower, so it was a little bit darker. And again, it was typically understood, certainly at that period of time, that in bubble you just didn't have as much access to the Messiah as you had in Eretz Yisrael. So therefore, again, this sounds like he's saying a very negative thing. I'm told the Yatsi ba'ara chashufa, I'm going to try to the kashka. So because you live in a dark place, you're telling us dark halachas. In other words, he was using a pretty strong term to say, sorry, I disagree with you. And he said, look, you do not learn Hajjatanya Vishak Silas Masar Shachim Mishal. I'll get to this in just 1 second. Again, just to understand the lesson over here. You can either look at this as a very negative line. He's saying, all you people collectively who live in this dark land of Babel, you have no idea what you're talking about if they're making a mistake. But I think that the Gemara is really just very speaking very practically. He's saying, I understand where your mistake was coming from. The reason why you made mistakes is because us in our show is fortunate to have all the Mishnayos written down for us, and we have all the brights, all the perceptions of the year. So therefore, when we go to Yeshiva, there's nothing that's missing. We have access to every bit of information that we could possibly need, and therefore, we don't make mistakes. You and Bavel takes a lot more mistakes for you to learn. You don't have access to all the Mishnayos, you don't have access to all the brights, you don't have access to all the perceptions, and therefore, you're simply missing some basic information, and that's why it is that you're giving us the wrong halacha about Kachim Kalim. Basically, a very glorified way of disagreeing and saying, no, I disagree. Kachim Kalim do not have to have mizbech for its people. Now, what was it that he missed? He said, look, Neil, we didn't hear. Tanya, this that we learned in the Brayta, it says the Shas Siluk Masai, at the time that they would take apart the Mishkan, Kachim Nifsalim. All the Kachim will become disqualified. V'Zavim u'Mitzrayim Mishtachim Chutz Matitza. And Zavim and Mitzrayim still had to stay outside of the Matitza. In other words, two different things. Look at Rashi, the second line, Kachim Nifsalim. He says, Basar Kachim Kadashim. The meat of Kachim Kadashim, because Salke Daita, what we're thinking at this point is that the Silukam is Be'ach. The reason why it became disqualified is because of Silukam is Be'ach. In other words, the exact halacha that we've been talking about up until now is the reason why the Kachim became disqualified. Now, look at Rashi. He goes on. The Ketani, the Zavin, and the Seirah, and the Shachim. How are you saying that someone who is Tamei still needs to be sent out of the Machna Via, Machna Shkina, and the Machna Yisrael, he needs to be sent out of all the Machnas? Shane Mitzera and Nisna to Digla Shvashim, avoid some of the Machna Via, and I see, all right, they're going to come on, Alpha Pisha Nasa, we'll see you on the next hour, even though they're traveling, Ayol Mayim. Alma, Rashi says, this is the point, Nifsalim. You see that the Kabbalahs come disqualified, it's all the disqualification that we said, Mav should be missed with the Yoshihu, the Ayol Mayim, possibly. The bottom line is as follows. When they would travel, they would take apart the Mishkan, which was a temporary tabernacle that they would use. They take it apart. Now, you might think the reason why the country becomes disqualified is because we know there's something called the Psul Yosef. If something leaves its jurisdiction, a covenant leaves the jurisdiction it has to be in, it becomes disqualified. You might think that once you take down the Mishkan, it's automatically going to be considered to be disqualified because it's out of the jurisdiction it's supposed to be in. But the answer to that is no, that can't be the reason. I'll prove it to you. How can I prove it to you? Because if it was considered to be outside the jurisdiction of the Mishkan, we would then allow a Zav, someone who has an impurity, or a Mitzvah, someone with leprosy, to come back in. We'd say, listen, there's no Olamoid right now. Therefore, you're invited to join back in. But what's that? No, he has to stay out. So what do you see? It can't be that the disqualification of the Kavanos is because there's a Soyot, because it's outside the jurisdiction. Or the area, the confines of the area where it's supposed to be. What's the reason why you can't eat the Kavanos? It's because the Mizbeach is not intact. The Mizbeach was moved. Once the Mizbeach was moved, you can't eat the Karbanos. So that's what we see with regard to one Allah. One Allah tells us you can't eat it. The problem is the Tanya Eva, there's another verse that says, in both places, touching can be eaten. Now, what does both places mean? Right now, is one is assuming, my love, one of these two places, Havakach and Kala. Both places mean whether the Mizbeach is intact or the Mizbeach is not intact, you can eat the Karbanos. Now we have a stira. The first verse tells us that what the Mizbeach is moving, you can't eat Karbanos anymore. Second verse tells us, yes, you can, no problem, you can eat your Karbanos even though the Mizbeach is moving. We have a stira. What do we do with the fact that we have this contradiction? How do you simply answer the question without having a simple contradiction? The answer is simple. Havakach and Kadashin. This is talking about Kach and Kadashin. Havakach and Kala. The one that says you can eat in both places. So that's Kala. Therefore, here it says, sorry to tell you, you Babylonians, you call them fools, are making a mistake because you don't have a mishnayos in front of you, and you do not know, because one Mishnah seems to clearly indicate that kachim can be eaten, even though the Mizbeach was moved. The way that we simply understand that is that there's a difference, there's a distinction between kachim kadashim and kachim kalam, and therefore you're incorrect by saying that kachim kalam cannot be eaten once the Mizbeach is moved, because we must settle the stira, the contradiction between these two brises by saying one's talking about kachim kadashim, one's talking about kachim kalam. Gemara ultimately says no, that's incorrect. Like kasha. This really was not even a kasha in the first place. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbanan. It's just simple. The reason why in one place it says that the karbanos can be eaten, one place it says it can't be eaten. The place where it says it can't be eaten is Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbanan, this is the Rabbanan. They don't go ahead and make this down from Basa drop. We just spent the beginning of this morning talking about how do you know the kachim kalim cannot be eaten if the mizbeach are damaged, because we learned dam of bachar to basar of bachar, and then basar of bachar to meiser, and ultimately that told me the halacha of kachim kalim. Well, maybe that's only the halacha according to Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel, that's when it says you can't eat the meat. That's including kachim kalim. The Rabbanan, the other bright says the Rabbanan disagree. The Ibay and Seima. Alternatively, you can suggest hava kachim kadashim. Both of these cases are talking about kachim kadashim. What does it mean b'shnei mekomos? The more answers kodem sheyamidu levim es hamishkan. One's talking about before they built the mishkan and the top of samachal amidbeis l'achar shapartu levim hamishkan. The other one's talking about after they took it down. Now go back for a second. We didn't really get enough time to samachal amid aleph. It's quite a short amud. There's something that Rashi clarifies for us here, which is very important. First of all, I just should mention. I usually mention when we have a short like this, and you have so many words of Tosfos. Even if you're learning Daf Yomi, you're not learning all of Tosfos. This is kind of like rubbernecking. Like you see something going on the side of the highway, you have to check like what's going on over here. Like why is there so much Tosfos over here? So I'm learning Daf Yomi. I don't want to learn this whole Tosfos. I don't have time for it. But like, at least give a little quick peek. The problem just is that this Tosfos really is hanging over yesterday's Amud on the sugya of Kedusha Rishon and Kishla Shaita and Kishla Salavo. And I don't want to go backwards into that sugya, so therefore, for the break the rule, we're not going to rubberneck on this Tosfos, but we'll be yotzi after rubbernecking by mentioning Rabosai. There's a huge Tosfos over here. But Tosfos felt it was very important to take up a full block of Gemara and to shorten our Daf Yomi shir today by making that Samachal from only 3 lines. So yes, there's a lot to talk about in the sugya, and clearly we're missing out on it because we don't have enough time for it. But if you have time throughout the day, it will be a good idea to go look back to this fascinating sugya of Kedusha Rishona, Kitchel Shaita, Kitchel Dasan Lava. But ultimately, we just mentioned that the way we're settling the stira is by saying one's talking about before they built the Mishkan, what's about after they built the Mishkan. Now, obviously, that doesn't make sense. We're talking about before they built the Mishkan. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, third line, Elachad minayu. One of these cases are talking about the Isa of Od HaMishkan Notu Kimishpato is when the Mishkan is standing properly. The Chad La'achar Shapirku Krashim V'Klayachatz. The other one's talking about after they took apart all those beams of the, or I should say those panels of the Mishkan. Now he says, when the Gemara says the words, before the Levium erected the Mishkan, the Nakat Hacha Lav Davka, doesn't mean prior to them doing this. Why he explains, well, you're never going to have a scenario where the Mizbeach is in its location, but the actual Mishkan was not built yet. Why? He explains why Shari Kodem see Yakanu b'nei Kahas no see Mizbechos Hayakonu b'nei Gershon u'Merari no see Mishkan u'Kimenos. You just look at the psukim that tells where that they traveled. Those who carried the Mishkan always went ahead. So they got there first and they erected it. Now, by the time the Mizbeach came, it always was that the Mishkan was built. When they traveled someplace else, first they would take down the Mishkan, Chila, the Nosib and a Gershon Merari, Achar, Degel Echad. The Gershon, they would travel after one of those flags. Now, B'nai Kahas, Achar Shnei Degalim. B'nai Kahas would help, they were carrying this back, they traveled after two of the flags. So therefore, Kadeshi, you Kodmin, B'nai Gershon B'chaniyasan, Umamidin Samishkin, B'nai Bo, B'nai Kahas. Says Rashi, this was structured like this intentionally. They knew what they were doing. So what they did was first they took down the Mishkan, and those who carried Gershon and Merari who were carrying the Mishkan, they went first. They took it down first. They left first, so they got there first. They erected the Mishkan and all the curtains around it, and then the Bnei Kahas showed up with the Mizbeach and put it in there. So in other words, says Rashi, you're never going to have a scenario where the Mizbeach is standing there before those who erected the Mishkan. So therefore, if you look at the Gemara, it says, what's that talking about? That's talking about when the Mishkan is standing up properly the way it's supposed to be. In other words, that's the case where you can eat it. And the other location which is mentioned is after they took down the Mishkan, but the Mizbeach is still in its place. So therefore, that's what it means. B'shtei makomos, you can eat it. B'shtei makomos means both when the Mishkan is fully erected in its proper form, the Mishkan is there, the curtains are there, the Mizbeach is there. The other case is when the Levine took down the Mishkan and all the curtains and left, but the Mizbeach was still there. You know why you left to eat the kachim? The reason is because the Mizbeach is still there. Since the Mizbeach is still there, in both cases you can eat it. So there's no stira. None of these cases are talking about a case where the Mizbeach is not intact, and that's why you're allowed to eat it. So therefore, with due respect to Rabbi Yehuda, there was no mistake made on behalf of the Bnei Babel. They were correct in saying that kachim shalom cannot be eaten with Mizbeach or taken apart. Now, it happens to be just intellectual honesty over here. Rothschild does bring another opinion that maybe it could be talking about a case where he went out of order. In other words, possibly he could have got out of order and the Bnei Kahas left early. Okay, now time for some Makala on the base. Now, why does the Bryce have to tell us in both of these cases that you're allowed to eat the carbon? In other words, why not? The way we just explained it, one case is talking about when the Mishkan is fully erect the way it's supposed to be. The other case is talking about a case where the Mishkan is taken down, but the Mizbeach is still there. So why would I think it can't eat the meat? I would say, if Solaviva Yotze, that the carbon becomes disqualified with Sol Yotze, as I mentioned before. Why? Because the Mishkan's not there, the curtains are not there. So Malan, what the teacher is, even though the Mishkan is not there, the fact that the Mizbeach is there is enough. Therefore, you let to eat the carbon. Hold on. Who said? Maybe this means disqualifying the Yotze. Amar Kron's more answers. It says in the pasuk, "V'nasa Ohal Moed." You will travel with the Ohal Moed. Now, what's it called while you're traveling? Af al Nasa. Even though it's all packed up, it's in the back of the truck. It's all packed up in this wagon. It's folded up. It's stacked up in a big pile. Oh, Moed, and therefore there will not be disqualification of Yotze because it's still an Moed, despite the fact that it's packed up into its carriage. Gemara now goes on. Amar of Huna, to another discussion. Amar Huna Marav. Mizbeach Shal Shiloh Shal Avanim Hayim. Mizbeach that was constructed in Shiloh was made out of Avanim. Now, just before this first, to understand what happened here, Moshe Rabbeinu built the first Mizbeach. The youth of 14 years when the Mishkan was in Gilgal. Now, after they went to Eretz Yisrael, that was what happened in Eretz Yisrael. Now, after they divided the entire Eretz Yisrael, they put the Mishkan into Shiloh, and it stayed there for 369 years, 369 years it stayed in Shiloh as like a temporary place before moved to a couple of places and given over places that stayed in Shiloh for a long time. So now, Moshe Rabbeinu's original Mizbeach, it seems that everyone is clear that was made out of wood, it was covered in the process, it was called Mizbeach in the process. That was made out of
Love God so
now the question
completely that
is,
one will never
Mizbeach
forsake his service for any reason.
they had in
Provide the
Shiloh,
child with all
what
the
was that
necessities
made out
of their sustenance and love the child,
Where it says,
circumcise the child, visiting and healing the sick, giving charity to the
Amar
poor,
Huna Marav,
offering
Mizbeach
hospitality to
Shiloh
strangers, attending to the dead,
Shel Avanim.
bringing a
It
bride
was made out
to
of stone.
the chuppah
The Tanya
marriage
ceremony.
ceremony, making peace between a person and another.
Why does the Pasuk say Avanim 3 times? These are 3 different psukim. One place it says in Mizbach Avanim Kasari. Next one says Banisu Yisham Mizbach Hashem Lekecha Mizbach Avanim. And the third part it says Avanim Shleil Shivlis Mizbach. So the Pasuk refers to Mizbach 3 times as made out of stone. What are these 3 different references to stone in the psukim? What refers to Mizbeach was made in Shiloh? Be'echad shall know the Givon. One is the Mizbeach of dedicated to Givon. There were 2 different places they're considered to be one. And the last one is the Beis Halamin, and the last one is the Mizbeach that was built.
Lending or
It's
giving
the
away
last
particular types of items, toys, clothes,
as long
medical
as
equipment,
the
etc.
basic switch
Such
here.
organizations are often named with the
Statement,
acronym
simple statement. The
Gemelas
Mizbeach that they have
Chassidim,
in Shiloh was made out of stone.
Gemelas
Masas of
Hasidim,
Acha Bar Ami, Rav Ami asked the following
Gemelas
question.
Hasadim, such as Gem
It says, Eish
Mach
Sheyarda
or
Min HaShemayim
GMCH,
B'mei
a
Moshe.
community may have
The
dozens
Eish,
of
the
unique
fire that
instrument
came down on the
overlapping
Mizbeach
Gemach
in
organizations.
times of Moshe.
Care of
The Pasuk says,
organizations,
Moshe Rabbeinu was davening,
organizations designed to increase Jewish awareness among unaffiliated Jews, which is
there's a whole
considered
drama that happened.
kindness.
First it wasn't coming down.
Azola
But ultimately,
organizations
the
by
fire
the
came
name
down from
typically
Shemayim,
provide free services
and
for emergency
it stayed
medical
on
dispatch
top
and
of
ambulance
Moshe
transport
Rabbeinu's
into the
Mizbeach.
paramedic.
So we learn
Hever
the
Chadisha,
fire that came down from Shemayim,
organizations that perform religious care for the deceased and often provide logistical
did not leave
help for their help to their families relating to autopsy, transport of the body, emergency family travel, burial, renting a Shiva home, and caring for
the fire that came down
literally friends, organizations going by the name typically provide free roadside assistance and emergency help with mechanical or structural
If
problems
Esau,
in
if
private
you're
homes.
telling me that it's true,
Children,
that the
guardians,
Mizbeach that
groups,
was
community
built
watch
in
groups.
Shiloh after 14 years was made out of
Shum.
stone, made of
Guardians,
solid
groups, community watch groups.
Clearly, the fire has to be transferred from one place to the next. So the fire left the Mizbeach on the process, and a new fire was built and was lit on top of the Mizbeach from Rabbanim. Because who this knowledge it wants to do on the Kadnatsin, that must be going towards Kadnatsin, the Tananos and Omer, the Mizbeach of Shiloh and Achoshes Haya. The Mizbeach of Shiloh was made out of Achoshes, and Chalol, it was hollow, Umali Avanim, and was filled up with stones. So that's the first teretz. The first teretz says, yeah, it seems like there's 2 different opinions, we're not 100% sure what it's made out of. Rav Nachman Yitzchak answers this differently. He says, Milo Nistalka, what does it mean when it says that the fire that came down in the days of Moshe Rabbeinu never left? It means Lo Nistalka
Abraham of Lafia.
Libatala. It wasn't, because Rothschild says, it means it didn't become entirely extinguished. So what was it? In other words, he's saying it was nostalgic, it did go away, but not entirely. So what does this mean? What does that mean? Rabbanan Amri, Shaviva Havi Mishta. So what this means is, the Karashi Kshayu Maktirin, Al Shalavanim, Hayuzikim ulahavos yotzos ne'esh shamayim shamazach hanachoshes shal Moshe she'af hu minach shah. That's what it's fascinating. You want to come to this fascinating idea. They didn't just throw out the Mizbeach the Moshe Rabbeinu built. Moshe Rabbeinu built this Mizbeach from the Kosher, and they kept it. Now they built a new Mizbeach made out of stone. That became the final Mizbeach that they would use, but they left Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach standing right next to it. Now what would happen? They bring Karbanos on top of this brand new Mizbeach made out of stone, and the fire from the old Mizbeach would shoot off. They have like these little sparks that would shoot off from the old Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, and it would light the fire on the new Mizbeach. So that's what it was. To a certain extent, it was nostalgic because it wasn't really used anymore. A little nostalgia never went away because Moshe Rabbeinu's fire was always there, that Mizbeach was always there, and fire would shoot from the Mizbeach and the Kodesh onto the new Mizbeach Shalabah. Papa, Papa says, the fire was kind of like a gas. The fire would jump from one place to the next. Bottom line is, it's true. They had a brand new Mizbeach. It was made out of stone. They built a new Mizbeach, but the old one was maybe too small. They ultimately built a new Mizbeach, and the fire stayed on the old Mizbeach. The old Mizbeach stayed right there adjacent to the new Mizbeach. Some say fire would go ahead and jump from one to the next, and according to the way that the Papa explains it, it was a guest. Sometimes we're here, sometimes we're here. Okay. Not also. Another portion about this Mizbeach. It's all of the Agayla. During the ultimate the Galus, the exile, a chief full of Dalit Amos, Nagarim, the Dalit Amos Min Amara. What they did was, they made it an addition. They added an addition to the Mizbeach. We talked about the addition to the Mizbeach for quite some time. So here the Gemara says, what happened? They added on 4 Amos in the west side and 4 Amos in the south side, and then Gamma, like in Gamma. What's the Gamma? The Gamma is a Greek letter. He tells us it's like a cup, or I guess in the alphabet it would be like an L. So it was a right angle. So when they added up to the Mizbeach, they didn't add on to all 4 sides. They added on 4 Amos on the south side. I was about to say the left side, I guess depends on which side you're standing on. But so they added on south side and onto the west side. And then Gamma, like the right angle, like an L. They picked up the size from 28 amos to 32 amos by adding on 4 amos on each side. The Gemara asks, my time, why did they do this? Why did they make the Mizbeach bigger? My time, under the ocean, there wasn't enough room on the Mizbeach, and they made a bigger one. So Amalei Abaya, he said, hold on a second. After Mikdash Rishon, during the Beis HaMikdash, the first Beis HaMikdash, the Sivnei Yehuda Yisrael Rabbi Kafar al Sasayah. So the first Beis HaMikdash, the Mizbeach was 28 by 28, and that was enough. And the pasuk describes the people who were there as the Kafar al Sasayah, like the sand of the sea. In other words, not countable. And still, the 28 by 28 was sufficient. And something, Mikdash Sheni, when it came to the second Beis HaMikdash, we added on this extra L, this extra right angle of 4 amos on the south and 4 amos in the west. But what does the pasuk say? The pasuk says, "Sivnei kol hakol ke'echad arba riboy." The entire was not put out. The rest of the pasuk gives the exact amount of people that were there. It says ke'echad arba riboy al payim shleishnei strategic. So it's 42,360 people. That's not to call ourselves Sasayah. It's a countable number, and it's much less. So why is it by the first Beis HaMikdash they had 28 by 28 Mizbeach, and it was enough? But now you have much fewer people when it comes to the second Beis HaMikdash. You have to make an addition. The more answers, Amalei, Hassan Eisha Shemayim Messiah. The first place of Mikdash, it was supernatural. They relied on the fact that Kadosh Baruch Hu sent this Eish Minat Shemayim to consume the Karbanos, and Karbanos burnt at a rapid pace, much quicker than normal. The second place of Mikdash, I guess they didn't want to rely on an Eish happening. So we have to make our establishment make a bigger Mishpach, because we can't rely on the fact that Kadosh Baruch Hu can descend of heavenly fires to consume our Karbanos, and therefore they made a bigger Mishpach. They repeated their established their ultimate work to be able to make sure that the Karbanos will be eaten or will be properly burnt. And the second is Mikdash, they couldn't rely on the Eish of Shemayim, the divine fire of helping them consume all the Karbanos. He also, Rabbi, when Rabbi came, he gave another explanation as to why they made an addition to the Mizbeach. Amar Shimon Tazi, Shimon Bar Kapara, he said, Shitin Kaisifu, they added on these Shitin. The Shitin were pipes. In other words, what was it? Look at Rashi. Rashi, it's about 7-8 lines from the bottom. Shitin Kaisifu. Karen Maravis Jeromis, Kaisifu Lemashka Lidarom, Ulamara. They added on the pole of his bath to the south and to the west. Why? Shisham Hayu Menafkin Nisakim, because I'm reading the Mastisa. They had these wine libations they poured on his bath. He would come on. The Shlomo Hayu Kamin Bar, Paroi eats in his bath. The days of Shlomo Amela, and he had this, I guess, this little pit that was dug next to his bath. But also Zavis layered on the Safin the Koko, the yard of the Mizbeach, the rich Bishoshin Shop. During the first place to make this, they pour the wine on top of his bath. Where would the wine go? It would spill over the side, run down the wall of the Mizbeach, and then it would be absorbed into this pit at the bottom of the floor. The second place to make this, the Ein Koltu Osa Avar, with Kok on his bath,
the guide for the perplexed, Sefer Chaya, Hanefesh, commentary on the guide
what would they
for
do?
the
They stretched out the Mizbeach to cover this area, and they drilled a pipe inside the Mizbeach, and they pour the wine libations directly into this pipe or to this funnel, and it goes straight through the Mizbeach into these ditches. So in other words, instead of having wine spilling over the side of the Mizbeach and running down the Mizbeach and then going onto the floor, being absorbed into the floor there, they stretched out the Mizbeach to cover that area, and they drilled all the way through the Mizbeach. Before the wine libations on the Mizbeach, it went straight down through this pipe, right into that ditch, and absorbed into the ground, and didn't make this huge mess anymore inside the Beis Hamikdash. And the Gemara wants to know, Meikara Savar, by the first Beis Hamikdash, what did they think? They thought Mizbeach Adama, when the Bible says the Mizbeach has been made out of earth, it's got to be completely 100% clogged up with dirt. You can't have a hole running through the middle. Therefore, they didn't do that.
However, with the soap summer,
at the end during the second Mitzvah, what did they think? Drinking is like eating. We have this a lot with regards to people at Shtia Kachila, but they learned that Mizbeach as well, the same thing is true. Just like the Mizbeach consumes karbanos by eating it, it's called the fire goes ahead and consumes it. The fire is called Misachel. It eats it, and it's digested on top of the Mizbeach. Same thing is true when it comes to the wine libations. The Mizbeach is able to drink the wine, and therefore you can have a hole where the wine goes to the Mizbeach. Well, my Mizbeach Adam, what do you do about the fact that it says Mizbeach has to be filled up with dirt? It doesn't mean it has to be completely filled up with dirt. There can't be any hole throughout the middle. That's
commentaries on
connected to the ground.
A guide for the perplexed.
You can't build it on top of any type of platform, on top of any type of tunnels. So they changed their understanding from the first Beis Hamikdash to the second Beis Hamikdash. Where in the first Beis Hamikdash, they understood the Mizbeach has to be completely filled up without any hole through the Mizbeach, and therefore they did the Nesachim, the wine libations, pouring it on top, allowing the wine to drip down the side. Second Beis Hamikdash, they relearned the Psukim. They came up with a new drasha and said, no, that's not what it means. Mizbeach doesn't mean it's completely full of any holes in it. What it means is it's connected to the ground. It's not on top of any platforms or on top of any tunnels. So now, He came up with this brilliant idea. Instead of having wine spilling all over the place, running down the side of the Mizbeach, they just made an addition to the Mizbeach, not because the Mizbeach wasn't big enough. The Mizbeach wasn't big enough because there were much fewer people during Bayis Sheni than there were during Bayis Rishon. So what the Mizbeach was perfectly the right size, but he added on to the Mizbeach 4 amos to the west and 4 amos to the south. It's like this Mizbeach went further without moving the Mizbeach to cover over that area where the wine would be absorbed into the ground or to the stream.
First step, preparation. The initiate purifies himself through fasting, the wearing of tefillin and dyeing pure white garments. The second step, the mystic writes out specific letter groups and their permutations. The third step, physiological maneuvers. The mystic chants the letters in conjunction with specific respiratory patterns, as well as head positioning. The fourth step, mental imagery of letters and human forms. The mystic imagines a human form and draws without a body. Then the mystic draws the letters mentally, projects them onto the screen of the imaginative faculty, i.e., he mentally imagines the patterns of letters. He then rotates the letters and turns them, as Abulafia describes in Imre Schaefer, and the letters with their forms are called the clear mirror, for all the forms having brightness and strong radiance are included in them. And one who gazes at them in their forms will discover their secrets and speak to them, and they will speak to him. And they are like an image in which a man sees all his forms standing in front of him, and then he will be able to see all the general and specific things.
During the final step of mental imagery, the mystic passes a succession of 4 experiences. The first is an experience of body photism or illumination, in which light not only surrounds the body but also diffuses into it, giving impression that the body and its organs have become light. As the ecstatic Kabbalist continues to practice, combining letters and performing physiological maneuvers, the result is the second experience, weakening of the body in an absorptive manner. Subsequently, the mystic may feel an enhancement of his thoughts and imaginative capacity. This is the third experience. The fourth experience is characterized mainly by fear and trembling. Abulafian emphasizes that trembling is a basic and necessary step to obtain prophecy. Citrate Torah, Paris 774, Psalm 158. In another place he writes, all your body will begin to tremble, and your limbs begin to shake, and you will feel tremendous fear, and the body will tremble, like the rider who races the horse, who is glad and joyful, while the horse trembles beneath him. Oxford even Gathos, Oxford is 1580, Psalms 163b, 164a. See also K. A. Lacaba, Oxford 1582, Psalm 12. For Abulafian fear is followed by an experience of pleasure and delight. This feeling is result of sensing another spirit in his body, as he describes in Oxford even Gathos. Then you shall feel another spirit quickening within yourself and strengthening you, and that will your entire body and giving you pleasure. Oxford is 1580, Psalms 163b, 164. Only after passing these successive experiences does the mystic reach his goal, the vision of the human form, which is closely linked to his own physical appearance and generally experiences standing in front of the mystic. The experience is increased when the mystic experiences his own body. As speaking, the double begins to talk to the mystic, teaching him the unknown and revealing the future. Abraham Abulafian describes the experience of seeing a human form many times in his writings. However, initially it is not clear who this form is, as the dialogue between the mystic and the form proceeds. The reader understands that the form is the image of the mystic himself, addressing his students and followers in Sefer HaKeshem. Abulafian further elaborates the scenario. And he says, though a man is standing before you and waiting for you to speak with him, and he is ready to answer you concerning whatever you may ask him, and you say speak the answers and begin then to pronounce every sign first commandment, drawing out the breath of the great deeds, and afterwards go past one standing close to you answering you, and you yourself answer, change your voice. Apparently, by utilizing the letters of the name with specific breath techniques, human form should appear. Later less said, Abulafian suggests that this form is yourself. Yet explicitly put, as he has also explained in another, Sefer HaMe'il Ha'olam Haba, that considers reply, answering as though you yourself had answered yourself. Oxford is 1582, Psalm 56b. Most of Abulafian's descriptions are written in a similar fashion. In Sefer Halacha, Abulafian describes a similar episode. The event was in self-perspective. I saw a man coming from the west with a great army. The number of the warriors of his camp being 22,000 men, and when I saw his face and his height, I was astonished, and my heart trembled within me, and I left my place and I looked for it to call upon the name of God to help me. But that thing invaded my spirit, and when the man had seen my great fear, I said, "Behold, he opened his mouth and he spoke, and he opened my mouth to speak, and I answered him according to his words. And in my words I became another man." Page 81-2. Influence. Abulafian's subterranean influence is evident in a large number of manuscripts of his major meditation manuals that flourished down to the present day until all his works were finally published and made shared in the process of around the 1990s. Abulafian's prophetic and messianic intentions led to the sharp reaction of the Rothschild and Alexander, the famous legal authority who succeeded in highlighting the influence of Abulafian's ecstatic Kabbalah in Spain. Response volume 1, number 548. According to measurements, the Shem Pillar Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism, Abulafian's prophetic approach to meditation included manipulating the Hebrew letters in a denomination context that brought him into conflict with the Jewish establishment and provoked the opposition. In Italy, however, his works were translated into Latin and contributed substantially to the formation of Christian Kabbalah. In the Middle East, ecstatic Kabbalah was accepted without reservation. Clear traces of Abulafian doctrine are evident in works of Weizmann, Samuel Ager, Yehuda Alani, and Haim Ben Joseph Feiler. In his reign, Abulafian's ideas were combined with Sufi elements, apparently stemming from his Moabit learning. Thus, Sufi views were introduced into European Kabbalah. After the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, Spanish theurgical Kabbalah, which had developed
you buy the Nicola Paul who told David where everything is supposed to be and how law is and potential words to be היום דוד זהו בייס השם האלוקים וזה מזבח לעולו בישראל. David Melech says this is the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and this is the mizbeach for the Olah, for the offerings of Klal Yisrael. And also what you want to pick up on over here is the comparison between the mizbeach and the bayis. The key bayis, mizbeach is like the bayis, like the Beis HaMikdash. Ma bayis shishim amo, just like the Beis HaMikdash again was 60 amos long. Half mizbeach shishim amo. So to the mizbeach was like 60 amos long. Now the Gemara is not suggesting that the mizbeach was 60 amos long. What the Gemara is suggesting is that the mizbeach can be up to 60 amos long. The idea being that the mizbeach has a maximum dimension like the bayis. Just like the bayis is 60 amos long, so the mizbeach can be up to 60 amos long. So it says a beautiful Gemara. Ishtamat bayis minkarat sulasim. So it's necessary to look at that to rebuild. Ezra comes back to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. So how did they know where everything went? I mean, just how did they know the exact location where everything was supposed to be? So I understand the actual Beis HaMikdash itself. They were able to know where the Beis HaMikdash was to go. Why? Minkarat sulasim. Literally, again, its form was recognizable. Look at Rashi. Bishlam Bayis. Yodu Anshi Knesset Hagidolah. Ma Kadosh LaAzara. Uma Kadosh LaYechon. So I understand the Anshi Knesset Hagidolah knew exactly where the Heichel was supposed to be, where the Azara was supposed to be. Why? Shini Karim Tzura. So Rashi says, Yisodos HaChomos. Because there was like ultimately again, there must have been either some part of the foundation, some remnant of the original walls, and as such, again, the Anshi Knesset Hagidolah were able to know exactly where the Beis HaMikdash was supposed to be. However, El Mizbeach Minah Yad. We'll say, from where did they know where the exact location of the Mizbeach was? Again, the interesting shayla. They knew the exact location of the actual bayis, because either again there were wall remnants or something else. But the shayla is, how do they know where the Mizbeach was supposed to be? So we'll say, it's actually quite beautiful. ראו מזבח בנוי ומשאל עשה הגודל עולה במקום.
Baba Ganoush. All right, maybe just find one video.
That's okay. Pfeiffer and I are a registered alpha testing site. We do bug reports, usability studies, customer base surveys. Me, I figured if a little kid like me can use it, anybody can. So what does it do? Describes a proposed end-user experience.
Explains instruction manual for life in this universe. Really quite fascinating. Number two, if that those actions ultimately again remain exact like the place, even out of the There's so much money, there's so much money.
Of course,
He says,
everyone knows
I'm
the answer.
all about your stuff. All of these
153
different interpretations yield incredibly dramatic insights into beyond the scope of our ability to go into today. That we'll discuss what we will find the
This
opportunity.
device allows you to see beyond the surface of
I'm
the
going to commercial, so much money, so much money. Because I buy this kilo, a recall to the
collection.
commercial is follows. That you have the entire bias, you have the entire brush, the scent of the chaos is always smell. It's constantly smell things. Sham, a recall the apple bar. And that's the muffin ultimately of the seconds in a light brush, simultaneously with other light brushes and so when they got to the muffin on his there, they smelled the smell of burning wood, of burning meat. Those could be that certainly was nothing as those are three different interpretations. Either they get a powerful provided them with a divine image on his there. We call often the covenant justice, we're subject to the Merkel's Afro-Soul Mitzvah. And the Merkel's is really used the image of the higher of being offered up to the Mitzvah, or it was a factory experience.
Mary?
Go ahead and follow
Yeah.
the scent. They smell it everywhere, except by the Muslim Muslim, they smell it. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Rothschild is being already running like this. Let's say they're really, really came back. We should probably smell from Baba. And I give my son to hear, who was the female? Who was the female? Kaka is the carrier of my life. Really didn't come back to me. And what was the role of the community? Effort to me will have another step. Also, one Navi, his job was to ultimately.
That sucks. I'm gonna just be honest with you, Chabad. You gotta get your shit together with your videos. Why? Because I'm gonna watch every fucking piece of media that you put out from now until the day that I fucking die. And if it's not A+ shit, I'm gonna be pissed. How is that? What the fuck is a partial automator or whatever? No one knows. And I gotta take another whiz. Heck well.
Navi number one, talk with A about the location of the staff, and ultimately again, also talking about the possibilities of expanding the there. The effort was white lines on Asian values. The effort to Hayward Lahem is an activist application is invites. And then second that we talked about is to offer up Kabbalah to even a lot.
That's some science stuff. I don't know if I'm such a big fan of that shit. Alright. What's the argument? What are you gonna study? What are you gonna study? Yo, dog, there was a time when Jews would meditate by sticking their head between their legs. Why did that process stop? Yeah, you're remembering a real thing, not some urban legend Judaism. It shows up in a few serious places. What was going on?
he sowed, let's say he sowed this debase that we spoken about before.
What was going on with the head between the legs? The early posture shows up in early Jewish meditative ecstatic practice, especially in prophetic or proto-mystical contexts. Classic source: Elijah on Mount Carmel, 1 Kings 18:42. After the first miracle, Elijah prays for rain and puts his face between his knees. The rabbis don't read this. The rabbis don't read that as yoga class. They read it as intense prophetic concentration, cutting off sensory input, compressing the body to induce altered awareness. Later traditions picked this up. Early Merkava Hekhalot mysticism, 1st to 6th century-ish. Some practitioners used extreme postures, breath control, fasting, repetition of divine names, all aimed at visionary ascent. Talmudic echoes sages praying in unusual, physical, intense ways to reach total kavana, focus. This wasn't meditation for calm. It was meditation to break through reality. So why did it stop? Short answer: because it was dangerous, destabilizing, and easy to misuse. Longer, real talk reasons: psychological and physical at risk. These practices could induce disassociation, trigger visions people couldn't integrate, mess people up mentally. The rabbis were very aware of this. Think 4 entered partis, 1 didn't come back whole. That's not poetry, it's a warning label. Rabbinic Judaism shifted the goal. Post-temple Judaism deliberately moved away from ecstatic prophecy, trance states, bodily extremes toward text, law, discipline, prayer, community norms. The idea became serve God while fully awake and functional in the world, not folded into your self-chasing visions. Mysticism got locked behind training. Kabbalah didn't disappear, it went underground and upward. Only for mature scholars with ethical prep, no do-it-yourself techniques. After disasters like Shabbatianism, rabbis became extra allergic to anything that looked like uncontrolled spiritual experimentation. Normative prayer became standardized. We get standing for Amida, bowing at specific points, no weird positions that look culty or alienate the public. Judaism chose stability over spectacle. Did it vanish completely? Not totally. Kabbalists still use body positioning, breathe, and visualization, just subtle, internalized. Hasidut preserved ecstatic prayer, but without extreme postures. Hitbodedut, personal prayer, channels intensity, emotionally, not physically. Basically, same fire, safer container. One line takeaway. Early Jews used intense bodily postures like head between knees to access prophetic consciousness, but Rabbinic Judaism phased them out because they were spiritually powerful and genuinely dangerous, replacing them with grounded, sustainable forms of prayer and mysticism. If you want, just a quick follow-up in like 2 sentences. Who was the last rabbi to do this, and what year? There is no securely documented later rabbi after the early Merkava generation, but the less traditionally named figure associated with these ecstatic techniques is Rabbi Nehunya ben Hakana, active around the late 1st and early 2nd century of the Common Era, 100 to 120 Common Era. After this point, the rabbis deliberately stopped recording or endorsing bodily trance postures like that in normative texts. Is this ever mentioned in Talmud? Yep, indirectly, yes, but the Talmud is very cagey about it. You don't get a how-to, but you do get illusions. Berkot 34b talks about sages who would pray so intensely that they were unaware of physical danger, hinting at altered state. Hagiga 14b, the Pardes story, is the big warning. Advanced mystical techniques exist, but most people shouldn't touch them. Berkot 30b, 31a, Hannah's prayer emphasized inward focus and stillness, which later rabbis read as replacement for ecstatic bodily methods. So the Talmud acknowledges the existence of extreme devotional states, but deliberately desomatizes them. It keeps the power while stripping out the dangerous physical techniques. Yeah, fire. Go fuck yourself. But in the future, we might try to, after we rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, we might try to fucking do autofellation, which,
they brought the bullets a fistful of salt, and they repaired it, or I should say, they filled in the damaged part of the
All right.
Well, now let's be clear. Filling in the damaged part with a little bit of salt in no way goes ahead and what? It repairs the
Are you done?
Ella shelo yirem mizbeach.
I'm gonna shit little
Rather, they
people
just
said
did
shit
it.
to
They're
me.
going to have to repair the mizbeach. And we'll say ultimately again, the mizbeach should have been deficient. So this is like a covet. You have covet to the mizbeach. It doesn't. The fistful of salt certainly doesn't make it usable, but the fistful of salt at least what? At least allows for it to go ahead and represent it. Shekom mizbeach shahim lo keren v'kavesh v'yisod v'ribua also. Also, why are we bringing this story? Because ultimately, again, this seems to support that which we said before. That there are certain things that are ma'akim in this gap, specifically, again, keren, the corners, kevesh, the red, the soul, the ledge, ribua, being squared. If you don't have these items, it is possible. So, Yosef Yehuda Omer, Afasoch. Yosef says, even the ledge itself,
Right.
even so big, ultimately, again,
But
it's
chill,
an absolute
bitch.
necessity. So, we'll say, let's go back to this. So let's analyze this. Izu karkos. So remember again, what's the karkos? The Torah mentions this karkos. What is it? So the Gemara has will say. So beforehand, one of the opinions that the karkos is the same thing as the kiyah. Is the kiyah? Is the deck that's examined around the mizbeach? Now we're going to see other opinions. Izu karkos. Talk about Izu karkos. Bein keren lekeren. Bein keren lekeren. Makom yilok raglei kohanim amo. So we'll say the first thing the Bryce says. Karkov is the walkway for the Kohanim, the one wide walkway between the horns and the mizbeach for the Kohanim. The problem with that is, after the Kohanim being turned to turn around, it makes sense that there's enough on the top of the mizbeach for the Kohanim to walk around, but once the mizbeach is brought, why doesn't it make sense that it be between the horns? Yeah, man. Look at it. Walks around. Is that the same thing according to the walk? It's going to run the corners and they have to go around the corner. That's a good thing to walk in there. Asuk Hanan and Karen Karava Azli, and the emo, Mokum, you look like Hanan Amo. Rather than use the father. And I was like, in addition to the area between the horns, there is also a 1 Amo wide walkway for the Kohanim around the center of the mizbeach. I've observed Tachas Karkuvo Milamata Adventio. So we'll say ultimately again, but it sounds like that
I mean, it doesn't matter because he's so out of his prime. Yeah, that's I don't know about it.
In fact, there were 2 karkos. I will say it's actually very
No, he's out of his prime. The way he wrestled with Hamza. I don't know who got him in that fight, actually. I think that would be by far Islam's toughest challenge. Kamara was a mother. He was a monster. He was a motherfucker. Yeah. His striking, his wrestling, everything. And he, by the way, his cardio was also second. He fucked up on getting ugly.
There are 2 metal bands. One metal band was around the side. One metal band was metal walking around the top of the
Is he that far out of his prime that would be, you think? Watch the Kamsa fighting. Yes, Kamsa had all the wrestling for the first 2 rounds, but that last round, yeah, if it's 5 rounds, I think it's actually mid-Morales or something. Kamara's a legend. Maybe you can feather the cap. Yeah. Sorry. Can we get to the next? I found this. It's the coolest thing on the internet I found. This is so fun. I've never seen it in my life. Strongest force. The first challenge was a 1-rep max on squats with every weight looked like nothing. Even the women's squat with 4 challenge and she chose right divide weights on the horse made it look even easier. And he won this challenge by squats with 6 plates. The torso did 19.3 seconds, and they won actually beat them by doing it in 19.2 seconds. Us wrestling was the next event, and he won and actually dominated this challenge. Well, no, it's all figures. Now, the 4th challenge was a deadlift ladder, and the strongest force won this, so it was now tied 2-2. The 4th was the next one. It was first a 3v1, which was easy for the Dwarves to win, but not as easy for the 3v2, and the women actually won this, and then 5v5, the women won this. It's funny that the show is in our this is a challenge. Men tied this up so they then did a tiebreaker relay race through the water. Wrestling when you start, but the horse came all the way back and officially won. The stronger giant horse versus the women in competitive wrestling. Takedowns or throwing out of the heat, and the dwarves came out and walked them really. Wow, because I thought it's kind of hard to get low and shoot. I should have done. Why is this not being talked about everywhere? Why isn't this on ESPN? Why is the biggest news being talked about over everything? The doors crushed it. The doors. The only thing I'll give the women credit when you're deadlifting, and you have a very short line too. They're all about 2 inches. Yeah. Good for them. What's this? This is who I was telling you about today. A lot of good takes on MMA. What's this here? Saturday Night Fever, when they shot the first bridge scene, director John Badham kept secret from Donna Pascal the fact that when the guys fell off the bridge, they actually landed on a platform a few feet below. Badham and the other actors did not tell her about the car because they wanted a genuine look of horror and anger on Annette's face when Tony, Double J, and Joey appeared to connect. Therefore, Donna's reaction to them was funny, and her facial expressions turning from horror and shock to outright anger were real. And her next line, was not scripted. Two, when Tony's dad hits him in the back of the head during dinner, his retort of, just watch the hair, and complain about being hit on the hair after he had worked on it, was John Travolta's own reaction and not scripted. But since it was so in character for Tony Manero to say, it was left in. Three, filming was almost interrupted when a local mafia group tried to extort protection from the crew. In fact, the nightclub where the film was shot was hit with a small fireball. Four, at first, Karen Lynn Gordy struggled to keep up with John Travolta when it came to their dancing scenes. Did you know for Saturday
Lami Gavra Ad. This is Rabbi saying you have to imagine he's there, and he was lying down flat on his face, which means the face faces one direction, the feet face a different direction. By Adilaba, Karis, the Osi Gavra, maybe Rabbi, maybe ultimately his back is to be situated like he's sitting, in which case his face and his feet are facing the same direction. Amalei says to him, Ravuah. The pasuk says Ravuah. Rabbi said, there are taking a little bit of a play on words over here. It says Ravuah. If you look very close to Rashi, Rashi says Ravuah Ksiv, Ravuah Ba'adam, Rovates in Mushkab Shirakas. So it's saying that the word Ravuah sounds a lot like the word Rovates, which means that the person is crouching, and that's how it actually. I've been listening 1 second. That word Ravuah teaches me something different. It says, behind me, Bailey, so that word Ravuah teaches me a very point I love, and they mean that the graph itself has to be square. Yiksiv Meruba, because the pasuk says Meruba, which you learn after that word that it has to be square. Without using that much, Yiksiv Lovuts, does the pasuk say crouching? Although the Ravuah, if I was like, you have to for the purpose to use the word Ravuah, which teaches me the Mash Mahafi, the Mash Mahafi. That teaches me again that his graph is to be faster than the purpose of his crouch, but also teaches me that what? The graph itself must be square. Hana, nice see that the Hana like to have a from the Sangha Hira, Hira Omar, Umahalo Seki, Hana,
some of the bigger conglomerates that are currently occupying the Web2 space, that really hasn't tapped into the Web3 space. But if we execute it right, we champion ourselves as the energy drink of the Web3 space while also building Web2.
By
The
definition,
sky's the limit. So that was the mindset, that was the thought
this is
process.
talking about
And now, again, now we're in the build phase, so now we're really just building out. So, and we're going to continue to build this thing. So, shout out to you, answer your great question. Moving on to my guy,
we search
to the top of this, yeah?
When you get to something, go right, which by definition, I the aim is small in the maybe again it goes left, but still walks in the same direction. No, so I appreciate it. Omid al Gabi Shneim Asar Amudin Bakr. Right, it was saying ultimately stood on a base of 12 axes. Obviously, statues, figures, 12 oxen. Shlosha Ponim Sephona, 3 of them ultimately faced north. Shlosha Ponim Yama, 3 of them faced west. Shlosha Ponim Yama, 3 of them faced south. Shlosha Ponim Israel, 3 of them faced east. I will say now the way that the Torah, the way that the Rabbi goes ahead and like direction.
You can create these meanings for pretty much anything, pretty much
Again,
just be stupid with it, and it's good fun. So that's the idea of it. There's no super special meta behind it or anything. It's just fun. It's a fun meme. Yeah, you and I were talking, and I've got all these great grandeur ideas as to I see this. I see some of these houses. If I could pull off what my dream of had happened with crypto trench kids, you might want to buy a bag and hold on to that. I think I found something or an idea that dream reflects it. It can go in any direction. And it's hard to do with a main player character. Obviously, this guy in the miniature and the PSP he's kind of the main character, but there is no main character. So it's pretty much everybody, and it's making fun of our own selves. So it's malleable, it's flexible, it can go in any direction, and completely degenerate. In my opinion, I think that's something very simple, easy.
That's whenever I have to return, I go
And by the way, I just looked it up. Garbage Pail Kids came out in June 1985. So it was an 85 phenomenon. And then the variety store CDs packets, packs of box packs of Carson's Falcon. And I have a small collection of Garbage Pail Kids sitting right here beside me that I have to sell. The crazy thing is they do release like limited edition packs every year still. Current now. But I don't think anybody pays attention to it unless they're huge.
So did Rashbi literally say that Halacha L'Maisa, the ramp didn't get to the top of these efforts, rather than there was a little bit of space in between the two. Did he actually say that? I don't know. But was very interesting. So Rabbi Yossi says back to Rabbi Yossi ben Mekunya, the fact that you're asking me this question seems to tell me that you don't subscribe to this. Do you not hold up this same thing? Well, Karnana, the pasuk explicitly says, "Va'asisa olosecha habasar v'hadam." What's that? The pasuk says that you shall perform your olos, the basar, the meat, and the blood, not dam bisrika, just like the say blood has to be sprinkled, af basar bisrika. So to the meat also has to be rolled. Also, we have to do that. We'll say now. What's the Rashi? Just a moment. Not dam. Ola Shomit Baharis is Zork Nakriki Zarko Afa Basim is Rika, Alma Abianish, Umachmas Abi who Sarat Zvika Shomit Bikavish is us. Let's listen to this. So we'll say, so Rabbi Yossi has a very interesting Russia. He says that the Torah compares the blood, the dam, or the basar to the dam. Just like the blood has Rika, so too the basar has Zrika. Now, why would the basar have to have Zrika? It must be that what? That there's a space in between the top of the ram and the flat part of the mizbeach, so the coin doesn't carry things across the gap. Thank you. Instead, he throws the meat onto the fire from the top of the ram. Amar lo, to which Rabbi Shimon Yossi says, no. Shani Omer, Omi B'tzad Ma'aracha V'zor. No. When it means that the coin throws the meat, what does that mean? That means the coin is standing on the top of the mizbeach by the ma'aracha, by the fire, and throwing the meat in there. Amar leiki shu zorek l'ma'aracha d'luku zorek, u'l'ma'ol l'ma'aracha she'ena d'luku zorek. So ultimately, again, when the coin throws the meat into the fire, so we'll say, which part of the fire does he throw it? Does he throw it onto the periphery of the fire, which doesn't turn as you can see? Does he throw it into the middle of the fire? Obviously, Havi Omer l'ma'aracha d'luku. It's obvious that the coin would throw the meat onto where? Onto the part of the fire that's intense. If that's the case, so we'll say ultimately again, so now we begin to understand, obviously the coin is throwing the meat, but the reason the coin is throwing the meat, I will say is why? Because there's no other way for them to get it into the middle of the fire. Remember, even if you know that the coin ultimately is standing on the top of the gap, you always say, even though there's not a gap, the coin is standing on top of the gap. And yet, by definition, it always has to throw the meat, because the part of the fire that's most intense is the middle of the fire. So he's not placing it on the periphery of the fire, but instead he's throwing it into the middle of the fire. That by definition requires zrika. But that zrika doesn't need a pasuk. That's just utilitarian zrika in order to allow the carbon to burn properly. So we'll say ultimately again, Rapapa Amar Kidan. Shababa says no. The meat actually does require zrika, because the meat is going to be like blood. How so? Madam avir karka mafsiku, afbasar avir karka mafsiku. Which is actually very interesting. Just like when it comes to dam, just like when it comes to the blood. So ultimately, again, avir karka mafsiku, we'll say there is airspace, there is ground, there is floor that separates between the kohen and the mizbeach. Right? We'll say, remember again, the kohen doesn't put the blood on the mizbeach, he sprinkles it. By definition, when he sprinkles it, that means that there is a space, there's ground space between him and the mizbeach. So afbasar avir karka matziko. So to us, when it comes to the meat, ultimately again, it is avir karka, there's airspace of land or ground that is also going the hard path and separated. So we'll say ultimately again, so we're going to see this much more tomorrow, or maybe more tomorrow. But I love how nice one say, it sounds like over here that there is a certain, there's actually space in between the top of the mizbeach and the actual altar. Now, again, why there is that space, we're going to have to discuss. I'm not doing that. Snake watching, the Rabbi says as follows. Snake watching, ultimately, again, there are two ramps. You kind of noticing that there are two smaller ramps that came from two sides of the larger ram. I don't know if you have this in your photo. If you notice, there's a picture on the bottom. Right on the bottom left hand. That's an image. Well, okay. Look at you see over here, the main ramp going into the smaller ramps on the side. Snake watching don't see it like that. There are two small ramps ultimately again come down from the primary line. So the hand pulling the so to the soul. Rolling in on his back below the what happens? These two ramps come off the side of the major ramp. One of them goes ahead, so I'm pulling the so one of them faces down towards the base, and one of them faces down ultimately to the soul. So the left. So he's rolling in on his back below the detached from the side of the Mizbeach just by a hair. So they're not exactly attached to the Mizbeach itself. Why is that? So we'll say ultimately again, we're going to see based on a person. Then ultimately again, we know that they have to be there, but they can't actively be attached to Mizbeach. So we'll have to stop over here. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with these two smaller ramps in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our commentator sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Tarizin, the lovely memory of Steve's father, Albert Zin, William Steve, and Chaim Zikon Ruch on the occasion of his 20th yard site. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Ayal and Sarah Steinberg. In this also, we continue to refer Shalema for Shulamis, Chana Bas Susha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Tali and Michelle Strug. Creation of Tali's grandmother's 28-yard site, Esther Bas David on the Zaha. We also have the American Bar Kama, all of the Nishama Sadali, all the families in the Kama, all those who need Rafu Shabbat, and the Kol that you started with, continue to share the Souls Stavos upon all of Klavis now. Was with that verse today. Today's daf is daf Samech. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem, on Nun Tesla base 59b, the Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi Kigamar Gizeh Shava, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. So let's just remember, just to orient ourselves for a moment. If you remember again, we had an interesting machlokas. The Torah said that Halacha L'Maisa, when Shlomo HaMelech built the Beis Hamikdash, built the Mizbeach, so the Gemara says that the Torah says that Bayomahu, on that particular day, he went ahead and he was in the Kaddish. So the pasuk says, "Bayomahu Kiddush HaMelech es Tol HaChaser Asher Lefnei Beis Hashem." So literally the pasuk says that on the day of Shlomo HaMelech came to the Beis Hamikdash, he sanctified the actual floor of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so the Gemara says that Halacha L'Maisa, is it literal or is it not literal? So if you understand that it was literal, it means that the Mizbeach that Shlomo built is too small to accommodate the sheer volume of sacrificial service, and therefore they have to go ahead and actually set the Kabbalah standard. The other opinion says, no, that's not what it is. What it means is that is too small. It's a metaphor, a euphemism, I should say, for whose Mizbeach is too small, Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach is too small, and therefore Shlomo built the new Mizbeach to accommodate the new level of carbonic volume. Why not just say that straight out? Because it wouldn't have been nice to explicitly say that Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach was too small. So what uses, remember again, they use the midget metaphor just to indicate to us that sometimes again you like to say something not in a straight out fashion, but a little bit of a veiled fashion. Okay, so that's our ongoing focus. And that's Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, Kigomer Gzeir Shava, the Golfa with the Gomer. Rabbi Yossi, when you understand this Gzeir Shava, because let's remember again, what was the Gzeir Shava between the beginning yesterday is that a Gzeir Shava between the Beis Hamikdash, the Beis Hamikdash of the Pesach and the Mishkan of Moshe Rabbeinu. Remember again, we saw also as my focus is the vision of the Pesach, the completely Pesach, speaking about the second Beis Hamikdash, the third Beis Hamikdash. Let's go to the idea that now the second Beis Hamikdash, and the first one. Rabbi Yossi, Kigomer Gzeir Shava. So Rabbi Yossi understands his Gzeir Shava because of who the Gomer. He's ultimately understanding it to apply to the height of the Mizbeach. learn Shalosh Amos Chomaso Bar Shalom Rabbi. So what's when the pasuk says? It's between the pasuk. Says from there. Emotionally, culturally, physically, every way. And it's not much bigger and much worse with every person. The Chamish Amos will call 5 Amos. Rabbi Yamida Shalosh Amos Chomaso. 3 Amos in height. Let's remember again, this also to get our terms. What's most happening in the book is called Mizbeach, and of course that's not the exterior Mizbeach of the animal sacrifice. What some of is called Mizbeach HaKohanim. But now, this piece of information come together. Why was it called Mizbeach HaKohanim? Why was it called that? Because you remember again, a couple of days ago, we spoke about how the Mizbeach is actually formed. It is smooth stones, right? And then the pitch tar, lime and plaster. The pitch tar is one thing, right? Pitch tar, lime, plaster, right? Combination. Sorry? Local left, thank you. Right? Put together over the stones to form that comprehensive thing. So interesting enough. So remember, so the Rothschild says, oh yeah, buy in his back, and the post says, he's giving them. So almost colossal. One thing, some of the Rabbi says, quite literally, it's as it's stated. Rabbi Yossi in the outer, Yossi says like this. Ne'emar K'tan Ravua. It says over here, ultimately again, by the Mizbeach, ultimately using Mizbeach HaChitza. The outer Mizbeach can also have a built Ravua, that is square. The Ne'emar Lahalon, and ultimately again it says by the Mizbeach HaPnimi. This is the Torah's Mizbeach of Moshe, Ravua, square. Man Lahalon, and this is very interesting. Man Lahalon, go for Kishnayim Ke'arko. Just like by the Mizbeach HaKolas. Ultimately, the height is 2 times the length. Afkan, so too by the Mizbeach HaChitza, Afkan Kishnayim Ke'arko. So too by the outer Mizbeach, ultimately again, the height, right, Malan Gopal Bishnayim Karko, so the height is twice the width, so twice the length. So to buy Mizbeach HaChitzon, the height is twice the length. And therefore, ultimately, again, that would make Mizbeach HaChitzon 10 amos in height. Okay. So I'm going to be good. I'm going to do this. Listen, here's the problem. If the Mizbeach is 10 amos in height, right? So that means the Kohen is being a capital Mizbeach 10 amos in height. Extra Kohen only the capital Mizbeach, the Avot of the Yadov, the color of Lodo, so if that's the case, interestingly enough, then our local said that would mean that when in the Mishkan, when the Kohen was on top of the Mizbeach, he was standing above the curtains which surrounded the Mishkan, which then would mean that everyone would see the Kohen doing the Avodah. So at this point, that's very interesting. So what? So it's fascinating. Remember again, is one of the elements that is so core and pivotal to the concept of avodah in English as well is sinus, is a sense of modesty, a sense of privacy. That's why, if you think about this, the holiest day of the year on Yom Kippur, the holiest avodah, holiest hakadosh, and holy of holies. Yet, amazingly enough, who sees it? No one sees it. Because if you think about it, it's the strangest thing in the world, right? Shouldn't this be like on a mitzvah jumbotron? Like everybody should see this, right? This is the most inspiring thing in the world. But Elamai, there's a very important musar that sometimes the most dramatic spiritual piece should happen in a modest, unassuming, non-public way. It is natural for people who want to publicize their spiritual accomplishments. And by the way, there's a place for publicizing your spiritual accomplishments as well. Right? Because remember again, if you don't know this comes up a lot, this comes out a lot in Tzedakah. Right? Tzedakah has these two competing motifs. On one hand, there's the high level of Tzedakah.
Nobody knows what these guys are saying. It's impossible. What do they say? They sound like this.
There's a competing value. To make sure that your tzedakah is public and well known. Why? Because it encourages other people to give. And by the way, this in general is the dynamic by spirituality. That on one hand, I'm supposed to be private and supposed to be tzanua, modest in my spiritual accomplishments, but I also have to figure out when, by sharing those very things, I could encourage others to do the same. This kind of many examples of this. But as I said, for example, A seal, right? The reason why a seal is so incredibly important. Because what does a seal do? We all know this. We've all been to seal. What does a seal do? How do you feel when you leave a seal? Don't say bust. Right. How do you feel when you leave it? You feel like I can cook. I'm ready. Give me Gemara. Give me Gemara, right? I'm absolutely ready to do this. Right? I'm ready to accomplish. That's the power of these things. And yet, like someone points out, this notion of engaging in spiritual activities in a more modest and like non-public way.
They come around, and the sun's coming down, and I can feel it. I'm in down the hand, there's never going out. There's all that is and feeling. Pretty woman, she moves to the line, something to find in the sun. Baby, and the feeling is right. Nice, fever, nice, fever. You know how to do it. And the nice, fever. You know how to show it. Yeah. Waiting for this moment tonight. Feeling the minute so bad. Look at the wind, making it bad. Night, fever. You know how to do it. That was actually the best thing that we've ever seen.
But why does the pasuk seem to indicate
Really?
that it's
Oh,
five?
for sure. You want to name something better? Wait.
The power is the pasuk seems to say that the height of the curtain is 5 amos. So how do you reconcile that? It's very interesting. What it means is the measuring cup on the top of the mizbeach and above the curtains were 5 amos. So so really the total height of the curtains was 15 amos, but measuring from the top of the mizbeach it was 5 amos. And therefore it turns out that halach l'meisa, the Kohen did have privacy even when doing the avot. So Ma'at Hamud Lomar, so was a 768 line mathematics. Ma'at Hamud Lomar, the Shalosh Amos Komoso, the Stas Sodu Kulamalo. So now this is transitioning to the Mizbeach HaKitoras, the incense altar. When it comes to the incense altar, the pasuk says, right, this is the what we call Mizbeach HaKitoras, Mizbeach HaZohav, the golden altar, the incense altar, the much smaller altar inside of the Heichal, inside of the Beis HaMikdash itself. So what does the pasuk mean when it says B'shalosh amos kapa'o misfas sobei ulalalo? That the mizbeach was 3 amos in height. Misfas sobei, the ultimate area of the sobei we're going to see. There was like a band around the mizbeach ulamala and above. Rabbi Huda, this is Rabbi Huda. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says misfas sobei ulamala and makom hakronos uludahimenu. Vav Amos, we go back parent Amos. Fine. So Moses is like this. Rabbi Yehuda, keep Gomer Gzera Shava Berachmu B'Gomer. Rabbi Yehuda learns the Gzera Shava. He's learning the Gzera Shava much more to refer to the width. Rabbi Yehuda, Ha Kamis Chazi Kohen. So I say here's the issue. According to Rabbi Yehuda still his height would have it that you could still see the Kohen. Now, granted, some of the curtain did extend up, but you would still be able to see the Kohen. Look at Rashi, just one to Rabbi Yehuda. It's in Rashi in the third line. Meaning, Nami Didvan Kich Saban, Hakam is Chazi Kohen, Hagomu Shalosh, Uklayin Ena Ela Chamesh, Uatzmo Gimo Amos, Nimso Rosho Lemala Minakalayim. Rabbi Yehuda's model understands the pasuk a little bit more literally. Although some of the Kohen's body is shielded, pretty much you'd still be able to see his head above the curtains. So the Gemara says, not a problem. The Kohen is chazi, avoda de biyado lo is chazi. So this is very interesting. The Yehuda says, what's the avoda of the curtains? That you shouldn't see the avoda. If you see the Kohen's head, you see the Kohen's head. It doesn't matter. The idea is that the avoda itself should be in a bit more of a private setting. Okay, beautiful. So Bishal Yehuda, Hayu Ditsiv Kiddush. And so Rosh said, going back, remember, this whole discussion started by Shlomo HaMelech. So the pasuk says that Shlomo HaMelech sanctified the floor. According to Rabbi Yehuda says Devarim Kech Saban, that it's literal. It's literal. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, this makes a lot of sense. Why the pasuk says Rabbi Yehuda says Kiddush, that Shlomo HaMelech sanctified the chutzner. Why did he sanctify the chutzner? Because literally he was using the floor of the Beis Hamikdash to shech karbanos. Take a look at Rashi, almost right across. B'Shalom Rabbi Yehuda Hanan D'Ksiv Kiddush, HaMelech Esto HaChutzner, Shechutzru Chal Ritzpa LeKadsha L'Shem Mizbeach. We'll get to that in just a moment. So again, according to Yehuda, it makes sense that the pasuk says Kiddush. The Shemach literally sanctified the ground because that's what he did. He literally sanctified the floor of the Beis Hamikdash so that it could act as a mizbeach. Hello, the Rabbi Yossi, my Kiddush. I say, here's the issue. Right? The pasuk does say Kiddush Hamelech Estol Chachatzer. It says that he sanctified the floor. It really does say that. So according to Yehuda, the pasuk makes a lot of sense because essentially he was making the floor an extension of the Mizbeach. But according to Rabbi Yossi, he says that, no, again, what does Rabbi Yossi? Rabbi Yossi says that when it says that the Mizbeach is too small, which Mizbeach is too small? The Mizbeach of Moshe and after Shlomo built a new one. But what does it mean when it says it should not sanctify the floor? What does that mean? Amazingly enough, my Kiddush, Lahamid Ba Mizbeach. It's beautiful. Ultimately, again, to put the Mizbeach there, that in order to place the Mizbeach on the ground of the Beis Hamikdash, what did you have to do? You had to sanctify the ground. Now which is interesting, by the way. Of course, something unique that didn't happen by the Mishkan, right? Because remember, again, the Mishkan did not need what we'll call any soil sanctification, because by definition it was mobile. Right? It never stayed. It wasn't supposed to stay in one place. The Beis Hamikdash, which ultimately, again, is stationary. We'll discuss just how stationary in just a little bit. Halacha l'maaseh apparently required some type of soil sanctification. You had to sanctify the ground. So that's what it means that Shlomo was mekadesh the ritzvah. He was mekadesh the ground upon which the mizbeach was situated. Incredible. So it says Bishlam Rabbi Yossi Hanan D'Ksiv Katan. So according to Rabbi Yossi, ultimately again, this is why the pasuk says Katan. That it was too small. Ultimately, as well, because remember again, according to Rabbi Yossi, ultimately again, he's referring to the Mizbeach Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yehuda, my katan. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, what is katan? Rashi says, Rabbi Yossi Damer Shlomo Gadol v'Shel Moshe Katan. So again, it makes sense to say that the Mizbeach was too small because it's not referring to Shlomo's Mizbeach, rather it's referring ultimately to Moshe Rabbeinu's Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, hello, Rabbi Yehuda, my katan. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, ultimately again, what does it mean it was too small? Because we'll say, remember again, according to Rabbi Yehuda, Shlomo effectively made the Mizbeach and the entire floor of the Mizbeach. So what was too small? Well, what was too small? So the Gemara says, that's what it means to say. Mizbeach abanu sha'asa Shlomo hachas Mizbeach hanochoshes katan haba. It means to say like this, that even though Shlomo HaMelech constructed a new Mizbeach, the new Mizbeach that Shlomo, the Mizbeach Habarim that Shlomo constructed, instead of the Mizbeach hanochoshes of Moshe, was still too small. And therefore, what do they have to do? They have to sanctify the floor as well to serve as an extension of the Mizbeach. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "But my so at the end of the day, what is the machlokes over here?" So this is very interesting. So what? Yeah. Okay. So Rashi goes through this a little bit more as well, but fine. We'll just go by it. Rashi says, "But my what are they arguing about?" So Rabbi Yehuda says like this: "Done in chutz michutz, ve'in done in chutz mitmid." Rabbi Yehuda says that halacha l'maaseh, we want to learn out chutz from chutz, which means we will learn out the halachos of the Mizbeach of Shlomo HaMelech from the Mizbeach ultimately again of Moshe Rabbeinu. Because we would rather go ahead and make a Gzeir Shava ultimately again between two outer Mizbeachos, chutz michutz. Ve'in done in chutz mitmid. And we're not going to ultimately again learn out a din of the outer Mizbeach from a din of the inner Mizbeach, Mizbeach HaKetoras. Marsa, Rabbi Yossi says, done in kli mikli, then done in kli mibinya. So we'll say, this is actually very interesting. It's very interesting. Rabbi Yossi says, we would rather go ahead and learn out the halachos of one kli from another kli. Now, here's what I want to point out to you. We have been very much focused on this idea, right? There are two mizbechos, right? Two altars. The mizbech hachitzon and outer mizbech, ultimately again, which is for animal sacrifice, and the inner Mizbeach, Mizbeach Kitoras. Now, the Mizbeach Kitoras was pretty much the same thing by Mishkan and by the Beis HaMikdash. What fundamentally changed was the outer Mizbeach. Right? The outer Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was much smaller than the Mizbeach ultimately of Shlomo. Furthermore, the outer Mizbeach of Moshe was what's called the copper Mizbeach. By Shlomo, it was called Mizbeach Avonim. There's another very important distinction as well. The Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, the Mizbeach Hanachoshes, right? The outer Mizbeach, we'll call Mizbeach of Karbanos, was mobile, right? Because everything in the Mishkan was mobile. On the other hand, the Mizbeach of Shlomo obviously was stationary, it was not mobile. I will say, once something is mobile, what does that make it? In Halacha, that gives it the classification of a Kli, right? In Halacha, remember again, something we categorized in multiple categories, but let's for our purpose, that's primary categories, which is Kli and Karka, right? But what makes the difference between Kli and Karka? Kli is mobile, Karka is stationary. So what's interesting over here is, fascinatingly enough, the Mizbeach HaNechoshes, the copper Mizbeach, the outer Mizbeach, the altar, right? The carbonic Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kli. It was a Kli because it was mobile. So watch this. So on one hand, Rabbi Yehuda says, I'd rather go, I've done it chutz miflotz, they've done it chutz mifnim. Let's learn out one outer Mizbeach from another outer Mizbeach, and not compare the outer Mizbeach to the inner Mizbeach. On the other hand, Rabbi Yossi says, Mar Sabbath done in Kli Mikli, they've done in Kli Midinyan. We also remember again, the common denominator between the Mizbeachos of Moshe Rabbeinu or the outer Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu and the Mizbeach HaKitoras. Remember, Mizbeach HaKitoras in both Batei Mikdash has the status of a Kli, right? Why? Because it's movable, because it's small. And not that it was moved, but can be moved. So there's Rabbi Yehuda says, we'd rather learn out Kli Mikli, one Kli from another Kli, than done in Kli Mibinyan, and not Kli from a Binyan. Take a look at Rashi. Kli Mikli, Mizbeach HaNechoshes, V'azahav Kelimei. So remember again, by the Mishkan, both the Hanachoshes, which is the outer Mizbeach, and Mizbeach Hazav, which is the inner Mizbeach, ultimately again are both Kelim. So therefore, in Rabbi Yossi's mouth, he's supposed to just have this point to move up. Rabbi Yossi will rather learn out his Gzeir Shaval, ultimately again from like items. Kli Mikli, so Mizbeach Hanachoshes, from the Mizbeach Hazav. Amar Rabbi, both Rabbi Yehuda B'Dami. And also, it's very interesting as follows. As much as Rabbi Yehuda said that Halacha L'Maisa, right, the entire Azara ultimately again was Mekudash, right? That Shlomo HaMelech was Makdish the Ritzvah, that he was Makdish the floor, and therefore you could shecht Karbanos even on the floor of the Mikdash. Even Rabbi Yehuda agrees that when it comes to blood applications must be done on the Mizbeach itself. So this is very interesting, I will say, that even if you hold that somehow there's a mechanism to sanctify the floor of the Mikdash itself to act as an extension of the Mizbeach, that is only for Shechita, not for Zerika. Zerika itself must be done on the Mizbeach. The sign of both sides is where we had. The sign of Yehuda says, we saw this come out before. Kos Echad, Hayim Memamri Demataroves, the Shokfah got on the Mizbeach. So it's like Karban Pesach. Right? After they finished shechting all of the Karban Pesach, what would they do? The Kohen would take up, remember, the blood had pooled up until their knees. So what would the Kohen do? He would take a cup of collective blood and then throw that on the Mizbeach. And what did that do? So the Gemara says, Shim Yishbach Damoshal, Shim Yishbach Damoshal Achas Mehen, Yimsa Zemach Shilo. Because in the event that the blood of one of the Karbanos did not have proper Zrika and fell on the floor, this act of combined Zrika would essentially take care of all of the collective Karbanos. So what do you see from here? These are Raitcha, some of the Yehuda Kula Azar Mikatsha, Hais Adil Mitzvah. Because if Rabbi Yehuda really felt that when we sanctify the floor, Mamish, it becomes like the Mizbeach, that means that what? When the blood falls on the floor, that's effectively a Zrika. And therefore it should work. So the fact that even Rabbi Yehuda agrees that at the end of the Karban Pesach process, you would take a cup of collective blood, pour that on the Mizbeach, that shows that even if you know that Shechita could occur on the floor, right? That Shechita, in other words, that the floor is like an extension ultimately of the Mizbeach, Zrika must be done on the Mizbeach itself. The Dilma, one second, hold up. That's not a raya. The Dilma is from the Kansab Shvi coming to our temple is not. 1 second, he couldn't even require you to lift up the cup of collective blood, pour it on his death, because he holds that Zrika requires Koach Adam. What's Koach Adam? In other words, Zrika requires intentional effort, as opposed to just dropping blood. Right? Supposed to remember again, for example, here's an interesting application of this. Let's say the Kohen is holding the blood strips, and the blood end is spilling on his Mizbeach. So that's not necessarily Zrika, right? Why? Because Zrika requires Korach, it requires mental effort. So maybe the reason why Rabbi Huda holds that you have to pick up a cup of collected blood is because the blood application requires intentionality, and that didn't happen if the blood just goes on the ground. Well, if that's the case, if that's the case, no problem. Then what should you do? Pick up a collected cup of blood and what? Pour it back on the floor. But this time, pour it back with intentionality. That should be enough. The fact that you have to burn him in his back indicates to us that it's reason much on his back. But you show me the button on this summon, maybe not. In other words, we'll say, even if Rabbi Yehuda would say that Zrika can be done on the ground, everyone will agree that once the mitzvah what's the ideal way to do it? That you do it on his back. Right? So it's not a riot here. So it's just because at the end of the process of Karban Pesach, that Allah wants to take a cup of collected blood and pour it on his back, it's necessarily a riot that you can't do Zrika on the ground in terms of Yehuda, because Rabbi Yehuda might just be telling us this is the mitzvah because this is the ideal way to do it. Okay, interesting. So I'm going to go. So I just want to point out before. So now that kind of ends this discussion. Just to point out from here that we have a historical guess about what exactly happened the day that over the days of consecration. Did Shlomo HaMelech actually consecrate the floor of the mikdash itself to allow the floor of the mikdash to serve as an extension of the mizbeach? Is that what it means when it says that the mizbeach was too small? Or no, he didn't consecrate the floor. All carbonic service took place on top of the mizbeach, and when it says that the mizbeach was too small, that's ultimately a euphemism that the mizbeach of Moshe was too small, and hence Shlomo HaMelech had to build a new one. So just an interesting historical machlokes. Incredible. Let's go back there. We'll say very interesting halacha over here. Mizbeach nifkam. This is reminiscent of yesterday's daf as well. Mizbeach nifkam. If the mizbeach is damaged, in Oakland begino shiyayim mincha. You can no longer eat the leftovers of the mincha offerings. We'll say so. Remember again, mincha 101. What do you do with the common mincha? What does the Kohen do? He takes a knitza, right? Remember again, three middle fingers. Goes ahead, lifts up, shaves off the edges with his pinky and his thumb. That is offered on the mizbeach. After you offer it on the mizbeach, the rest of the carbon is the Kohen's. Belongs to him. So now the Gemara says as follows. So now Rabbi also says the mizbeach was damaged. The Kohen can't keep the rest of the mincha in a state of when the mizbeach itself is not whole. The mizbeach is damaged. Ne'emar, the achura matzos eats on mizbeach. It's on the desk, so it's very interesting because the pasuk says, "You shall eat the remnants of the carbon first, so you'll eat it as matzos." Now again, there are different types of carbon mincha, but the point of view is Kohen, you eat the carbon mincha, eat on his back, by the mizbeach. Now, why did they say by the mizbeach? If you eat on his back on floor, so I understand, you don't have to eat the mincha by the mizbeach, right? You can go ahead. Rashi says over here, if you eat on his back on floor, although kala zolak shir, the kach could see the mincha, so it's like, you can eat the leftover mincha anywhere in the courtyard, anywhere in the azara. So why does it say that you eat the mincha by the mizbeach? Ella is manchu shoving, Ella is manchu custom. Right? The Gemara says, eat on the mizbeach means you essentially you'll eat the mincha when the mizbeach itself is intact. But when the mizbeach is not intact, i.e. it has been damaged, halacha l'maaseh, you can't eat the carbon mincha. Incredible. So ask you on shir mincha. So now I know this halacha by mincha. Kodshe kadoshim minalan. How do I know about Kodshe kadoshim? I'm going to say the same halacha by Kodshe kadoshim. So halacha l'maaseh, again, let's say just to illustrate where this case can come up, when the Kohen offered the carbon, the mizbeach was fully intact and whole. Then what happens? The mizbeach gets damaged. So now the Kohen has the sacrificial meat. How do I know that I can't eat sacrificial meat if the mizbeach is damaged? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi asked him the drasha Rabbi Yossi. The drasha Rabbi Yossi is the drasha. This time, Rabbi Yossi says, Gimel Dvarim Mishum Holidays Mishum Gimel Zakinim. So Rabbi Yossi says, ultimately, I learned three things from three elders. Okay, I'll share with you one of them. What's the one? Rabbi Shmuel says, Yokol Ya'ala of the Meiser Sheni Yishayim B'Yochlan B'Zman so much of this is great. This is absolutely great. So Rabbi Yosef says like this. One might have thought that you can go ahead and bring Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim today and eat Meiser Sheni in the state of Kedusha. That's what Rashi. Yokol Ya'ala of the Meiser Sheni. Now, why would I think that? The cassava, I'm reading Rashi now, second line from the top. The cassava, Kedusha Ha'aretz Lo Batla. As the one said, if we hold that the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael is eternal. Is eternal. With Tzricha HaPrashas Meisus Minatan. I want you to understand. If the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael is eternal, that means that what? That the produce has Kedusha Ha'aretz. The produce has Kedusha Eretz Yisrael. Well, if the produce has Kedusha Eretz Yisrael, that means there's an biblical obligation of Shumas and Meisus. Well, if there's Shumas and Meisus, then there's Meisus Sheni. And ultimately, again, I should have to bring it up to Yerushalayim. Right? That's what I would have thought. So Yokol, Ya'ala Adam. We're going from, but Yokol is so excited. Yokol Ya'ala Adam Meisus Yerushalayim. I might have thought that even today, without a Beis Hamikdash, I should be obligated to bring Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim. Now, remember, if you hold that the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael is eternal, like the Kedusha of the land does not. I don't mean like in a shkafic spiritual sense. We're talking in a halachic sense. That Eretz Yisrael retains its Kedusha for all eternity. There is a Beis Hamikdash, there isn't a Beis Hamikdash. It doesn't matter. The Eretz Yisrael has its Kedusha. That means the produce ultimately against Eretz Yisrael sanctity, which means that the halachos of Trumas and Meisus apply even in the absence of a Beis Hamikdash, which would then mean Meiser Sheni, which is mine. I can eat it, but I have to eat it in Yerushalayim. So now I have an obligation to bring it up to Yerushalayim, even without a Beis Hamikdash. That's what I would have thought. So the Gemara says, we have a little bit of that. But dinner. Well, the truth is, I can make a cup of homer. Here we go. The char on Havas Makom. So on one hand, I will say the char. Like, what's why the char? First point animal which you have to get to the Kohen. So the char requires being brought to the Beis Hamikdash. Umaiser Ta'on Havas Makom. Meiser Sheni also requires being brought to Yerushalayim. Not the char in the element Abayis, just like the char only applies when there's a Beis Hamikdash, because it's in the sacrificial family. Meiser Sheni element Abayis, so to Meiser Sheni only applies where there is a Beis Hamikdash. Incredible, that's the couple from right there. It turns out that no din of bringing Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim when there's no Beis Hamikdash. Not the char, Shekin Tali Matam Dama Ve'Mur. That is not a fair comparison. Because remember, the char is a carbon. The char is a carbon. As much as the Kohen gets to eat the meat, at the end of the day, it requires a blood application and sacrificial parts on his behalf. So of course that only happens with the Beis Hamikdash. But yet, obviously, Meiser Sheni doesn't have any of that. See, even if the char does require a Beis Hamikdash, maybe Meiser Sheni does not. Which the Gemara says, Bikurim Yokiku. No, Bikurim Yokiku, because once said Bikurim, like Bikurim, there's obviously, blood Bikurim are first fruits. Obviously, there's no blood application by Bikurim. And yet, when is the mitzvah Bikurim? Only when there is a Beis Hamikdash. Like I say, just like Bikurim only applies when there's a Beis Hamikdash, so to Meiser Sheni only applies when there's a Beis Hamikdash. No, but Ma'yu Bikurim should include in Hanocha. Remember, Bikurim do require, so what do Bikurim require? Hanocha. The halacha is Bikurim are placed by the Mizbeach. So ultimately, again, of course, you can require Beis Hamikdash. Meiser Sheni has no such hanacha requirement. So Meiser Sheni should be obligated even if it's a Beis Hamikdash. Alomar, listen to this. Ve'avesim Shama Olo Seichem. So the pasuk says, Ve'avesim Shama Olo Seichem, V'zibchechem, Ve'es Masro Seichem, Ve'es Shumas Yadchem, V'nidrechem, V'nidnosechem, U'becholos Bekarchem L'zanachem. So the pasuk groups together all of these items. Now watch this. Makish, Meiser L'Bechar. In the pasuk itself, the pasuk equates Meiser, which was the first for all Shumas and Meiser. For our purposes over here, we're referring back to Meiser Sheni. It equates Meiser Sheni to Bechar. Not Bechar in the element Abayis. Ultimately, again, just like Bechar only applies when there's a Beis Hamikdash. Meiser in the element Abayis. So to Meiser Sheni only applies ultimately when there is a Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. And therefore, there would be no contemporary obligation to bring Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim. Mercy, 1 second. So why not go ahead and create a matzah? Ultimately, again, now what was the matzah? The matzah is the common denominator. What's the matzah? So that's points out over here. We make a matzah between Bakar and Bikurim. And we would say ultimately, again, just like Bakar and Bikurim are consumed in Yerushalayim and require a Beis Hamikdash, so to Ma'aseh Sheni, which is in Yerushalayim, also requires a Beis Hamikdash. Then I'll tell you what, I'm going to the mikvah, because you can be asked, compare Chamis, what's the Pirachah? Mar lahatzad ha'shavah shebahem, shekin yesh bahem tzad mizbeach. Here's the difference of those guys. Both Bakar and Bikurim have what we call tzad mizbeach. They both interact with the mizbeach. The char is ultimately, again, blood applications and sacrificial parts. The Bikurim is the placement of the Bikurim by the mizbeach, whereas Ma'aseh Sheni doesn't have any mizbeach interaction. So what's the truth? Let's back up a little bit, right? Let's back up, because what is the principle that underlies this entire discussion? The principle that underlies this entire discussion is, what is the status of the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael? Right? Does Eretz Yisrael retain its biblical Kedusha in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash or not? That's what I will say. I just want to point out, there's two discussions that may not be interrelated. The two discussions are, is the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael eternal? That's number one. The Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael eternal, which would then also mean, if it is, then means even in the absence of a Beis Hamikdash, all of the laws of Shumas and Maasros still apply, ultimately, again, biblically. So that's issue one. Issue number two is, what is the status of the Harabayas? Does the Harabayas retain its biblical Kedusha even without the Beis Hamikdash? Does it remain intact? With or without the Beis Hamikdash. That's so Kedusha Rishon, Kedusha Shai, Kedusha as a level. So and that is ramifications as well, which is, can you offer up karbanos on the Harabayas even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash? If you hold that the area is sanctified, eternal sanctity, even without the structure, it could be that you could offer up karbanos. If you hold, however, again, the sanctity is only when the structure is there, you can't offer up karbanos. So just these are two machlokes. So here we go. So what exactly do we hold? So the Gemara says, "Ikasavar kedusha rishona kidsha l'shayta the kidsha l'asad level." So if we hold in halacha l'maisa, the first kedusha ultimately again was sanctified for its time, and sanctified for all eternity, which is another way of saying that the kedusha of Eretz Yisrael is eternal. And afilu b'char nami. But I will say the truth is, I should actually bring b'char even without a Beis Hamikdash. Right? Halacha l'maisa, Rashi says over here, afilu b'char nami, afilu b'char yakli. The man the isle kedusha la'asad level isle shenakriv and apapi she'in bayis. So I say, so ultimately again, if you hold the halacha and I say kedusha rishona, now it's interesting, by the way. Rashi understands over here that now this is talking about the Beis Hamikdash. So it's because if you look at the Rashi, Rashi says, you can say kedusha rishona shall bayis. Kedusha l'shayt and kedusha l'asad level. It's actually like this. If you hold that halacha l'maisa, when the first Beis Hamikdash was sanctified, the sanctity is eternal. If that's the case, you should be able to bring, or obligated to bring, bachar now as well, because you could offer up bachar even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash. And ultimately, again, if the sanctity of the Beis Hamikdash was not eternal, then what? And ultimately, again, even Bachar is a Shaila. Even Bachar is a Shaila. From Rabbi, the Olam Kasaba Lo Kidsha. What's it in reality we pass? In reality we pass. And then halacha l'maisa. So again, the murder is asking about the Kedusha of the Harabayas. Is the Kedusha of the Harabayas eternal or not eternal? If it's eternal, you can offer up Bachar. If it's not eternal, then you can't offer up Bachar. The Gemara says, I'm already know the Olam Kasaba Lo Kidsha. The reality of it says we hold that the Kedusha of the Harabayas is only there when the Beis Hamikdash stands, and ultimately again the Beis Hamikdash is not there. There is not temple sanctity. So the Gemara says, but what's the case? This is the Bechor Shenizrak Tamo Kodi Bechor Harabayas, the Bechor Harabayas. This is wild. What if we had a following case? You have the Bechor animal. The Bechor animal ultimately again was shechted, and the Zruka was done before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. And then what happens? And then ultimately again, then the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So what ended up happening over here is by the time you get to eat of the meat, the Beis Hamikdash is no longer there. The Beis Hamikdash is no longer there. So at the time of Shvita, the time of Zrika, Beis Hamikdash was there. Then by the time I get to consumption, Beis Hamikdash is no longer there. What is the halacha? What's the halacha in such a situation like this? Ta'agayim b'sara kayim. So we'll say, by the way, I just want to point out what an incredible Musar Haskell. The Musar Haskell is life change in the blink of an eye. And sometimes the things that we have in one moment, we do not have in the very next moment of life. And ultimately, we like to think that change is gradual, change takes time, and sometimes it does. But sometimes, especially in the world of loss, the things that you treasure and the things that you love and the things that you have in one moment, it has to show and be gone in the next. Which is why, again, you have to take the time to manage, first of all, treasure and appreciate the special people and the special things that we have in life. Say the things that need to be said to the people we love, for we never know what the next moment brings. So therefore the Gemara says, so here this person went ahead and shepherded the carbon, did his rika on his back, and then the very next moment it was destroyed. The sacrificial meat is still in existence. So what do you do? So the Gemara says, we compare the meat of the bakar to the dam of the bakar. Not the dam of the mizbeach, after sorrow of the mizbeach. Just like blood requires mizbeach, so too the meat requires the mizbeach. And also, because that's what we were saying before. And if I work on myself, if the mizbeach is not in existence at the time of meat consumption, you cannot eat the sacrificial meat. The Asi Meiser V'Yalach Mi B'char, and everyone said we come and we learn now Meiser Shini from B'char, meaning what? Just like B'char requires ultimately again in both by Rika as well as by Achila, by consumption of the sacrificial meat, so too Meiser Sheni requires a Mizbeach as well, and the absence of a Mizbeach by Meiser Sheni says you don't bring Meiser Sheni. Right, if there's no Mizbeach, you don't bring Meiser Sheni. You must in 1 second. The chidavar halom the hekesh keeps coming up. This is incredible. It keeps coming up in Zvachim. The chidavar halom the hekesh. Close on the hekesh 1 second. Can something itself that is learned out from a hekesh be the source of another hekesh? So most says, remember again, we've seen this concept before. If you learn out B from A as a result of a hekesh, can B then go ahead and serve as the source ultimately again for C? Most say no. We're going to stop over here for today, but just understand. So we're stopping a little bit in the midst of a machlokes over here, which is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, how was this all introduced? If you have a mizbeach, but you're right, I shafted a carbon. I went ahead and I did zrika. Then the mizbeach was damaged. Can you go ahead and eat sacrificial meat when the mizbeach was damaged? That's the overarching question. That then led to a segue. That then led ultimately again to a little bit of a detour. Ultimately again, in the absence of a mizbeach, what can you do? Which then led to the more global discussion about the nature of the sanctity of Eretz Yisrael, the nature of the sanctity of Harabayis, and Meretz Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Shkoyach, everyone. All right, another day. Eretz Yisrael, Namish. This is your sugya. It's in your sugya. What is the nature of the kedusha of Eretz Yisrael? Incredible. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our Talmud sponsor for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Perry Zin, in loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zin, and see Ben Chaim Safon Gubach on the occasion of his 20th yard second. Our Dafyomi sponsors, Alan Sarah Steinberg, and the source of continued health for Shulames Hannah Bas Susha for continued and enduring refuah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, all the families in the Talmud, all those who need a refuah, should have one today with all the holy Yisrael, because Baruch Hu should continue to shower the Soros Tovos upon all of Am Yisrael. Also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, a really great daf. Today's daf is really past 59, and we are picking up the Merit Hashem on Nun Chesam and days 58b. 58b. Let's pick up in Eretz Hashem. I believe we left off on the second wide line. We might have gone a little bit further down. Right? Does that make sense? Second wide line further? Yeah, second wide line down. Perfect. Hello, Lav says, remember again, we left off kind of in the middle yesterday in the midst of a pretty significant machlokes about the placement of the Mizbeach. So remember again, although we have the Mizbeach drawn a certain way over here in this image, the fundamental machlokes is, where is the Mizbeach actually situated? Was it pushed ultimately to the north, or was it pushed to the south? Now, what's complicating, not complicating, but what's kind of driving this particular discussion is this idea that the Gemara espoused a principle, or Rabbi Yossi espoused the principle, always a principle. Anything taken from the inside to the outside has to be done outside on the closest area corresponding to the inside, but not inside. Again, anything taken from the inside has to be done on the inside in an area corresponding to the outside, but not on the inside. That's great. The Gemara gave examples of both of those things. What we were focused on from the Gemara from the outside to the inside was ultimately, again, from the inside to the outside were the coals for the ketoras. Remember again, yesterday, there's this ma'arachas haketoras, there's this pyre on the top of the mizbeach that has one job, to produce coals, ultimately, again, for the inner mizbeach, for what we call the mizbeach haketoras, mizbeach hazav. So ultimately, again, so now the question just is, where is this pyre? So based on the rule of Rabbi Yossi, this pyre really has to be opposite here. Now, whether it's opposite the entranceway of the Heichal or opposite the entranceway of the Ulam, either way, it's got to be opposite this area. The problem just is, depending on where you put the Mizbeach is going to determine whether or not this pyre is opposite the entranceway. So that's what we're in the middle of over here. Rather than Rabbi Yossi over here, the Kula Mizbeach is Safon Kai. Rabbi Yossi must hold that the entire Mizbeach is situated in the north. Now, one more piece of information. When the Gemara was talking about the placement of this ma'aracha, of this pyre, the Torah's pyre, just remember again, how do we describe it? Where is it situated? It's in the southwest corner, which, okay, good, pulled 4 amos, which is why, by the way, you can even see it in this image over here, which is why, again, it's not flush in the southwest corner, but you can see southwest there, pulled 4 amos north. So we were just trying to make sense of all of these details and figure out exactly how all of it works together. So the Gemara says, "V'ani arba amos, ama yisod, v'amakom karos, v'amakom baglev." And maybe the 4 amos that we're talking about correspond ultimately to the 1 amma, that's the floor level base, 1 amma sovic, that's the elevated ledge, 1 amma of the horns themselves, and 1 amma for the column to be able to walk. The problem is if you were to move it forward anymore, it would no longer be opposite the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. So Rabbi says, 1 second. Haman, whose opinion does our Mishnah reflect? Rabbi Yehudi. Now remember again, I just want to point out one more piece. In the midst of all this, remember, is our Mishnah. What does talk about? Our Mishnah introduced a very interesting case about shechting carbonos on the top of the Mizbeach. Does that work? Rabbi Yossi says yes. Remember, Chodshei Kadashim. Chodshei Kadashim, where? Safon, in the north. So Rabbi Yossi holds that the entire of the Mizbeach has the status of north. Rabbi Yossi Yehuda says no, it depends. If you're in the northern part of the Mizbeach, it works. And if you're in the southern part of the Mizbeach, it doesn't work. Okay. So we'll say, so therefore the Gemara says, back to the Gemara, sorry. So how many, I'm Rabbi how many, whose opinion is reflected over here? Rabbi Yehuda, now we're going back to the Mishnah. Authorship of the Mishnah, the Sanya, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Mizbeach, Memutza, Va'omid, Be'emtza, Zara, Ushloshim, Ushtayin, Amos, Hayra. So let's listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that Halacha L'Maisa, the Mizbeach itself is situated directly in the middle of the Azar. Now, I just want to point out, that's not this picture. If you look over here, this is not the center of the Azara. He holds the center would actually be a little bit further down, and watch how this works. He says essentially also just use center. Center means, when he says center, it means this middle part of the Mizbeach would be aligned with the entranceway over here. That's what's sent in this context. So the Gemara says as follows. So I want to tell you, great parties. And so obviously, we're struggling to find our good picture media, right? How do we share these images? So I have to say, one of the great parts is almost every other day, someone drops off a sefer by my office. I'm building my pictorial library. Interestingly enough, I don't know why this is. No one has come up with like a proper sefer on Zvach, which is strange, which is really incredibly strange. So yesterday, actually, PC Caden brought me a fantastic Shabbat today. One of the most beautiful stories. It's on Seches Yuma. It goes daf by daf on Yuma. There's a lot of overlap, not as much for today, but there's a lot of overlap with it. Just a beautiful pictorial guide. So if anyone is looking for a new life project, if you want to put together a pictorial guide from Seches Zvachim, I'm happy to write the Haskama. Not that that's going to sell. It's not going to sell any copies with my Haskama, but it's just incredible. So one of the byproducts of being frustrated with our picture matzah. In any event, so just pointing out over here, when Rabbi Huda says that the Mizbeach is in the center, just so you see, this picture, if you look at it at a distance, it looks centered, but it's not centered. So center would be this middle part of the puach, which we haven't spoken about, like this ash heap in the middle. We haven't spoken about this yet. This really represents the center of the Mizbeach, and if this was centered, this would be opposite the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash. So Rabbi Huda says like this. So the Gemara says, "Hamar Rabbi Huda Yidisanya." Rabbi Huda Omer Mizbeach Omer Be'emsa Azara. So Rabbi Huda holds that the Mizbeach itself was centered in the middle of the Azar. Now watch this. Ushloshim Ushtayin Amos Hayler. Now, I remember again. Also, what's great is remember we're accumulating our Mizbeach knowledge. How big was the Mizbeach? 32 amos by 32 amos. I remember, does the Mizbeach have to be 32 amos by 32 amos? No, that was yesterday's daf. You can make a smaller Mizbeach. Now, minimum share we haven't discussed. Now, let's just go with what we know. 32 amos by 32 amos. Now, watch this. Esther amos can I get Pischo Shal Heichal. So, therefore, you will say it had the middle 10 amos of the Mizbeach corresponded to the 10 amma opening of the Heichal. But remember again, when we speak about the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash, there are two different entrances. There's the entranceway to the Heichal, which is the entranceway over here to the Beis Hamikdash proper, and then there's the entranceway to the Ulam, which is the entrance to the antechamber, which was wider than the entranceway to the Heichal. Okay, so therefore I'm going to read this like this: the middle 10 amos of the Mizbeach corresponded to the 10 amma entrance of the Heichal. Beautiful. It's simply Achatasve Amma Mikan, Achatasve Amma Mikan. And therefore, we'll say, obviously, if the middle 10 are lined up the entrance to the Heichal, that means you have an additional 11 amos on each side. And also, someone did leave me yesterday. I don't know what happened to it. Someone left me a nice shir member, the intro to Yerushalmi Yuma. Somebody left it over here. Somebody must have put it away. Okay. So, all right, I'm copy that after because that was also an excellent image. It's pretty much this image with just a little bit more detail. I'll left that for me, thank you. So, therefore, what do you see from here? According to this model, the Mizbeach itself was directly opposite the entranceway of the Heichal. So, Rabbi Huda, sorry, by the way, here's the problem. It's very nice and it sounds very symmetrical that now you have the opposite the Heichal. Remember again, what's our problem? What's our continued problem? Our continued problem is we have a principle. What's the principle? Anything taken from the outside to the inside, right? Ultimately, again, has to be lined up with the interior entrance, right? So remember, we keep getting back to this area over here, this pyre, right? The pyre for the ketoras. So remember again, we're making coals over here and bringing those coals inside, which according to the rule, where should this pyre be? Where should this pyre be? Where should it be? It should be lower down, so it's opposite here. The problem is, what we're running into is, no matter how you situate the Mizbeach, this pyre is not opposite the entrance ways. So just we're living out of conformance with our rules. So even if you go with this idea that the Mizbeach is centered, at the end of the day, you would have to move the pyre 11 amos forward in order for it to be opposite the entrance way. So and even if you say so you have the Heichal and the entrance you have the Ulam are one Kedusha, which means as long as you're opposite even the larger entrance you have the Ulam, you're good to go. Still, Shis Bailamese. You would still need to move this higher. 6 amos northward in order for it to be opposite the entranceway. So let me ask 1 second. Do you assume now? Also, when we say that the pyre itself was moved 4 amos forward, right? 4 amos northward. Do we see that that's ultimately again corresponding or together with the Amma of the Yisod? Which one says, no. Arba amos bar, no Amma Yisod, the Amma Sobi. No, that would be independent ultimately again of those amos. The Nukma for Rabbi Yossi, Obin and Elisa. So why not go ahead and set it up as Rabbi Yossi? And let's turn it as Rabbi Yossi. The Mizbeach is centered. You might say, we shouldn't Rabbi Yehuda Shaman of the Mutabad. Because why would we do that? At the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda is the one who is quoted explicitly as putting the Mizbeach in the middle. Okay? So Shavia says, Hamani, who's the thing that the Mishkan flesh? Rabbi Yossi really, he's saying emotionally the owner. You talk Shama, then a Sata, Sakia, bit almost. They go there, the ass is that hole. That's one thing I watched. Or introducing something additional as well, which is the placement of the cure. And I must say, we spoke about the cure in the beginning of the Masechta, but we never really spoke about again where the cure is. If you notice again, look at this picture over here. The cure over again is the wash basin. So it's between the bath and between the Ulam. Situated again, we'll call it, I guess we call this like southwest area. And it was, remember again, what's fascinating about this, by the way, is, I don't know why, but if you don't look at any of the pictures, you usually assume that where is the kiosk situated? Somewhere here, like when you're first walking into what we call the Ezra's Tunnel, right? Coming to the Kanika, again, there are other access points, but assuming you're coming in through the Ezra's Notion, Nikanor, getting ready to do your Avoda, you would have just intuitively put the kiosk right here, somewhere in this area. So interestingly enough, again, without getting caught up in specific placement, it is actually here. Not as the Ulam. See, interestingly enough, so the Gemara quotes the Pasuk. Now, the Pasuk says that Shmishbach ha'olah sham Pesach Mishkan Oramoi Vayal Alavet Abdulkal Hashem Tzibah Shenas Moshe. So now watch this. So the Pasuk says, one more. When it's not a here, bein Oramoi ubein Mizbeach ben Asata Shamayim. So the Pasuk itself says, shall put the kiyar between the Mizbeach and the Oramoi. Okay, so here it was that. So this placement of the king is definitely and what we call miracle, when the person got Oramoi for our purposes refers to the Heichal, right? The Heichal, the Ulam Heichal area. So this explicit passage that says that the cure is placed in between these two areas. The go back, and then the vastness.
100%. I'd love to, Cyber. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Before I do so, though, I just wanted, firstly, to say 6 days or whatever I see your space at is incredible. So, really, from the bottom of my heart, amazing job, Cyber. That's not easy at all. As someone who runs spaces and YouTube all the time, it's really hard to keep that kind of connectivity. I didn't know if you were aware, and I tagged you in this, you very well may be aware, but of a project called Puff Puff Panda. Essentially, they did a puffathon at the beginning of 2023 for 420 straight hours. Were you aware of this project?
I will say, if you notice, by the way, that the language of the speaking is a little bit different. When it comes to the kiyar, so the Torah says you shall place the kiyar between the Oramoi and the Mizbeach. Okay? When it speaks about the Mizbeach, it says you shall place the Mizbeach opposite the entrance of the Oramoi. So the verse is based on that Mizbeach, the Pesach Oramoi. So what do you see from here? The Mizbeach itself is placed opposite the entranceway of the Oramoi, and the kiyar is not. So the kiyar has to be between the Mizbeach and the opposite the entrance of the Oramoi. So watch this. So where should the kiyar be placed? It is placed ultimately again between the Ulam and the Mizbeach,
pulled a little bit southward. So they'll say, that's it, that's this. That's it. Between the Mizbeach and between the Ulam and between the Heichal, pulls a little bit southward. So the Gemara says, "My kasava." So what's the logic behind this? In kasava, calling Mizbeach b'daram, by looking at the coastal height from b'daram, they are on the Mizbeach. So now the question is, where is the Mizbeach situated? If you know that the Mizbeach is separate, which means the entire Mizbeach up the top, that ultimately the Mizbeach is probably if that's the case, right, then just put the PR a little bit.
Oh, I get that. I get that. 100%. Yeah, that's why 6 days is an incredible accomplishment. Okay, so here's what I can tell you about it. Yeah, I just did some research on it. And I remember, because as I do lots of long spaces, I tried to find the longest one that I'd ever seen. I did one time see it was an image of a 420-hour space, like you would get from the link of an X space. And then I believe as well, I've seen someone who did at 480 and then perhaps another 520. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that, your eyes can misremember and things like that. But I remember when I looked at the longest one that I could find, I did see that. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody can't go into Photoshop and just change the numbers to be whatever they want. That's absolutely true too.
If you hold it in the gap was situated half in the north and half in the south, which is kind of a little bit more about like what this image is, not exactly, but right, it feels like it's just centered, and there was a line that just bisected it, north and south. So you must have written the coastal Heichal were done.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. One thing, as I was doing the research too, because I want you to have the record. I know how much work you put into this, and I think you've got a really great idea. So I wanted to make sure that we could get rid of everybody who might stand in the way. At least some of those old spaces, at least according to Grok, they don't save them. So it's like whether they happen or not, unless somebody has an archive of it. Now, I did see that somebody might have put it up on Spotify, but they could manipulate that as well. Spotify is not X, so I totally get that, and they could have just cut out any kind of non-continuousness of their space, and you would never know. So as of right now, your 6 days is definitely the longest that I have certainly seen in a long time, and I wanted to congratulate you on that. Secondly, I was looking at your schedule. And really, a couple months ago, you certainly didn't have it as well filled out as you do now. So props to you. This project's really coming along. I noticed that basically after 9 p.m. Pacific time to 7 a.m. Pacific time, what goes on during those times, if I may ask?
And the Ulam. Amatzah, Safona, Safon Panamikwe. So this is a new detail that we never saw this part. But as the Pasuk says Safona, it says in the context of the Pasuk, Shachat, Osa, Yerach, and the Zerach, Safona, you shall check it by the edge or by the side of the Mizbeach in the north. Mardarshan, the Safon Panamikwe. The northern side of the Azara of the courtyard must be empty of other utensils. So we'll say, which means, what is the Mardarshan? The Gemara says that you could use the north to check Kabbalas, but the northern side must be empty of utensils. Which means, we'll say, by the way, if you notice.
Phenomenal. Excellent. And if I may ask, if you are someone who, someone who would want to be a host, do they have to pay for that privilege, or how does that get arranged? Yeah, if somebody, I know somebody who would want the 9 p.m. Pacific shift, which is, when most people aren't, that's like an open slot for, I think, maybe 5 or 6 days of the week. If you knew someone who wanted that shift for an hour or two, how would they get that?
Just filling up the whole schedule massively like that would be doing a couple here and there.
She hates stuff on hunger and cable. Ultimately, again, the north has to be empty of utensils, but
Minan is there, even of the altar, which means Rabbi said that ultimately that the Mizbeach itself can't be occupying the north. Rather, again, the Mizbeach itself must be pulled up from the north as well. Very interesting. Okay, so we'll say, therefore, again, I will say, so what we have over here, kind of, the Gemara doesn't end up with resolution. We'll talk about the Rambam Beis Hamikra, where actually everything is situated. But just to understand our open machlokes, really the major machlokes that we are dealing with is the position of the Mizbeach. And that really trumps all of our other machlokes. So essentially, just so you understand, we have three opinions. One opinion, the Beis Hamikra was called southward. Okay? One opinion, they think this was called totally northward.
Phenomenal. But there's no cost. You're saying.
Centered to exactly centered to the Beis Hamikdash itself. And the other thing, which is pretty much the image you see over here, which is it's not exactly centered, but different than a north or a south orientation. So for the macros, it says the position of the Mizbeach. That's number one. Number two, keep that in mind. Number two, this rule that was espoused that when you have something brought from the outside to the inside, it must be placed on the inside opposite the area on the outside, right? Because the areas must directly correspond. That causes a problem also again for this pyre, the Matas HaTorah, because it's not opposite the entrance way. We also learned about this pyre, right? This Matas HaTorah, which was used against southwest corner. Four amos from the southwest corner used to make coals. One job, make coals for the Mizbeach HaTorah. That's all the information we have right now. Now, in these last couple of moments, we just have the kiyar. Here it has to be situated again between the Mizbeach and the Ulam. Why is the kiyar here on the southern side and not on the northern side? And what's the answer? Because the pasuk teaches me to have Caleb on the northern side. So what? I can't have Caleb on the northern side, and I know trying to be between the Mizbeach and the Eichel, there's only one place to put the kiyar, ultimately again, which is here. Incredible. So a lot of information that we are amassing ultimately again as we go through this. So don't have resolution yet on where the Mizbeach is, but we'll get there. Now the Gemara goes on a bit of a tangent. You want to say, oh, very interesting. What I will say, now, by the way, Rav Shalom asked this yesterday, and actually Dr. Braxton raised this the other day. It is fascinating to note that you focus about major details of the Beis Hamikdash, whereas some of the people being quoted over here lived in the times of the second Beis Hamikdash or not long after. For example, again, just going back to this, where I focus about the Pesach until midnight.
Excellent. In terms of the, like, okay, so I have somebody who wants to run 24/7 spaces with me, and I've explained to them, like why remake the wheel. I mean, basically, you guys are doing that already. If you have the opportunity to, let's say, there's a current host who's hosting, and you're the next person up, what do they do? Just bring you up as a co-host, and then that's how you start? Is it kind of you pass the torch?
Dramatic trauma.
So,
often what it does is
yeah, so for instance, like, let's say someone has the 10 a.m. shift to 11 a.m. At 11 a.m., does the next host come up and they just let them up as a co-host, and everybody's a co-host, and then we have the spaces,
was overturned. Everything that we had known was overturned. It was an existential threat to the continuity of Klal Yisrael that was felt that was that. And as a result, it was so traumatic that there was even a difficulty in recalling exact facts afterwards. That's how traumatic the Korban was. For us, we could not search anything because it was an event. It was an event in a number of different traumatic events. The trauma of the Korban was something dramatically different, and as a result, you see again even difficulty in recalling fact, even by those who may have seen it. That's incredible. Let's go back there. Ultimately, again, it was damaged. It's incredible. The death was damaged. You don't want to be that guy who died against that, right? But his death was damaged. What's that? Any carbonates that were shafted there are possible. Now, it's not immediately clear what this means. Like, obviously, if the Mizbeach is damaged and somebody actually checks and carbon on it,
Well,
of course,
yeah, I mean, I know I would personally have like I wouldn't want to give my credentials to anyone, and I wouldn't want any credentials either. So basically, so long as it states credentials, I think that might be of interest to him. And you may say he doesn't have a big enough account. I don't know. I mean, we were just going to do it together. But his name's Durago. He gets some big spaces, but you may have seen him. He gets like sometimes he bots his spaces as well. So he and I were having the discussion to perhaps at least get into not this. I already do this, but I don't get anybody into my spaces. It's not nearly as successful. So he wanted to maybe.
No, we just finished talking about this. We don't check Kabbalah from. Where do you check Kabbalah? Where do you check Kabbalah? Where do you check Kabbalah? It depends, right? What is it? If it's Kachin Mashafet in the north, and if it's Kachin Kalin anywhere in the Azara, the point is checking it on the ground. You're not. Yes, we have a Mishnah that talks about what happens if you checked it on.
Yeah, that's why I decided to get it off, Rabbi.
On the Mizbeach itself, but that's not the norm. So why does the pasuk frame it as rejecting your karbanos on the Mizbeach? So rather than getting Hello, Yishu Shamling the most Yishu pasuk. Rather when the pasuk is Zavakta Allah, you shall check on the Mizbeach. What it means is when it's being checked, when the Mizbeach is complete and not when it is. That's the idea. The Allah means Shkita karbanos is proper when the Mizbeach is intact, but not when it is done. Incredible. So he wants to Omar, I need to I'm just kind of playing the right stuff. Kind of said, that's the pasuk that last like that. So therefore, I will say, now we round out this picture. So that's the Allah for stuff. If you check Kabbalah at a time that the Mizbeach is damaged, ultimately again the Kabbalahs are invalid. Why? Because the pasuk says, "Zavachta Allah es olasecha v'es shalamecha." You shall check on it your Kabbalahs. What does it mean? You shall check on it when the Mizbeach itself is intact. Ultimately, again, you should check Kabbalos. But when it's not intact, any shkita of Kabbalos is invalid. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, Echad Zev, sorry. Rabbi Yochanan, Echad Zev, Echad Zev Psulim. They both say it. Now, watch what's happening. So Rab says, if you have a damaged Mizbeach and you check Kabbalos, those Kabbalos are invalid. Rabbi Yochanan says, even if you designate Kabbalos, you didn't check them, you without Kabbalos, at a time, ultimately, and that Mizbeach is ultimately, again, those Kabbalos are invalid. Because Rashi says,
Oh no, it's not that at all. If anything, he's going to do it with you guys. I was just wanting to know: does he have to give you his username and password? Does he need your username and password? It's a pretty simple question, and I don't think that he wants to run anything.
Only Kabbalos that you actually check at the time that the Mizbeach is damaged are unfit for use. So the Yochanan says even Kabbalos that you designate at the time that the Mizbeach was damaged, ultimately again are costly. He said, what are they arguing about? Rab Savar Bali Kain in a Nitkin, the Yochanan Savar Bali Kain Nitkin. And also, you see this concept of decoy. Decoy means once something ultimately again is set aside for non-use, it can no longer be redeemed for use. So that says only something shechted can be nifka, can be set aside for non-use. But if you just have a consecrated living animal, it's fine. Just wait to offer it to his death and repair it. But the on the other hand says no. Even Balikine, even living animals is aside for non-use. And therefore, again, if you designate the carbon at the time that the death was unused, that animal itself forever becomes precluded for sacrificial use. That's the macrosis. So basically, whereas the cash color touch, you are actually midna hamizbeach, biachakaf midna hamizbeach psulim. So I watch this, you might as well look, it's actually fascinating. Ultimately, again, all kabbalos that you had, all animals that were designated as kabbalos, there was another process. This sounds like between the second bucket and the first. So ultimately, again, if you had designated as kabbalos before the second base and just was built, and then the second base and just was built, those animals ultimately again are precluded from use. So the Gemara says, Nivna, if you designated these animals when there's no place for mikdash, aren't they set aside for non-use from the beginning? Ella actually ne'eras on his bear. That is very interesting. Rather, here talking about Kabbalah that ultimately were designated before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. Now the Gemara is saying, entering them when the second Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. So the Gemara says, I understand ne'eras. Why I will say because again, they would be aged out. Remember again, ne'eras is given. Remember again, it looks like everything that was designated by the time the first Beis Hamikdash, by the time the second Beis Hamikdash, right? They came along, they'd be walking around with a little like sleepwalkers, whatever. They're not gonna, right? They're clearly going to be aged out from any type of use anyway. Ella, actually, nifkam hamizbeach, ba'achakach nifkam hamizbeach also. Now, the both sides, you must like this. Talking about over here, and I love myself. If you went ahead and you designated an animal, and then the Beis Hamikdash, and then the mizbeach was damaged, right? And then you repaired it. At the time you repaired the mizbeach, you can't corrupt that carbon, which seems to support the Yochanan's idea that Baal Kain nutrition, that even an animal designated as a carbon at the time that it cannot is forever precluded for non-use, or forever designated as non-use. One second. Again, you can change the wording, just like you're modifying the wording over here. Modify the wording to say not about death, but rather again the animal was shafted. If it was shafted, ultimately, then it is forever set aside as animals. And of course, by the way, just that's how we pass it. We pass them living animals are not designated for non-use. So, for example, in this case of designated animal as a carbon. And now let's say again, the mizbeach became damaged, so you can't offer it up. Once they repair the mizbeach, you can go ahead and offer up that carbon. Whereas if let's say again the mizbeach was damaged, you shafted a carbon, and now let's say they do the repair that day. If at the time you shafted the carbon, the mizbeach was not usable, ultimately that carbon is forever set aside as non-use. So a living animal is not set aside. But a shafted carbon, if it can't be offered up at the time of is forever set aside like non-use. We can't something like that. It's interesting. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, this is very interesting. Let's say it's actually quite fascinating. That halacha l'maisa, if you have mizbeach hekitoras and that was not there. It was uprooted from its place. Rashi says, Mizbeach Shenachar, Mizbeach Primi Kamari, B'Chasarabai, collected the Pisong, Hashem D'Rabagrat. Let's listen to this. So the Gemara says as follows, that if you have the inner Mizbeach, which is the golden altar, used for incense, if it was uprooted ultimately again from its place, I don't know if it was removed, if it was taken away, what's the halacha? Makirin Kitoras Bim Koma. Ultimately, you could offer Kitoras where? On the floor of the Heichal itself. What does that sound like? So even in the acts of the Mizbeach, you can still continue sacrificial service. If that's the case, we can catch on Rav, because why should we say just because the Mizbeach is damaged preclude future sacrificial? Modeh Yehuda is damaged. Achanami Modeh Rav is damaged. Here's the difference I will say. There's no blood application out of these things. That's the difference. Technically speaking, it's actually quite interesting. Apparently, Kitoras, by incense offering, can be done even without a mizbeach. Blood applications absolutely unequivocally require a mizbeach and cannot be done without a mizbeach. So my Rabbi Yehuda, what's the position of Rabbi Yehuda? Really quite interesting. Remember, my Rabbi Yehuda, deciding that Bayono he was discussing, this is talking about, again, first base Hamikdash. First base Hamikdash, Shoma Hanara. So the pasuk says it was on that day. This is in the Rothschild. It was on that day. Listen to this. Give you a little background. Let's read the rest of it. So now, the pasuk parentheses to indicate like this. On the day they consecrated the Beis Hamikdash, Shlomo HaMelech also consecrated the floor of the Beis Hamikdash, the floor, to be allowed to be used for animal sacrifice. Why? Because there was such volume of carbonos that day that the fact could not accommodate all of the carbonos. That's what's happening over here. To which the Gemara says, the Rebbe says, the way the pasuk says it is exactly the way they call it. Rashi, drum kick saban, shekidish es third to last line of the daf and Rashi, shekidish es haritzpa kula l'shem izbeach v'hakti alav. So literally again, created floor of the Beis Hamikdash itself to serve as an extension of the mizbeach, to actually sacrifice animals on the fee. Shaya mizbeach katan mehachil olos ushlamim shekribu b'chanukas hamizbeach. Now, I mean, like what Yehuda hakim mashrakar. So listen to this. Therefore, Allah is incredible. The pasuk is taken literally. Now, we're going to see. Get ready for this. They offered up a total of 142,000 carbonos on the day that Shlomo HaMelech inaugurated the Beis Hamikdash. 142,000. How wild. Now, the Gemara says, if Rabbi Yehuda says literally, the Mizbeach was too small, so Shlomo HaMelech did something very interesting. Consecrated the floor of the Mikdash itself and make the floor of the Mikdash like the Mizbeach. That would allow, obviously, again, for sacrificial service on the entire area. So she says, I'm going to give it. Now, look, find that. Almost, yeah, let's go on Mizbeach. How yet the pasuk says that the Mizbeach that Shlomo HaMelech built was very, and they were able to offer up 1,000 offerings on it. V'ilu, Beis HaOlam Omer, Vayizbach Shlomo Zevach Zevach L'Hashem Bakar Esrim Shnayim Elef. So it says, so ultimately again, I just mentioned before, they offered up a total of 140,000 over the course, not really because of one day, not one day, over the course of the inauguration. So the Gemara says, now I'll say that. Remember, halacha l'maisa, the Mizbeach of Shlomo HaMelech should have been big enough to accommodate the sacrificial load, the sacrificial volume. It was enough. Right now, again, obviously, once, but over the course of that day, ultimately, again, there would have been enough room to accommodate all of the kavanos. So, therefore, why is it that Shlomo, just dashing over here, why Shlomo HaMelech would have needed to expand the sacrificial area to include the floor of the Azara?
Like on Twitter.
He should have been able to accommodate everything on the Mizbeach itself. The problem is the pasuk itself says that the Mizbeach was too small. Elamahu katan mehachil. Rather, I will say, what does it mean ultimately that the Mizbeach too small? What does it mean? Where it says, Ka'adam ha'omer lechaveiro tfoni nanasu opasal la'avod. What it means is, the Gemara compares it again, we'll see exactly what this means. The Gemara says, what does it mean ultimately again that it was too small? It's like a person who tells his friend that so-and-so, or says about someone, so-and-so is a midget, and therefore unable to do the avodah. Okay, what exactly is happening over here? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Elamahu omer katan me'achel, Mizbeach abanim kamar, u'mishumahu yoma elam Mizbeach hanechoshes kamar, u'bad leposlo li'olim shesiku. So I say, listen to this.
I want one
says that the Mizbeach
that was like 520 hours.
It was not talking about the Mizbeach of Shlomo, which Mizbeach we're talking about. The Mizbeach that Moshe Rabbeinu built. Remember again, Shlomo builds a new Mizbeach. Now, it was a Mizbeach because Moshe Rabbeinu had built a Mizbeach for the Mishkan. The pasuk now said it did not use the Mizbeach of Moshe. They went ahead and they deconstructed and put away the materials from that Mizbeach and built a new Mizbeach. Why did they build a new Mizbeach? Because the old one was too small. Too small statement. It's not on Shlomo's Mizbeach. Rather, Moshe said, "Rabbi said, look at that. Actually, incredible. Now again, I just want to point out, Moshe, his Mizbeach is referred to as Mizbeach Avanim, a Mizbeach made of stones. Our Mizbeach, this Mizbeach now, the Mizbeach in the Beis Hamikdash is called Mizbeach HaNechoshes, the copper Mizbeach, as opposed to the Mizbeach, the Mizbeach HaNechoshes is called the Mizbeach HaZav. The inner one was made ultimately of gold, outer one is called the copper one. So again, Moshe is called Mizbeach HaAvanim, Beis Hamikdash Mizbeach HaNachoshes, every one Mizbeach HaZov. So now look at Rashi. Not Mizbeach HaBanim Kamar, so when it says that the Mizbeach was too small, it's not referring to the Mizbeach HaBanim. Mishum Hahu Yoma Ela Mizbeach HaNachoshes Kamar, Ubala Postal the Olam, Shesilku, Masha Tala Kasu, Katno, Ba'olos, Sha'osa Yom, Lishna Ma'al Yunaka. So I say, interestingly enough, more. So remember, the pasuk is confusing because the pasuk makes no reference to the mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yet now, so therefore, the pasuk just says the mizbeach was too small. So we assume it's talking about the mizbeach of Shlomo HaMelech. So, but it's more says no, it's not the mizbeach of Moshe. So why not say that the mizbeach of Moshe was small? Why word the pasuk in such a confusing way? To which the Gemara answers, it wants to be deferential and nice to Moshe Rabbeinu. For example, the Gemara gives, if there's a Kohen that's, let's say, puzzled to do the avodah, so what would they say about it? They would say, oh, so-and-so is a midget. Now, apparently, I don't know, I guess things change over time, but apparently in times of the Yiddish, it would have been offensive to say this guy is puzzled to do the avodah. But when a midget, apparently that's not offensive, right? So in other words, that at least, now obviously, but a midget is not allowed to do the avodah in the base of Mikdash, so quote, the midget is not possible. So same thing over here, the Gemara says, we said the Mizbeach was too small. The pasuk doesn't say which Mizbeach was too small. So therefore, we, the reader, assume that it's talking about the Mizbeach of Shlomo. But that it's not the Mizbeach of Shlomo. Rather, what was it? It was the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda, Shabbat and Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi saying, good. Rabbi Yehuda, Tanai the Amar, Mizbeach Sha'asa Moshe, God or higher. No, so Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Because Rabbi Yehuda actually holds that the Mizbeach that Moshe Rabbeinu made was actually a very large Mizbeach. The Sanya, Chamish Amos Orech, the Chamish Amos Rocha, Viv Varm Kitzam, the Rabbi Yossi. So we'll say now again, when the Torah gives the dimensions ultimately again of the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, so the Torah said that you shall make the Mizbeach Atzei Shivim Acacia wood, Chamish Amos Orech, 5 amos in width. Ultimately, again, it should be a square. Rabbi Yossi says it's literal. That mentions Rabbi Yehuda says no. We'll say get ready for this. Rabbi Yehuda says get ready. Rabbi Yehuda says it says over here, Ravua, meaning by Moshe Rabbeinu, by the Mizbeach that Moshe Rabbeinu made, it says square, and it says over there, Ravua is on the both side. Get ready. Where's over there? Over there is Yecheskel. Is Yecheskel? Now we'll say as we're going to talk about. There is dramatic mafocus of the visions of Yecheskel. Which Beis Hamikdash is he referring to? Is Yecheskel referring to the Bayis Sheni, or get ready for it? Is he referring to the Bayis Shlishi? So there's a lot of ambiguity in the visions of Yecheskel. But either way, for our purposes, it doesn't matter all that much. But the idea of the thing is like this. It says Ravua, it says square. The Mizbeach has to be square by Moshe Rabbeinu. And it says Ravua by just like by Yecheskel, the measurements are from the center of the Mizbeach and on, so too by Moshe Rabbeinu is from the center. Oh, so we'll say that dramatically changes things. That means according to Yehuda, according to the Yossi, the entire Mizbeach is 5 amos by 5 amos. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 10 amos by 10 amos, right? That the 5 is measured from the center point. That obviously fundamentally changes the dimensions of the Mizbeach. And we'll say, by the way, in general, by Yecheskel, how do you know that he's measuring from the center point? From the Ariel, the way they to the Mizbeach, ultimately, 12 amos, Yud days, gotta do from the midpoint. Maybe it's 12 by 12 altogether. Kishu Omer, when the pasuk says, El Arba'as Riva'at Melamich Sumogis. When it says ultimately again from its 4 quadrants, that tells you ultimately again that Halacha L'Maisa is measuring from the middle. Stay from both sides. I'm making my focus on Rabbi Yossi, ultimately on the share of the Mizbeach. Rabbi Yossi, he governed Gzera Shava, Begolfo Uti Gamar. Or Rabbi Yehuda, or Rabbi Yossi, it's not to stop over here. We'll pick up with a little bit kind of in the middle. But also been very exciting. Now ultimately again talking about Gzera Shava from, so therefore, Gzera Shava from Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu to the Mizbeach of Yecheskel, and now trying to understand how big was the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, and again, was it really too small ultimately again to serve its purposes? in the Beis Hamikdash as built by Shalom also step over today. Shkayak everyone. Sorry? Yeah.
Essentially, it's there.
Correct. Yeah, all you need to do is just, what we need is that itself is a square. So again, the takuach was just situated in the middle of the square. All you do is divide it. It's not right, everyone. So, Moses. All right, let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Karizin, in loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zin, winning Steve Ben Chaim Zichron Lebracha on the occasion of his 20th yahrzeit. The only sponsors for today, Ayala Sarah Steinberg, thank you, Stephen Steinberg's favorite continued sponsors for the continued health, Rishulah Mischana Bas Susha, and for a complete and enduring refuah. On the website, we also dedicate our source of social today. An overwhelming day. The value of for Hadar Golden took place in Arizona. It's taking place today in Eretz Yisrael. Overwhelming, a different, tearful for shovel bottom with Gulam. Who could imagine after 11 years? So it's precious neshama who is most of Nefesh Ami so Eretz Yisrael finally brought back home for Kuras Yisrael. We hope that some way, somehow, it provides his precious family with, could even imagine. Some things are just simply unimaginable. But we hope that hopefully his family feels some level of, I don't even know what the right word is, whether it's closure, whether it's nechama, whether it's relief. And Rabbi, their son is back home. Rabbi Yisrael's son is back home. And it should just be another piece of Yisrael Sobos, new bracha, and simcha, and shalom for Klal Yisrael. And also, we begin the new parak today. It's incredible, so excited.
So I'm going to tell you one thing, though. Here we go. We're talking about...
Sometimes I wish I was Amish.
It was before the nutmeg stuff. You said...
I really have to say, I miss the days of just so okay. Anyway, but okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we have discussed Baruch Hashem today to begin the new parak. Today's daf is Nun Ches 58, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem at the Mishnah on 58. The Mishnah says as follows: Kachei Kadash, Shachtan Belash Mizrach. So today, remember again, now after the parsha after the parak of Israel Makoman, so remember again, we are armed with a bit more information than what we had before. So remember again.
It doesn't matter if it was an Indian guy, it doesn't matter if it was a Chinese person, it doesn't matter if it was I was like,
so remember again, when it came to Kachei Kadashim, so we established where Kachei Kadashim shafted. They're shafted the Tzafon in the north, in this area. Now we also spoke about that. You remember Tzafon really extends just a bit beyond the stand of the Mizbeach, but that's my focus. There's my focus. Here's my focus. Kachei Kalam be shafted anywhere, right? And remember again, even in back of the Mikdash, thanks to the small entranceways by the Beis HaChalifos, by the knife chamber. Okay, so now the Mishnah kind of transitions with interesting, different kinds of discussion about what about shafting on the Mizbeach itself, quite literally on the Mizbeach. We never saw it. Remember, Pita's not done on the Mizbeach. That's not where it starts. It's done really over here. We didn't speak about this explicitly, but remember again, these are the rings that we hold down the animals, the people, here, that we use to go ahead and cut apart the animals. It's really where all this needs to happen, the psachim. But what about shafting on the Mizbeach itself? So this is a discussion in the Mishnah. The Mishnah says as follows: Kachei Kadashim shechtan b'rosh HaMizbeach. So if you have Kachei Kadashim that were shafted on the top of the Mizbeach, and Yossi says, Kilu nishchat b'tzach. Yossi says, shechted on the Mizbeach itself is as if you shechted in the north. That satisfies the north requirement. So Yossi Yehuda Omer, Mechach Mizbeach U'Daram Kidaram, Mechach Mizbeach with Safar and with Safar. So Yossi Yehuda is something very interesting. He says it really depends where on the Mizbeach ultimately again you are shechting. If you go ahead, literally again, the half of the Mizbeach to the south was counted like the south, and the half of the Mizbeach to the north was counted to the north. Now, what's another Kashkos? What Rabbi Yossi is saying like this. Remember, if you go out of the Heichal, essentially what you have over here is like a line, like an east-west line that goes through the Mizbeach. What Rabbi Yossi is saying is like this. If you shecht it to the south of that line, then that is like shechting on the south. Obviously, what's the status with shechting Kasha Kadashim on the south? It's invalid. If you shecht to the north of the line on the Mizbeach, then ultimately it's like shechting to the north, and that would be okay. So that's the Kasha. So as I said, therefore again, I look on myself, if you shecht on literally, just to be clear, we're talking about now a case of shechting on the rope, called the top, the guide, the roof of the Mizbeach. So Rabbi Yossi says, totally fine, it satisfies the north requirement. Rabbi Yossi Yehuda says, it depends where you're checking. If you're checking out again, imagine an imaginary line that bisects east-west, coming out of the middle of the Heichal. So bisects east-west. If you check to the south of that line, it is invalid. To the north of that line, it is valid. Incredible. Second, you are left to analyze. I'm going to ask you, Rabbi Yochanan, Omer Haya Rabbi Yossi, who wrote this Mizbeach with Safar? The most of the references in other machlokes that we had earlier on in the class, which was where was the actual Mizbeach itself situated. Rabbi Yochanan posits that according to Rabbi Yossi, the entire Mizbeach was really shifted northward. That what you see over here is not being the way that it was. Obviously, this reflects the halacha element. This reflects how we passed it. That the Mizbeach was situated really right in the middle. But Rabbi Yossi actually holds that the Mizbeach was situated further down here, and then again down as well. And but it's just to understand when you say that, it's just the part of the Mizbeach that we see that's situated. When we talk about the Mizbeach, we don't really, the positioning of the ramp doesn't matter to us as much in this conversation. Because the ramp is really, although the ramp was used as well for sacrificial purposes, which we'll discuss, but it was sacrificial rites, which we'll discuss. When we speak about the idea of the Mizbeach being situated in the north, we're talking about this. So according to Rabbi Yossi, so let's follow this. Rabbi Yochanan posits that according to Rabbi Yossi, who was the first opinion in our Mishnah, the Mizbeach was really moved down. To the point that the Mizbeach really was right there. This area where you see the rings, that's really where this square of the Mizbeach was situated. Rabbi Yossi, now when you say that now, Rabbi Yossi in the Mishnah really makes a lot of sense. Because what did Rabbi Yossi in the Mishnah say? Rabbi Yossi said, wherever you shechted on the Mizbeach itself, halacha l'maisa is considered to be north. That's Rabbi Yochanan's position. Rabbi Yossi, Omer Rabbi Yossi, Kula Mizbeach B'Safar Chai, U'Maiti L'Vah Second. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, why does Rabbi Yossi in the Mishnah say Kila? Like Rabbi Yossi says, that if you shecht on the Mizbeach, it's as if you have gone ahead and shechted in the north. Well, it's like, what do you mean it's as if? It's true that according to Rabbi Yossi, that the entire Mizbeach is going to be moved down. And the Mizbeach is being situated almost fully in the north, and it's not completely shechted in the north, it's what? You shechted in the north. Which the Gemara says, then what would you have thought is very interesting? Well, you know, I would have thought that the halacha by Kabbalah is that you require al yarech. What does al yarech mean? On the side. In other words, I would have thought that the halacha by Kabbalah is that the shechita cannot be done on the Mizbeach, but rather again, shechita must be done on the side of the Mizbeach. You might say, that your shechita can be done on the Mizbeach. And since Rabbi Yossi holds that the entire Mizbeach was shifted down on the northward, therefore halacha l'maisa, you can check anywhere on the Mizbeach itself. Incredible. I'm going to do Rashi, so here's the Rashi, Rabbi Yossi and Yehuda. So it's such Rabbi Yossi. Therefore, again, Rabbi Yochanan is telling that according to Rabbi Yossi, the entire Mizbeach was shifted northward in the Jovi, shifted downward. And that's why the Yossi Mishnah says you could check Kadashim anywhere you want on the Mizbeach because it satisfies the obligation of Tzafah or satisfies the obligation of North. I'm a Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Yassi, Alamiata, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Hakanami, the Chetz of the Tzafah, the Chetz of the Daran. So therefore, I will say, according to Rabbi Yehuda, we're assuming that it does not move the Mizbeach northward. Right? According to him, the positioning of the Mizbeach is as it's over here. But that's the case that, as we mentioned before, you have half of the Mizbeach in the north, half of the Mizbeach in the south. And also, remember again, just we're going to see the way that you want to operate over here is with this imaginary line that bisects the distance, right? The line that goes from east to west, or from west to east. Ultimately, again, and then part of the Mizbeach is in the south, part of the Mizbeach is in the north. Which was the Big Hakanami. And you see that would be true. That would be true. So, after the other teachers, Rabbi Yochanan, Mogi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Shushakim, Negdan, the Karka, Psula. If they will say, and this phrase at first does not make sense, but won't make sense to you not yet. He said that Rabbi Yossi Yehuda holds that if you shefted on the ground of the Beis HaMikdash, the area corresponding to the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, the carbon is possible. So that was serious. In other words, just take a step back. There's one thing that according to the Yossi, the way this works is the entire Mizbeach is pushed into the north. And therefore, then that's why the Yossi in the Mishnah says that any way you shift on this Mizbeach, ultimately, again, is kosher. Therefore, what did Rabbi Yossi do in the Mishnah say? He said that ultimately, again, if you shift on the half of the Mizbeach that's in the south, it's not good. If you shift on the half of the Mizbeach that's in the north, it is good. Which means that according to Rabbi Yehuda, there is a line that bisects the Mizbeach, making it half of it in the north, in the south, and half of it in the north. Now, if you say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Here's the problem. There's another thing Rabbi Yehuda. What does Rabbi Yehuda say? You shaftan kineitam l'karka. That if you shaft a carbon on the ground where the Mizbeach technically is, so I know that it doesn't make any sense, right? Because if the Mizbeach is there, then how can you check that? And if the Mizbeach is not there, then what is the meaning of the Mizbeach? So we'll talk about that. Don't get caught up in details right now, right? Right now, just follow the words, right? Just follow the words. So if you check on an area on the ground that corresponds to the Mizbeach, that the carbon is pasuk, which I will say makes it sound like the Rabbi Yehuda. Then what? That's interestingly enough. That where it is there, south. But listen, which is pretty amazing, which makes it sound like the focus over here is, but the problem is that doesn't fit with the Mishnah, right? Because in the Mishnah, it sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, part of the Mizbeach is in the south, and part of the Mizbeach is in the north, and that's why it depends where you check it. But yet there's another thing that says that if you check the Kachei Kadashim on an area of the ground corresponding to the Mizbeach, that the carbon is not good, which makes it sound like the entire Mizbeach is in the south. So how do you reconcile this? To which the Gemara says, this is what Rabbi Yochanan was going to say. Shneim mikra echad. In reality, both Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda are arguing on a particular pasuk. They're arguing on the interpretation of a pasuk. What's the pasuk? And I said, brother, just how incredible is this? That halacha when I saw, really what it sounds like is the actual focus is the position, ultimately again of the Mizbeach. I was like, I find that something very interesting. I will come back to it. So the Yochanan says they're arguing on the interpretation of a pasuk. What's the pasuk? So the pasuk says, you shall go ahead and you shall offer up on the Mizbeach your olah and your shlamim. They both say, now understand, and here's what's really great. Now that we don't use the Makoman, we know these different kabbalos. Olah is Kachei Kadashim. Shlamim is Kachim Kalim. Kachei Kadashim are shafted where? Kachei Kadashim, Safon in the north. Kachim Kalim, anywhere in the Azara. So now what's interesting about this passage is, the passage says, on the Mizbeach, you will shaft your Olah and your Shlamim. So watch this. Rabbi Yossi Savar, Kula V'Ola V'Kula Shlamim. Rabbi Yossi says the entire Mizbeach is fit both for Ola as well as for Shlamim. Both are fit for both. So everyone will say, what does that mean? What does it mean because of the Yossi? Where is the Mizbeach? It has to be in the north. Because if you're going to say that the entire Mizbeach is fit ultimately again for Ola, which is Kachak Hadashim requires something required north, that has to mean that the entire Mizbeach is situated in the north. And therefore, again, whatever is good for Ola, by definition, is also going to be good for Shlamim. They both work. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Huda Savar, Chatziyav Ola, the Chatziyav Shlamim. Rabbi Yossi says, no, half of the Mizbeach is good for Ola, and half of the Mizbeach is good for Shlamim. Which would mean what the Most saying? Which would mean this positioning, where that line bisects the Mizbeach, therefore half of it fits out, which works for Shlamim. By the way, Shlamim could go anywhere, right? But the far from is used for Shlamim, and the bottom half, which is situated in the north, will ultimately again work for Ola. These are like Ola Kasher, because if you would think, but this really says that the entire Mizbeach is good for an Ola, meaning that the entire Mizbeach is situated in the north. Hashda, Kula Ola Kasher, Kula L'Shlamim Nibai. They also really said, so also, let me really this hung up on. He hung up, why does the pasuk need to say that you shall offer your Ola and your Shlamim on the Mizbeach? Right? Because what if you would tell me that you could offer your Ola on the Mizbeach, then what does that tell you? If it's good enough for Ola, then it's good enough for Shlamim. Because only Ola has been used for north. Shlamim could be anywhere. So if you want to tell me that the Mizbeach was totally situated in the north, just say Ola, and I would have known if it's good enough or it's good enough for Shlamim. Once you tell me Ola and Shlamim, by definition, it must mean this type of placement, where the Mizbeach is in the middle, therefore only part of it is good for Ola, i.e. the northern part. And again, the call of the southern part is good for Shlamim. Incredible. Because I tell the Kula Ola Kasher, Hashta Kula Ola Kasher, Kula L'Shlamim Nibai, the Ida. So therefore, it turns out Rabbi Yochanan says, it's really fascinating, that the Machotzim Rabbi Yossi, ultimately in Rabbi Huda, is how to interpret the pasuk. So what is again? The pasuk says, when describing the outer Mizbeach, you shall offer upon it your Ola and your Shlamim. So the Yossi says, the whole Mizbeach is good for Ola, the whole Mizbeach is good for Shlamim, teaching us that the Mizbeach itself was situated in the north. But the Yossi Yehuda can't be, because if the whole Mizbeach was good for Ola, then don't even mention Shlamim. And I would know, if it's good enough for Ola, it's good enough for Shlamim. The fact that it says that it's good for Ola and Shlamim indicates to me what? Part of it is for Ola, part of it is for Shlamim. Must mean this type of middle placement where the line bisects it, bottom half or northern half good for Ola, southern half good for Shlamim. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: V'idach. What does Rabbi Yossi say about this? V'idach, it's to it. So I'll say, so according to Rabbi Yossi, why do you need to say both Ola and Shlamim? I'll tell you why. It's to it. Sadai Tanina, Ola hu didachik le makom. Aval Shlamim delo dachik le makom emolo. So I'm going to thought like this. It's very interesting. Rabbi Yossi says, I tell you, I say Ola and Shlamim. Because halacha l'maisa, I would have thought that maybe the only license to shech on the Mizbeach itself is for Ola. Right? Why? Because we'll say in general, Ola has less space for Shechita. Why? Because all those Kachek Hadashim have to happen where? In the north. So I would have thought it's only Ola where you have a license to shech on the Mizbeach itself. But Shlamim, I will say, where can you shech on it? Where? Anywhere here, I would say that perhaps you can't shech Shlamim on the Mizbeach. Kamash Milan, yes you can. Kamash Milan, yes you can. That's what Rabbi Yossi says. Halacha myself, Shlamim is included in the pasuk as well. Okay, so let's analyze this. So it turns out, therefore, halacha myself, that really the fundamental machlokes in our Mishnah is actually a fundamental machlokes about the positioning of the Mizbeach, which we've already seen before. Gufa, Amar V'Asim Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yossi Yehuda. So let's go back to this strange and enigmatic statement. So Ravasi said in Rabbi Yochanan that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda agrees that if you were to shech the carbon, if you were to shech the Ola, right, Kachek Hadashim, if you were to shech Kachek Hadashim on an area on the ground corresponding to the Mizbeach, then ultimately again the carbon is possible. Okay, now we'll say, now remember again, for our purposes, what did that indicate? That seems to indicate, for our purposes, a southern orientation of the Mizbeach. Therefore, again, if you were to go ahead and check the carbon on an area on the ground in which the Mizbeach was situated, ultimately the carbon was possible, because then you would be shechting Kache Kadosh in the Darum in the south, and that doesn't work. So, in other words, my connecting the karka. So, just first of all, can you just tell me practically what are you talking about? Like, just explain to me, how are you shifting a carbon on the ground that the Mizbeach occupies? If the Mizbeach is there, you can't shecht there. In other words, it's situated on the ground. So what does it mean? So the Gemara says, "Ilem ama yisod or ama sode." Okay, so maybe it means that you're shechting on both sides on the ama of the yisod. Right, remember again, the bottom ledge. So anytime you're shechting over here, again, that's a narrow area to shecht. I guess if you're very talented, you could do it. But make sure it's shechting on the am of the yisod or the am of the sode. What was the sode on both sides? Remember again, that was the elevated ledge that the kohen would take, right, the off ramp over here, and he would go ahead and come to this side ledge, and he would walk around. That's where he did the blood applications to the horns. So maybe that's what he's talking about. Maybe the shechita is taking this on the sod, the bottom ledge, or the sode, the elevated ledge. That can't be. Why? High gufa mizbeach. That's called the mizbeach. That's not called the ground of the mizbeach. That's called the mizbeach itself. Furthermore, my connecton bekarka. Ultimately, so what does it mean, the notion of corresponding on the ground? What does that mean? So let's listen to this. Maybe the shachitu. Maybe we're talking about a case where maybe you made underground tunnels in the Beis Hamikdash, right? So therefore, again, you're shechting underneath the area of the mizbeach. That's what it means. To which the Gemara says, no, that would not work. Mi havi mizbeach. We will say if you were to do that, the mizbeach would actually be invalidated. Why? That time we learned mizbach adama ta'asali. The pasuk says, "You shall make an earthen mizbeach for me." What does this mean? Shehem chubar ba'anei adama. Ultimately, again, the mizbeach should be attached to the ground. What does this mean? Shelo yivnenu lo agabe mechilos, lo agabe kipin. The Bible says it's very important. There cannot be any tunnels underneath of the mizbeach, nor could there be any archways. So we'll say, you could see this in some of the southern wall excavations in Yerushalayim, and often the way they would build elevations is you would build an archway like as a support and then build on top of that. So the halacha is the mizbeach itself must be flush with the earth. You can't have tunnels underneath it, and you can't have archways to create elevations. So therefore, so we're just trying to figure out just a simple logistical question. The Gemara talks about shechting on the ground corresponding to the area of the mizbeach. I don't understand what that means. I don't know what it means. It's very interesting. The Batshe B'tzurei. So I will say, this is fascinating. What are we talking about over here? We're talking about a situation where they decided to make the mizbeach smaller. In other words, what does this mean? There is a certain area, right? Because very most of the size actually. How big was the mizbeach? 32 amas by 32 amas. Interestingly enough, let's say so that means that's the space that the mizbeach occupied. Let's say you decided to meet with you, any of us, someone, right? Whoever makes these decisions, decided to go ahead and make a smaller mizbeach. Well, it's 22 by 22, right? Instead of 32 by 32. So this is actually pretty wild. If you take a look at Rashi's the Batshe B'tzurei, it is 4 lines or 5 lines before the lines become intermediately wide. The Batshe B'tzurei, in Limnach L'Katres HaMizbeach, if you go ahead and decide to shrink the Mizbeach, V'nishar Mefta Shel Tzafon Pagor, B'Shafat Sham Psulos, Yafagav V'Yerachu, also, almost spiritually the Dharam Azara, who David the Idlo Amai Pasta, supposed to meet is outside. So apparently, what's interesting to note over here is as follows. So we're going to have to get into this, but it sounds like that the dimensions of the mizbeach are fungible. In other words, as long as you've got a square, and as long as you have a large enough area to do what you need to do, what you're going to talk about today a little bit, what happens on the top of the mizbeach. Ultimately, again, it's fine. You can shrink the area. So what it means is like this. So this is what he's saying like this. If you were to go ahead and construct a smaller mizbeach, so let's say instead of 32 by 32, like I said, it's 22 by 22, which means now that you're standing on the area that technically speaking mizbeach could have occupied, and you sheft Kodshe Kadoshim there, what's the halacha? Because this says, us. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That 32 by 32 square was situated in the south. Situated in the south, and because of that, even if you shrunk the Mizbeach and now you have additional ground area, if you sheft Kodshe Kadoshim there, ultimately the carbon will be possible, which is pretty dramatic. We'll see a lot of very interesting ideas over here. To which the Gemara says, so therefore, also I wanted to point out what's unfolding over here is something ridiculously dramatic, which is that the fundamental machlokas Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda is where was the Mizbeach situated. But neither of them hold that it looks like this. Right? Rabbi Yossi is holding that it was pushed down to the north, and Rabbi Yossi, that's Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Yossi Yehuda is saying it was pushed up to the south. That's their fundamental machlokas, which is really incredible. To which the Gemara says, so Rabbi Zera says like this. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan is really interpreting this entire machlokas, right? And Rabbi Yochanan is interpreting this machlokas ultimately again as meaning. I just want to point out, right? Rabbi Yochanan is interpreting this machlokas in a very dramatic way. That Rabbi Yossi has the Mizbeach in the north, and Rabbi Yehuda has the Mizbeach in the south. So comes along Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera says, could it be Rabbi Yochanan is advancing such a dramatic interpretation, and there's no Mishneh or there's no Brisa reference to this? Like this is pretty dramatic about the actual position of the Mizbeach, and there's no earlier source to this. To which the Gemara says, Napak dak va'ashka. So Moshe says, interesting. So Rabbi Zera is going to raise this question, and then what happens? Napak dak va'ashka. He went out and he found it. So what a tremendous skill. If you have a question, what is the obligation? Go out and try to find an answer. Like most things in life, if you want something, do it yourself. Well, too often in life, we want something. Whatever the something is, we want success, but we outsource it to others. We want happiness, we outsource it to others. We want shalom bayis, and we outsource it to others. If you want something in life, make it happen for yourself. Do not rely on other people. Rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But other than that, do not rely on other people. Become a reliant, self-sufficient person who makes things happen. So, Rabbi Zera says, I have a shin, nafak, ashkach, of nafak, dak, va'ashkach, which I both said, by the way, those words are so profound also. Nafak, if you go out, dak, and you toil, ashkach, you will find. If you are willing to put in the effort in life, you will get the results. And let's say if we're honest with ourselves, if we're not getting the results, chances are we're not putting in the necessary amount of effort. That is a bumper sticker, I will say. Nafak, dak, ashkach. Go out, try hard, ashkach, you will find results. Incredible. We're going to do a whole chance for that one. Nafak, dak, ashkach. This not. People see you walking around muttering that the whole day today. I got you. I'll give you the explanation. Don't worry. The Gemara says as follows. This not. It was this. Beru misham asitehina. Yotim l'sader ma'arach hashniya shakitoras. Kineged karen ma'arav is dromis. Mashach ben karen klapik seven arbamos. Okay. It's very exciting. Very exciting. So watch this. So now we're going to talk about now what happens on the top of the Mizbeach a little bit. Okay. So let's say. So if you notice over here, you see like a lot of stuff happening over here in the Mizbeach. So here's what we're going to talk about. What's called the Lishkas Ha'etzim. Lishkas Ha'etzim is right over here, right in what they call the Ezras Nashim, right? The open primary courtyard. All the qualities will come in here. I'm not talking about tumor issues. Leaving aside tumor issues, you can come here. Here's what's called Lishkas Ha'etzim. What do they keep in the Lishkas Ha'etzim? They go out. Yes, Ha'etzim, wood. Why do we need wood? We need wood because the one says we're going to see there's 1, 2, 3 pyres, right? Pyres, pile of wood, right? Fires. 3 pyres that happen on the top of the Mizbeach, and what's something in the middle over here. It's called the tapuach, which we're going to discuss as well. So listen to this. The Gemara says they would take atzei te'ina. Atzei te'ina means wood that comes from a fig tree. So apparently, fig wood burns very well. So what would happen in the Lishkas Ha'etzim, they would take it again, trace the journey. They would take it from the Lishkas Ha'etzim, come up the steps over through Shar Nikanor, then go ahead, come to Ezra's Kohen, and come up the ramp. And I will say, where would they put the atzei te'ina? The Sader Ma'arach Hashniya Shel Kitoras. I will say, now watch this. This pyre over here, This pile over here is called the Ma'arafas Kitoras. Now again, what does this mean? This is the pile of wood for Kitoras. What does that mean? Where was Kitoras offered? Kitoras was offered inside the Beis Hamikdash on the Mizbeach HaKitoras. Now, remember, how did they burn Kitoras inside of the Beis Hamikdash? With coals. How do you make coals? Like, I have no idea. Right, good. Right, but let's go here. So we make coals by burning what they would go and create coals on this pile on the top of the Mizbeach, then take these coals from here down the ramp into the Beis Hamikdash, put it on the Mizbeach HaKitoras. So the coals were made on the top of the Mizbeach over here, and then transported into the Beis Hamikdash to be put on the Mizbeach HaKitoras. So watch this. Now, so this is the Sadir Ma'arafa Shniya Shal Kitoras. So again, this was the second pyre, which was, we're going to see there are really three pyres, right? But ultimately, where was it? It was in the southwest corner. So also remember again, just to get our directions over here. This is west, right? This is west. This is south. So therefore, again, this pile is situated on the southwest corner of the Mizbeach, right over here. Now, it was not in the corner. Instead, it was Mashach Min HaKaren Klape Tzafon Arba Amos. It was pulled away from the southwest corner. This is the southwest corner over here. If you notice, it's not flush at the southwest corner. Instead, it was pulled 4 amos northward. 4 amos northward. Okay. So by the way, if anyone happens to, I think what would ultimately be helpful if anyone happens to come across any of the Shas journeys, I have been looking, but I haven't been able to find the sefer that connects the pictures to the daf under you. Sent it. Can we print it? It'll print it. Okay. So all right. So because we're all following. I know everyone likes straining their eyes to see my picture over here. I'm going to continue to use this regardless because I like it. Right. But Lamaisa, if we could, starting tomorrow, if we have it, I'll call out the picture number so you can see it on top as well. So what's this? So again, it's actually, and it's very simple. So again, you've got your Mizbeach, you've got your Ma'araf as a pyre. So again, one more time. Taking wood from the Lishkas HaEitzim, take wood, bringing it into what we call the Azar over here, up in his back onto this pyre over here. Pyre was situated in the southwest corner. The southwest corner, again, this coals then made to get into his Mikdash used for the golden Mizbeach. It wasn't exactly flush in the southwest corner. Instead, it was pulled forward 4 amos towards the north. Okay. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, Now, how much wood did they have there? They had enough wood in order to create 5 si'in. That's the measure of gecholim of coals. Shabbos, and Shabbos they added enough wood to create 8 si'in of coals. Now, both say, now why did they need more coals ultimately on Shabbos? Because we'll say, so remember again, interesting enough, something in addition happened on Shabbos. Now, generally, this pyre was made to create coals, which means you didn't really burn anything on it, except on Shabbos. Remember again, I'll say what happens on Shabbos. Inside of the Beis Hamikdash is the shulchan. The shulchan has on it the lechem hapanim, the showbread. On Shabbos, there are 12 loaves on there. On Shabbos, the old loaves, and one of the miracles of the Beis Hamikdash was that the loaves remained fresh, even though they were on the shulchan for an entire week. The old loaves, so to speak, were given to the outgoing shift of Kohanim. On that shulchan were also positioned 2 spoons, really like small ladles, but 2 spoons of what we call levona, frankincense. When the old loaves were taken off, the spoons of frankincense were also taken off. They were then taken out of the mikdash of the Heichal, brought up on the Mizbeach, and burned on this ma'aracha, on this pyre. So once a week, something was burned on this pyre. So generally, again, throughout the week, this pyre was used to make coals for the Mizbeach HaKitoras. On Shabbos, they would burn the 2 spoons of frankincense. So because of that, they had to add extra wood because they needed more coals for the Mizbeach HaKitoras, the incense, and also coals to burn the 2 spoons of frankincense. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My simna." Ultimately, again, so we'll say, what now? My Gemara says, "What's the simna? What is it?" Look at Rashi. That's Rashi, and that my simna, ma'u asimin. Carry ma'arabas terabas umashach arba amos ma'akarim sabot. So we'll say, it's interesting. Now, how do we know, or what's the simon ultimately? Again, what is important about the fact that this ma'aracha that this pyre was, although it was in the southwest corner, it was pulled 4 amas forward. What's the logic? My Sina, Rabbi Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi, he ultimately again, Rabbi Yossi, the Sanya, will say on the base, the Sanya, Rabbi Yossi Omer, Zeh Simen. This is the Simen. The Gemara says, Kol Hanito Bifnin. Listen to this. It's actually very interesting. I'm going to spend some time on this. Kol Hanito Bifnin, Linasim Bachos. Anything ultimately, again, that is taken from the inside. Inside ultimately means inside the Heichal. Anything ultimately, again, taken from the inside. Linasin Bachos, ultimately, again, to be applied outside. Eino nosin ela b'samach she'im lifnim. So listen to this. Again, he's going to espouse the principle that will plug it into what it actually means. Anything that is taken from inside the mikdash to outside is placed outside in an area that is directly adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Right? One more time. Anything that you take from the inside to the outside is placed on the outside. When placed to the outside, is placed on an outside area that is immediately adjacent to the inside, but is not inside. Okay? Like I said, let me give the examples that make a little bit more sense. Similarly, we'll say third line down, 58b. Similarly, again, anything you take from the outside to go ahead and put inside, we only go, we place it inside, right, adjacent to the outside, as long as it's not outside. Okay. Rabbi says, what does this mean? Let's illustrate it with some principles or with some examples. So what does this mean? Give an example of something that is taken from the inside and taken out to the outside. Give me an example of this. Say if you want to say it's shirayim, I will say spell a little lost since we're not shirayim. Right, so again, if you want to say it's the leftover blood, so the Gemara says, okay, the hedgik symbol, so that I don't need a drasha. That's an explicit pasuk. What's the pasuk? Al yisod mizbach ha'olah asher pesach ha'olah. So the pasuk ultimately says, take it to the base of the olah that is at the entrance of the olah. So we'll say that's explicit. I don't need any drashas for that. The su, furthermore, again, kolanita b'chutz linasim yifnim at. Furthermore, again, give me a corresponding example of something that's taken from the outside to the inside. So even so we'll say, so maybe something taken from the outside to the inside are, for example, the coals for Yom Kippur. Now, what are the coals for Yom Kippur? That means the coals for the incense service. So the ketaros of Yom Kippur, that again are taken from the outside, right? They're on the mizbeach, on the animal, we'll call it the outer mizbeach, and taken to the inside. If that's what it's talking about, the hedgik sibu, lakach meloach machta gachal yesh. So we'll say there's an explicit pasuk. The pasuk says ultimately the kohen will take a fire pan full of coals. So we'll say, so again, there the Torah talks about the explicit placement of it. To which they must Ella. So we're still looking for examples of these principles. Ella, give me an example of something that is taken from the inside and taken outside. What does that refer to? Shnei bazichei levona shel lechem hapanim digemiri mishirai. So we'll say, listen to this. Give me an example of something that's taken from the outside to the inside. Oh, well, so what did we just say before? On Shabbos, the lechem hapanim, right, the showbread that is on the shofar, is given to the kohanim. When they give that lechem hapanim, the 2 spoons or small ladles of frankincense of levona are taken out of the Beis Hamikdash, taken out of the heichal, taken onto the mizbeach and burnt here by the ma'arachas haketoros, by the pyre used to create coals for the ketoros. So that's an example, ultimately, again, of something that is taken from the inside to the outside. The Gemara says, and ultimately, again, that's learned out from Shirayim. Hanita b'chutz linasim b'fnim. So Moses, that's the example we're going to use of something taken from the inside to the outside, the levona. What's the example? Hanita b'chutz linasim b'fnim. Give me an example of an item that was outside, then brought inside. That's kikolim d'chol yoma v'yoma. V'gamra migacholim sh'yom kippurim. Ultimately, again, I'm going to say, so what's the item that's brought from the outside to the inside? And what does that refer to? That refers to the coals that are manufactured on the top of the mizbeach over the ma'arachas haketoras. and they are brought inside of the Beis Hamikdash each and every day for the Ketorah service. And listen, now watch this. Now watch this. Now remember again. Don't say what was the rule. What was the principle ultimately again that was espoused? The rule was anything taken from the outside to the inside, right? From the outside to the inside has to be put on an area of the inside that corresponds to the outside, but is not outside. Anything that is brought from the inside to the outside must be put adjacent to the inside, right? Must be put outside adjacent to the inside, as long as it's not inside. Okay, and that's why. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, "My kasava." So we'll say, so obviously, what's going to complicate this? What's going to complicate this is the positioning of the mizbeach. So watch this. Ikasavar kule mizbeach bedaram kai esrim v'sheva b'ylemesi. And we'll say, here's the problem. So what that means is like this. Watch this. Now, if you're bringing out the, let's say the lavona, right? If you're bringing out the lavona, the 2 spoons of lavona to burn it on the mizbeach, right? And now again, remember, where is that being put? That's being put on this pyre over here. If you hold that the mizbeach itself had a southern orientation, then remember the lavona has to be placed on the ma'aracha, but opposite the entranceway of the heichal. Because remember again, what's the rule? The rule is anything taken from the inside to the outside, it must be placed outside in an area directly adjacent to the inside. Well, the problem over here is if the mizbeach itself is placed in a southern orientation, that would mean the Gemara says you would have to move this ma'aracha 27 amos forward in order to make it opposite ultimately again the Beis Hamikdash. So let's say, so again, so one more time. If you hold ultimately again that the mizbeach was situated in the south, then the Gemara says, Esrim b'sheva b'ylemesi. You have to bring the ma'aracha 27 amos, I'll use the word forward, in order to line it up with the Beis Hamikdash. V'inamika savar, kedushas heichal v'ulam chadehi. Now we'll say, now remember again, what further complicates this is if we assume that ultimately again it has the opposite the entranceway of the heichal. But if you assume that even we can make it the entranceway of the ulam, because remember again the ulam was wider than the heichal itself, then ultimately again the Gemara says, so even if you want to say that the kedusha of the heichal, the kedusha of the ulam is one thing, then the Gemara says esrim v'karti b'yinesi. Fine. So again, it gives you a little bit more room. You only have to advance it 22 amas, not 27 amas. But bottom line, I will say, the problem is the same, which is that what? If this rule is true, now again, the one's operating under the idea, under the principle that the rule is a true rule and universally accepted rule. So when something is taken from the outside and put inside, it has to be situated directly opposite the interior area. Which would mean that when you're taking the lavona, putting it on the pyre or the Torres, it has to, that pyre has to be opposite the entrance of the heichal. If the mizbeach has a southern orientation, it doesn't work. You're 27 amos off. Okay, fine. If you say that the ulam and the heichal is one thing, you're 22 amos off. The elak hasavar, that will say first line, what has to be said? I'm sorry, Vita Savar, that's the stuff on the text of the Daro, sorry by the way. Okay, here's the problem. Remember again, even if you hold the mizbeach situated like this, right, where again it kind of straddles the middle a little bit, it's still off. So the word like, look with the ma'aracha of the Torah is corresponding to the entrance way. It's still off. It's still off, and you still have to bring this ma'aracha 11 amos forward in order to go ahead and line it up. Which is like elak hasavar, you still have to bring the ma'aracha 11 amos forward. The elak hasavar, kedushas heichal v'ulam chadehi shis b'ylemesi. Now again, that if you hold that ultimately again it's not as much corresponding to this entrance way, but rather again corresponding to the ulam, which is a much larger entrance way, then fine. And ultimately again, instead of having to move it forward 11 amas, all you need to do is move it forward 6. So it looks like the bottom line, either way, what do you begin to see? Whether the mizbeach is situated in a southern orientation, or even if it's like this, where it straddles both, Your ma'arafa for Ketoras is not lining up with the entrance way of the Eiffel, which then means that the rule is not being followed. Which the Moshe Ella, Lavi Shem the Kasava, Kulim is there for second time. So what's a Rabbi must be that law? It must be that in order for this rule to work, where is the Mizrach? Watch this. The Mizrach is in the north. Oh, so listen, by the way, now visually you can begin to see this. So imagine for a moment, remember that this entire square is pushed down northward. Then I can see how we begin to see the formation of where this ma'aracha, this pyre, is going to become opposite to this entranceway. And then the rule ultimately again will work. We'll have to stop over here. I thought we were too excited. We will go this slower, but definitely we're so excited. Mama's like a tour to release. And especially America to be continued tomorrow. And America will see again. It's a little bit anticlimactic because you see obviously how the Rambam paskins with the orientation of the Mizbeach. But America will work through the process tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Everyone, have a great day. So many Windows and Tubbins. Yeah. Maybe we'll put this there also, I don't know. Good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's year. To thank our commentary sponsors for the month of Bashar, Stephen Pellegrini, and dedicating all the singers restaurants this month in loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Jim Bunny Tzvi Ben Hayim Izikon Rafa. To thank our documentary sponsors for today, allowance Larry Steinberg and the Smiths of Continued Health, for Shulanis Hannah Abbas Susha, and for him. Your family members of our family total, all of them show us how to lead their families in the family. All those who need a report should have one together with cold, although you saw it from first. Should be Earth Hashem. Continue to shower bracha and bestow several upon all of the bodies of this week and for many weeks to come. But it's going to let us be able to reach that ahead of us today. A lot to do here, a lot of information about Hashem and Earth Hashem. The conclusion of the parasha. And that's the sort of stuff over in the documents. So let's see, today's document Zion, 57. We are picking up in the section on Nun Vav on the days 56b after the Mishnah. So really is the Mishnah. The Habakar, the Hanaiser, the Hakasa. So Bakar, Naiser, and Hasa. So again, we're going to go through each of these Kabbalahs. The Bakar is the first born animal that is given to the Kohen. Naiser is Naiser Behema. So remember, we're going to have an obligation to hide my flock. And Naiser Behema also. A nice ring, so we can actually, nice ring. Pesach is covered Pesach. All of these are examples of kosher cow. All of these are examples of what we call lower sanctity coverings. Okay, that's halacha. Shvitas mitzvah. Shvitas mitzvah. It doesn't come up from the Hazara. So ultimately, again, you could check them anywhere in the Hazara, anywhere in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. The double cone machmana acts. And halacha is that they require one blood application. Most of the when you celebrate by touching Karim earlier, we saw the same idea by Chatas Achiso, that there's only an obligation of one blood application. Now, the Chatas Achiso is the obligation of four, but the idea that you only do one reaction. So you require only one blood application. Now, interestingly enough, Allah America, although it is one blood application, was about to use to measure Hayusel. Now, that's the halacha is you only need one blood application. But you have to do it on a corner, that has you sold. And after that, you know, this is nobody said you would do that for now. So remember again, as you've already established multiple times. So on the Beis Hamikdash, 2 out of the 3 sides might have a yisod. So the western side, and ultimately again the northern side, have the yisod. have the base. Right? Remember again, just to get on terms again. So there's the Yisod, which is the base, which is on ground level, and then there is the Sogate, which is the ledge, which is elevated, that allows the Kohen access to the blood applications on the corner. So the halacha is like this: touching Kohen, rolling same kavanos, only require blood application ultimately again on one blood application. And you can do it, you have a choice on which corner you want, but it has to be a corner that has a Okay, so remember again, not to get the whole day is a whole thing is a whole lot. Okay, good. So yeah, so did you whistle at me? Did you just whistle at me? Is that a whistle? Okay. Say that for the puppy. Yeah. Say that for the puppy. Alright, so remember again, so the halacha is like this. So remember, just to get our idea. So touching Kohen, the halacha is you can check it anywhere in the Azara, like anywhere over here. You can go ahead and tell one blood application as long as it is opposite an area with the Yisod, which means this side, so west or north. Good. So the Gemara says, now each of these kavanos, interestingly enough, as much as all of them are called kach and kalim, remember again, all of them have different consumption windows. As we're not, the most obvious of that is Pesach. Also, remember again, we spoke about yesterday, this idea of a shlamim that normally, for example, the window for the shlamim is how long? What's your window for the night? Well done. Just give an example of a shlamim that only has 1 day and 1 night. It's called Pesach. Pesach is in the shlamim family. You only get 1 day. 1 night. We're talking about current Pesach and then for someone on the day, very excited to end off the paragraph. So as much as all of these are called customs, they do have considerations of consumption. For example, not even these customs are consumed by different example. The Bechor is given to the Kohen and consumed by the Kohen. Ma'ima ultimately can be consumed by anyone. And ultimately, again, all of Kach and Kalim, can be consumed anywhere in Yerushalayim. Very important. The whole ma'achal is to prepare it any way you want. In other words, there's no reason how you eat it. We'll see exceptions to this moment. And in general, the window of consumption for Kach and Kalim is 2 days and 1 night. So, for example, if I chefed it on a Monday, I can eat it Monday night, and Tuesday, up until the sunset on Tuesday. Now, of course, the exception to this is HaPesach, the first is Kar Pesach. I'm also Kar Pesach is unique. Now, what makes it unique is that Halacha L'Maisa, again, even though you chef Kar Pesach by day, remember, you can't eat it until that night. That's very unique. You don't find that by almost any other karma. But you don't find that. You chef it by day and can't eat it until that night. That's Kar Pesach. Furthermore, Kar Pesach can only be consumed until midnight. So a number of peculiarities when it comes to Kar Pesach. Number one, even if you chef it by day, you can't eat it until that night. Number two, you can only eat it until midnight. Furthermore, it can only be consumed to the people who are part of the Chabura, as well as Kar Pesach. Like Halacha L'Maisa, in order to participate in Kar Pesach, you have to be part of a Chabura, you have to be part of a group that's an already established group against prior to the time of Shvita. And furthermore, if you only eat it, it is roasted. So again, even though Kar Pesach is part of the Kach and Kalim, even though part of the Kach and Kalim family, you do have all of these different restrictions ultimately on the karma. Look at what I'm saying. So that's a Mishnah by Kach and Kalim. Beautiful. So let's say, so just a quick review, all of these karbanos in the category of Kach and Kalim, that's halacha. You can check them anywhere on the Azara. They require 1 blood application, and the only given that blood application ultimately you got it on the side of the Mizbeach that has a Yisod, that has a base. Then as a base. Then after that, they're all touching Kali and get different halachas. Says the Gemara, Nantana, who is the author of our Mishnah? Now, what is the Gemara exactly asking? If you look at Rashi, it's the last two white lines in Rashi. Nantana, Meister Uplisa Bezika. Meister Uplisa Bezika. And the Rashi Matan Gamuchat. So we'll say, if you notice the first two words, the Mishnah equates Bechar, Meister, and Pesach. Right? So Bechar is the giving of the firstborn animal to the Kohen. Meister, the Rima is tithing of the animals, 10th animal, and covered inside.
Absolutely. Well, firstly, I really think that it's great that you're having these kinds of discussions. Many times these aren't highlighted in society, so shout out to you. Yeah, I love UFOs. I love aliens. I love extraterrestrials. All of that stuff fascinates me. And one particular topic I'm sure you're familiar, after having heard you for a little bit, is the Bob Lazar story. His work as four favorite stories I've ever heard. And I absolutely love it. I love the George Knapp element to it, from as a television presenter, and the John Lear as the son of Bill Lear and the Learjet. It's a fascinating story. So if we're telling stories, do you mind if I share what I know about this story? Excellent. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is all the top of my head, but Bob Lazar was a physicist who was working at Los Alamos Laboratories in New Mexico, and he was a tinkerer. He was working essentially on just advanced classified information. One of the things that he did was he built a jet propulsion car. And he was featured in the Los Alamos Journal. And one day, Edward Teller, one of the fathers of nuclear weapons, was going to give a speech at Los Alamos, and was just so happened to be reading the newspaper when Bob Lazar approached him and said, "Hey, that's an article about my car." And they got to talking, and essentially not too much came of it at that time. I think perhaps Edward Teller went back to Lawrence Livermore in the Bay Area, and Bob Lazar eventually, though, sought to find other employment at really where he wanted to work was what he had heard, perhaps the Nevada test site. And he was essentially went through some recruiting with a company called EG, a government contracting headhunter. And he ended up being hired for a position that he didn't know very much about. So he ended up moving to Las Vegas with his wife, and the way the job kind of worked was, "We'll call you when we need you." And he would take a Janet flight. These are these red striped flights that you'll find at Air International to essentially Area 51. He was always interested in what was going to Area 51, perhaps the two spy plane, or perhaps some kind of advanced tech. And he ended up also making friends with a man named Gene Huff, I believe his name is, who was a house estimator, and Bob was getting an estimate on his house, and just so happened to kind of knock boots, or I should say just run into another person named John Lear. And John Lear was a CIA pilot. His dad started the Lear Corporation for Learjet, and they got to talking, Gene and John Lear, they got to talking about what might be going on up at Area 51. And at the time, Bob Lazar thought this was all hocus pocus, and that nothing classified, could really be going on. Perhaps classified things, but nothing extraterrestrial. And but John Lear had made some waves in the Las Vegas area through being featured on a television show. He's actually perhaps the first person to declassify publicly the B-2 bomber, like the stealth bomber. And so John had his ear to the ground, essentially. Well, Bob Lazar started going up to S4, I should say Area 51, but in particular a part called S4, and they would fly to Area 51, and he would take a bus with like blacked out windows another 15 miles south to this area. It's a deserted area of the United States, if you're not familiar. And there was a mountain that they approached, and as you get off the bus, essentially you can see that there were hangar doors that were basically carved into the side of this mountain and had been like spray painted with some kind of like sand-like texture, so that from above, if you had the Soviets who were looking with a satellite or something, you couldn't really tell that these were hangar doors. And there is a story that I've heard as well that has been enhanced of the Bob Lazar tale of there's like a sliding door that you would go into the side of this mountain. On the left-hand side, there's a poster that you are not alone, or we are not alone poster with like a UFO allegedly is there. And then there's like a long walkway. And apparently, like security guards would how do I want to say, just like walk beside you or escort you everywhere that you would go. And you had this, it's called walking the line. You had to follow the line. You couldn't veer off of this path, or you would be threatened with your life. And apparently, in the first time on they did some tests on him, which were really, they did some else, and then they also had him briefed, and some of the things that he read in his briefing were things about extraterrestrials. And Bob Lazar again was a skeptic and did not believe these things, and learned that perhaps, and this is what always fascinates me, that aliens, particularly perhaps Zeta Reticuli, like the little alien grays that you may have seen in media, had perhaps seeded humans here on Earth millions of years ago or so, and had done at least 64 major evolutionary changes to our DNA. And Bob Lazar didn't believe this. He thought it was hocus pocus and whatever. But nevertheless, he would go back up to the test site, and he met his boss. And essentially the way that he said you worked up there, which was different than anywhere else, was that you didn't work as a team. You didn't collaborate. You worked one-on-one with someone else. And the guy with whom he worked, they couldn't exchange too much information, but they were working on advanced propulsion. And one day he went to one of the bays and saw what he would later term the sport craft, essentially of a disc. He said that he put his hand on this metal. It was like a pewter, and he was immediately disciplined for this. Wasn't allowed to touch anything, but the goal of what he was working on was advanced propulsion and how these things work. And over the course of his time there, he did have the opportunity to go inside one of the crafts. He said there were 3 different levels of the craft. The bottom level basically had some kind of propulsion system. The middle was all very smooth, and he described it as almost like a wax mold. There were no corners, and the seats were very small for like small individuals. There were no bathrooms, and he never saw what was in the top part of the craft. And he would see these crafts. He said of all the bays, I think there were like 10 bays or so, and there were different versions of crafts. Some had been maybe had like been hit with a missile, and some of them were in pristine condition. One thing that he also said is he saw a United States flag on one of the crafts, and he thought, oh, this must be one of the like advanced fighters at one time that had been rumored, and that this was all coming together for him. Other things that he said he encountered, he worked with a guy named Dennis Mariani, I believe, who was his boss. And they were, Dennis showed him one time, if you can imagine, like half a basketball, like a basketball cut in half. And in the middle of it was something known as element 115, un pentium. This is at the far end of the periodic table. It would later become known as moscovium because it was first from a declassified sense discovered at the University of Moscow. But at this time, this was only hypothesized as a particle, and Bob was able to essentially work with some kind of anti-gravity particle that when you put your hand toward it, your hand would be pushed away, almost like a magnet. And apparently this is how these crafts were being were used as propulsion. And apparently the crafts had two different systems. There was an A wave and a B wave, and an A wave perhaps you could travel very distant, far distances. In the B wave, it was for like close planetary travel. Well, moving on, because I know I want to finish this story and I don't want to take up all your time, but essentially there was a time where Bob really wanted to tell his friends, John Lear and Gene Huff, and also his ex-wife. And so they went out in John Lear's RV to the Nevada test site at very early in the morning on Wednesday morning. The reason it was a Wednesday morning, that's when traffic in the area was the least populated. And they were able to see this craft doing its test runs in the dark Nevada sky. And as they were getting this on video, and this video has been verified, I mean, it's on the internet, you can find it. All of a sudden, they got approached by, they call them the camo dudes, if you've ever heard in the Area 51 lore, and they said, boy, are you in trouble, essentially. They took them to the local sheriff, I believe, of like Nye, which is one of the counties out there, and they were eventually released. And the next day, Bob got a call from the people there, and they said, like, basically, you need to pack up your things and come to, I believe, like it was Indian Wells or something like that. Additionally, within this story, it turned out that Bob was spending some weird hours at the Nevada test site, and his wife, who would become his ex-wife, was actually having an affair with her flight instructor. And the people at Area 51 weren't calling him up as regularly as they once were, because they felt that he couldn't be trusted. He wasn't in a psychiatric state where he could be trusted, because he was going to be figured out that his wife was cheating on him. And they found this out because they were tapping his phone. So long story short, he ends up getting fired from the Nevada test site. He goes on the KLAS, I believe, or the local Las Vegas affiliate on CBS with a man named George Knapp. You may know George Knapp from not just the television, if you know of Las Vegas television, but also he hosts Coast to Coast AM the last two Sunday nights, if you're familiar with that show. And they went and they were going to put Bob Lazar behind like a black curtain, or a black shadow, I should say, and he was going to basically tell his story. And right before it was about to air, he and George Knapp got into a tussle. George eventually was able to overtake Bob, and they put this on the air, and the phone lines of the entire greater Las Vegas area lit up, especially at the TV station, because finally someone had worked up there and somebody was telling all of the secrets. The American public did not know what Area 51 really was. That wasn't in the nomenclature, but over the course of the next decade, so this happened in the late 80s, around 1988, 1989, over the course of the next decade, you'd find Area 51 video games and Area 51 beef jerky and all kinds of alien things, and you'd even see it in Independence Day. But before Bob Lazar, this was not a very well publicly known event, and I find this whole story to be extremely exciting, whether it's true or not. Bob Lazar is still alive to this day. He runs a company called United Nuclear, I believe is the name of it, and they sell like scientific laboratory supplies to education, academic organizations around not just the United States but the world. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell that story.
So to Bukhara is consumed for 3 days and 1 night. Pretty much it and straightforward. I'm a little ready. I'm so ready. So the music in the holidays, and it's ready more exactly. The Bukhara not on the coin. The Khatas for Asham on the coin. I can see what that is. Bukhara, Bukhara Behima is one of the matnos, one of the gifts you give to the coin. And Khatas and Asham also is a gift to the coin. What does that mean?
Chatas and Asham ultimately again are given to the Kohen. So I was going to hurt something else. Chatas and Asham, there's part of it that is burnt and is there, there's part of it that's consumed. But the part that is consumed is not consumed by the owner. It is only consumed by the Kohen.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite episodes, 100%.
Ultimately, part of it is consumed when he's there, part of it is given to the Kohanim, and part of it is given to the owners. So listen to this. Remember again, so we're trying to figure out what's the window of consumption for a Bachar. Rabbi Parton says very simply, Bachar is part of the Shmonim framework. Shmonim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, and therefore Bachar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So Rabbi Parton says, hold up. Shmonim is a gift ultimately again to the Kohanim. Sorry, Bachar. Bachar is a gift to the Kohanim. Chatas and Asham is also like a gift to the Kohanim, in that only Kohanim eat it, no one else does. So why don't you say the following? Machatas v'Asham will say first one line and Zayin, I would be 7-8. Machatas v'Asham will overlay law, just like Chatas and Asham will say, only consumed for 1 day and 1 night. If I check the Chatas and Asham today on Monday, I eat it on Monday to Monday night, and then it comes on Tuesday, I can't eat it anymore. After Char, the Yom Balayla, so to Bachar should only be consumed for 1 day and 1 night. Solid. Right, so you happen to say, I didn't say the comparison, you're comparing it to the rest of Shlomin, but I would compare it to other matnos, other Kohanic gifts. On the low, so this is the Tarpon responded, Nidon Dabar Mitoch Dabar, the Nilmos Dabar Mitoch Dabar. Let's learn out, essentially, let's go and let's take Bachar, and let's go and be honest, let's adjudicate it, let's extrapolate this information from something else, and learn out from something else. So you want to say, Mash Shlomin, Ein Ba'in Al-Chet, Bachar in a Ba'al-Chet. So to which Rabbi Kaplan responds and he says, I don't understand. Your comparison between Bachar, Chatas, and Asham doesn't make any sense. Why? Because Chatas and Asham come as a result of sin. Bachar has nothing to do with sin. Because there's nothing to do with sin, it makes more sense to compare it to Shlomin than it does to compare it to Chatas and Asham. Okay? So therefore, again, therefore I go back to my original comparison. I think it makes more sense to compare Bachar to regular Shlomin, just like Shlomin was consumed for 2 days and 1 night, so to Bachar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. Beautiful, that's what we have.
My Rabbi, my Costco is playing.
Who is playing?
The Costco team.
Oh, no way. How'd they do?
What do you see about it? It's very differential and respectful. If you notice again,
Did they win?
He says,
They're playing right now.
Oh, very cool.
He says, it looks like this is
We're streaming it.
Oh, tight. I'll take a look.
And again, I will say, one could imagine that in the midst of these yeshiva, again, also, this is Yosef Lee's first day in yeshiva. Generally, first day in yeshiva, what do you do? Nothing. I just blend in. You blend it, but again, but the beauty of this is when you dialogue with dignity and you disagree with dignity, it's okay, it's beautiful. What is everyone striving for? Let's say the goal over here is not to see who's right. The goal over here ultimately is to go ahead and arrive at the MS. And when everyone is devoted to MS, when everyone is devoted to figuring out what is the ultimate good, disagreement is not only okay, but it's beautifully welcome as well. It's just such a model, and so often it leaves us. So the Gemara says, I'm alone. So therefore, you're going to retire for stuff. Rabbi Yosef Levi is not letting go. I'm alone. Rabbi, me don't daba mi daba. You don't daba mi daba. So the Yosef Levi says to Rabbi, I agree with you, but I think you can extrapolate from a different source. Watch this. Chatas va'asham matal l'kohen, u'bachar matal l'kohen. Again, I'm going to stick my guns over here, and I still feel that the comparison from Bachar to Chatas and Asham is still a better comparison than from Bachar to Shlomin. Why? Just like Chatas and Asham are a matana, are a gift to the Kohen. What does that mean? That the Kohen gets to eat on those karbanos. Bachar matal l'kohen.
And Bechor is also given to the Kohen. Therefore, Machatas Va'asham in Bo'im B'neder U'Megavah. And listen to this. Just like Chatas as the said, you can't bring Chatas or Asham as a Neder and a double. Right? There's no such thing as a voluntary sin offering, which makes sense. Sin offerings are triggered by sinful behavior. You can't bring a voluntary sin offering. So to ask Bechor, Eino B'neder U'Megavah. Interesting enough, and Bechor also, you can't bring, again, Bechor will say the function of a firstborn animal. You can't bring a voluntary Bechor. Therefore, so you see what Rabbi Yosef is doing? He's strengthening. He feels, I really feel that Bechor is much more comparable to Chatas and Asham than it is just the Stam Shlomin. And therefore, Machatas va'asham na'achalim miyom b'layl miyom. Just like Chatas and Asham are consumed for one day and one night, Bechor ne'achal miyom echad. So to Bechor is also going to be consumed for one night. Look at both sides. They're pretty much deadlocked. Right? Again, both advancing very compelling arguments. Rabbi Tarfon's argument comparing Bechor to Shlomin, just like Shlomin gets 2 days in one night, so Bechor gets 2 days in one night. And Rabbi Yosef will be comparing Bechor to Chatas and Asham. Just like Chatas and Asham get 1 day and one night, so Bechor should get 1 day and one night. They will say, they're deadlocked. They're deadlocked. This is great. He jumps in. Kapas, literally again jump. Okay, great. Kapas Rabbi Akiva. So Kapas Rabbi Akiva, and this Rabbi Tarfon. Let's see, it's so happens. It's almost as if like Rabbi Akiva came in and like he tagged out Rabbi Tarfon. You know, like it's like Kapas Rabbi Akiva in the Scarlet Rabbi Tarfon. Rabbi Tarfon left, which is also just very interesting Russian. An interesting Russian, which is essentially Rabbi Tarfon put forward his argument. Like this will say, there's something very beautiful there. Sometimes, when we get into a debate or a discussion, so there's a tremendous thing to what's the Tahara. The Tahara is sometimes the most important thing to us becomes what? Being right. So sometimes, if your goal is to be right, it's fascinating. What happens when people want to be, if the goal is to be right, what occurs? You just make stuff up. Right? It's nice in the whole people just they make stuff up, they twist information. There's a real profound effort in society that the perfect advanced arguments. This is what I have. This is what I got. This is the information I have. I got this. I feel that the new guy is putting forward some good information. I have nothing new to offer on this. Right? My entire argument is based on the construct that Bechor resembles Shlomin. That's it. Okay. And I hear it. What are you saying? Those are say that I can make a closed argument to say that Bechor really resembles Chatas and Asham. Rabbi Tarfon says, I could support my argument. I have nothing more to say. I'm not going to make stuff up, but invent stuff just to be right. Nostalgic Rabbi Tarfon. Also, it's got this thing. This is what the Bachokes Lishma looks like, right? There's no name calling, right? There's no aggression. There's no nastiness. It's literally just the discussion for the sake of writing it at us. And once you have nothing more to say, you start like, who jumps in Rabbi Akiva? So the pasuk says, the flesh shall be for you. So what's it? This, by the way, Rabbi Akiva now advances the argument that we actually started the sugi with. So Rabbi Akiva says, 1 second, Rabbi Yosef, really, you're wrong. The pasuk says, Torah Yalachah. The Torah equates the heart with the chest and the thigh of Shlomin. Ma Shlomin ne'achalim b'shnayam v'layla echad. Before ne'achal b'shnayam v'layla echad. The Rosh says that the Peter comes along and says and brings the pasuk. He says the pasuk itself equates the heart with the chazin b'shok, with the chest and the thigh of Shlomin. Chest of Shlomin could be consumed for 2 days and one night. So the Bechor could be consumed for 2 days and one night. So again, Rabbi Yosef really is not backing down. This is Rabbi Akiva. I hear you are equating Bechor to the chest and the thigh of Shlomin. Wow. So Rabbi Yosef really is using a lot of ways first day. So what happens? So this case is, listen, if you want to compare it to the chest and the thigh, and you're comparing it to the chest and the thigh of Shlomin, I could compare it to the chest and the thigh of carbon toga. And it's like Mat Hogan Yachalas Yom Balayla. Sorry, Yom Balayla. So a carbon goes interestingly enough, as big of a carbon as it is, can only be consumed for one day and the following night. So to the Bukhar can only be consumed for one day and one night. Amalo, since Rabbi Akiva response, Harehu Omer Saram Yalacha, Shein Kamal Omer Lacha. Part doesn't have to say Lacha. Lacha Uma Kamal Omer Lacha Hosik HaKasaf Havia Achas to Bukhar. The Torah, so there's an extra phrase of Lacha shall be for you. Rabbi Akiva says there's an extra for you. What's the extra for you? So let's say, here's what's interesting. Everyone is agreeing that for sure, what's the minimum duration you can eat a Bukhar? What's the minimum duration? Minimum duration, 1 day, 1 night, right? Everyone is agreeing with that. But if you keep it posits, the extra l'chayim means it will be yours for an extra period. What's the extra period? An additional day. Now that's not Rabbi Akiva's primary argument. His primary argument really, as was espoused before. Allah says, even according to you, Rabbi Yossi, really, you have to admit that there is an extra l'chayim. What is the extra l'chayim? Adds on one additional period of consumption, i.e. extra days. Makes it 2 days and 1 night. So when they say, so that's the hypothesis. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon on one side, and Rabbi Yossi on the other side. And Bishanamru, Rabbi Shmuel, also this is the gentlemen, when they came before Rabbi Shmuel, they told this whole thing over to Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel said to them, Su'uv Amrumen Rabbi Akiva, Ta'isa. So Rabbi Shmuel says, go back and tell Rabbi Akiva, you made a mistake. You made a mistake. What's the mistake? Told them the Haitian Landa. Where is told the learned out from? Mishlamim. This is very interesting. Told them learned out from Shlamim. And they will say, now remember again, Dava Halam Behakish. Told them Behakish. They will say, we had this, right? So since told them learned out from Shlamim, it's learned out by Hakish. Something learned out from the Hakish can then what they will say, not go ahead and be utilized as the source of a hakish for something else. We spent a lot of time on this concept. Therefore, again, there's no reason for you to go past anything that we said before. Again, halacha and Isa said, he said, let's go back to the original limud. What was the original limud? The pasuk says, the pasuk ultimately, again, the pasuk ultimately equates Bukhar to the chazay and shok to the thigh of Shlamim. Just like Shlamim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, so too Bukhar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So the Shmuel says the real limit is the way we started. Ultimately, again, there's a comparison between, there's hedges between Bukhar and Shlamim, and therefore just like Shlamim is consumed for 2 days and 1 night, so too Bukhar is consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So let's say, so again, so just before we go on, because you might say, what's a little bit of tangent over here, that is the halacha. That is the halacha. Because what we had is creating a flow between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi talking about Rabbi Akiva, halacha l'maisa, the window of consumption for a Bukhar is learned out from Shlamim, just like Shlamim is 2 days and 1, Bukhar is 2 days and 1 night as well. Bottom line. Rabbi Shmuel, high l'cha yemar alpha, right? So what does Rabbi Shmuel do with that l'cha yemar that we got from before? So when we mean Bukhar, ba'mo shumachol l'kohen. Ultimately, that l'cha yemar tells us that even a blemished Bukhar that is not offered up on the mizbeach becomes the property of the kohen. Shalom atzim b'chol Torah kula, because this concept is not taught anywhere else in the Torah. Rabbi Akiva, where is Rabbi Akiva? So I said, better, it's going to point out why this is interesting. You might have thought, well, what I like to say, Rabbi Akiva, you're looking at the Saram. Rabbi Akiva ultimately learned that from the Saram, to teach me that whether the Bukhar is blemished or whether it's unblemished. So obviously, if it's unblemished, it's going to be offered up as a cup. But if it's blemished, it just is given to the Kohen. Rabbi Shmuel is Saram the Hanaf Bacholas Kamar. So ultimately, Rabbi Shmuel ultimately says from the Saram, from these Bacholas, it is being said. There might come a what are they arguing about? So I just want to find out something very interesting. This is where Bukhar is somewhat unique. Because remember again, Bukhar is touching talent, but there's unique unique aspect of Bechor, which is in the event that the Bechor is blemished, the Kohen still gets it. Right? You would have thought that because it was in the carbonic family, if it's offered up as a carbon, the Kohen gets to consume part of it. But if it's not offered up as a carbon, the Kohen doesn't get it. Kamash Malan, if it's blemished and can't be offered up as a carbon, ultimately, again, the Kohen will still get it. Interesting. The Gemara says as follows. Again, we said that we're going to see this a little bit more. So, Mike, what are they arguing about? Samar Sabar, him and over there. How they heckish. So, I say, so now it turns out that there's a bit of an exegetical machlokas over here. What's the exegetical machlokas? So, both say, if you have something that is partially learned out from a heckish and partially learned out from a pasuk, does that exegetically have the status of a heckish or not? And also, you'll see to yourself, who cares? Now, why does it matter about Shai? Because remember, again, going back to this idea that something that is learned out from the Hekdesh cannot serve as the source of the Hekdesh. So remember, we had this before. If B is learned out from A by means of a Hekdesh, then B cannot serve as the Hekdesh for C. So therefore, what's the Shai over here is, if you have something that is partially learned out from a Hekdesh and partially learned out from a Pasuk, as what's been happening over here, that we just saw by the card, can that serve? Does it have the status of a Hekdesh or not? So the Gemara Shavar, and then the Davar Achar had the Hekdesh. One says yes, something that's partially learned out from a Pasuk, and partially learned out from a Hekdesh is called the Hekdesh. Or my Shavar lo have Hekdesh. So one says no, it's not called the Hekdesh. Let's go back to Bishlam and Mandam lo have Hekdesh. So according to the opinion that says that's not called the Hekdesh. I knew that the thing Yasali or Moed. Ultimately, that's what the Pasuk says. So shall you do me or Moed? Kishem Shemaza, Lifnai to Lifnim Achas Samala v'Shavlavan. So we're both saying about the Kabbalah of Yom Kippur. Let's say the power of Sar Yom Kippur. The simply they call it Shakadosh. You do one blood application. Above and 7 below, Midamapar from the blood of Harkat, Mazda the Hayfal. Same thing with the blood applications that you do in the base of Mikdash itself in the Hayfal. Outside of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, called the curtain. For Kishim Shalifnai and Lifnim Achas Samala of Shavlamata. And the same in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you do one blood application above 7 below, Midam HaSoyer. From the blood of the soil, so to you doing the Heichal as well. But according to the that says that such a thing what is called the Hekish might become a miracle. What is there to say? Which the Gemara says, you're right, they're not learning out per se all of the details of the blood applications, rather, they're just ultimately again learning out. The second Hekish ultimately is just a locational Hekish and not a detail Hekish. And we'll say, holidays, another possibility is, or one possibility is it's all one Hekish, and ultimately, again, the halacha is that the blood applications on the outside. Outside over here means in the Mikdash itself are being learned out from the blood applications inside of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So quickly, like the Bishlam and the Amar, how they Hekish, according to this, don't say so again. Right now, the Yim's to get a significant exegetical detail. I mean, who doesn't love exegetical details? Right? But that's the message. So all we're just asking over here is getting caught up in a bit of a technicality, which is if you have something that is learned out from combined limud, partially pasuk, partially hekish, does that limud have the status of a hekish or not? The nafkamino will be, can you then use that to learn another hekish? So we're just going to do Kippur for that. So we want to do something on how they hekish. According to the second one, say 57b, second line. How they hekish. How you can say that we most go say them, Tabiu Rechem Knifa. So there's a right meaning that says something partially from the pasuk, partially from the hekish, how you status of the hekish. That's why it says we most go say them, Tabiu Rechem Knifa. Now what is that for you? You look at Rashi, I'm going to say, Rashi's in the short line, like point in the middle of the short line. How you first one, how you distinguish what's in them? Tabiu Rechem Knifa. So we'll say this is talking about again the offering, the kabbanos ultimately again of shvuas. With tzvachnu v'asachas mirachos lomo kama eslonos yish balachni toda ubagufan yukdav yish chalos. So by the modes of shvuas, ultimately again the lachni toda, the lachni toda, it says ultimately again 10 chalos. Remember again you bring 40 loaves by Todah, four different categories of loaves, 10 of each type. Avalon is Sparish Mikama Hiachala. The most here's what's interesting. Here's what's very interesting. Ultimately, again, by the Shkia Lechem, by the 2 loaves of Shvuas. So the Torah tells me, again, it's one salon per loaf. So the Torah tells me how many loaves and how much each loaf is. Interestingly enough, by Torah, the Torah tells me the number of loaves, 40 loaves, 10 loaves for each different type, but what? Doesn't tell me how much flour in each loaf. In each loaf, okay? So just after this, the Gemara says. So now back to the Gemara for just a second. The most specific taviu lechem tmufa. Why does the Torah have to say taviu? Why to say taviu? Shmuel says so again. This is why taviu? Final taviu. Kol sha'ata maybe mimakom l'makom echad ad tzad. Kol sha'ata maybe mimakom ach. Harehu kazeh. So it's to teach us that whenever you bring loaves, they are like this one. What's this one? It's the shtei halachim by Shavuos. Shtei halachim by Shavuos. Ultimately, again, 2 loaves and sorrow each. Whenever you bring loaves are always 1 sorrow each. So therefore, what does it teach me? Man lahalon is sorrow lahalon. Just like by Shavuos, it's 1 sorrow per load. And so too by Toda Isara Makala. Each loaf is going to be 1 Isara. In Malahalon, Shnei Esronim. Now, what's interesting enough, by Shavuos, that gives you a total of what? 2 Esronim. Why? Because remember, by Shavuos, what do you have? Shnei Alechem, you have 2 loaves. For a total of 2 Esronim. Shnei Esronim. So it says it's maybe when we learn out by Shavuos, the website, maybe by Shavuos we learn out not that it's 1 Isara per loaf. But maybe by Shavuos, what do I learn? That Allah said it's a total of 2 esrog. Maybe that's what it's saying. And just like Allah said by Shavuos is a total of 2 esrog, so by Toda, it's a total of 2 esrog. What that means? By Toda, what that means? That means 40 loaves comprised of a total of 2 esrog. Very, very small loaves. Ultimately, the Pasuk says, no, they shall be. V'lamadnu asar l'chametz, asar l'matzberais. So therefore, I will say, Tiana teaches me, listen to this. From the Shtei Alechem of Shavuos, we learn that whenever you bring a loaf, ultimately, again, a loaf is always a minimum of 1 isara. And then we take that, and ultimately, again, we apply it to Toda. And say that Toda is 40 loaves. How much ultimately again for each loaf? 1 isara. 1 isara per loaf of the Toda. Incredible. Well, I'm not new. Asar l'chametz, asar l'matzberais. And how do I know ultimately again that there are 10 loaves of chametz, 10 loaves of matzah? Tamalomar al chalos lechem chametz. Neged chametz having matzah. So whatever number of chametz loaves you're going to bring the same number of matzah loaves. So in other words, I have 4 categories of loaves, and each of those loaves have the same number. According to the opinion that says that it's not a hekesh, it says something partially learned ultimately something is partially learned from a hekesh, partially learned ultimately again from a pasuk. It's not called a hekesh, so what does it say? Taviu Yiserahi is an extra taviu. So you're going to find extra to come focus, but an interesting nugget of information I will say that again, by Shavuos you have 2 loaves that are brought called the Shnei Alechem. By Karban Toda, 40 loaves. In those 40 loaves, ultimately again are 10 loaves of 4 different types. Shnei Alechem teaches me that whenever you bring a loaf, the amount of flour used in the loaf is saron, and that becomes a paradigm. Whenever you bring loaves are made up of a saron. Incredible. The Moshe says, final piece to the Torah. The Moshe says, remember again, what does the Mishnah say? Interestingly enough, as much as Karban Pesach is part of Kach and Kalim, and as much as Kach and Kalim normally what's their window for consumption? Normally 2 days and 1 night. Because remember again, if you think about it, in that category you have the Meiser Pesach. So again, Meiser, that is 2 days and 1 night. I might have thought Pesach was the same. Kamash says no. Pesach can only be when now Pesach is the one that has the shortest window of consumption. Because remember again, what's the window of consumption for Karban Pesach? Essentially, Pesach will happen until so it's not even the whole night. Like you don't even have until the next morning. You only have until midnight. shortest window of consumption by a carbon. So the Gemara says as follows: Mankana, who is the opinion that says that you can only eat Korban Pesach until Chatzos, until midnight? Say, what is he? What is he? Omer, Ne'emar kan balayla hazeh, Ne'emar laharan v'abai kiber kan balayla hazeh. It says by Korban Pesach that you shall eat Korban Pesach balayla hazeh on this night, and it says by Makas Bechoros, death in the firstborn, the 10th plague. I will pass through Egypt on this night. Just like Makas Bechoros was at night, so too again, was at midnight. So if you eat Korban Pesach until midnight, by the way, the Marshal points out, it's not a good comparison. Why? Because ultimately, Makas Bechoros, yeah, it's midnight. What happened at midnight? Other than midnight, the Makkah started at midnight. Yet we're comparing Korban Pesach to Makkah Bechoros. Say just like Makkah Bechoros started at midnight. What do we say at Korban Pesach? What's that at Korban Pesach? You have to conclude at midnight. Okay, so here we go. But point of we're comparing Korban Pesach to Makkah Bechoros. Just like Makkah Bechoros at midnight, so to Korban Pesach must conclude by midnight. That is the question ultimately again of the Rothschild. I'm not the Kiva. But it is what's up. That's not true. On part, and my back counted also the puzzle. The puzzle. So the Korban Pesach, you have to eat it with haste. Right? The puzzle means with haste. Interesting enough, this is one of the interesting differences. The Rush and the Sakas Pesachim bring down 10 differences between Pesach Mitzrayim and Pesach Doros. The Pesach they observed in Egypt and the Pesach Hafid generation. One of the interesting distinctions was Pesach and Mitzrayim had to eat the Korban Pesach with their right Masnechem Chagurim, which literally means they had to eat Korban Pesach with their loins girded. Right? Favorite biblical phrase that no one knows what it means. Right? But whatever it is, it sounds clutching. Right? They have to have their loins girded. It also sounds very uncomfortable. Right? But for my son, right, whatever it is, it also means they have to wear their shoes. They have to have that. What it means is they have to be ready to travel. They have to wear their belt and ready. So again, so Rabbi Kiva says that ultimately, again, the Chaltem also the Shifazon. You have to eat Korban Pesach with haste. Now, what is that? The Kiva's actions at Shasti puzzle until the time of haste. They will say, what was the time of haste? Until the morning. Because remember again, when did we leave Mitzrayim? We left Mitzrayim in the morning. Right? We didn't leave it, we left in the morning. So the Kiva says, Rabbi Kiva actually passes that you're allowed to eat Korban Pesach until when? Until dawn. Shasti puzzle. Rashi says over here, it's about 6-7 lines up in the Rashi. Shasti puzzle. Shem Mispazim, Shem Nechpazim Barachas. V'hayu Arboke. Kibbutz. The afternoon says, Ishmi Pesach Beisa Arboke. So the Kiva says again, we're allowed to eat Korban Pesach until it's time that we left. Right? And that when we leave, we left in the morning. If that's the case, then why does the pasuk say that you should eat the Pesach at night? You might have said, Mike, I tell you about Zeshiyoko, you can call a question of home He's going to say, I'll tell you about Balayla. Balayla teaching you something different. You might have thought that seeing Korban Pesach was part of the concept of Kachin Kalim, again, about in general. Karbanos 101. If you check the Karban, when are you allowed to eat that Karban? When are you allowed to eat the Karban? That day. That's the way it works with every single other Karban. If you check it during the day, which is when you only time to have Karbanos, you can eat it that day. I might have thought Korban Pesach is the same thing. Talmud Omar, Balayla. Therefore, the Pasuk says Balayla. Balayla, you can only eat it by day. At night, and you cannot eat it by day. So it's like, it's very peculiar aspect of Pesach. So the Kiva says, Balayla teaches me that halacha l'maisa, you can only begin to eat that Korban at night. You're not allowed to eat it by day, but you are allowed to continue to eat it until dawn. You know, so come to our focus. I'll worry about it. And I can avoid the night, the avoid the Azaria. Is that right? So, you know, with your phone, with the heart, with you not data. Maybe in our case, maybe the Azaria, you can get your fever. They really have offered myself. You can go ahead and eat Korban Pesach until when? Until when? Until the next morning. So why does the Beloza Ben Azaria say? That's why? La Harfik Adam Minadira. First Mishnah and the second Brachos. right? That sometimes even when you're asking something until the morning, Chazal said only do it until midnight to give you a buffer. People always push the envelope on everything. We're always running late. We're always fucking up at the time. So therefore, even when you have it till dawn, just tell people until midnight. So maybe they're really agreeing. And we go out to the eat until morning, but we go out we tell you to stop at by midnight. In saying, night ella ad hatzos. It's not the lesson of the Mishnah. The lesson of the Mishnah, both say, you look at it, is that Pesach in Onecha, ella balayla, Onecha, ella ad hatzos. Ella ad, the strong lesson. Which means, no, you must complete your Kabbalic consumption by Chatzot, which indicates to us that we're talking about a Da'alaisa level. You have the Mahasim Da'alaisa, Atkan Da'alaisa. So that we're going to watch the Gemara says that the Russian of Ela Ad Chatzot's Russian of Da'alaisa. We're going to turns out, this is so different. Turns out the Halach of the Nice, like the Halach of Machlokas, Da'alaisa, speaking of the Kiva, and the Halach of Azalea, about the window of consumption for a case. Rothschild literally says up until Chatzos, and then the Akiva says until the next morning. We will say, how do you pass me? The Rama pass me, the Nifos coming based on Halacha Tes Zayin, but Halacha Lamaisa, Radar the Kab Kamos, Shena Pesach Yaka Allah at Chatzos, Kidei Laharatik Min Ha'avera, the Torah. She also called a Laila at Yal Mirasham. Rama pass me, look at the Akiva, that you are allowed to come and Pesach until the dawn. But Halacha L'Maisa, we say finish by Chatzos. Why? You have to Adam Min Ha'aveh. In order to go in and keep a person from violating, we tell you to finish up ultimately. In order not to pass the Shalom Shores. So let's say, how'd you allow things to come on? Now let's start, everyone. Let's get a good day. Zari, I like this circle better. You know, back in the circle. Good. Thank you again. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Another week of Mesechus walking together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's day. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teshuvah, Stephen Parizin. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschilds of this month, and of course at the outside of Steve's father, Bonnie Tzir, and kindness from the Roth on the execution of his 20th yard site. Our retail learning sponsors, Julie and Julian Goldberger, as we discuss for continued reflection for their son Aaron Mishaya, Ben Rishka Esther, and our many sponsors, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and discuss continued help for and reflection for Shivani Shkana. That's social. Like the United Right Talmud Torah, all those who are social, and they call all that Yisrael, like the Torah, Pushing Meretz Hashem, the Bani Hashem is the Torah for all of the Mishpatas. Continued the solos of us, and we're following along the news and sure that potential return of the body of Hagar Golden, who has been held by our enemies for over a decade. There's something profoundly sad that sometimes our sympathy comes in the return of the bodies of our precious young soldiers. But the truth is, if the brain have this to bring back one of Klal Yisrael's finest work, we ask Yisrael, he buried with his Mishpachat, he buried in his land, how that the Prophet should give us this small measure of the and should take the week, keeping it good delay in Meretz Hashem for a week. And maybe just a year, hoping to have a bracha, and this always covers all of Klal Yisrael. Let us be, we really have a first of all tremendous shayach to Josh Harris for giving Daf yesterday. Did a fantastic job. Certainly not an easy sector to pick up. And with that, let's begin. Today's Daf is going about 56. We have to come up the Shimon on the bottom of the base 55b, second to last line on the Daf. I'm going to read the Shmuel. So it's an interesting halachas over here. A little bit of a detour from what we've been dealing with until now. No, it's still Zvachim. Not that much of a detail. It's still based on Ikdash and Eretz Hashem, but it's an interesting detail. So I'm going to read the Shmuel. Ein chayavim mishum tumah. So we'll say we're sidetracking a little bit. Take a look at the last Rashi on the page before you turn the page. Rashi says, Tumah hanichnas coming to Harabais. Talking about if someone is coming and they enter into Harabais, and what's going to understand when we speak about Harabais, right? Up until now, focusing a little bit on our base in English. We don't need it, but I can't let a day go by without using it. So remember again, this is the base HaMikdash. The Harabais, obviously, again, is much larger than this, right? This base HaMikdash itself was situated on the Harabais. So remember again, when we speak about Tumah, different forms of Tumah allow you different entry into different areas. So now go back to Rashi just a moment. So Rashi says, "Hanichnas come to Harabais, Eino Chayiv, and the Imke Nichnas is Tov Hekef Chaval Ha'azara." So the halakha is like this: if you were coming, being coming entering into Harabais is not good, but there's not liability. The only time you have liability for entering Tumah into the Makom HaMikdash is literally when you're entering into this area, this picture, the base HaMikdash. If you enter in coming to this area, ultimately there's liability. So now back to the Gemara. So we would go to Aikha and Mishum Tumah. The only time you can enter Tumah into the base HaMikdash, Ella al Kapam Nun Bakit, he should say, Ola Mea Ushmoyin B'Sheva, Alok Kap Mea Ushloshim Lechamesh. Your only time, ultimately again, if you enter into the area, that is 187 amas by 135. What is that area? That is this. That is this. 187 amas length by 135 width. That these are the dimensions of the second base of the Mikdash. So I want to point out, when we speak about the base of the Mikdash in general, especially dimensionally, you can't see over there. Sorry, it's just a picture. It's just it's the same. It's the same. It's the same picture. I'm just showing you the length and the width. It's the length and the width of this picture. I wanted to point out somebody asked me this on Erev Shabbos. I took it for granted. I should really be explicit about it. Whenever we're speaking about these images and these pictures, this is all second temple. All second temple. The first base of Mikdash had its own dimensions. Was significantly smaller than the second base of Mikdash. And by the third base of Mikdash, is actually the assumption is the third base of Mikdash will mirror the second in many ways, dimensionally, but there may be some also differences in the third base of Mikdash. So therefore, this is the second base of Mikdash, and we are always using this as our model for our discussions. Therefore, Rabbi says in the name of Shmuel, a person who is coming who enters into the base of Mikdash is liable if they enter into this area. There's 187 amas by 135 amas. Incredible. So Gemara says, Tani Tapani in Buck 56a, second line down. Tani Tana Tamekra Nachman. So what's this? So there's a verse now that supports this. Kalazara, Kaisa Kufkin Zayin, Allah of Kufbanete. The entire Azara, I will say again, Azara, you normally translate Azara as house, courtyard. So the truth is, remember, the base of the Mikdash itself is actually made up of multiple Azaras. You know, so this initial courtyard, which is called the Ezras Nashim, really means like the women's courtyard, but really, that was a place where all the Kavah Yisrael gathered. You enter through Shan Nikanor, there's something here called Ezras Yisrael, technically speaking, and Yisrael is allowed to come into here, and then you have the rest of this area, which is called Ezras Kohen, which is really, again, past this point in time. There was a staircase over here. This is called the Brooklyn, the platform. This is where the Levium would sing. And then in the rest of this area called Ezras Kohen. Here, when we use the word Azara just means everything. It means everything. Courtyard means everything. So the courtyard, called Azara, it's a Kufay Zayin, a rock of Kuflamanay. The entire length of the Azara ultimately was 187 amas by a width of 135 amas. Amalei, okay, Amalei Abba. This is what my father once told me. Keep going, Zach. Kohanim Nichnasim Sham, V'Ochlin Sham Kodshe Kadoshim. In this area, I will say, it sounds like what he's saying over here. In this area means the entire 187 amas, 535 amas. In this entire area, what could happen? Kohanim Nichnasim Sham, Kohanim could enter, V'Ochlin Sham Kodshe Kadoshim. They could eat Kodshe Kadoshim. So let's say again, remember our highest level sanctity kavanos. So interestingly enough, this is actually fascinating. Again, we'll move over this a bit more. That Kodshe Kadoshim can be consumed in this entire area. Okay, that's number one. Next, the Shoktin Shan Kodshe Kalin. Kodshe Kalin can be shafted in this entire area as well. I will say, you notice by the way, it's not Kodshe Kadoshim, right? Kodshe Kadoshim have more limited space which needs to occur, but apparently Kodshe Kalin, lower sanctity kavanos ultimately can be shafted in this entire area. Okay? The Chayavim Yishum Tumah. And I will say, in this entire area, in other words, again, or in this entire Azara, 187 amas by 135 amas, if you enter in Tumah, there is liability for Tumah entry. Incredible. So I will say, obviously, the one thing is like this. There's liability for entering. Let's go back to Torah for just a moment, because that's how this conversation started. If I am coming, I cannot come into this entire area with 187 amas by 135 amas. Now, the what is that coming to exclude? In other words, so obviously when it's coming to series, there might be areas around here, and maybe even part of here, that perhaps are not subject to Tumah restrictions. What areas are being included? It's very interesting. Kalonos, Velosos, Vipogeahoma. So he's talking about literally again windows, doorways, and thicknesses of the walls. So as we're going to see, and we'll get into this a little bit more, but there are certain areas along the perimeter of the Beis HaMikdash that are, and in the wall, remember again, there was a wall around the Beis HaMikdash as well. So there were chambers, and there were areas built into the thickness of the wall, and doors and windows that opened up into the Beis HaMikdash. So you can saying like this. The area of 137 by 185 by 187 is this area over here, right? Is this. So that's again areas built into the thicknesses of the wall. But for that matter, again, chambers, right? This sort of thing, black around here is the wall. This black is the secondary wall. But perhaps again, areas built into the walls over here. Chambers into the walls over here. Windows or doors that open up into the Mikdash. Perhaps there's no problem entering Tumah into those areas. In other words, maybe what we say is that you can't enter in a state of Tumah, not much like in what we'll call the Beis HaMikdash proper. But any areas in the thicknesses of the wall, or any chambers that perhaps open up into the Mikdash area, perhaps you can enter into a state of Tumah. So the Gemara says, here's the problem. Then enough, we learned. Not true. Areas that have windows, that matter, or even areas built into the thickness of the wall, ultimately again have the status of the Mikdash itself. Interesting. So the whole side. So therefore, this is two important details over here. Number one, if you built into the thickness of the wall, so the wall is part of the dimensions of the Beis HaMikdash. And number two, if you're built into an area and you only open up into the Mikdash, ultimately again, that is part of the Beis HaMikdash itself. And therefore, you could not enter into those areas in a state of Tumah. So the Gemara says, so maybe it's coming to go ahead and exclude certain chambers. In certain chambers, are you allowed to enter into that? If you look at Rashi says before we go on, Hachalonos, subdivided between so Moses said, interestingly enough, maybe we're coming to exclude certain areas that are built into the walls themselves. Windows that are open up into the Beis HaMikdash. Here's the problem, so the Gemara says, funny that we learned this. Ultimately, again, areas that have windows that open up into the Beis HaMikdash, and areas built into the thickness of the wall, ultimately again are considered to be part of the interior of the Beis Hamikdash itself. So the Gemara says, so maybe it's when we look at Lishkos, chambers, those are better just point out, this is, these subjects, if you remember again, it's a lot more like the Mesechus Midos, the Mesechus Tamid, not as much about this. Rabbi doesn't go as much through the actual like layout of the Beis Hamikdash. We end up doing a lot of it in order to understand the location of the Avodah. But this is really, again, remember Midos land, Tamid land, we did a lot of this. Do it again, that's for sure. I will make it shows. So let's 1 second. Let's talk about these chambers. These videos are called the Besuchos Kodesh. So because in that chambers that are built in technically unconsecrated areas, but ultimately again are opened up into the Kodesh. Vashnan Kodesh. So I must say this is a very important principle. If something is technically, we'll call it like geographically built in an unconsecrated area, but it opens into a consecrated area, it is considered to be consecrated. So this is very important. So let's say, even for argument's sake, if you have chambers that are built into this wall, let's say the wall, for argument's sake, is considered to be unconsecrated. But if these chambers open up into the Kodesh, they have the status of being Kodesh, which for our purposes would mean someone who is Tameh could not enter into these areas. Which the Gemara says, you're right, but it's only Midrabanan. So say, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says Midrabanan, it's about halfway down in the short lines of Rashi, Midrabanan. Mitzvahs chachamim hi, shelo yikhansu lahem betuma, ala karisa karbonata. To which the Gemara says something interesting. That it could very well be that halacha l'maisa, midaraisa, if an area is built in an unconsecrated area, even if it opens up into the mikdash, it's considered to be unconsecrated. Midrabanan say you have to treat it as consecrated. Rabbi said that this is very important because remember, the Gemara is making the following distinction. When we started out over here, Rabbi saying in the Shmuel that halacha l'maisa, you are only chayiv midaraisa for entering into a state of Chuma into the mikdash proper. What's the mikdash proper? 187 amos by 135 amos. Now, the Gemara is not making this statement like that. They're coming to exclude something. To which the Gemara now says, what are we coming to exclude? They were coming to exclude the chambers that were built in unconsecrated areas of the Temple Mount, but opened up into the mikdash. Which the Gemara says, no, we just learned in the Raisa that says that unconsecrated areas built in a chamber built in an unconsecrated area that open up into the mikdash have the status of the mikdash. To which the Gemara says, like, yeah, that's the mikdash, but not the Alaisa, which means that if someone was Tameh entered into those areas, he would not be able to be liable. Okay, that's interesting. Is that true with Alaisa law? Is that true? Is that true? That means Alaisa, if you have a chamber that is built in a geographically unconsecrated area, but it opens up into the mikdash, that you're not liable biblically for entering there into a state of Tumah, not either. This goes to the whole. If you have chambers that are built in an unconsecrated area of the Beis Hamikdash, when I say this on the Temple Mount, the Kodesh, okay, open up, ultimately again into the Kodesh. So Minayin Shakohanim Nichnasim Lasham, the Okul Sham Kodesh Gadoshin. This year in Mincha, so this is incredible. So how do I know if I have chambers that are, let's say, built in an unconsecrated area. Let's say, like, this is again an example of chambers that are built into the walls, but they open up into the Beis Hamikdash. How do I know that Kohanim could come in there? They could eat Kodesh Kadoshim in there. They could eat the leftover of your miracle offerings in there. They're allowed to eat that, which I was going to tell me that much. Only that tell me about these chambers. That they're part of the Beis Hamikdash proper.
What's up, big dog? Very cool, man.
So what does that come to include? That even chambers.
That was not hostile. I was going to it. They won.
Yes, they did. That's amazing.
Into a consecrated area.
I did my best to.
If you're allowed to eat Kodesh Kadoshim there, then the pastors want to
Yes, sir. What's the record?
What's the record?
Yeah.
To which the Gemara says,
And then also there was a fight of a monster guy in studio.
Wow. Do you know what your high school's record is?
we can assume that the laws of Akira and the laws of then there must be two more liabilities.
Yeah, like how many wins do they have versus how many losses?
Yeah, so it's quite possible that Allah for myself, the laws of Akira and the laws of Tuma will be fundamentally different. Quite interesting. So you're telling me now, so also sounding more suggesting it's the following. Then Allah for myself, if you have a change unconsecrated area, but opens up into the base of the gush, you can eat kosher kadosh in there, but yet there's no Tuma liability if you enter into that area. To which the Gemara says, is that true? That kind of if you have chambers that are technically built in an unconsecrated area of the Harabayis, but yeah, you open up into the proper Kohanim can enter there, but open Sham Kosher Kadoshim, and they can eat their Kosher Kadoshim. They Shoftim Sham Kachin Kalim, but you can't chef Kachin Kalim, which makes sense because Kachin Kalim, although Kachin Kalim could be slaughtered anywhere here, it has to be slaughtered in the base of the fish proper. The Hayabin is shown to them. And you're kind because of them. So what does that explicitly say? Explicitly says that again, that's explicit. Chambers built in geographically unconsecrated areas that open up into the mikdash. You can't enter there into a state of tumah. To which the Gemara says, Rab Amrit ain't shocking. Then we can say that you can't chef kosher kalim. So what's that? So remember again, if you can't chef kosher kalim there, then what does that say? That it's not a consecrated area. So therefore, again, honey on a chayavim. So those two things have to go hand in hand. If you can't chef kosher kalim there, that means it's not a part of the base of the If it's not a part of the base of the then what? Now, about Romans, so there should not be liability for entering there into the state of tumah. So Bishvama ain't shocking, but in the negative, that's not the letter. The truth is, I understand why you can't chef kosher kalim there. Why are they saying? Because the halacha is obsessed with that. And for kosher kalim, you have to chef the opposite entrance to the base of the flesh. Right? Which means which is a simple way of saying it's got to be chefed here or here. It's always the opposite entrance to the base of the flesh. If you're chefing it, let's say one of the chambers along here, it's not opposite an entrance. To which the Gemara says, I understand, why should there not be liability for entering in a state of tumah? One conceived to be clear, which is that chambers built in geographically unconsecrated areas, but opening up into the mikdash itself seem to be kodesh. So why would there not be tumah liability there? According to your reasoning, in Shoktin, we lost the Shita connected at that time. So furthermore, again, I don't understand why the Rabbi would say that you can't just touch on color there. Are we not talking about a situation where Shita could be done opposite entrance, right? Let the Lamaites do it. So they say, if we're talking about a case of a chamber that opens up into the Kodesh, and yet doesn't
What up, Zoot?
then why does the Rabbi need to say you can't chef touch on color there? That's obvious. That has nothing to do with this chamber. That has to do with the
Dude, are you ready to lose? That's all I really care about. I don't really care about anything else in the world right now except the question, are you ready to lose? That's what I like to hear. All right, dude.
That does open up.
I found that gal. I told her on Instagram, but she has a boyfriend, but just found out. Not her Instagram. She has a boyfriend.
Why not? Why not? Because I want to say, since it is situated in a non-consecrated area, the chamber itself, even though it opens up to the mikdash, maybe even opens up, also again to an entrance.
Just one moment.
It is not considered a consecrated area, therefore you cannot check kosher.
Yeah, just one moment.
There's also not liability for entering into that space in a state of tumah as well. Incredible, incredible. To which the Gemara says, For consumption of kach and kalim, you don't need to consume it. The opposite, and a doorway enters into the base of English. Time we learn. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Shnei Pashmishin, Pishmishin.
Just a moment.
So let's say this was yesterday's daf. So remember again, a quick review over here. This is the Ulam. Right, so remember again, this is what we call Ezra's Kohanim, this entire area over here. You walk into the Beis HaMikdash. When you walk into the Beis HaMikdash, you enter into this massive antechamber called the Ulam. Right? So remember we saw in yesterday's daf that on the far sides of the Ulam was a chamber called Beis HaChalifos. What's Beis HaChalifos? The knife chamber. Quite literally where the Kohanim kept their knives. So remember again what we saw in yesterday's daf. This is, I don't know if you can see on the picture over here, there was a little entranceway, a little doorway that opened up again led. So you can access the Beis HaChalifos two-way. You can walk up the primary entrance.
I'll be with you in just a second. I'll be with you in just a second, Zoo.
Situated in the
Jesus is king.
Or you can
It's
access
Brandon's
it over the doorway
Okay.
in the back. Okay, so
He's allowed to believe
that's
whatever
what
he
we're
wants.
referencing over there. So this was yesterday's daf. Yesterday's daf. So Gemara says as follows. What are you doing there? There were two entranceways by the Beis HaChalifos.
Just
Back
Brandon
entranceways.
Yeah.
The back entrances to the Beis HaChalifos. Go for
No,
it. They had a height of 8 amas.
A long time.
Why were those entranceways
The
necessary?
six during
Why was
24/7
that
as well.
necessary? This is very interesting.
Basically.
So remember again, the halacha is
No, I told you, Brandon.
for the consumption
Perhaps.
of kach kadoshim and for the shchita of kach and kalim. Now, I want to point out the shchita, the location of shchita for kach kadoshim was much more specific. You had to shecht it in very specific areas. Kach and kalim
Brandon's
can be
grandma?
shechted where? Where kach and kalim? Anywhere in the Beis HaMikdash compound. There's just one caveat. You have to shecht
I'm not
kach
sure.
and kalim opposite an
that was
entrance
Brandon.
or proximity to an entrance
21.
of the Beis HaMikdash, which means
But it's the
if you're
lesson
shechting
on
kach and kalim here, you're covered, right? Because your opposite entrance is over here. If you're shechting here, you're good because you're shechting opposite the entrance here. Where is there a problem? Back here and back here. How do we take care of that issue?
Brandon's got
These two little
the camera
doors.
on.
These two little back
Okay.
doorways allow you to shecht kach and kalim over here and over here. Like this way, you're opposite an entrance over here, opposite an entrance over here. So what's this? By the way, that was the whole point of these entrances, because there wasn't really
Brandon
any
knew
others.
that was not
You could easily access the knife chambers to the front over here. These back entrances were managed only to allow shchita of kach and kalim back here and back here.
Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
So the Gemara says as follows. So
He's gonna win the war, he's not.
so to allow for the consumption of
You are.
kach kadoshim, u'l'shchitas kach and kalim.
No,
And so you can check kach and kalim.
I've lost that.
Of Ravino, Samim
You'll
Mikhan
make
Achil. So what I say, so therefore,
the names of the people.
what does this mean? What does this mean? What the Gemara is making over here is,
No, because I don't know who they are. Are you ready for an invitation?
You can only shecht it in the
You know who they are.
opposite entrance.
The people
If
tonight?
that's the case, then how would you be able to go
Yeah.
ahead and shecht kach and kalim?
I don't know who any of these people are. They're all fucking Australian people.
Right, in an
But you
unconsecrated area.
you have an invitation. The only people I know are J. Michael,
How would you be able to do that?
Chelsea, and
To
you.
which the Gemara says, right, Sami Mikhan Achila. Take out Achila from here. I, the Gemara says, the Haksiv, Mishlu, Esa, Basa, Pesach, Oamoy, the Shanto, but the Pasuk seems to indicate that even Achilas Kach Kadoshim requires opposite an entrance.
They're not all
To which the
Australian.
Gemara says
Some of them are
that was
Canadian.
different. Why?
And some of them are Irish too, I think.
That was by the Miluim. That was by the inauguration of the Mishkan. And it's quite possible that the thing by the Miluim was somewhat different than anything else.
Zoo, what did you think of my shot?
That over here is as follows. So just let's kind of summarize this sugya. Although we're not finished with it yet, but at least there's a natural stopping point.
Zoo, did you know? Okay. Do they suck dick at mini golf as well, or is that a strictly domestic thing?
Also, when we got the dimensions of the Beis Hamikdash. What are the dimensions? Easy to remember.
Zoo, what did you think of my shot?
By 135 ums. And if you enter into the area,
It's not as good as this show that I'm about to do right now.
Right? If you do it intentionally,
Are you sure about that?
Intentionally, carbon. Okay. Obviously, the Gemara makes it seem like that you're coming to exclude
Yeah, you're gonna know
something. So the Gemara also says, so the
Zoo, that stunk.
Is what are you coming to?
I'm going to struggle to tie you on this hole.
Everyone would
Oh, that was almost perfect.
If you have chambers that are built into the wall, right? And halacha said, don't open up into the Mikdash proper.
Yes, sir.
Will agree that if you enter into those chambers in a
So
state
it's
of
1 month?
tuma, you are patur.
Yep.
Where does the machlokes come up? Where does machlokes come up?
How else is
If you have these chambers and they have doors.
What are you
or
talking
windows
about?
That open up in the Mikdash. Does that make it part of
Zoo,
the
I'm
Mikdash
giving you
proper
this
itself
this
or not?
fucking win.
That's the machlokes. And
Oh,
if
you
we
have
say
the
that
best
it
shot.
is part of the Mikdash proper. What is it part of the Mikdash proper for? Perhaps it's
In the
part of
committee,
Mikdash
you're not
proper
gonna
for
I'll
tuma
massage Jen for
purposes,
the cat.
tuma liability.
Zoo,
But again, for example, can you go ahead and eat kachik?
Chelsea,
Can you shecht kachim?
J. Michael.
Well, again, shechting kachim.
Oh, Zoo, you deserve to
Go
win.
ahead and create another problem. What's the other problem?
Zoo, that was a 10 out of Zoo, that was a 10 out of 10.
Ultimately, again, opposite the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash. It's also possible that even for consumption of kachim kalim, ultimately, again, you're requiring opposite an entrance
Dude,
as
dude,
well.
that's still a really
therefore,
good
you know,
shot.
That's a good enough focus. That's also enough focus.
Yeah, but you're gonna get a whole
Takeaways that we have,
Maybe.
right? The defined facts we walk away with is number one, we've got our dimensions of the Beis Hamikdash.
I have to make this shot, Zoo.
That Shechita Kachim Kadosh Kachim Kalim
Yeah,
could take
shit's
place
fucked up.
anywhere in the Beis Hamikdash. All you need is what? What you do need is
You know, that was really
opposite
cool.
an entrance. Opposite an entrance. Right?
Zoo, the hole you've never scored on. And you get to go first. Let's see if you can score.
Could take place anywhere here as well. Shechita Kachim Kadoshim has its own set of halachas where that's done, as does consumption of Kachim Kadoshim. We also reviewed from yesterday's daf that, and again, 2 Beis HaKhalifos, 2 knife chambers in
Zoo, let's see if you can score.
with 2 back entrances for those Beis HaKhalifos. What was the point of those back entrances? Really one
Hey, Rabbi.
purpose.
Yeah, baby.
Shechita of Kachim Kalim in the areas to the side and
I think
behind
Amos
of the
will
Beis
be
HaMikdash
big
as
as
well.
well.
That's what we need.
Who will be?
Those are facts. The one piece that
Amos Gill, my step cousin.
Machlokes is the
I'll tell you what.
status of those chambers that are built in
Are you serious?
geographically home
Yeah.
areas, but
I'll
open
tell
up
you
into
the
the
story
Mikdash.
about
Is
how
there status based on Mikdash or not?
what he just
That's
made
valued
Jen
in
Gillis,
some amount
Jen
of
Gillis and Jen
machlokes.
the cat.
And even if you say
Yes,
they are
sir.
considered part of the Beis Hamikdash, what are they considered
Amos
part
was
of
the one that
Beis
set
Hamikdash as well?
that up.
It's a
And
tumah and
Amos,
Shechita Kachim Kadoshim.
Amos Matt.
Consumption of Kachim Kadoshim. That's the subject of
Amos
our
the one
focus.
that
Incredible.
introduced Jen
Jen
Gillis to Jen the cat.
What's a very interesting halacha over here? How do I know? Then we'll say, let's say I offer up a card. And obviously, we know again, once we go through our processes, right? Step number 1 is Shechita. Although Shechita is not a Avoda, right? Step number 1 of Avoda is Kabbalah, right? Step
I
number
still
2.
never thought of it.
I know.
Right? Step number 2 could either be halacha, if you need to transport the blood, or zrika. So let's say, so obviously zrika is supposed to be done on the same day that the korban was offered. Let's say halacha l'maisa.
But Amos,
Let's say halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, the
Amos is
sun
in New York right now, and the
not
company
be
sends
zrika.
moved to Texas.
Ultimately,
Would you agree with
the
that?
blood becomes puzzle. So if you did not do zrika before shkir the day that it was offered,
Yeah,
ultimately,
I would say so. Where did he move?
New York.
New York's big. New York's arguably still. New York's arguably still the biggest.
He lives in New York, but he travels to go. Travels to Europe. It's all out shows in Europe right now, but like, it's very strange. He only has 40,000 followers on Instagram, but he's still filling out shows all over the world.
That you are not slaughtering it. You do not offer up the blood, which we'll say is another way of saying the Zrika has to
How many
occur
people
on the
do you
same
know that
day
have
as the Shita, the same day as the Korban. If therefore
and
again,
then
the
like
leftover the blood past the day of carbonic offering, ultimately again, you cannot offer up the blood anymore. Take a look at the last verse
how
on
many
the page.
real
Yom Sha'ata Zoveach Atamakir, Yom Shazveach Yatamakir. Hatik Sinallah Bikulas Sod. Half Masas.
What'd you say?
Yom Akiva
How
Sefo.
many
Sheteach.
Instagram photos do you think you need to be selling out shorts?
Then ultimately again, the Hakrava. Hakrava in this case means the offering means the blood applications. The blood applications and the Zvikam so have to be on the same day.
I mean, it's hard to judge.
Again, therefore, Allah says Shkita, right? The actual offering, the Shkita of the carbon,
I would say
must take place on the same day. Therefore, if you shechter the carbon on Sunday, let the blood past sunset,
I know somebody
you cannot offer up that blood
with
anymore. So the Gemara
over a
says,
million.
I need by the buffet. Now I need this person to teach me the Ikra Allah. What's the Ikra Allah? Rashi says we're on the base, the buffet. Lil mode or Melame.
Because they still can't.
They're both saying, now that pasuk is here to teach me a separate halacha. What halacha? What is it
Just
talking
one
about? That a carbon shlom. They're both saying, what is the window of consumption for a shlomim? It is the day that is offered and the following night. Right? That's the window of consumption. So both say, so it's Sunday. If I offer up a shlomim today, my window of consumption is today, Sunday, all of tonight, up until alos, up until dawn tomorrow morning. So that's the pasuk is coming to teach me. Somebody to teach you something else. Again, b'yom hakribo es zippo, ye'achel, umi macharas. I don't say any ye'achel. So therefore, again, the Gemara says the pasuk is coming to teach me that when you shechter shlomim, you have that day and that night until tomorrow. What's tomorrow? For our purposes, dawn of
I would say that.
dawn on Monday morning. So therefore, that's what the
Let me. I know somebody who has more than 1 million followers. They were in The Hangover. I mean, I don't know him personally, and they can't sell out a show in San Jose this weekend. It's to the point where they're having to basically sell tickets for $5 each, and they probably will have to give the tickets away. So I can tell you that Brendan Schaub, that guy who has who I always make fun of, he had to retire from comedy because no one would come to his shows, and he has over 1.5 million Instagram followers. Does that make sense?
Is that you're keeping track of the nuggets of information that we are assimilating. Because what we're doing is we're building up our repository of sacrificial knowledge. And each of these dakim ultimately again are these little pieces of information that we are getting. So for example, now Shlomim, we saw this before already, but again, just reinforce, what's the window of consumption? They offer.
Dude, does that make sense to you?
So the Gemara says, since the pasuk since Torah wrote, since Cheshbon wrote the pasuk a little bit longhand, and in a Yom Kippur, it teaches me two halachas. Number one, window of consumption for a shlomim that day and the following night. And number two, that the blood can only be offered up during the spring, or only applied on the day of the slaughtering. But if you slaughter it and you waited to apply the blood and it's pashkia, you can't offer up the blood. I have a damach kamarachara. The use of the pasuk is saying, "Ikaret dama ibna mesaka basa ibna lamacha." Maybe the pasuk is saying something different. Let's just keep Sunday. So now it's Sunday. I shechted the carbon. So maybe I was saying like this: if you apply the blood of the mizbeach today on Sunday, so then ultimately again the meat is eaten today and tomorrow. The karev dam lamachar. But if you wait to apply the blood tomorrow, misachel basar ulamachar. Misachel basar lamachar ulamachrina. Maybe something different. Maybe the window of consumption begins whenever the blood application occurs. So if I apply the blood today, good, eat the blood. I'll eat the meat, I'll eat the carbon today and tonight through tomorrow morning. And if I wait to go ahead and apply the blood until tomorrow, then what? I'll have tomorrow and the next night to eat the carbon. Maybe that's what it's saying. So maybe again, I could apply the blood whenever I want, but just understand the window of consumption only begins when the blood is applied. Which the Gemara says, "In King Neimakra, the Yom Hakrivo Ye'achel." Then the pasuk is just saying on the day that you offer it, offering means the blood application. Ye'achel, carbon to be used. Zikho Yama. Why does it say Zikho? Because you know, you don't talk about the day after Makriva. Because you know, that's the on the day that you not being done in Akamakibo, ultimately again in Kanada, so most like this is the halacha l'maisa studio. So therefore again with the shlomin, so two pieces of information from number one, when the pickup with the shlomin is day of Shlomo and the following night. So I offer up the shlomin today, and let's say any stuff on the film, they say you have a down for the halacha l'maisa. It's not true. Mashiach is coming now. Mashiach is coming now. And there's an opinion that says that the Chiddush HaNitzvah we're not going to build with our hands, it's going to come down from Shamayim and Tach, which means that it is possible that those who only do not have a Kaddish Shlomo. Not only possible only because most of us are punished Shlomo. We're probably going to need a paradigma, and I can answer for that as well. Because by Rabbi, you know that Shlomo puts for the tzibur. Because by Rabbi, the Chazal is not going to require us all to do a paradigma to allow us to place in the kitchen meetings, which means that it is possible that we dive into new thoughts in a legal Yerushalayim today. You have to believe it. You have to believe that Mikvah Christmas entry of all of the Rabbi stuff today and everything is everything is possible, which means that these hours of these halachos as contemporarily relevant right now. We could know maybe you're going to be offering up a Shlomo today. You don't want to be one of those guys who offers up a Shlomo like, hey, how long can I eat this for, right? You want to be that guy. You want to be that guy who knows what he's doing with his Shlomo. Because everyone respects the guy who knows what he's doing with his Shlomo. Right? Your wife is going to respect you more. Your kids are going to respect you more. Your co-workers are going to look up to you, right? If you become the shlomo guy. So now, let's say, now you know that halacha l'maisa, a shlomo can be consumed for 1 day and 1 night. What else do I know? The day that the shlomo is offered, ultimately again, the zrika has to be done that day. And if you fail to do the zrika that day, then halacha l'maisa, you can no longer apply the blood. Incredible. Next, Itmara. Let's go right now. Okay, so we'll say this is very interesting. So continuing along this same idea. And so we'll say, so now let's transition. There are other sort of kabanos, for example, that ultimately can be eaten for 2 days and 1 night. 2 days and 1 night. So we'll discuss those kabanos in just a moment. Well, Rashi says we're going to hatch in the Arshlishi. Yishitas Shlomi. So I'll say this is really interesting. And again, I will say this is just carbonic information that we're assuming. So far we just saw that ultimately again, that now I'm transitioning over here to a Shlomi. So I'll say, so now, let's say the Kabbalah Shlomi, and the Gemara says over here that you have 2 days and 1 night. Right? So again, I checked it on Sunday. Again, we'll discuss, and then we're going back and forth with different Shlomim. We're going to see, remember, there are different categories of Shlomim, as we're going to see. So again, certain Shlomim, again, it's 1 day, 1 night. Other categories of Shlomim, it's 2 days and 1 night. So let's go. And again, we're going to fill in when we get to the next Mishnah also. Well, the next Mishnah we still get back to Kachin Kalin. We'll fill in the blanks, which types of Kabbalahs for which nights. So let's say, so now transitioning to a Shlom that they consume for 2 days and 1 night. So now it's Sunday. I check my carbon Shlomim. So I've got Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday. When can I eat the carbon? Until nightfall Monday night. Now, watch this. So we'll say a little bit, we thought we were done with Hegel, but a little bit back to our Hegel circumstances. So in this case over here, when I'm shefting the carbon, I have in mind to eat it, ultimately what the Gemara calls Arshlishi. What's Arshlishi for our purposes? Arshlishi is Monday night, but they're really calling it like the night of the third day. Because remember again, I'm shefting the Shlomim on Sunday, which means I can eat it Sunday night. I remember Sunday night is really the night of the second day, Monday the second day. And here I now have in mind to eat it Monday night, which is really the beginning of the third day. So I will say, so this sounds just out of the gate to be like a typical chutz lizmano mindset, which is paylo, which would render the carbon invalid. So watch this. Hamachashiv Arshlishi, ultimately again, if a person has in mind to go ahead and eat until the third night. Okay, so we want to say like this. Chizki says the covenant is coming, but the Yochanan Apostle, Milk says it's possible. Okay, so what's going on over here? Chizki Makasha, so once I watch this, Chizki says it's kasha. Why? The holiday Sreifa. So I will say this is fascinating, which is ultimately Chizkiah says that it's kosher. That in other words, it's not pigul. Why? Because for our purposes, on what we call Monday night, the carbon is not yet fit to be burned. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Go into the Sreifa. Nismano legamrei, Bilios zman Sreifa so achshav at sapra kidisnan lekamam b'shmaitim. So says, so now watch this. There's an interesting halacha by Shlomo, which is you have 2 days and 1 night to consume it. 2 days and 1 night. But halacha l'maisa, the obligation to burn the carbon as no sar actually doesn't set in until the morning of the third day. So you have this unique carbonic detail over here. So again, I check my shlamim on Sunday. I have Sunday night, right, which is really night 2, night of the second day. Monday, day 2. And then at the end of the day, Monday, by Shkia on Monday, nightfall on Monday, I am no longer allowed to use the carbon. But yet, I can't burn that carbon as no sar until Tuesday morning. So therefore, again, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yochanan says, technically speaking, although you can't eat the carbon on the third night, i.e. Tuesday night, you can't call that a machshavas pigul, because it's not fully set aside for non-use, so to speak. In other words, I would say, so the pashtas, here's really what it comes down to. Generally, when you have a machshavas pigul, at the time you would have intended to eat the carbon would have already been no sar. What's unique about this case over here is I intend to eat it on Tuesday night, but it's not really no sar. When does it become no sar? No sar means leftover. The definition of leftover is you would burn it because you can no longer eat it. But yet, when does a shlama become no sar? When? Really Tuesday morning. So you have this. So you have this unique ideal here. So Yochanan says you can't call that pigul. Therefore, you can't call it pigul, even though I had in mind to eat it outside of the permitted window of consumption, because that shlamim doesn't actually become nosar until Tuesday morning, and I had in mind to eat it again Monday night. It's not called pigul. It's not good. Like, I don't do this, but Lamaisa, it's not pigul, which is fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, it is pigul. Why? No, it's not true. Because again, essentially, pigul means having in mind to eat it outside of the permitted window of consumption. Come Monday night, you can no longer eat it. So because you can no longer eat it, therefore, again, this machshava is absolutely pigul. Incredible. So we'll say a really fascinating nachlokus. Fascinating nachlokus. So the Gemara goes like, "Ha'okala arshlishi." Good. Next case, ha'okala arshlishi. So we'll say what? Now in this case, we'll say case number 1. When I'm checking the carbon on Sunday, I literally have in mind to eat it on Monday night, the night of the third day. So in that case, again, Chizkiah says it's not pigul, right? And Rabbi Yochanan says it is pigul. Case number 2 is no, when I shechted it on Sunday, I didn't have any erroneous intent. But what ends up happening over here, I actually end up eating it on Monday night, the night of the third day. So my machshava, my intention during Shechita was totally fine. Now what ends up happening over here is I actually end up eating it on the third night. So what's my liability? Chizkiah says it's not good, but that's not called eating no sar. It's not called eating no sar. Why? Why is it not called eating no sar? Because the carbon only becomes no sar when you can burn it. And when can you burn leftover shlamim? When? Only Tuesday morning. So therefore, again, it's not good, but there's not liability for eating no sar. So this case says it's not called eating. It's not called eating. Why? Because ultimately again to burn it. But Rabbi Yochanan says you chayiv. Why? Because you can no longer eat it. So this is the same achlokas, just different manifestation. Tanya Kabal said Rabbi Yochanan. There's a price that's why Rabbi Yochanan will say. And I remember again, Rabbi Yochanan's position is a twofold position. First, Rabbi Yochanan says once a carbon cannot be consumed, by definition, it has the status of no sar, even if you can't yet burn it. So therefore, again, if I'm shechting my shlamim on Sunday, halacha l'maisa again, come on Monday night, which is the night of the third, I can't eat it anymore. Even though, again, everyone is agreeing. You can't burn it until Tuesday morning. But Rabbi Yochanan says once you can't eat it, therefore it's nosa. So therefore, then there's two things. Number one, if you ate it on Tuesday night, ultimately again you're chayiv eating nosa. And if when you shechted it on Sunday, you had in mind to eat it Monday night, you chayiv a pigel. Okay? So Gemara says there's a vice that's supposed to be open on. What's the vice that's supposed to be open on? Here we go. Let's finish up. So the Gemara says, hey, what's the Yochanan? Kachim anechal yom echad. So ultimately, again, if you have kachim, that can only be consumed for 1 day. For 1 day. And what's the halacha? Mechash b'daman mishet shaka hama u'bivsaran u'beinur mishiyala mudashaka. Ultimately, again, so let's say if you have kachim, that can only be consumed for 1 day. So literally translated, we'll see what this means. You can have machshava about their blood. Mishet shaka when the sun goes down. And ultimately, again, their meat and their sacrificial parts, Mishiel Amud Shaka. Now, what does this mean? Look at Rashi. Look at Rashi. In Shachat Amanas Lizrok Dalam Mishet Shaka Hama Pigol Ubachilas Basar Bakaras Ingreyan Inchisha Bishkitas Amanas Lechol Mipsaran Obakim Red Mishat Shachar Pigol Tenut Putzlis Maldigal. So, we'll say, so for example, if you have a carbon, it's just an example. You have a carbon, let's say, that has a 1 day window of consumption. And now, again, 1 day means the day of the offering and the following night. So therefore, again, if it's so let's say I'm shechting this type of carbon, if at the time of shechita I have in mind to sprinkle its blood after shkia, after sunset, that's pigul. Or I have in mind to eat the sacrificial meat, or to offer up the sacrificial parts after dawn the next day, that's pigul. Just give you an example of pigul. Next, let's see, you have other kachim. Is telling you different type of kibbutzim have different windows. You have different kachim that can be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. How do you make that carbon pigul? The chashvin b'daman mishes shaka hama. Interestingly enough, blood remains the same either way. What do I mean by that? Blood, as we just said before in the previous sugya, when do you have to do the blood application? When does it have to be done? When? The day of the shechita. So therefore, anytime you have in mind to do blood application after shkia on the day that the animal was slaughtered, that's pigul. Doesn't matter how long window of consumption is. Right? However, again, now Allah comments again, but if you have in mind to offer up the sacrificial parts, right, before after sunrise the next day, or for that matter again, with their meat to eat it at onset of the second, ultimately again makes it pigul. So I'm going to say, interestingly enough, this seems to support the position of Rabbi Yochanan. When let's say I have a carbon that can be consumed, it's like regular shlamim that gets 2 days and 1 night. 2 days and 1 night. So now I'm shechting it on Sunday. So says the Gemara, ultimately again, when does that carbon become? How do you make that carbon pigul? Either if I have in mind to, let's say, apply the blood after sunset today, or if I have in mind to what? I have in mind to eat the sacrificial meat after sunset on Monday. On Monday, what do you see from here? That the halacha follows Rabbi Yochanan, and essentially a carbon becomes pigul if you have in mind to eat it after the window of consumption closes, even if it is not yet halachic nosar. That's the halacha, because some doesn't become nosar until when? Until the next morning. You burn it. So see the Gemara's casketing like Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately again, and not like Chizkiah. That ultimately again, pigul and nosar are not intertwined. So you could be liable for pigul, even though again the sacrificial meat did not become nosar. Incredible. Thank you. The Gemara says as follows. Let's go back to. Let's finish up to the Mishnah. Very quickly. You might have thought, let's say going with our shlamim case, where the carbon could be consumed for 2 days and 1 night. So I'm shechting a shlamim today. I can eat it for Sunday night, Monday, and up until Monday night. I might have thought that I should be able to eat the carbon Monday night as well, second night as well. Why? There are some carbonos that are eaten that have a window of consumption for 1 day. Now, listen, I remember again, we said 1 day always means what? What does 1 day mean? 1 day and the following night until dawn. Right? So there are some carbonos that can be consumed for 1 day, but we'll just call it 1 day for our purposes. For 1 day, right? And then there's some Kabbalahs that get 2 days, right? Which means, again, let's say Sunday night, and Monday. Just like for Kabbalos, that get 1 day. So what else do they get? The following night. So again, if I check the carbon today, and it's a 1 day carbon, it means I get today and tonight until when? Until dawn. So I would have said, based on that, so if I make the same margin, that if a carbon has a 2 day window of consumption, what should it get? The night that follows each of the days. So therefore, again, if I'm checking it today, it should get Sunday and Sunday night. And if I can eat it on Monday, then what? I should also get what? Monday night. And it should become nosar as of Tuesday morning. Now, nosar ad yom. Therefore, the pasuk says, ultimately, again, what is left over until day. Yom. So we're not based on the pasuk. Ultimately, nosar ad yom. You have ad yom. You get the full day of the second day, but not the following night. Good. The Gemara says you can eat up through the full second day, but not once you get into the evening of the third day. So if that's the case, I would say, since I can no longer eat the carb on the second night, so mostly just going, I checked it, it's Sunday, I got Sunday night, Monday, up until Monday night. So I can no longer eat it come Monday night. So I would have thought today, if I burn it Monday night, let it become those who burn it Monday night, or so So I would say like this, Vidino is a Kalachomer, there are some Kabbalahs that are consumed for 1 day, and some Kabbalahs that are consumed for 2 days. Just like a carbon that has a 1 day window of consumption, which means today through tonight up until dawn tomorrow morning. And then also what happens tomorrow morning? Done. Take a bakila sreifa. You burn the leftover, whatever's left over tomorrow morning. So two Kabbalahs that are consumed for 2 days, I would say. Take up bakila sreifa. The model should be the same. And therefore, again, if you have a 2 day carbon, I eat it today, tonight, Monday, and then come Monday night, I should burn it immediately. The Torah says explicitly, on the third day you burn it as nosar. Ultimately, again, you burn it by day, but you do not burn it by night. Today, Rabbi say a number of very important halachas come out of here. So first of all, we see that in the world of shlomim, there are different types of shlomim. There's 1 day shlomim, 2 day shlomim. And again, we'll talk about what falls into what category. In a 1 day carbon, you have that day up until dawn of the next morning. Whatever is left over dawn of the next morning is called nosar, and therefore halacha l'maisa is burnt immediately. Then you have 2 day carbons. 2 day carbons got today, right? Day number 1, then night number 2, then day number 2. So Sunday night, Monday. Window of consumption closes Monday night. But interestingly enough, the carbon does not become halachic nosar until when? Until Tuesday morning, and it's burnt Tuesday morning. Interestingly enough, we pass like Rabbi Yochanan, that even though the carbon does not become nosar ultimately again until Tuesday morning, ultimately you can't eat it obviously Monday night, which means that the pigel could set in Monday night. So therefore, again, if I shack that carbon on Sunday and have in mind to eat it on Monday night, that's called pigel. That's called pigel. Furthermore, again, when it comes to blood service, blood application has to take place when? On the day of the shechita itself, and having in mind ultimately to apply the blood after shkia of the day that it was slaughtered, ultimately will make the carbon pigel. And we'll say, what a day, what a day. All right, have a great day, everyone. That's interesting. Where is this from? I put this on it. Interesting. And next time we're going back to work. I'm just going to get but harass me. All right, Shabbos, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan. Stephen Parizin for dedicating all the Shur Joshos this month. And loving memory of Steve's father, learning Tzvi Ben Chaim Zichron Lebracha. We have learning sponsors Keely and Jillian Goldberger as a source for foolish name for their son Aaron Yeshaya Ben Rivka Esther. In their Hashem, we should continue to convalesce, continue to heal. Bench with the complete report. That only sponsors for today, Ayal and Sarah Steinberg, and Schos of continued health for Shulamis Hannah Bas Susha, as well as by a late breaking Mazel Tov to Tali and Michelle Strum. It is not a complete week if the Strums don't have a grandchild. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. A Mazel Tov to the Strums, a baby girl born to their children Ezra and Yami Strum. Mazel Tov to the great uncles and aunts, the Abramsons and the Fogels, the Meretz Hashem, they should be Zocha, to raise their daughter to become a true Bas Yisrael. And Akaras Habayis and Ema Bodim Smeich and Meretz Hashem should just need a bench life at Ner Ve'esim Shanim Tovos. What's so incredible? Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Nun Dalet, a really incredible and packed daf ahead of us today. We are picking up 54. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Nun Gimel on the days 53b. Let's just pick up from Rabbi Yishmael, which is. I think we actually got a little bit further than that, right? Did we get further than that? Yeah, about there. So let's see Rabbi Yishmael, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. So let's remember again, just in terms of what we're focusing on now a little bit. So remember in yesterday's Mishnah, we were introduced, well, the second of the two Mishnayos, we were introduced into Ola, which is another part of the category of Kodesh Kadoshim, and we were introduced to the idea that the Kohen goes up the ramp, hangs a right onto the auxiliary ramp, and then walks around what we call the Soveid, the small ledge around the Mizbeach, does the blood applications, ultimately again in a counterclockwise fashion, comes down, pours out the Shirayim on what we call the Yesod, the base of the Mizbeach, on the southern side. Now, one of the things that obviously becomes incredibly apparent over here is, if you notice, this Soveid, which is this bottom ledge. The bottom ledge that was at ground level does not go all the way around the Mizbeach. Instead, you'll find it on the western side, the northern side, but nothing on the eastern side and nothing on the southern side.
Somebody's going to come in and be like, oh yeah, this motherfucker's been doing what you've been doing
from the southwest corner. So we're going to pick up on that idea right now. So most of it, again, just to get our terms correctly, obviously, we've got our kevesh, our ramp, our mizbeach,
50
our
angles,
our soveid.
25, 8. You didn't even know there was an extra day in there.
That's the soveid, and then there's the
what?
Yeah,
this motherfucker's been doing it 25 hours a day. Like, how is that even? He's been doing it.
It says over here by Ola, Savid, the Nemar Lahalon, Savid. So it says over here, Savid by Ola, and it says over there. Remember, again, I point out to Nash yesterday, the over there is referring to the Miluim. Interesting, to the inaugural offerings by the Mishkan. So the pasuk, quote unquote, over there is the Shafat also Yerachad Mizbeach Tzafon of Hashem. The Zarko b'nei Aaron HaKohanim es damo al hamizbeach saviv. You will go and sprinkle the fiddles of blood on the mizbeach all around saviv. Malahalon pisuk ba'arba matanos. So just like over there by the Miluim, ultimately again there are 4 blood applications. So the Gemara says Afkan pisuk ba'arba matanos. So too over here. Look at Rashi says, Malahalon pisuk dalet matanos dalet nifsako zumisu. Remember again, by the Miluim, there's 4 distinct blood applications. So that's what it says, Savid. I would have thought over here by the Ola, it's also 4, or Michelle says it is 4 distinct blood applications. That was said, by the way, I want to point out, that's standing in contradistinction to the Mishnah, because what did the Mishnah say about the blood applications of Ola? It's Shtayim Shem